Upon the vast, enigmatic continent of Dou Qi, the essence of Dou Qi governs all, with a rigid hierarchy delineating the boundaries between the strong and the weak. The ancient 8 clans bear the bloodline of the Dou Emperor, weaving their own legends through the passage of time. The prodigious youth, Xiao Yan, once shone like a brilliant star within his family, yet due to a mysterious twist of fate, his strength plummeted, rendering him a subject of ridicule in the eyes of others. Moreover, he faced public humiliation as his fiancée called off their engagement, leaving his dignity in tatters. However, the crushing blow of destiny did not defeat him. In his darkest hour, the slumbering alchemist within his ring awakened, paving a thorny yet miraculous path of resurgence for him. Through the practice of the burning decision and the consumption of exotic flames, Xiao Yan continuously transformed amidst tribulations. Upon entering the Yaochen Academy, he forged deep friendships and confronted formidable foes. Unearthing the Academy's concealed secrets, the calamity struck his family, and the deep-seated enmity fueled an unwavering resolve in his gaze. Powerful factions such as the Yunlan sect and the Soul Palace obstructed his path, shrouding his journey in layers of conspiracy. Yet, Xiao Yan never faltered. Armed with indomitable will and astonishing talent, he forged ahead, cleaving through obstacles as the continent succumbed to the dark thread of the Soul Clan. Xiao Yan stepped forth, uniting various forces of justice. Thus commenced the ultimate battle that would determine the fate of the Dou Qi Continent. Chapter 1. The Fallen Genius. Gazing at the 5 glaring characters emblazoned on the testing stone tablet, the youth's expression remained impassive, a hint of self-mockery gracing the corners of his lips. His tightly clenched fists bore the marks of his strength, sharp nails digging painfully into his palms, bringing forth waves of excruciating agony. As soon as the middle-aged man's words escaped his lips, an inevitable wave of mockery surged through the crowded square. Oh dear, this wastrel has truly brought shame upon his family. Were it not for the fact that the clan leader is his father, such a useless being would have long been expelled from the family. Left to fend for himself, how could he still remain here, feasting at their expense? Sigh, how has that once renowned prodigy of Wutan City fallen to such a state? Who knows? Perhaps he has committed some grievous misdeed, incurring the wrath of the deities. The derisive laughter and expressions of pity from the onlookers pierced the ears of the young boy, standing there like a wooden post, each word like a sharp thorn stabbing at his heart, causing his breath to quicken slightly. The boy slowly lifted his head, revealing a somewhat delicate and youthful face, his dark eyes blankly scanning the faces of his mocking peers. The self-deprecating smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to deepen in bitterness. Next, Xiao Mei. Upon hearing the examiner's call, a young girl swiftly emerged from the crowd. As she stepped forward, the surrounding murmurs diminished significantly, and a series of fervent gazes fixated intently on her cheeks. The girl, merely around 14 years of age, may not have been a breathtaking beauty, yet her youthful visage contained an alluring charm, the juxtaposition of innocence and allure. It rendered her the focal point of attention in the entire arena. With quick strides, she approached, her small hands deftly touching the dark magic stone tablet. Then she slowly closed her eyes. After a brief moment of closed eyes, the dark magic stone tablet once again radiated a brilliant light. Hooray! Upon hearing the score announced by the examiner, a proud smile blossomed on the girl's face. Truly, she is a prodigy among her family. As waves of envy echoed from the crowd, the girl's smile broadened, a touch of vanilla temptation that many girls find irresistible. Engaged in light-hearted banter with her few close friends, Xiao Mei's gaze unexpectedly pierced through the throng, settling upon a solitary figure beyond the crowd. Furrowing her brow in contemplation for a fleeting moment, Xiao Mei ultimately dismissed the thought of approaching him. The two were no longer of the same echelon. Given Xiao Yan's recent performances, he would likely be relegated to the lower ranks of the family once he came of age, while her own exceptional talents would earmark her as a key player for the family's nurturing, her future appearing boundless. The once confident and immensely talented youth had stirred the hearts of countless girls, including Xiao Mei herself in the past. Yet, the path of brilliance often seems fraught with adversity. 3 years ago, this celebrated prodigy faced an abrupt and devastating blow, the culmination of years of arduous training to solidify his fighting spirit was rendered null overnight, and within him, the fighting energy began to dwindle inexplicably with the passage of time. The direct consequence of this vanishing energy was a continual decline in his strength. From the pedestal of genius, he fell overnight to a state inferior even to that of ordinary individuals. This blow rendered the youth a mere shadow of himself, as the title of genius was gradually supplanted by disdain and mockery. The higher one stands, the harder one falls. This descent may well signify a chance never to rise again. Next, Xiao Yan. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the tester's voice resounded once more. As this somewhat elegant name echoed, the throng abruptly fell silent, all gazes converging. At the focal point of this collective attention stood a young girl clad in a violet dress, her serene and youthful visage unchanged despite the scrutiny. The girl exuded a cool and composed aura, akin to a lotus blossoming in tranquility. Though still in her tender years, she already possessed an ethereal quality, leaving one to ponder how breathtakingly beautiful she would become upon maturity. In terms of beauty and grace, this violet-clad maiden undoubtedly surpassed the earlier Xiao Mei, which explained the collective reaction of those present. With delicate steps, the girl named Xiao Yan approached the magic stone tablet. Her small hand extended, the black gold embroidered sleeves of her dress slipping down, revealing a slender, snowy wrist before she gently touched the stone tablet. In a moment of hushed stillness, a blinding radiance erupted anew from the tablet. As the crowd gazed upon the inscription upon the stone, an air of silence enveloped them. In the throng, Xiao Mei furrowed her brow, her eyes fixed on the violet-clad girl before the tablet, a flicker of jealousy flitting across her cheek. Gazing at the inscription on the stone tablet, the middle-aged examiner, typically indifferent, unexpectedly revealed a rare smile. He addressed the young girl with a hint of reverence, saying, "Miss Yan, in 6 months, you should be able to condense the cyclone of fighting spirit. If you succeed, you will become a true fighter at the tender age of 14, only the second in the Xiao family's history within the past century." Indeed, the second individual, the first, was none other than Xiao Yan, who had long since shed his mantle of genius. Brother Xiao Yan. As she passed by the young man, the girl paused, bowing her head respectfully. A charming smile graced her exquisite face, one that evoked envy among the other young women present. "Do I still warrant such a title from you?" Xiao Yan replied, gazing at the radiant gem of the family that she had become. But a bitter smile crossed his lips. She was among the very few who continued to hold him in esteem after his fall from grace. "Brother Xiao Yan, you once told Sun that one must let go in order to take hold. To balance both lifting and releasing freely, that is true freedom." Sun spoke gently, her youthful voice imbued with warmth. True freedom? I can only speak of it. Do I seem free to you in my current state? Moreover, this world was never truly mine to begin with, Xiao Yan replied with a self-deprecating smile, his spirits visibly waning. Standing still, Sun watched the young man's solitary figure, seemingly isolated from the world. After a moment of hesitation, she hurriedly chased after him, closing the distance to walk alongside him amidst the envious howls of the crowd behind her. Chapter 2. The Continent of Fighting Spirits. The moon hung like a silver disk, surrounded by a tapestry of twinkling stars. Atop the cliff, Xiao Yan reclined on the verdant grass, a blade of grass clasped gently between his lips, savoring its subtle bitterness as it spread across his palate. He raised a somewhat pale hand to shield his eyes, allowing his gaze to filter through the gaps between his fingers. As he beheld the immense silver moon hanging in the sky, 15 years have passed. He murmured softly, the words escaping his lips with an air of contemplation. As he matured, Xiao Yan began to develop a vague understanding of this continent. It is known as the Dou Qi Continent, where the magic commonly found in novels is absent instead. Dou Qi reigns supreme as the singular essence of this land. Within this realm, the cultivation of Dou Qi has reached its zenith through the relentless efforts of countless generations. Moreover, the proliferation of Dou Qi has permeated into the lives of the populace, intertwining it with the daily existence of humanity. Consequently, the significance of Dou Qi within the continent has become irreplaceable. However, the extreme proliferation of Dou Qi has led to the emergence of myriad cultivation methods, each varying in strength and efficacy. After thorough classification, the techniques of Dou Qi cultivation on the continent are categorized into 4 tiers and 12 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Each tier is further divided into 3 levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The rank of the Dou Qi cultivation method one practices is pivotal in determining future achievements. For instance, an individual cultivating an intermediate mysterious tier technique naturally possesses an advantage over one practicing an advanced yellow tier technique of equal sta. In the realm of Dou Qi Continent, the determination of strength and weakness hinges upon 3 pivotal criteria. Firstly, the most crucial factor is undoubtedly one's inherent prowess. If an individual possesses merely the capabilities of a 1-star dojo, even the most exquisite and rarec celestial grade techniques would prove futile against a warrior adept in yellow grade techniques. Secondly, we must consider the techniques themselves. Among adversaries of equal rank, should your technique be significantly superior to that of your opponent, the advantages during a contest would be unmistakably apparent. Lastly, we have the concept of Dou Qi, which refers to specialized skills that harness Dou Qi. Dou Qi is also categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The Dou Qi continent boasts an abundance of Dou Qi, yet the majority of commonly disseminated skills tend to hover around the yellow grade. To acquire more profound Dou Qi, one must either join a sect or enroll in a Dou Qi academy within the continent. Additionally, there exist techniques derived from fortuitous encounters, passed down for predecessors, or those that harmonize with one's own skills. These techniques, evolved from foundational practices, when synergized, yield even greater power. It is through the interplay of these 3 conditions that one can ascertain superiority or inferiority. In summary, possessing techniques of a higher grade undoubtedly promises substantial benefits in the future. However, the advanced cultivation techniques of fighting spirit are exceedingly difficult for the average person to acquire. Those that circulate among the common populace are, at best, of the yellow tier. More formidable families or mid-sized sects may possess methods of the profound tier, such as the CL, and to which Xiao Yan belongs, which has a supreme technique reserved solely for the clan leader. The Furious Lion's Rage, a mid-level fighting spirit technique of the wind attribute. Above the profound tier lies the earth tier, yet such advanced techniques are likely exclusive to transcendent powers and grand empires. As for the heavenly tier, it has not been seen for centuries. Theoretically, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to obtain advanced techniques. However, nothing is absolute. The vastness of the fighting spirit continent, teeming with myriad races, presents opportunities. In the northern regions of the continent, there exists a tribe renowned for their immense strength, capable of merging with beast souls. In the south, various highly intelligent families of advanced magical beasts thrive, alongside the notorious dark races known for their cunning and malice. Due to the continent's vast expanse, there are many unknown hermits who, upon nearing the end of their lives, may choose to conceal their lives' work in cultivation techniques, awaiting a fateful encounter with a worthy successor. It is said in the fighting spirit continent, if one day you find yourself falling from a cliff and landing in a cave, do not panic. Take 2 steps forward, for you may become a formidable warrior. This adage is not without merit, as the continent's millennia of history is replete with tales of individuals who have risen to power through fortuitous encounters. The consequences of this tale have birthed a multitude of dreamers who linger daily at the precipice, poised to leap into the abyss in pursuit of unparalleled mastery. Naturally, most of these individuals return bearing the scars of severed limbs. In essence, this is a land replete with miracles and the potential for creating them. Discarding the roots from his mouth, Xiao Yan suddenly sprang to his feet, his visage contorted in rage as he bellowed at the night sky. Am I to be toyed with as a mere waste? Damn it! In his previous life, Xiao Yan was but an inconspicuous member of the masses, where wealth and beauty existed as parallel lines, never to intersect. However, upon arriving in this realm of fighting spirit, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that, endowed with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, his soul possessed a strength far beyond that of the ordinary. It is essential to understand that in the realm of fighting spirit, the soul is innate. Perhaps it may grow slightly stronger with age, yet no technique exists to cultivate the soul independently. Even the most exalted techniques cannot achieve such a feat. This is a fundamental truth of the fighting spirit continent. The fortification of his soul has also bestowed upon Xiao Yan an extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, earning him the reputation of a prodigy. When an ordinary individual becomes aware of his potential to captivate countless onlookers, it is exceedingly difficult to maintain one's composure without sufficient fortitude. It is evident that the former Xiao Yan, an unremarkable man, lacked such superhuman resolve. Consequently, upon embarking on his journey to cultivate fighting spirit, he opted for the path of a celebrated genius rather than nurturing his growth in tranquility. If no unforeseen events had transpired, Xiao Yan might have truly flourished under the mantle of genius. Alas, in the year of his 11th birthday, the title of genius was gradually stripped away by sudden misfortunes, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a mere object of ridicule and scorn among the masses. With a bitter shake of his head, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of grievance within. After all, he remained utterly oblivious to the nature of the affliction that had befallen his body. Routine examinations had yielded no indications of any abnormalities. His soul, with the passage of years, had only grown more formidable, and his capacity to absorb fighting energy was markedly superior to that of his peak performance several years prior. All these factors suggested that his innate talent had not diminished. However, the fighting energy fate interred his body inexplicably vanished without a trace. This perplexing situation cast a shadow of sorrow over Xiao Yan. With a melancholic sigh, Xiao Yan raised his hand, revealing a black ring upon his finger. The ring, ancient and mysterious, was crafted from an unknown material and adorned with faint, indistinct patterns. The it was the sole gift bestowed upon him by his mother on her deathbed, and he had worn it for a decade, since the age of 4. This cherished relic of his mother evoked a deep sense of attachment within him. Gently caressing the ring, Xiao Yan mused with a wry smile. In these years, I have truly disappointed my mother's expectations. Ha. Yinner, why are you still out here so late? A concerned chuckle resonated through the tranquil woods after a brief silence. As the branches swayed, a middle-aged man emerged, his face adorned with a smile as he gazed at his son standing beneath the moonlight. The man, clad in opulent gray attire, exuded an air of authority with his commanding gait. His prominent brows further accentuated his imposing presence. He was the current patriarch of the Xiao family and the father of Xiao Yan, a 5-star Dou master, known as Xiao Yan. Father, have you not yet retired for the night? Xiao Yan inquired, his smile broadening at the sight of the middle-aged figure. Despite possessing memories from a previous life, this father had showered him with affection since his birth. Even after his own downfall, that affection only intensified, making Xiao Yan willingly call him father. Yinner, are you still pondering over the afternoon's assessment? Xiao Yan stepped forward with a hearty laugh. What is there to contemplate? It was entirely expected, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head with a semblance of maturity, though his smile faltered slightly. Sighing as he observed the youthful and delicate features of Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan paused for a moment before suddenly saying, Yinner, you are 15 now, correct? Yes, Father Dian, just a year it seems. You will need to undergo the commingafage ceremony. Xiao Yan remarked with a bittersweet smile. After all, if one did not become a Dou practitioner before the age of 25, they would not gain the family's recognition. A distinguished guest? Who is it? Xiao Yan asked with curiosity. You'll find out tomorrow, Xiao Yan replied, winking at Xiao Yan before departing with laughter, leaving Xiao Yan in a state of amusement. Rest assured, father, I shall do my utmost. With a gentle caress of the ancient ring upon his finger, Xiao Yan murmured as he lifted his gaze. In that fleeting moment, the dark ancient ring in his grasp emitted a faint, enigmatic glimmer, a shimmer that vanished almost instantaneously, unnoticed by those around him. Chapter 2. The Continent of Dou Qi. The moon hung like a silver disk amidst a myriad of stars. Atop the cliff, Xiao Yan reclined upon the grass, a blade of grass held idly between his lips, savoring its subtle bitterness that lingered in his mouth. Raising his somewhat pallid hand to shield his eyes, he peered through the gaps between his fingers, gazing at the magnificent silver moon above. Alas, reflecting on the afternoon's trial, Xiao Yan let out a soft sigh, lazily withdrawing his hand to rest his head upon his palms, his gaze drifting into a trance. It has been 15 years. A low murmur escaped his lips, seemingly without boundaries. Within Xiao Yan's heart lay a secret known only to him. He was not of this world. In truth, his soul did not belong here. He hailed from a blue planet known as Earth. The circumstances that brought him to this realm were a mystery, he could not unravel. However, after some time, he gradually came to a realization. He had traversed worlds. As he matured, Xiao Yan gleaned a vague understanding of this continent. This land was known as the continent of Dou Qi, where the magical arts commonly depicted in novels were absent, and instead, Dou Qi reigned supreme as the sole essence of this realm. On this continent, the cultivation of fighting energy has, through the relentless efforts of countless generations, reached its zenith. Moreover, due to the continuous proliferation of fighting energy, it has ultimately permeated into the lives of the common folk. This has resulted in fighting energy becoming inextricably linked to the daily existence of humanity, thus rendering its significance on the continent irreplaceable. The extreme proliferation of fighting energy has simultaneously led to the emergence of myriad methods of cultivation, diverging from the main path. These various techniques, akin to the varying lengths of a hand, naturally possess differing strengths and weaknesses. Through comprehensive analysis, the techniques of fighting energy on this continent are categorized into 4 tiers and 12 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Each tier is further subdivided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The rank of the cultivated fighting energy technique is crucial in determining future achievements. For instance, an individual practicing an intermediate profound tier technique will inherently possess an advantage over someone of the same rank practicing a superior yellow tier. In the realm of fighting energy, the distinction between the strong and the weak is contingent upon 3 primary factors. First and foremost, the individual's inherent strength is paramount. If one possesses only the prowess of a 1-star fighter, even the rarest high-level heaven tier technique will prove inadequate against a fighter trained in a yellow tier technique. Secondly, the technique itself matters. Among equals, if your technique is of a significantly higher rank than that of your opponent, the advantages during a contest will be readily apparent. The final factor is known as combat skills, as the name suggests. This is a unique skill that harnesses the power of fighting energy, known as martial arts techniques, which are categorized into 4 distinct levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. In the realm of fighting energy, myriad martial arts techniques abound, however. The majority that are widely circulated are typically of the yellow level. To acquire more advanced techniques, one must either join a sect or an academy dedicated to fighting energy within the continent. Naturally, there are also those who obtain ancient practices through serendipitous encounters or possess their own complementary martial arts techniques. These techniques, derived from foundational practices when harmoniously combined, exhibit significantly greater potency. That it is through these 3 criteria that one can discern superiority among practitioners. Generally speaking, possessing a higher-level fighting energy technique promises undeniable advantages in the future. However, advanced techniques are notoriously difficult for the average person to obtain. The practices accessible to the common populace are often limited to the yellow level. Some of the more formidable families or smaller sects may have access to profound-level cultivation methods. For instance, the family to which Xiao Yan belongs possesses a top-tier technique, exclusive to the clan leader, the Furious Lion's Roar, a mid-level profound fighting energy technique, characterized by its wind attribute. Above the profound level lies the earth level, yet such sophisticated techniques are likely only found among transcendent forces and great empires. As for the celestial level, it has not been seen for centuries. Theoretically, it is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to attain advanced martial techniques, akin to an insurmountable task. However, nothing is absolute. The vast expanse of the Dou Qi Continent is inhabited by myriad races. In the north, there exists the formidable barbarian tribe, renowned for their immense strength and ability to merge with beast souls. In the south, one can find various highly intelligent families of advanced magical beasts, alongside the notorious dark races, infamous for their sinister and treacherous nature. Due to the continent's expansive territory, many unknown recluses dwell in obscurity, as their lives draw to a close. These solitary individuals may choose to conceal the martial arts they have developed throughout their lives, awaiting a fated individual to discover them. A saying has circulated across the Dou Qi Continent: should you ever find yourself plummeting from a cliff and landing in a cave, do not panic. Take 2 steps forward, and you may very well become a powerful being. This adage is not unfounded throughout the continent's nearly millennium-long history. There are many tales of individuals who have risen to strength through fortuitous encounters. Consequently, this has led to a multitude of dreamers who gather daily at the precipice, prepared to leap in pursuit of unparalleled martial arts. Yet, it is worth noting that most return with broken limbs. In summary, this is a land brimming with miracles and the potential to create them. Naturally, to cultivate the secrets of Dou Qi, one must first attain the status of a true fighter, a goal that currently feels distant for Xiao Yan. Bah! Spitting out the grass root from his mouth, Xiao Yan suddenly sprang to his feet, his face contorted with rage as he howled into the night sky. Are you toying with me, casting me aside as a useless waste? Damn it! In a previous life, Xiao Yan was merely an exceedingly ordinary individual among the masses, with wealth and beauty existing as two parallel lines that never intersected with his own path. However, upon arriving in this realm of Dou Qi, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that, owing to the experiences of 2 lifetimes, his soul was significantly stronger than that of the average person. It is essential to understand that in the realm of Dou Qi, the soul is innate. While it may slightly strengthen with age, there has never been any cultivation technique capable of only enhancing the soul. Even techniques of the heavenly tier cannot achieve this. Such is the common knowledge in the Dou Qi Continent. The fortification of his soul consequently bestowed upon Xiao Yan an extraordinary talent for cultivation, and thus he earned a reputation of a genius. When an ordinary individual realizes that they possess the potential to become the focus of countless gazes, it becomes exceedingly challenging to maintain one's composure. It is evident that Xiao Yan, who was merely an average person in his previous life, lacked such superhuman steadiness. Hence, upon embarking on his journey of cultivating Dou Qi, he opted for the path of a renowned genius rather than choosing to grow quietly in obscurity. Had unforeseen circumstances not intervened, Xiao Yan might have truly ascended to greatness under the mantle of genius. Alas, in the year of his 11th birthday, the title of genius was gradually stripped away by an unexpected turn of events, and in the blink of an eye, the prodigy was reduced to a laughingstock, deemed a waste by the people around him. After a few roars, Xiao Yan's emotions gradually calmed, and his face returned to its usual desolation. At this point, no matter how furious he became, he could not reclaim the Dou Qi cyclone that he had painstakingly cultivated. Bitterly shaking his head, Xiao Yan felt a sense of grievance. After all, he was entirely unaware of what had transpired within his body. Despite regular examinations, he had never detected anything amiss. His soul, with age, had only grown stronger, and his capacity to absorb Dou Qi was even more robust than in his years several years ago. All these factors indicated that his innate talent had not diminished. Yet the Dou Qi that entered his body inexplicably vanished without a trace, leaving Xiao Yan in a state of profound sorrow. With a melancholic sigh, Xiao Yan raised his hand, revealing a black ring upon his finger. The ring was ancient and crafted from an unknown material, adorned with faint, intricate patterns. It was the sole gift bestowed upon him by his mother before her passing. Having worn it since he was 4 years old, Xiao Yan held a deep affection for this memento. Gently caressing the ring, he murmured with a wry smile, "These past few years, I've truly let my mother's expectations down." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head and warmly smiled at the dark woods, saying, "Father, have you come?" Though the Dou Qi is merely divided into 3 stages, Xiao Yan's soul perception is remarkably more acute than that of a 5-star Dou master. Earlier, when he spoke of his mother, he sensed a subtle disturbance in the woods. "Ah, Yenner, why are you still lingering out here at such a late hour?" After a brief silence, a concerned laughter resonated from the forest. As branches swayed, a middle-aged man emerged, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at his son standing in the moonlight. Clad in luxurious gray garments, the man exuded an air of authority with his commanding stride. His thick brows added a touch of gallantry to his demeanor. He was none other than the current patriarch of the Xiao clan, as well as Xiao Yan's father, the 5-star Dou master, Yaochen. "Father, aren't you still awake yourself?" As he regarded the middle-aged man, Xiao Yan's smile deepened. Despite possessing memories from his past life, this father figure had showered him with affection since his birth. Even in his times of misfortune, That love had only intensified, prompting Xiao Yan to willingly call him father. Yinner, are you still pondering over the afternoon's assessment? Xiao Zhan stepped forward, chuckling. Ah, there's nothing to contemplate, it was entirely expected, Xiao Yan replied with a mature shake of his head, though his smile seemed somewhat forced. Sighing, Xiao Zhan looked upon Xiao Yan's still youthful and delicate features. After a moment of silence, he suddenly inquired, Yinner, you're 15 now, correct? Indeed, father, Xiao Yan replied. I in just one more year, it seems. The rite of passage into adulthood will commence, Xiao Zhan remarked with a bitter smile. Indeed, father, just 1 year remains, Xiao Yan replied calmly, his grip tightening slightly. He fully understood the significance of the coming ceremony. If he were to successfully navigate this rite of passage, his lack of cultivation potential would lead to the revocation of his eligibility to enter the Dou Qi Pavilion in search of martial techniques. Instead, he would be relegated to managing the family's various enterprises, attending to mundane matters. Such was the clan's decree, unchangeable even by his father, the clan leader. After all, if one did not become a fighter by the age of 25, they would not receive the family's recognition. I'm truly sorry, Yinner. If, a year from now, your Dou Qi does not reach the 7th tier, I will have no choice but to assign you to the family's enterprises. This clan is not governed solely by well, those old geezers are ever vigilant, waiting for any misstep on my part. Xiao Zhan sighed with a hint of guilt as he gazed at the compass. At Xiao Yan, father, I will strive diligently. 1 year from now, I will undoubtedly achieve the 7th tier of Dou Qi. Xiao Yan reassured him with a smile. A year for tears? Perhaps in the past that might have been feasible, but now, the chances are virtually non-existent. Though he spoke words of comfort, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a self-deprecating smile within his heart. With a deep understanding of Xiao Yan's circumstances, Xiao Zhan could only sigh in response. He was acutely aware of the arduousness of cultivating 4 stages of Dou Qi within a single year. Gently patting Xiao Yan's head, he suddenly smiled and said, It's getting late, you should return to rest. Tomorrow, we shall have distinguished guests in the family, so do not forget your manners. Distinguished guests? Who are they? Xiao Yan inquired with curiosity. You shall find out tomorrow, Xiao Zhan replied, winking at Xiao Yan before laughing heartily and departing, leaving Xiao Yan in a state of helplessness. Rest assured, father, I shall do my utmost, Xiao Yan murmured, caressing the ancient ring upon his finger as he looked up. At that very moment, a faint, peculiar glimmer unexpectedly flickered from the black ancient ring in his grasp, vanishing in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by anyone around.
Chapter 3. The guest upon the bed. The young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his hands forming peculiar mudras before him. His chest rose and fell gently, creating a flawless cycle with each breath. Within this rhythmic inhalation and exhalation, a faint stream of white energy flowed through his nostrils and mouth, nourishing his bones and flesh. As he practiced in meditation, the ancient black ring adorning his finger emitted a strange, subtle glow before sinking back into silence. With a slow exhale, the young man released a breath of stale air, suddenly opening his eyes wide. A glimmer of pale white light flashed within the depths of his dark irises. This was the fighting energy he had just absorbed, yet had not fully refined. The hard-earned fighting energy was dissipating. What the hell? The young man's face contorted with anger as he sensed the turmoil within him, his voice sharp with indignation. After a brief moment of stretching within the confines of his room, an elderly voice called from outside, "Third young master, the clan leader requests your presence in the hall." "Oh," he replied casually, changing into a fresh set of garments. Stepping out of his room, Xiao Yan smiled at the elderly figure in a green robe waiting outside. "Shall we go, Butler, Missouri?" Observing the youthful visage of the boy, the green-robed elder nodded kindly. Yet, as he turned away, a fleeting expression of regret crossed his murky old eyes. Alas, given the third young master's former talents, he should have long since become an exceptional fighter, but sadly. Following the old steward, they traversed through the rear courtyard, finally halting before the solemn guest hall. The elder respectfully knocked on the door before gently pushing it open to enter. The hall was remarkably spacious, filled with a considerable number of individuals. Seated at the forefront were Xiao Zhan and 3 elderly men with indifferent expressions, who were the elders of the clan, wielding power rivaling that of the clan leader. Beneath them on the left sat several influential and capable elders, alongside some exceptional young talents from the family. On the opposite side, 3 unfamiliar figures were seated, presumably the esteemed guests mentioned by Xiao Yan the previous night. Curious glances flitted over the trio, among whom was an elderly man clad in a pale blue robe. His face was adorned with a broad smile, radiating vitality, yet his small eyes sparkled with keen intelligence. Xiao Yan's gaze gradually descended, ultimately resting upon the old man's chest, where he was taken aback to find a silver crescent moon intricately embroidered. Surrounding the crescent were 7 resplendent stars. A 7-star great fighter. This elder was indeed a 7-star great fighter? Such a revelation was astonishing. Xiao Yan's surprise deepened as he realized that this elder's prowess surpassed that of his own father by 2 stars. To attain the rank of great fighter, one must be a formidable force in their own right, a level of strength that would attract the attention of any power. Thus, encountering a figure of such stature left Xiao Yan in a state of disbelief. Beside the elder sat a pair of youthful individuals, adorned in matching moonlight blue robes. The young man, in his 20s, possessed a strikingly handsome visage complemented by a tall and statuesque form, exuding an undeniable charm. Most notably, emblazoned upon his chest were 5 golden stars, emblematic of his prowess. A 5-star fighter. Achieving such a status at approximately 20 years of age speaks volumes of his extraordinary talent for cultivation. His captivating appearance, paired with remarkable strength, rendered him an object of infatuation for several Na'vi maidens within the clan. Even the lovely Xiao Mei, seated nearby, could not help but cast a glance his way, her enchanting eyes shimmering with intrigue. Yet, despite the subtle glances exchanged, the young man appeared largely unfazed, directing his full attention towards the exquisite maiden beside him. This young woman, of similar age to Xiao Yan, surprised him with her beauty, which surpassed even that of Xiao Mei. Within the clan, perhaps only the ethereal Xiao Suner could rival her allure, explaining the young man's disregard for the more ordinary maidens around him. Dangling from the delicate earlobes of the young lady were green jade pendants that swayed gently, producing a melodious chime that hinted at her preciousness. Additionally, upon her chest were 3 golden stars, marking her as a 3-star fighter. If she had not relied on external means to awaken her abilities, she must indeed be an exceptional genius. A gentle breath of cool air escaped from Xiao Yan's lips, yet his gaze lingered only for a fleeting moment on the girl's strikingly beautiful face before he shifted his attention away. Regardless of his youthful appearance, he possessed a soul of maturity. Though the girl was undeniably lovely, he had no desire to exhibit an unseemly demeanor that would repulse her. This unexpected behavior seemed to astonish the girl slightly. She was not one to presume the world revolved around her, yet she was acutely aware of her own beauty and poise. Xiao Yan's casual dismissal left her somewhat taken aback, but ultimately, it was of little consequence. "Father, esteemed elders." He approached swiftly, offering a respectful bow to the 4 figures seated above him. "Ah, Yenner, you've arrived. Please, take a seat," greeted Xiao Yan, halting his conversation with the guests upon noticing Xiao Yan's entrance. He nodded and gestured for him to sit. Sighing inwardly, Xiao Yan reflected on his diminishing status within the family. In the past, he held a more favorable position, yet he now found himself subjected to embarrassment in front of guests, all thanks to these 3 old men. Casting a self-mocking smile, he subtly shook his head. Observing Xiao Yan standing awkwardly, the younger members of the clan could not help but burst into laughter, clearly relishing his discomfort. At that moment, Xiao Yan recognized Xiao Yan's predicament, a flicker of anger crossing his features. He turned to the elder beside him, frowning. "Second elder, you cough. My sincerest apologies for having forgotten the 3rd young master. I shall arrange for everything immediately." The elderly man in the golden robe, caught under Xiao Yan's gaze, offered a faint smile and lightly tapped his forehead in self-reproach. Yet, the hint of sarcasm in his eyes remained largely unmasked. "Brother Xiao Yan, please take a seat here." A gentle laughter from a young girl suddenly resonated through the hall. The 3 elders were momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting to the quiet Xiao Suner in the corner, their lips moving yet refraining from uttering another word. In that corner of the hall, Xiao Suner smiled as she closed the substantial tome in her hands, her demeanor exuding elegance and composure, and playfully blinked at Xiao Yan. Upon seeing the charming smile on Xiao Suner's face, Xiao Yan hesitated momentarily, scratched his nose, and nodded. Then, under the envious gazes of numerous youths, he walked over and seated himself beside her. "You have once again come to my rescue," he remarked with a soft chuckle, inhaling the delicate fragrance that wafted from the girl beside him. Xiao Suner smiled lightly, revealing her adorable dimples, and delicately reopened the ancient book in her hands. Despite her tender age, she possessed an intellectual beauty, her long eyelashes fluttering as they danced over the pages for a brief moment. Suddenly, she spoke in a slightly wistful tone. "Brother Xiao Yan, has it not been 3 years since we sat together alone?" Now, Suner is a genius of the family. Acquiring friends should be a simple matter, no?" Xiao Yan replied, attempting to lighten the mood upon noticing the girl's somewhat forlorn profile. "During the years when Suner was 4 to 6, someone would stealthily enter my room every night, employing rather clumsy techniques and a meager amount of Dou Qi to nurture my bones and meridians. Each time, they would leave drenched in sweat before finally departing. Brother Xiao Yan, who do you think it could be?" After a moment of silence, Suner suddenly turned her head and smiled charmingly at Xiao Yan, her youthful allure causing the eyes of the surrounding young men to glimmer with admiration. "Cough. How would I know? We were so young then." Still crawling on the ground, Xiao Yan stammered, his heart racing as he awkwardly chuckled, quickly diverting his gaze to the hall. With a soft giggle, Suner observed Xiao Yan's reaction, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Her attention shifted to the books before her, and she murmured softly, "Although I understand his intentions are good, I am still a girl, after all. Is it proper to sneakily touch a girl's body? If I were to discover who that person was?" Humph. A flicker of unease crossed Xiao Yan's heart, and he focused his gaze downward, silent and contemplative. Chapter 4. Yunlan sect. After listening for a while, Xiao Yan found himself growing somewhat bored and shook his head. "Brother Xiao Yan, do you know their identities?"
Xuner asked,
her delicate fingers turning the ancient pages of the book beside her, her smile unwavering. "Do you know?" Curious, Xiao Yan turned his head in astonishment. "Did you notice the silver sword shaped like a cloud on the cuffs of their robes?" Suner replied with a slight smile. "Oh?" A spark of realization ignited within him as he directed his gaze toward the 3 individual sleeves, where indeed he spotted the cloud-shaped silver sword. "They are from the Yunlan sect," Xiao Yan whispered in surprise. Although he had not ventured out to gain experience, Xiao Yan had perused various texts that detailed information about this sword sect. The city where the Xiao family resided was named Wutan City, which fell under the jurisdiction of the Jia Ma Empire, despite its advantageous position at the foothills of the Monster Mountain Range, allowing it to ascend among the empire's major cities. It merely occupied a humble rank at the bottom. The Xiao family held considerable influence in Wutan City, yet they were not the sole power. There were 2 other prominent families whose strengths were comparable to that of the Xiao family. For decades, the 3 factions had engaged in both overt and covert conflicts, yet none had emerged victorious. If the Xiao family could be deemed the hegemon of Wutan City, then the Yunlan sect, as mentioned by Xiao Yan, might be regarded as the overlord of the entire Jia Ma Empire. The disparity between them was akin to a vast chasm, and it was no wonder that even his usually stern father expressed a certain reverence when speaking of them. "What brings them to our family?" Xiao Yan inquired softly, a hint of confusion in his voice. With a slight pause of her delicate fingers, Suner remained silent for a moment before responding. "Perhaps it relates to you, Brother Xiao Yan." "Me? I have had no prior interactions with them," Xiao Yan replied, taken aback, shaking his head in denial. "Do you know the name of that young lady?" Suner cast a subtle glance at the exquisite girl across from them. "What?" Frowning, Xiao Yan pressed for clarification. "Nalan Yenran." Suner's face revealed a hint of peculiarity as she observed the somewhat stiff Xiao Yan. "Nalan Yenran? The granddaughter of the Lionheart Marshal Nalan Jie from the Jia Ma Empire? The very one. The one to whom I am betrothed by arrangement?" Xiao Yan's expression turned rigid as he spoke. My grandfather was once a life-and-death friend of Nalan Jie, and coincidentally, you and Nalan Yenyen were born at the same time. Thus, the 2 old gentlemen arranged this marriage. However, regrettably, My grandfather passed away from severe injuries sustained in battle with his enemies 3 years after your birth. As time elapsed, the relationship between the Xiao family and the Nalan family gradually diminished. Su Er paused for a moment, gazing at Xiao Yan's wide-eyed expression, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She continued, Nalan Jie is not only headstrong but also places immense value on promises. The marriage contract was agreed upon by him personally. So even though brother Xiao Yan's reputation has suffered in recent years, he has yet to send anyone to annul the engagement. That old man is indeed stubbornly endearing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Nalan Jie wields absolute authority within the family. His words are rarely challenged. Although he is quite fond of his granddaughter Nalan Yanyan, persuading him to dissolve the engagement would prove quite challenging. Su Er's beautiful eyes curved playfully as she remarked, however, 5 years ago, Nalan Yanyan was personally taken as a disciple by Yun Lanzong's master, Yun Yun. Over these 5 years, Nalan Yanyan has exhibited exceptional talent in cultivation, earning Yun Yun's unwavering affection. When one possesses the power to alter their own destiny, they will go to great lengths to eliminate what they find unsatisfactory. Unfortunately for brother Xiao Yan, the engagement is precisely what she finds most disagreeable. Are you suggesting that she has come to annul the engagement? As his expression shifted, a surge of fury welled up within Xiao Yan. This anger did not stem from Nalan Yanran's disdain towards him. To be candid, although the young woman before him was undeniably beautiful, Xiao Yan was not a lecherous man governed by base desires. Even if he could not forge a bond with her, it would merely leave him with a sense of regret, a common sentiment among men. However, should she publicly request the annulment of their engagement in front of a crowd, it would bring disgrace upon his father, the clan leader. Nalan Yanran was not only stunning and charming but also held a prestigious position, blessed with extraordinary talent. When others discussed this matter, they would perceive Xiao Yan as a toad yearning for a swan, only to be trampled beneath its feet. Such a scenario would render both Xiao Yan and his father subjects of ridicule, severely undermining their dignity. Drawing a breath of the chilly air, Xiao Yan's concealed hand clenched tightly within his sleeve. If he were a Dou master at this moment, who would dare to tread upon him in such a manner? Indeed, had Xiao Yan possessed the strength of a Dou master, even with Nalan Yanran backed by the Yunlan sect, she would not have dared to act so brazenly. A mere 15-year-old Dou master was a rarity throughout the annals of Dou Qi Continent's history, with only a handful having achieved such status, and those few had long since ascended to the pinnacle of the Dou Qi cultivation realm. A delicate little hand quietly slipped through the sleeve, gently pressing against the tightly clenched palm of Xiao Yan. Sun Er softly said, Brother Xiao Yan, if she truly acts in such a manner, it is merely her own loss. I believe that in the future, she will regret her short-sightedness today. Regret? A scoff escaped Xiao Yan's lips, his face etched with self-mockery. What qualifications do I possess at present? Sun Er, it appears you have a profound understanding of them. Some of the things you mentioned earlier might even be unknown to my father, correct? How did you come to know? With a slight wave of his hand, Xiao Yan's tone abruptly shifted, posing his inquiry. Sun Er was taken aback, yet remained silent with a smile. Observing her evasive demeanor, Xiao Yan could only helplessly curl his lips. Although Sun Er shared the surname Xiao, there was no blood relation between them, and he had never laid eyes on her parents. Whenever he inquired about his own father, the latter would immediately cease speaking, his face a mask of smiles, clearly wary of Sun Er's parents, perhaps even fearful. In Xiao Yan's heart, Sun Er's identity was shrouded in mystery. No matter how subtly he probed, this clever girl would always respond with silence, leaving Xiao Yan with no course of action. Sigh, forget it. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. Shaking his head, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly darkened, for across from him, under the incessant signaling of Nalan Yanran, the elder finally stood up. Chapter 5. Gathering Qi dispersed. The elderly man in white cleared his throat lightly, rose to his feet, and with a respectful gesture towards Xiao Zhan, smiled and said, Patriarch Xiao, I have come to your esteemed family primarily to seek a favor. Mr. Guyi, please do not hesitate to share your request. If it lies within our capabilities, the Xiao family shall not decline. Xiao Zhan responded courteously, not daring to show any disrespect towards the elder. However, He refrained from being overly assertive, as he was uncertain of the nature of the request. With a slight smile, Dou Qi pointed to the young lady beside him and inquired, "Patriarch Xiao, do you recognize her?" I beg your pardon for my lack of insight, but this young lady." Xiao Yan hesitated, taking a moment to scrutinize the girl before awkwardly shaking his head. Years ago, when Nalan Yanran was taken as a disciple by Yun Yun at the tender age of 10, she had spent 5 years cultivating in the Yunlan sect. Having not seen her for so long, Xiao Yan naturally did not recognize the young woman before him as his nominal daughter-in-law. Cough. Her name is Nalan Yanran. Nalan Yanran? The granddaughter of Old Master Nalan? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a radiant expression of joy as he recalled past events. He promptly offered a warm smile to the young lady, saying, "Ah, it is you, dear niece Nalan. It has been many years since we last met. Please do not hold it against your uncle for not recognizing you." The unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. The 3 elders exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly. "Uncle Xiao, it is I who should apologize for not having come to pay my respects." "How could I possibly blame you, Uncle Xiao?" Nalan Yanran replied with a sweet smile. "Hehe, Nalan Yenji, I have long heard of your acceptance under the esteemed Yun Yun. At first I thought it was mere gossip, yet it turns out to be true. You truly possess remarkable talent," remarked Xiao Yan with a smile. "It is merely good fortune," Nalan Yenji replied with a faint smile, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Xiao Yan's enthusiasm. Beneath the table, her hand gently tugged at Gu Ye's sleeve. "Hehe, clan leader Xiao, the matter I wish to discuss today pertains to Yenji, and it has been personally initiated by the esteemed sect master," Gu Yi stated with a light chuckle, his expression becoming slightly solemn upon mentioning the sect master. Xiao Yan's demeanor shifted as he reined in his smile. After all, Yun Yun, the sect master of Yunlan sect, was a significant figure in the Gamma Empire. As the leader of a minor clan, he could hardly afford to provoke her. But what could necessitate the assistance of the Xiao clan given her power and influence? A certain possibility crossed Xiao Yan's mind, causing his mouth to twitch involuntarily, and his large hand trembled slightly. Fortunately, the concealment of his sleeves masked the movement, so it went unnoticed. Suppressing the rising anger within, he spoke with a quivering voice. "Mr. Gu Yi, please proceed." Cough. A hint of embarrassment suddenly appeared on Gu Ye's face. However, recalling the master's affection for Nalan Yanran, she could only grit her teeth and smile, saying, "Chief Xiao, as you are aware, the Yunlan sect is quite stern, and the master holds high expectations for Yanran. Essentially, she is being groomed as the next leader of the Yunlan sect. Due to certain peculiar regulations, the master's successor must not be entangled with any males before officially assuming the role. After inquiring with Yanran, the master learned of her betrothal to the Xiao family. Thus, he wishes to request that you, Chief Xiao, consider dissolving this engagement." With a resounding crack, the jade cup in Xiao Yan's hand shattered into a cloud of powder. The atmosphere in the hall grew eerily silent, and the 3 elders above were momentarily taken aback by Gu Ye's words. Yet, after a brief pause, their gazes towards Xiao Yan were tinged with mockery and derision. How amusing it is to witness someone forcibly come to annul an engagement. One wonders what prestige remains for this chief to manage his clan. The younger generation, unaware of the engagement between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran, began to inquire with their parents beside them. Their expressions swiftly transformed, eyes gleaming with scornful ridicule as they cast derisive glances at Xiao Yan in the corner. Observing the grim countenance of Xiao Yan, Nalan Yanran dared not lift her head, burying it down as her fingers nervously intertwined. "Chief Xiao, I understand that this request may seem rather unreasonable, yet I implore you, for the sake of the master, to dissolve the engagement." With a resigned sigh, Gu Yi spoke softly. Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly, a faint azure aura gradually enveloping his body, ultimately coalescing into an ethereal lion's head upon his visage. This was the Xiao family's supreme technique, the wrath of the rampaging lion, rank intermediate of the mysterious tier. Observing Xiao Yan's reaction, Gu Ye's expression turned grave, positioning himself protectively in front of Nalan Yanran. His hands curled into talon-like claws, the azure energy converging within them, emanating sharp and piercing sword-like qi. This was the profound technique of the Yunlan sect, the azure wood sword art. Rank, low level of the mysterious tier. As the two powerful auras erupted, the weaker youths in the hall turned pale, their chests tightening uncomfortably. Just as Xiao Yan's breaths grew increasingly rapid, the stern voices of three elders echoed through the hall like thunder. Xiao Yan, cease at once. Do not forget, you are the patriarch of the Xiao clan. Stiffening, Xiao Yan's aura slowly receded, eventually dissipating entirely. Nalan Yenran's delicate form shivered slightly as she murmured, Uncle Xiao. Just call me Patriarch Xiao. I cannot bear the title of uncle. You are destined to be the future leader of the Yunlan sect and a prominent figure in the Dou Qi Continent. My Yener is merely of mediocre talent and is indeed unworthy of you, Xiao Yan replied coldly, dismissively waving his hand. Thank you for your understanding, Patriarch Xiao. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi was elated and smiled apologetically at Xiao Yan. Patriarch Xiao, the sect master, is aware that today's request may seem rather impolite. Hence he entrusted me to bring a token of apology. As she spoke, Gu Yi reached out to caress a ring on her finger, and an ancient jade box, entirely enveloped in green, materialized in her hand. Upon cautiously opening the box, an enchanting fragrance immediately filled the hall, invigorating all who inhaled it. The three elders leaned forward in curiosity, gazing into the jade container, their bodies jolting in surprise as they exclaimed, Qi gathering powder? Within the ancient box lay a pill, emerald in hue and the size of a longan, resting quietly. The alluring scent emanated from this very pill, a remarkable substance that left countless aspirants of becoming combatants yearning for it day and night, yet unable to attain it. To speak of Qi gathering powder is to speak of its creator, the alchemist. In the realm of combat, there exists a profession that surpasses that of mere combatants, known as alchemists. As the name suggests, they possess the extraordinary ability to concoct various miraculous elixirs that augment one's strength. Any alchemist is fervently sought after by various factions, pursued at any cost, enjoying a status of immense prestige and influence. The esteemed position of an alchemist is intrinsically linked to their rarity and practicality, as the path to becoming one is exceedingly arduous. Firstly, one must possess the fire attribute, and additionally, there must be a trace of wood energy intermingled within the fiery essence to facilitate the alchemical process. It is essential to understand that, in the realm of combat, a person's attributes are determined by their soul, and a soul can only embody a single attribute, devoid of any other. Thus, it is virtually impossible for a single body to possess two differing attributes of varying strengths. Indeed, in a world of countless souls, there exist those with unique variations, and it is these individuals who possess the potential to become alchemists. However, merely having a soul aligned with the attributes of fire and wood does not suffice to be deemed a true alchemist. An equally essential condition for this craft is the sensitivity of the soul, often referred to as the soul's shaping ability. When it comes to concocting elixirs, three critical elements must be considered: materials, the source of flame, and the soul's perceptive power. The materials, naturally, consist of various rare treasures and resources. Alchemists are not divine beings. Without exquisite materials, they find themselves akin to skilled cooks unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. Thus, the quality of materials is paramount. The source of flame refers to the fire required during the alchemical process. Ordinary flames are insufficient. One must utilize flames catalyzed by fire attribute combat aura. Furthermore, the world is replete with extraordinary flames, and those alchemists of considerable prowess often harness these unique fires. Such flames not only enhance the success rate of their concoctions, but also yield elixirs with far more potent effects compared to those produced by ordinary combat flames. As alchemy is a time-consuming endeavor, it exhausts combat aura significantly over prolonged periods. Consequently, every distinguished alchemist is, in truth, a formidable practitioner of flame combat. The final requisite, then, is the sensitivity of the soul. In the art of alchemy, the mastery of fire is of paramount importance. Sometimes, a mere fraction of excess heat can reduce an entire cauldron of elixirs to ashes, rendering all efforts futile. Thus, the ability to control the flames is an essential skill for any alchemist. However, achieving such control necessitates a robust soul perception. Without this, Even the most diligent practitioner will find their endeavors to be in vain. Given these stringent conditions, those who possess the qualifications to become alchemists are indeed rare, and as the number of alchemists dwindles, so too do the extraordinary potions they create. Rarity begets value, which in turn cultivates a somewhat distorted yet esteemed status for alchemists. Within the grand hall, as the three elders gasped in astonishment, the youths present widened their eyes in disbelief, their fervent gazes fixated on the jade box held by Gu Yi. Seated beside her father, Xiao Mei delicately licked her crimson lips, her gaze unwaveringly locked onto the jade box. Ha! This elixir was personally crafted by our esteemed elder, Master Gu Yi. Surely you have heard of his illustrious name? Gu Yi remarked, unable to suppress a sense of pride as she observed the elder's astonished expressions. The fact that this potion originates from the hands of the Pill King Gu Yi, the three elders were visibly shaken upon hearing this revelation. The Pill King Gu Yi wields immense influence within the Jiamar Empire, his alchemical prowess shrouded in mystery, leaving countless powerful individuals yearning to curry favor with him, yet finding no means to do so. Not only is Gu Yi's alchemical skill remarkable, but he has also ascended to the rank of Dou Wang, positioning himself among the top 10 strongest individuals in the Jiamar Empire. Such a remarkable individual, the value of the qi-gathering pill emanating from his hands is likely to multiply several times over. The three elders gazed with delight at the qi-gathering pill nestled within the jade box. If the family were to possess this pill, they would undoubtedly be able to nurture another young fighter. Just as the three elders contemplated how to procure this elixir for their grandchildren, a subdued yet piercing voice broke through the tranquility of the hall. The atmosphere fell silent, and all eyes shifted abruptly to the corner where the youthful figure of Xiao Yan, with his refined countenance, stood. Xiao Yan, this is not a place for you to speak. Silence yourself. One elder admonished sternly, his expression darkening. Xiao Yan, please withdraw. I understand your discomfort, but we shall handle matters here, another elder, older in age, added calmly. Esteemed elders, if today the betrothed were your sons or grandsons, would you still maintain such a stance? Xiao Yan slowly rose to his feet, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips as he inquired. The elder's disdain for him was palpable, and thus he felt no need to feign submission before them. You! The elders were momentarily taken aback. The irascible third elder glared with wide eyes, his fighting spirit gradually manifesting. Esteemed elders, my brother Xiao Yan speaks the truth. He is directly involved in this matter. It would be prudent for you not to interfere, a gentle voice interjected, resonating softly within the hall. Upon hearing the girl's delicate words, the elder's hostility dissipated instantly. They exchanged resigned glances and nodded in agreement. Suppressing the doubts within his heart, Xiao Yan strode forward, first bowing respectfully to Xiao Zhan, and then turning to face Nalan Yenran. Taking a deep breath, he calmly inquired, Miss Nalan, may I ask if the matter of today's annulment of engagement has received the consent of Elder Nalan? Having witnessed Xiao Yan's sudden intervention, Nalan Yenran felt a twinge of displeasure. Now, upon hearing his question, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Initially, he had seemed quite agreeable, yet now he appeared to be an insistent and bothersome presence. Did he not understand the disparity between them? As she chastised Xiao Yan in her thoughts, she failed to consider the profound embarrassment and anger that both he and his father must be experiencing due to her public renunciation of their engagement. Rising to her feet, she gazed at the youth who was supposed to be her husband, and with a soft yet indifferent tone, she replied, My grandfather has not consented. However, this is my affair and does not concern him. Since the elder had yet to speak, I hope you can understand that my father will not acquiesce to your demands either. The initial agreement was made by the two elder gentlemen, and as they have not voiced their intent to annul it, no one dares to dissolve this union. Otherwise, it would be a desecration of the deceased ancestors. I believe there is no one in our clan who would commit such an act of defiance. Is there? Xiao Yan slightly inclined his head, coldly gazing at the three elders. Under the weight of Xiao Yan's admonition, the three elders fell silent, for in their austere family, such an accusation was enough to strip them of their positions as elders. Stunned by Xiao Yan's abrupt retort, Nalan Yenran paused, unable to find a counter-argument. Her delicate face flushed with exasperation, and she stamped her foot with considerable force. Drawing a deep breath, the spoiled temper that had been indulged for years surfaced, and she fixed the young man before her with a gaze of undisguised loathing. Her heart in turmoil, she cut straight to the chase. What exactly do you want to agree to dissolve the engagement? Is the compensation insufficient? Very well. I can have my teacher grant you 3 more qi-gathering pills. Furthermore, if you are willing, I can even arrange for you to enter the Cloud Lanzong to study profound Dou Qi techniques. Would that be sufficient? As the young woman uttered one tempting condition after another, the 3 elders felt their breathing quicken. The young men in the hall swallowed hard, their Adam's apples bobbing. To enter the Cloud Lanzong for cultivation? Heavens, that was the fervent aspiration of countless individuals. Contrary to Nalin Yenran's expectations, upon hearing her words, the young man before her trembled violently. He slowly raised his head, his delicate, youthful face now contorted into a somewhat terrifying expression. Despite enduring ridicule for 3 years, Xiao Yan possessed his own bottom line. Nalin Yenran's condescending, almost charitable gesture trampled upon the last vestiges of dignity hidden deep within Xiao Yan's heart. Startled by the young man's ferocious appearance, the young woman hastily retreated a step. The handsome youth beside her abruptly drew his long sword, his gaze icily fixed upon Xiao Yan. I truly have the urge to slaughter you. As his teeth trembled, a chilling malice escaped his lips. Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly, his obsidian eyes ablaze with fury. Yener, do not be disrespectful. Startled by Xiao Yan's actions, Xiao Zhan admonished him. The Xiao family cannot afford to offend the Yunlan sect at this moment. With his fists tightly balled, Xiao Yan lowered his head momentarily, only to raise it again gently. Yet the previous ferocity had transformed into an unsettling calm. Over the past 3 years, despite enduring discrimination and mockery, Xiao Yan had forged an extraordinary resilience. Before him stood Nalin Yenran, the favored one of the Yunlan sect. If he were to act against her now, it would undoubtedly bring countless troubles upon his father, compelling him to endure. Observing the young man, whose inner turmoil had seemingly subsided in an instant, Gu Yi and Nalin Yenran felt an unexpected chill. This young man, if he were to remain powerless, would be inconsequential. However, should he gain strength, he would undoubtedly become a formidable threat. Gu Yi pondered gravely. Nalin Yenran, Xiao Yan replied, though I do not comprehend what has incited your ire, I implore you to annul our engagement. Taking a deep breath, Nalin Yenran steadied her nerves, her expression turning somber. Please remember, my visit to the Xiao family is sanctioned by my master, the leader of the Yunlan sect. With her lips pursed, Nalin Yenran slightly tilted her head and, with a hint of resignation, stated, you may perceive this as coercion. However, you must be aware that reality often lacks absolute fairness. Though I do not wish to convey any particular sentiment, you are undoubtedly cognizant of the disparity between us. We possess little hope. Listening to the girl's judgment, which resonated with an ethereal authority, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a cynical smile. Miss Nalin, you ought to recognize that in the Dou Qi Continent, it is exceedingly humiliating for the other party when a woman calls off an engagement. My skin may be thick, but what of my father? He is the leader of our clan. If I were to acquiesce to your demands today, how could he govern the Xiao family in the future? How could he maintain our standing in Wutan City? What agreement? Xiao Yan inquired with a furrowed brow. I can postpone today's request for 3 years. After 3 years, you may challenge me at the Yunlan sect. Should you lose, I will publicly annul the engagement. By then, I trust you will have undergone your family's coming-of-age ceremony. Thus, even in defeat, it would not cause too much embarrassment for Uncle Xiao. Do you dare to accept? Nalin Yenran stated calmly. Indeed, if I were to lose, then it may spare my father's reputation from further tarnishing, but I fear I would bear the shame of defeat for a lifetime. This woman is truly ruthless. With a bitter smile of resentment, Xiao Yan's face was painted with sarcasm. Miss Nalin, you are not unaware of Yener's circumstances. What do you expect him to challenge you with? Is there any merit in subjecting him to such humiliation? Xiao Zhan exclaimed, slamming his palm onto the table in anger. Uncle Xiao, the matter of breaking off an engagement invariably requires someone to assume responsibility. Were it not for the preservation of your dignity, Yanran would have forcibly ended the engagement at this very moment and made it public. After facing several obstacles, Yanran, growing somewhat impatient, turned to the silent Xiao Yan and sharply retorted, "Since you are unwilling to let Uncle Xiao lose face, then accept the terms. After 3 years, will you choose the former or the latter? Miss Nalan, for the sake of old Master Nalan, allow me to offer you a few words of counsel. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth simply because of their current poverty." Xiao Yan's cold words resonated, causing Yanran's delicate frame to tremble slightly. Well said about not underestimating the impoverished youth. My son, Xiao Zhan, is extraordinary. At the head of the table, Xiao Zhan's eyes sparkled as he slammed his palms down upon the surface, splattering tea everywhere. Glaring at the boy who mocked him, Yanran, accustomed to being spoiled, had never encountered such reprimand from her peers. Infuriated and feeling lightheaded, her voice, tinged with youthful indignation, became somewhat shrill. "What gives you the right to lecture me? Even if your former talent was unmatched, you are but a useless person now. Very well, I, Yanran, shall await the day you surpass me. Today, I will refrain from mentioning the dissolution of our engagement. However, 3 years hence, I shall be waiting for you at Yunlan sect. If you possess the capability, show me just how far you can rise. Should you manage to defeat me by then, I, Yanran, will serve you for life, bound by your will. Of course, if in 3 years you remain as ineffectual as you are now, you shall obediently hand over the contract for the dissolution of our engagement." Gazing at the girl with a pale face, Xiao Yan mockingly remarked, "You need not wait 3 years. I find myself utterly devoid of any interest in you." With that, he disregarded the icy expression of Yanran, abruptly turned, and strode towards the table, where he began to write fervently. Ink fell, and the pen paused. Suddenly, Xiao Yan drew a short sword from the table, its razor-sharp blade swiftly carving a wound across his left palm. The blood-stained hand left a glaring imprint upon the pristine paper. Gently lifting this contract, Xiao Yan let out a cold chuckle, and as he passed by Yanran, he forcefully slammed it onto the table. "Do not presume that I, Xiao Yan, hold any regard for your so-called genius status as a wife. This contract does not annul our engagement. Rather, it serves as a decree of your expulsion from the Xiao family. Henceforth you, Yanran, shall bear no further ties with the Xiao clan. You dare to divorce me?" Yanran stared incredulously at the blood-stained contract on the table, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. How could it be that a mere waste from a small clan would so brazenly cast her aside, despite her beauty, talent, and esteemed background? This sudden turn of events felt utterly surreal to her. Gazing coldly at Yanran's astonished expression, Xiao Yan abruptly turned away and knelt before Xiao Zhan, bowing his head heavily. He bit his lip, yet stubbornly remained silent. Although it was ostensibly he who expelled Yanran from the family, the truth would be misconstrued by others. Those unaware of the situation would merely assume that Yanran, with her formidable background, had coerced the Xiao family into severing the engagement. After all, with Yanran's remarkable talent, beauty, and lineage, it was abundantly clear that she was far too good for a mere waste of a young master from the Xiao family. No one would believe that Xiao Yan possessed the audacity to dismiss a potential leader of the Yunlan sect. Consequently, as Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan would undoubtedly face countless scorn. Observing the kneeling Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan, fully aware of his son's profound remorse, smiled faintly and remarked, "I believe my son will not remain a waste forever. Trifling rumors will inevitably crumble before reality in due time. Father, 3 years hence, I shall journey to the Yunlan sect to personally vindicate today's humiliation." With tears welling in his eyes, Xiao Yan bowed deeply once more and then rose, resolutely striding towards the hall's exit. As he passed by Yanran, he paused, his youthful voice tinged with icy determination. "In 3 years, I will seek you out." The silhouette of the young man stretched long under the sun, appearing solitary and desolate. Yanran's delicate lips parted slightly as she gazed vacantly at the gradually vanishing figure. The contract in her hand suddenly felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. "Uncle Xiao, I apologize for today's events. If you have the opportunity in the future, please visit the Nalan family." She bowed respectfully to the indifferent Xiao Yan and, not wishing to linger, rose to depart towards the hall's exit. Behind her, Gu Yi and the handsome young man hurried to catch up, dissipate the gathered energy as well. With a swift motion of his hand, Xiao Yan coldly sent the jade box on the table flying away. Gu Yi reached back, skillfully catching the box and, with a wry smile, stowed it away in his ring. Miss of the Nalan family, I hope you will not regret the actions of today's young lady in the future. Furthermore, do not presume that the support of Yunlan sect grants you the liberty to act without restraint. The Dou Qi Continent is vast, and many are stronger than Yun. Just as Nalan Yenran and her companions were about to exit, a light, indifferent voice suddenly echoed, belonging to the girl in the purple dress, who was gently turning the pages of a book in the corner. The three halted abruptly, their gazes shifting toward her. Sunlight streamed through the gaps of the doors and windows, enveloping the young girl within its warm embrace. From a distance, she resembled a purple lotus blooming in the mundane world, serene and exquisite, untouched by dust. As if sensing the gaze of the three, the girl lifted her delicate visage from the ancient pages. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, suddenly ignited with a slender wisp of golden flame. Beholding the tiny golden fire within her gaze, Gu Ye's body trembled violently, terror swiftly clouding his aged countenance. His withered hands grasped in a panic at the perplexed Nalan Yenran and the young man, before he fled the hall as if for his life. Observing Gu Ye's frantic actions, the majority of those in the hall, save for a few, were left utterly bewildered. Chapter 8. The mysterious elder with an expression devoid of emotion. Xiao Yan departed from the hall, his mind somewhat adrift. Following his usual routine, he gradually ascended the family's rear mountain, settling upon the cliffside, where he gazed calmly at the perilous peaks shrouded in mist before him, home to the renowned monster mountain range of the Jiamat Empire. Ah, strength! In this world, without power, one is worth less than a mere pile of refuse, for even refuse is seldom dared to be trodden upon. With a gentle shrug of his shoulders, the youth's low, self-mocking laughter, tinged with sorrow and indignation, reverberated softly across the mountaintop. With his fingers entwined in a cascade of ebony hair, Xiao Yan bit down hard on his lip, allowing a trickle of crimson to seep from the corner of his mouth. Though he maintained a facade of composure in the grand hall, the words of Nalan Yenran cut into him like a knife, sending tremors coursing through his entire being. I refuse to endure such humiliation a second time. He opened his left hand, marred by a streak of blood, his voice raspy yet resolute. Well, little one, it seems you are in need of assistance. A raspy, ancient chuckle suddenly echoed in his ears just as Xiao Yan vowed to himself. His expression shifted, and he swiftly turned around, his keen, eagle-like gaze scanning the area behind him. Yet he found not a single silhouette. Don't bother searching. I'm right on your finger. The eerie laughter rang out again, stretching into infinity. His pupils constricted as Xiao Yan's gaze abruptly fixed upon the ancient black ring adorning his right hand. Are you the one speaking? He fought to suppress the terror swelling within him, striving to steady his voice. Remarkably composed for a little one, Yu Haven T even flinched. The ring replied with a mocking tone. Who are you? Why are you within my ring? What do you intend to do? After a brief silence, Xiao Yan articulated the pressing questions with clarity. Do not concern yourself with my identity for now. I assure you, I mean you no harm. After all these years, I have finally encountered someone with a soul strong enough to pass the test. What a stroke of luck. However, I must first express my gratitude for your offerings over the past 3 years. Without them, I would likely still be in slumber. Devotion? With a puzzled blink, Xiao Yan's youthful countenance suddenly darkened, and with a chilling tone, he stammered, the mysterious disappearance of my fighting energy within me. Was it your doing? I was left with no choice, dear child. Do not hold it against me. How dare you? Typically composed and tranquil, Xiao Yan now erupted in a fit of rage, his small face contorted with fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore the ring from his finger, a relic left by his mother, and hurled it forcefully into the abyss below. As soon as the ring slipped from his grasp, a wave of panic surged through him, and he reached out in vain to retrieve it, but it had already plummeted down the cliff. staring blankly at the ring vanishing into the mist. Xiao Yan stood in stunned silence for a while. Gradually, his expression softened, and he chastised himself. Foolish child. How reckless, how reckless. Having just realized that the source of his humiliation over the past 3 years was the very ring he had worn, it was no wonder that Xiao Yan had lost control. After sitting at the cliff's edge for a moment, he reluctantly shook his head, rose to his feet, and turned around. His eyes widened in astonishment, and his fingers trembled as they pointed at the phenomenon before him. Before Xiao Yan hovered an ancient, pitch-black ring, and what shocked him even more was the transparent, ethereal figure of an elderly man floating above it. Dear child, is such fury truly necessary? It was merely the absorption of 3 years' worth of your fighting energy. The transparent elder, with a smile gracing his features, fixed his gaze upon the astonished Xiao Yan and spoke. With a twitch of his lips, Xiao Yan's voice, strained with suppressed anger, emerged. Old man, since you have concealed yourself within this ring, you must certainly be aware of the scorn I have endured due to your absorption of my Dou Qi. Yet, amidst these 3 years of ridicule, have you not also grown? Do you believe that 3 years ago you could have possessed such resilience and intellect as you do now? The elder, with an ambiguous smile, replied nonchalantly. As Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, his emotions gradually began to settle. After the storm of fury, a wave of joy surged within him. Now that he had unraveled the mystery behind the disappearance of his Dou Qi, it was certain that his innate talent had also returned. The mere thought of finally shedding the title of waste invigorated him, making him feel as if he were reborn. The loathsome old man before him seemed less repugnant in that moment. Some things are only truly appreciated when lost. To regain what was once lost fosters a deeper appreciation. With a gentle flex of his wrist, Xiao Yan exhaled deeply and raised his head, stating, "Though I know not who you truly are, I must inquire. Do you intend to continue residing within this ring to siphon my Dou Qi? If that is your wish, I suggest you seek another host, for I cannot afford to sustain you." The elder chuckled, stroking his long beard, and replied, "Others do not possess the formidable soul perception that you do. Since I have chosen to reveal myself, I shall refrain from absorbing your Dou Qi without your consent in the future." Xiao Yan rolled his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips as he chose to remain silent. He had firmly resolved that no matter how eloquently this old man spoke, he would no longer allow him to linger by his side. "Little one, do you wish to grow stronger? Do you long for the admiration of others?" Though he had mentally categorized the elder as someone to avoid, Xiao Yan's heart still fluttered at these words. "Now that I have discerned the reason behind the disappearance of my fighting energy, do I still require your assistance to become powerful, given my innate talent?" Drawing a slow breath, Xiao Yan spoke with an air of indifference, aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Accepting the favor of a mysterious figure without hesitation is hardly a prudent choice. Had it not been for your siphoning of my fighting energy, would I have endured such humiliation? He fumed, his expression darkening as he glared at the elder. With a frustrated sigh, Xiao Yan cast a sideways glance at the seemingly inscrutable transparent elder, a thought crossing his mind as he smirked. "You possess a solution, do you not?" "Perhaps," the elder replied with a vague, mischievous chuckle. "The little one is quite the strategist. If you offer me no assistance, why should I carry a burden at my side? I suggest you seek out another unfortunate soul to ensnare," Xiao Yan retorted with a sneer. After conversing for a while, he had discerned that this transparent elder could not freely absorb the fighting energy of others. "You hardly resemble a 15-year-old. It seems you have indeed matured considerably over these 3 years. Could this be seen as a consequence of my own actions?" Gazing at the slick Xiao Yan, the elder was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and remarked nonchalantly, "If you wish for me to continue supporting you, you must exhibit a modicum of sincerity. Don't you think? What a sharp-tongued little rascal. Very well. Who am I to deny that I still require assistance from this young one?" With a resigned nod, the elder descended to the ground, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Xiao Yan. A fleeting smirk of cunning triumph appeared and quickly vanished from his face. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly uttered, "Do you aspire to become an alchemist?" Chapter 9. The medicine elder. An alchemist? Xiao Yan was taken aback, furrowing his brow in contemplation. In the Dou Qi Continent, everyone yearns to become an alchemist, but is it truly a pursuit accessible to just anyone? Those stringent requirements. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he abruptly looked up, mouth agape. Have I truly met the criteria? The elder, appreciating the blend of shock, anticipation, and elation on Xiao Yan's face, stroked his beard for a moment before scrutinizing him once more. With a seemingly troubled sigh, he remarked, though you barely qualify, I do owe you a favor. Alas, let this be my way of repaying that debt. Casting a sidelong glance at the somewhat reluctant elder, Xiao Yan couldn't shake the feeling that the elder's claim of merely qualifying seemed dubious. However, in this moment of joy, he was also tinged with skepticism. Even if I meet the requirements, alchemists are typically taught through direct mentorship. Are you, perchance, an alchemist yourself? Gazing at the old man's face, which was marked by skepticism, a sly smile crept across the elder's lips as he puffed out his chest slightly, his voice tinged with an unmistakable pride. Indeed, I am a pharmacist. With a blink, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up at the revelation. A pharmacist, after all, was a rare breed. Excuse me, esteemed elder, may I inquire as to your rank as a pharmacist? Xiao Yan licked his lips, his youthful voice infused with a newfound politeness. In the Dou Qi Continent, although pharmacists were scarce, their noble status warranted a clearly defined hierarchy, ranging from 1 to 9. Previously, in the hall, the owner of the gathering gas powder, Dan Wanggu He, was a 6th-grade pharmacist, revered as the preeminent figure in the pharmacological realm of the Jiama Empire. What rank? I can't quite remember. Ah, young one, are you actually interested in learning? The elder suddenly inquired, shaking his head with a hint of impatience. Yes. Xiao Yan hastily nodded, no longer hesitating. A pharmacist, even in a colossal force like the Yunlan sect, was regarded as a precious individual worthy of utmost respect. Hey, are you willing? So, then take me as your master, the elder said, crossing his legs atop a slab of blue stone, a cunning smile adorning his face. Must I formally accept you as my master? Xiao Yan questioned, exasperated. Of course. Do you expect me to impart my knowledge freely without such a bond? Dream on. The elder rolled his eyes, evidently fixated on the importance of this master-disciple relationship. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yan understood that to become a distinguished pharmacist, he must respectfully perform the ceremony of apprenticeship before the elder. Observing Xiao Yan's meticulous demeanor, the elder nodded in satisfaction, his voice now imbued with a touch of warmth. I am known as Yao Lao. As for my origins, it is best not to divulge them at this moment, lest it distract you. You need only understand that those who claim to be the king of elixirs are, in essence, quite insignificant. Xiao Yan's lips twitched at the elder's casual demeanor, and he swallowed the words he was about to utter. What exactly is this old man's background? The renowned Pilking Gu He of the Jiama Empire is nothing but. If such words were to escape him, he would surely be ridiculed as a madman throughout the entire Jiama Empire, wouldn't he? Although your Dou Qi has regressed over the past 3 years, it is precisely this regression that has fortified your foundation more robustly than the average individual. In the realm of Dou Qi cultivation, a solid foundation is paramount. In time, you shall come to realize the immense advantages this 3-year setback has bestowed upon you, Yao Lao stated, his smile gradually fading into a serious expression. Xiao Yan was somewhat taken aback. He was unaware of the benefits that might arise from a decline in strength. So, when will you teach me the art of alchemy? He inquired, his eyes gleaming with ambition, as he focused on the most crucial aspect. To become an alchemist, one must first possess the support of flame-type Dou Qi. Therefore, before mastering the art of alchemy, one must at least become a fighter and cultivate a fire attribute Dou Qi technique. A fire attribute technique? Master, since I am your disciple, why not grant me a heavenly grade fire attribute technique for my cultivation? Xiao Yan extended his hand, smiling as he made his request. Preposterous. Do you think a heavenly grade technique is as common as wild yam? How dare you even ask? Upon hearing this, the old pharmacist's face twitched, and he could not help but scold with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Old man, since you have taken me under your wing, You surely cannot expect me to seek out martial arts techniques from my clan. Can you? The most advanced fire attribute techniques in my family barely reach the high yellow tier. Is that not rather disheartening? Xiao Yan's youthful visage displayed considerable frustration. You brat. It's master, not old man. The pharmacist rolled his eyes in irritation, surprised that this little rascal would become so audacious so soon after their formal introduction. Humph. Now that you are my disciple, I certainly will not leave you wanting. While I do not possess any heavenly tier techniques, I do have something even more peculiar. Are you interested? With a slight huff, the old man's murky eyes suddenly gleamed with intrigue. More peculiar than heavenly tier techniques? Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he swallowed hard, his dark eyes inadvertently igniting with fervor. What level of technique is it? Low yellow tier. The pharmacist's smile caused Xiao Yan's face to stiffen instantly. Old man, are you playing tricks on me? Moments later, an angry roar erupted from the mountaintop. Watching the young boy's face contort with indignation, the pharmacist chuckled triumphantly. It was quite an accomplishment to provoke a reaction from the usually composed Xiao Yan. What is so peculiar about that technique? Fixating on the pharmacist's teasing expression, Xiao Yan suddenly fell silent, his brows furrowing in inquiry. Can evolve. After a brief pause, the pharmacist replied with a smile. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted sharply as he stared unblinkingly at the old man before him. After a long moment, he finally shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. I have never heard of any martial arts possessing the ability to evolve. Scoffed Yao Lao. Ah, you little one, what do you know? The Dou Qi Continent is vast beyond measure, filled with countless extraordinary individuals and events. In your limited perspective, having never ventured beyond the borders of the Jama Empire, what seems impossible is merely a drop in the ocean. Xiao Yan hesitated, then defiantly retorted, have you ever heard of other martial arts that can evolve? Yao Lao's smile faltered for a moment, before he chuckled awkwardly and shook his head. It is precisely because none exist that my martial arts uniqueness is highlighted. Can it truly evolve? Observing Yao Lao's serious expression, Xiao Yan couldn't refrain from asking again. Indeed, it can evolve, Yao Lao affirmed with unwavering certainty. Have you practiced it? Xiao Yan inquired once more. No, Yao Lao replied with an awkward chuckle and a shake of his head. Then has anyone else practiced it? No. Veins throbbed on Xiao Yan's forehead as he clenched his fists tightly, struggling to suppress the urge to strike out in frustration. His voice laced with suppressed fury. If no one has practiced it, how do you know it can evolve? The martial art describes it this way, Yao Lao answered with an embarrassed smile. Such a martial art truly exists? With furrowed brows, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment. Then, his dark eyes glinting with curiosity, asked, may I see it? Hee hee. Yao Lao chuckled mischievously, glancing at the inquisitive Xiao Yan. However, he suddenly changed his tone. Never mind. It would be of no use to you right now. It is better to wait until you become a fighter before I impart it to you. The outstretched palm felt somewhat rigid, and after a prolonged twitch of his lips, Xiao Yan finally forced out two words through gritted teeth. You are ruthless. What options do you have? Xiao Yan, suppressing his curiosity about the mysterious technique, inquired through clenched jaws. He understood the stakes well. During the 3 years of his decline, his father, in his impatience, had several times attempted to forcibly infuse Dou Qi into him, yet he always halted at the crucial moment. Thus, Xiao Yan was acutely aware of the implications involved. The old pharmacist cast a glance at the composed Xiao Yan and nodded in satisfaction, saying with a smile, this is indeed true for others, but you are different. The foundation within you was solidified long ago, 3 years back, and throughout these years, your resolve has remained steadfast, never missing a single day of cultivation. Therefore, I can confidently assert that your foundation is exceptionally strong. Are you suggesting I enhance my strength through external means? Perhaps by consuming pills? Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. That's more or less accurate, but given the current resilience of your meridians, you cannot withstand the energy impact of any pill, not even the most basic qi-gathering powder. The old pharmacist replied with a faint smile. The most basic qi-gathering powder. Xiao Yan's fingers quivered, and he felt an urge to roll his eyes. The miraculous medicine that had been inflated to astronomical prices in the Jama Empire was, in the mouth of his enigmatic teacher, reduced to the status of the most rudimentary substance. The disparity left him utterly astonished. 3 complete purple leaf lawn herbs? 2 bone-cleansing flowers? 1 level 1 wood element magic core? Old man, have you lost your mind? Do you take me for a prince of some royal lineage? The total cost of these items amounts to at least 1,000 gold coins. After years of frugality, I have barely saved 400 gold coins, just enough to purchase a basic magic core. Xiao Yan exclaimed, glaring at the ring in his hand. That is your concern, came the teasing voice of Yao Lao. The nurturing spirit liquid I have concocted is something that even the wealthy cannot acquire. I only ask for a modest amount of materials, and yet you lament so. Xiao Yan felt the sting of truth in those words. Damn it, it seems that the concoctions of alchemists are indeed only affordable for the affluent. He could only manage a wry smile. His monthly allowance from the Xiao family was not insignificant, amounting to 20 gold coins. Such a sum could sustain a common family for an entire year, yet when it came to purchasing the materials Yao Lao had mentioned, it barely scratched the surface. Such is the disparity. Chapter 10. Borrowing money with a delicate push of her toes against the rocky surface, Xiao Suner soared like a violet butterfly, her graceful form tracing enchanting arcs as she effortlessly ascended to the mountain's peak. Tilting her head slightly, she cast her gaze upon the youth at the edge of the cliff. As she beheld him, Suner paused for a moment. Though merely half a day had passed since their last meeting, she felt that Xiao Yan now possessed something more than before. When their eyes met amidst the swaying mountain breeze, Suner finally discerned what was different about the young man. It was confidence. After 3 long years, the brightest halo that once adorned the youth seemed to have returned at last. Enchanted by the fleeting smile at the corner of the youth's lips and the charming visage of Xiao Suner, adorned with delightful dimples, she remarked playfully, "It appears that brother Xiao Yan no longer requires Suner's consolation. Does he? One must grow from life's tribulations. Mustn't he they?" Xiao Yan shrugged, a smile gracing his lips. "She will surely come to regret it." Suner pursed her small lips, chuckling softly, her demeanor resolute as if she were a judge. Xiao Yan offered a faint smile, casually adjusting his attire as he approached the young woman. As he drew closer, he beheld Xiao Suner, now nearly of equal height, and his gaze swept over her slightly youthful yet exquisite face. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. The little one who once trailed behind him, sniffling and bare, had blossomed into such a radiant beauty. With a gentle chuckle, the young man's eyes softened, and without hesitation, he playfully pinched her delicate cheek before exclaiming, "Suner has grown up." Yet thankfully, she hasn't forgotten the sight of her brother Xiao Yan, bruised and battered from climbing trees to fetch fruit for her. Taken aback by Xiao Yan's affectionate gesture, Suner stared into his pure, obsidian eyes, her heart quietly rejoicing. In their childhood, he had always delighted in pinching her chubby little face. However, ever since that incident 3 years ago, he had seemingly erected walls within his heart, keeping everyone at bay. No matter how earnestly she endeavored to draw near, his indifferent demeanor would drive her away, leaving her disheartened. Yet, as Suner beamed sweetly, the grievances she had endured over the past 3 years dissipated like mist in the face of his youthful and sincere apology. Ahem. By the way, Suner, how much money do you have left? Releasing the delicate visage from his grasp, Xiao Yan suddenly chuckled awkwardly. Within the family, aside from his father, only Suner shared a close bond with him. Having embarrassed his father so greatly today, he could not bear to ask for money again. Thus he turned his thoughts towards Suner. Money? With a blink of her bright, sparkling eyes, Suner responded in astonishment. Does brother Xiao Yan need money? Ahem. I need to purchase a few things, but I'm a bit short. Xiao Yan's cheeks flushed slightly. This was his first time borrowing money from a girl in both this life and the last. Witnessing the usually composed brother Xiao Yan in such an awkward predicament was a revelation for Suner, who covered her mouth and giggled. I have over 1,000 gold coins. Is that sufficient? If not. As she spoke, a slender hand that had been hidden behind her back flicked her fingers, and a purple gold card abruptly appeared between her delicate fingertips, shimmering with 5 distinct colored ripples. The 5-patterned purple gold card, in the Dou Qi Continent, required at least the strength of a Dou Ling to be eligible for such an emblematic card, though certain transcendent powers also possessed this privilege. That's enough. That's enough. Nodding with delight, Xiao Yan couldn't resist the urge to pinch Sun'er's lovely face, but he ultimately restrained himself. Rest assured, I will repay you in full in the future. He patted his chest and assured her. Who would care about your repayment? Pouting slightly, Sun'er swiftly tucked away the purple gold card behind her back. Let us depart, for the evening draws near. Tomorrow, I shall escort you on a tour of Wu Tan City. With these words, Xiao Yan gestured to the maiden, before eagerly bounding down the mountain. Remaining in place, Sun gazed upon the youth, who had regained the spirited demeanor of 3 years prior. A gentle smile graced her lips as she murmured, Nalan Yenran, should I resent you, or offer my gratitude? The morning's radiance streamed through the window, illuminating the young man seated in meditation upon his bed, suffusing him with warmth. With prolonged stillness, Xiao Yan inhaled deeply. A wisp of discernible white energy flowed through his nostrils, permeating his body and nurturing his bones. Slowly rising from his bed, he stretched his limbs, changed his attire, and was met by Sun'er's melodious voice. Xiao Yan, are you not yet awake? That girl is indeed an early riser. Shaking his head with resignation, Xiao Yan turned to rummage through a cabinet, eventually retrieving a small box. He carefully opened it, causing a burst of golden light to emanate, momentarily causing Xiao Yan to squint. This is my entire fortune. Clutching the box, Xiao Yan shook his head with a wry smile. Stepping outside, his gaze fell upon the youthful maiden at the entrance, prompting a playful whistle. Sun had adorned herself in a tasteful light green outfit, the subtle hue accentuating her purity. A pair of close-fitting trousers accentuated her slender and shapely legs, revealing their curves. With long legs, a perky rear, and a modestly developed bosom, Sun now undeniably resembles a youthful maiden from Earth, brimming with vitality and the alluring essence of youth. It must be noted, however, that her distinctive grace is something Xiao Yan has never observed in any other girl. Here, this is what you need. With a cheerful smile, Sun handed over a black card to Xiao Yan. It was a standard gold storage card, with a maximum limit not exceeding 5,000 gold coins. Lightly accepting the black card, Xiao Yan teased, Little girl, dressed so beautifully. What are your intentions? Are you perhaps meeting someone special? Indeed. This is the first time in 3 years that Brother Xiao Yan has invited me out. So I must dress up nicely, Sun replied, her eyes curving into delicate crescents, playfully laughing. Presently, Sun stands as the most radiant gem among the younger generation of her family, excelling in both beauty and talent. Although she appears gentle and amiable within the family, beneath that subtle smile lies a hint of reclusive aloofness. It's easy to greet her, but delving into deeper conversation proves to be quite challenging. Disregarding the expressions of her family members, Xiao Yan guided Sun out of the clan and then slowed his pace, leisurely wandering through the bustling streets of the city. Yaochen City, indeed, lives up to its reputation as one of the grand cities of the Jama Empire, thriving with an extraordinary vibrancy. Despite the blazing sun, the streets remained crowded, and one could occasionally catch sight of some peculiar races among the throngs. Perhaps due to Xiao Yan's companionship, after leaving her family, Sun became much more vivacious, playfully dragging the reluctant Xiao Yan from one vendor to another. The girl's light and melodious laughter infused the scorching streets with a refreshing aura. After Sun grew weary from her frolics, Xiao Yan led her to a nearby apothecary, where he spent over 900 gold coins to acquire 3 20-year-old purple leaf orchid and 2 5-year-old bone-cleansing flowers. These were merely low-tier materials, easily obtainable with some expenditure at the apothecary. Naturally, should one desire more advanced materials, they would have to seek them out or turn to the marketplace, auction houses, and other venues. Observing the rapid depletion of his finances, Xiao Yan could only smile wryly, finally grasping the significance of wealth in the Dou Qi Continent. With the herbs secured, the only thing lacking was a first-grade wood-type magic core. Chapter 11. The marketplace magic cores, known in the Dou Qi Continent as magic crystals and the embryonic form of elixirs, are, as the name suggests, energy nuclei found within magical beasts. They are filled with an exceptionally violent essence of natural energy. Even a Dou Wang would not dare to recklessly absorb such volatile energy, risking bodily harm. However, while magic cores cannot be directly consumed, they are indispensable primary materials for alchemists. When refined by alchemists using secret techniques, the volatile properties of magic cores can be neutralized by certain miraculous herbs, transforming them into coveted elixirs that enhance one's abilities, drastically increasing their value. Furthermore, the magic core can also be bestowed upon weapons. A weapon imbued with a magic core not only possesses enhanced destructive power, but also exhibits the enticing effect of amplifying fighting spirit, making it highly coveted among the ranks of fighters on the continent of fighting spirits. Naturally, aside from weapons, magic cores can also be applied to armor and various other items, bestowing formidable defensive capabilities upon their bearers, thus offering a greater assurance of survival in the face of peril. With such a plethora of effects, it is no wonder that the magic core has rightfully become the most sought-after mainstream material on the continent of fighting spirits. Not only fighters, but even the esteemed alchemists often humble themselves to scour the world in search of high-grade magic cores to concoct superior elixirs. Driven by this trend, the availability of magic cores on the continent is almost perpetually outstripped by demand. Whenever a high-grade magic core appears at an auction or elsewhere, it is promptly snatched up at a premium price. The exorbitant cost of magic cores has inevitably spawned a multitude of mercenary groups dedicated to hunting magical beasts. However, acquiring magic cores is far from an easy endeavor. Firstly, magical beasts are not only powerful but also exceedingly cunning. Due to their ferocious nature and unique modes of attack, they often surpass human adversaries of the same level in strength. Thus, attempting to hunt magical beasts of equal rank without exceptional prowess can easily lead to disastrous outcomes. Moreover, not all magical beasts possess the energy crystal known as the magic core within them. This appears to be a matter of random probability. Often, when a mercenary group suffers significant casualties in slaying a magical beast, they may find themselves empty-handed in the end. Such occurrences are quite common in the continent of Dou Qi and are far from rare. Consequently, the value of magic cores in this realm has long been exceptionally high and in great demand. With Sooner by his side, Xiao Yan meandered through the spacious streets, ultimately darting into a medium-sized marketplace located in the southern part of the city. There are several such marketplaces in Wutan City, each controlled by one of the three prominent families. The marketplace Xiao Yan entered is governed by the Xiao family. Rather than exercising complete control, the family primarily maintains order and security within the marketplace. In return, mercenaries or merchants conducting trade there are required to pay a commission to the family, a customary practice on the continent of Dou Qi, which rarely invites troublemakers. Upon entering the marketplace through its grand entrance, two guards from the Xiao family stood watch. They evidently recognized Xiao Yan and Sooner, momentarily taken aback by their arrival before slightly bowing in respect. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan proceeded forward, standing by the entrance and gazing at the throngs of people flowing within. He couldn't help but click his tongue in appreciation. It was no wonder the family enforced such strict governance over the marketplace, as the profits generated from such bustling activity must be substantial. Third young master, Miss Sooner, have you come to the marketplace to purchase something? A respectful voice inquired from behind as the two were momentarily dazzled by the crowd. Observing the puzzled gaze of Xiao Yan, the man broke into a hearty smile and respectfully declared, "Young master, I am Pain, the captain of the guards personally appointed by the clan leader, dedicated to ensuring the safety of the marketplace. I had the pleasure of meeting you during your birthday last year." "Oh, it is Uncle Pain." Xiao Yan blinked, and though he had little recollection of this robust man, the introduction sparked a smile upon his youthful visage. Since he was directly appointed by his father, there would naturally be no doubts about his loyalty. Although the Xiao family was not a superpower, it was still divided into several factions. Had the imposing figure before him belonged to another elder's faction, Xiao Yan would have deemed it unnecessary to engage, opting instead for mere pleasantries. Feeling somewhat bored in the clan, he decided to take a stroll. "Uncle Pain, you may attend to your duties. If anything arises, I shall call for you." Xiao Yan's tender voice lacked the arrogance typical of a young master. Instead, it was polite and gentle, bringing comfort to those who heard it. The respectful address of Uncle deepened Pain's smile, making him all the more eager. He nodded and replied warmly, "Then, young master, feel free to wander. Our people are stationed throughout the marketplace. Simply call out if you require assistance." With a courteous nod, Xiao Yan took hold of Sooner and blended into the throng, soon vanishing from sight. "Yes, Captain," a burly man responded in a deep tone, gesturing for two others to join him as they melded into the crowd. With a gentle demeanor, the third young master continues to engage with others, bringing a sense of comfort to those around him. Observing the trio blending into the bustling crowd, Payan smiled faintly, then sighed with regret, lamenting, "What a fine young man he is. Such a pity." Shaking his head in disappointment, Payan proceeded to patrol the streets with his subordinates, lazily trailing behind the casually wandering Xiao Yan. Sun Er discreetly glanced at the throng of people behind her and remarked with a soft smile, "Brother Xiao Yan, that Payan is rather commendable." Mimicking Xiao Yan's demeanor, she playfully shrugged her shoulders and unveiled her secret weapon, a smile in silence. Gazing at the girl's quiet expression, a warm smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. He gently patted her head and, in a tone meant only for their ears, chuckled softly. "Though I am unaware of your true identity or background, I do know one thing. You are my sister. Regardless of what the future holds, remember, I shall shield you from the storms that come your way." With a gentle smile, Xiao Yan patted her once more and quickened his pace, moving forward. Amidst the bustling marketplace, the young girl stood elegantly, her demeanor reminiscent of a pure lotus in a mundane world, exuding an aura of grace and tranquility. "Sister, Sun Er mused, for she was indeed a girl of great desires. Tilting her head slightly, she whispered to herself, then smiled softly, her steps delicate as she followed the leisurely young man ahead. Wandering alongside Xiao Yan, they gradually ventured deeper into the marketplace, where the treasures for sale were significantly more precious than those found outside. Thus, the patrons who frequented this area of Wutan City were, indeed, individuals of considerable standing. While Xiao Yan was engrossed in his search for magical crystals, Sun Er, feeling a bit bored, wandered over to a quaint stall. She gracefully paused, extending her delicate wrist to pick up a pale green bracelet. The bracelet, crafted from ordinary materials but adorned with a touch of ice silver, exuded a refreshing coolness, making it perfect for summer wear. Though simple in composition, it possessed a unique elegance. After idly toying with it for a moment and contemplating a purchase, she suddenly recalled that she had lent all her money to Xiao Yan. With a slight turn of her head, she glanced at the focused young man engrossed in his own affairs and, with a resigned shake of her head, offered an apologetic smile to the elderly vendor behind the stall before placing the bracelet back down and continuing her leisurely stroll. With her refined disposition, it was rare for her to solicit anyone to buy her anything, even Xiao Yan. "Ah, is that Miss Sun Er?" a voice called out, filled with surprise. What a serendipitous encounter! Sun Er's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she followed the sound, only to find a throng of people surging toward her, with a lavishly dressed young man at the center, surrounded by admirers like stars orbiting a moon. The young man, appearing to be around 20, was strikingly handsome, though his complexion was somewhat pale. His gaze, ablaze with fervor, was firmly fixed on the poised young maiden before him, his eyes betraying an unabashed admiration. Chapter 12. Keep your distance. Observing the elated young man, Sun Er's slender brows knitted together slightly. Ignoring his calls, she turned to leave.
Miss Sun Er.
As she turned, the handsome youth's pallid face reflected urgency, prompting him to hasten his steps and ultimately position himself directly in front of her. Confronted by the young man, Sun Er was compelled to halt her steps. Her pair of elongated, autumn-like eyes, tinged with a hint of languor, narrowed slightly as she gazed at him, yet remained silent. Miss Sun Er. Under the captivating gaze of the young lady, the youth, accustomed to mingling among beauties, felt his breath quicken, and his usual eloquence seemed to falter in that moment. "Young Master Galio, if there is nothing of importance, would you kindly step aside? I have matters to attend to." Observing the young man's flushed complexion, Sun Er finally spoke, her voice delicate and smooth, causing a pale hue to bloom on his face, reminiscent of a sickly blush. "Miss Sun Er, are you perhaps intending to purchase something at the market? I happen to be free. Why not explore together?" Taking a deep breath, Galio's smile was radiant and gentle. This expression, combined with his lineage and appearance, had often led him to successfully win the affection of many a beauty. "Young Master Galio, I have already stated that I am occupied. Might I request you to step aside? Sunor's lips pursed slightly, her tone devoid of any fluctuation. It seems that if Miss Sunor has matters to attend to, it would be rather unreasonable for Galio to persist in his obstruction. Galio cautiously grasped the bracelet, a warm smile gracing his features as he remarked, "This is a wooden spirit bracelet I recently procured from the market. While it may not be a precious item, it is adorned with a first-tier wooden attribute magic crystal, which significantly enhances the recovery of fighting energy. Since Miss Sunor has yet to become a fighter, this piece of jewelry is indeed perfectly suited for you. It is but a small token of my regard. I sincerely hope you will not decline it, for it would be rather embarrassing for me in front of my subordinates." As he reached the conclusion of his speech, Galio added a touch of humor, eliciting a few chuckles from those around him. Observing Galio's antics, Sunor furrowed her brows once more, feeling a sense of exasperation towards this persistent suitor. Noticing her apparent wavering, Galio's heart leaped with joy, and he promptly extended the wooden spirit chain a little closer, declaring, "Miss Sunor, there is no need for formalities. The Gale family and the Xiao family are both esteemed among the 3 great families of Wutan City. Exchanging small gifts is quite customary." Upon receiving the bracelet, Sunor contemplated the idea of handing the magic crystal to brother Xiao Yan and then discreetly discarding the bracelet when he was not paying attention. A playful thought flickered through her mind, and she resolved to reach out, but before she could do so, a hand swiftly intercepted hers. Taken aback, Sunor felt the rush of fighting energy within her surge as she attempted to pull away, yet a soft grunt from the young man compelled her to cease her struggle. Shifting her gaze slightly, she noticed Xiao Yan, who had unexpectedly appeared behind her, and as her eyes traveled upwards, they met the countenance of a youthful face that bore a rather displeased expression. Gazing at the disrupted atmosphere, a flicker of anger flashed in Galio's eyes. Yet, before the enchanting lady, he forced a smile, albeit insincere, and remarked, "Young Master Xiao Yan, I merely noticed that Miss Sunor is devoid of any adornments, and I wish to extend a small gesture of kindness. Surely, you would desire to enhance Miss Sunor's beauty with a few modest trinkets?" With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yan cast a sidelong glance at the wooden spirit chain in Galio's hand and retrieved a pale green bracelet from within his cloak, retorting with irritation, "Do you have an affinity for bracelets? Here, take it. Spare me the unnecessary act of accepting others' possessions. I've told you before, offering unsolicited favors can often mask ulterior motives. With that foolish demeanor of yours, you might find yourself sold without even realizing it." As he listened to Xiao Yan's veiled criticism, a chill crept across Galio's face. However, when his gaze fell upon the bracelet in Xiao Yan's hand, he couldn't help but let out a bemused laugh. The bracelet, upon closer inspection, was evidently a mere trinket of little value, hardly worth more than 5 gold coins, while his wooden spirit chain was an authentic magical crystal ornament that had cost over 1,000 gold coins. The disparity in both style and worth was staggering, making any comparison utterly futile. Thus, unable to contain himself, Galio quipped, "Young Master Xiao Yan, while I was already aware of your modest standing within your family, there is truly no need to present such a paltry gift to Miss Sunor. Is there?" Ignoring the mocking laughter of Galio, Xiao Yan raised his hand towards the girl, who was lost in thought while gazing at the bracelet, and impatiently said, "So, will you take it or not? If not, just discard it. It was merely a few gold coins." "Humph." As Xiao Yan's words echoed, not only did Galio chuckle, but even his entourage erupted into derisive laughter. However, this mocking mirth was short-lived, abruptly halted as if their throats had been severed. Their astonished expressions were quite comical. A delicate blush graced Sunor's fair, exquisite face, yet she was not an ordinary person. After a moment of shyness, she gracefully adorned her smooth, white wrist with the bracelet and looked up at Xiao Yan with an elegant smile, saying, "Thank you, brother Xiao Yan,"
casting a somewhat unnatural gaze at Sunar,
who displayed the demeanor of a typical young lady before Xiao Yan. Galio's face betrayed a hint of jealousy as he chuckled awkwardly. "I did not expect Miss Sunor to have such unique tastes. I seem to have underestimated the situation." Noting that this fellow had no intention of departing, Xiao Yan merely shrugged, his languid tone unaffected by Galio's prowess. The Xiao and Galio families had never been on amicable terms, Thus there was no need for him to adopt a submissive posture. Rubbing his nose, Xiao Yan replied indifferently, "Young Master Galio, your notorious flirtations are well known throughout Wutan City. However, Suner is still quite young and has no interest in your games of early romance. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you would seek to charm daughters of other families in the future." After uttering those words, Xiao Yan paid no heed to the displeased expression on Galio's face. Leaning on his age advantage, he turned to admonish Suner in a condescending manner. Suner, with her lively eyes, blinked lightly and nodded nonchalantly. To her, Galio was merely a stranger with whom she had exchanged a few encounters, while Xiao Yan held an irreplaceable position in her heart. Since he suggested keeping a distance, she would comply. Such a choice was not difficult for Suner. Many friends mentioned that the new book's ranking system was not outlined. Here, I would like to clarify the ranking system of fighters in the Dou Qi Continent. Fighter, Dou Master, Grand Dou Master, Dou Spirit, Dou King, Dou Emperor, Dou Zong, Dou Zun, Dou Saint, Dou Emperor, with each level divided into 9 stars. Chapter 13. The black iron plate observing Suner acquiesced to Xiao Yan's words. Galio's lips twitched in irritation. His fists clenched with a creaking sound, as he cast a fierce, hawkish glare at the seemingly indifferent youth before him. A group of Galio's subordinates, noticing their master's displeased demeanor, astutely stepped forward, subtly encircling the two, their scrutinizing gazes laced with malice. In the depths of the marketplace, a considerable crowd had gathered. Drawn by the commotion, onlookers cast curious glances at the unfolding incident. Xiao Yan and Galio were both somewhat renowned figures in Wutan City. Xiao Yan, infamous for his reputation as a waste, and Galio, notorious for his scandalous and fickle nature. Though their reputations were hardly flattering, they could still be regarded as notable figures. Observing the actions of the group before him, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk appearing on his youthful visage. Tilting his head slightly, he let out a whistle directed at a corner of the market. The onlookers, intrigued by Xiao Yan's gesture, turned their attention to the scene, only to witness the market's guard team, led by Captain Payne, charging forth with formidable intensity. Payne, accompanied by a throng of guards, rapidly approached, and with a wave of his hand, his subordinates ferociously encircled the group led by Galio, creating a tense standoff between the two factions. "Third young master, has something occurred?" Payne inquired, casting a quick glance at Galio and his companions before addressing Xiao Yan with a respectful smile. Xiao Yan offered a slight smile in return, gazing at the visibly displeased Galio, and casually remarked, "Young Master Galio, this market is the territory of the Xiao family. Do you intend to make a move here?" Galio, casting a wary glance at Payne, turned back to Xiao Yan with a mocking sneer. "Do you rely solely on your family's influence? Are you suggesting that if you were a man, you would engage me in a fair contest?" Xiao Yan abruptly raised his hand, interrupting Galio's words with a chuckle. Galio, with a cold laugh, taunted, "Indeed, do you dare?" Gazing at the provocatively confident Galio, Xiao Yan let out a resigned sigh, rubbed his forehead, and after a moment, lifted his gaze, shrugging slightly with an expression of innocence. "Young Master Galio, may I inquire how old you are this year?" Galio's lips curled into a grimace as he fell silent, his face darkening. "Brother, you are 21 this year, so how old am I?" 15. "You actually wish for a child, who has yet to undergo the rites of adulthood, to duel with you? Do you not feel that your request is rather embarrassing?" Xiao Yan sighed, his youthful face displaying an expression of helplessness that elicited a suppressed smile from Suner beside him. "Ha-ha!" The innocent words of the young boy drew laughter from several mercenaries and merchants in the depths of the marketplace. Indeed, given Xiao Yan's current age, he could scarcely be regarded as anything more than a naive youth, while Galio had already reached adulthood. This challenge was truly a source of derision for many. The mocking gazes surrounding him fell upon Galio like a bucket of cold water, bringing him back to his senses. Xiao Yan's displayed maturity and composure often led others to overlook his youth, but with this reminder, Galio recalled that the boy before him was merely 15. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Galio glanced at the imposing Xiao family guards standing protectively behind Xiao Yan. Realizing that he had no opportunity to teach the boy a lesson today, he could only shake his head begrudgingly and sneer, "In just a year, you will undergo your coming-of-age ceremony, won't you? Hee, I fear that once you complete that ceremony, you will be relegated to some remote corner, unable even to enter Wutan City. How pitiful. Xiao Yan smiled faintly, shrugging non-committally. As his eyelids twitched, Galio felt an inexplicable surge of anger at the calm demeanor of the young lad before him. How dare this worthless boy feign an air of profound mystery? Suppressing his rage, Galio let out a cold snort, gesturing for his subordinates to part the crowd. Suddenly halting, he seemed to recall something, turning back to sneer. Young Master Xiao Yan, I have heard that your family, the Xiao clan, has had its engagement forcefully annulled by the Nalan family's Nalan Yenran? Ha! In truth, it matters little. With your cultivation talent, you are indeed unworthy of Miss Nalan. Ha ha ha. Having delivered his taunts, Galio departed with a boisterous laugh. Yet, was he to be allowed to escape unscathed? Xiao Yan furrowed his delicate brows, feeling a surge of indignation. He will have his chance, he said with narrowed eyes and a smirk that hinted at something sinister, sending a chill through his companion, Pain. A biting lion is not truly fearsome. What is terrifying is a lion that understands restraint. Thank you for your assistance, Uncle Pain, Xiao Yan said, turning to Pain and his companions with a warm smile, instantly shedding the earlier ominous aura for the youthful exuberance and candor he exuded. Observing Xiao Yan's adeptness at managing his emotions, Pain's smile deepened with genuine respect. Regardless of Xiao Yan's cultivation talent, such mental acuity suggests that his future accomplishments will be far from insignificant. Third young master, you jest. This is, after all, the territory of our Xiao family. How could we allow the Galio family to act with impunity? Pain chuckled softly, observing Xiao Yan's restless demeanor. After bidding farewell, he discreetly led his companions away. Once Pain and the others had departed, Xiao Yan turned around, his hand ruffling Sun Er's long hair with a hint of irritation. You foolish girl, was a mere low-grade magic crystal enough to sway you? Do you not grasp the true nature of that individual? Accepting his offering will only embolden him. Pouting slightly as she adjusted her tousled hair, Sun Er shrugged helplessly. If something presents itself, why not accept it? Xiao Yan rolled his eyes, bemused. That trinket is hardly a treasure. Is it worth your excitement? You are the genius maiden of the Xiao family. Sun Er playfully crinkled her adorable nose and raised her wrist, adorned with a bracelet, teasingly remarking, So, Brother Xiao Yan has been paying attention to me all along. With a sideways glance at Sun Er, Xiao Yan grasped her hand, leading her deeper into the bazaar towards various stalls. After passing several vendors, Xiao Yan finally halted, bending down to inspect a green crystal on one of the tables, still stained with traces of blood. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he smiled. I finally found it. As his hand reached out to grasp the magic crystal, it suddenly froze mid-air, an unusual sensation washing over him. Licking his lips, Xiao Yan ultimately seized the crystal, his gaze casually sweeping across the stall. Moments later, his attention was drawn to a black iron shard lying beside the magic crystal. The black iron plate appeared quite ancient, covered in patches of rust and adorned with remnants of yellow mud that had yet to be washed away, resembling an object recently unearthed from the earth. Hey Xiao Yan, pick up that black iron plate. It's a valuable item. Just as Xiao Yan found himself perplexed by his own intuition, the voice of Yao Lao suddenly resonated within his mind. In this new hierarchy of the narrative, although it is classified into 10 levels which may seem distant, the Dou Qi Continent is vast. At present, the protagonist has merely brushed against the surface of this expansive realm. In the future, as the protagonist grows stronger, the true essence of the Dou Qi Continent will gradually unfold. Chapter 14. Absorbing power. Listening to the voice echoing in his mind, Xiao Yan blinked his eyes subtly, nodding thoughtfully. He did not immediately grasp the black iron plate. Instead, he lightly tossed the blood-stained green magic crystal in his hand and smiled at a somewhat shifty-eyed mercenary behind the stall. What kind of magic beast does this crystal come from? Heh. Young master has a keen eye. This is a crystal from a first-tier magic beast, the swallowing wood fox. Among first-tier crystals, it's considered a rare gem. To acquire this crystal, our Sharp Fong mercenary group had to guard for 3 days and slay 5 swallowing wood foxes to obtain just this one. The mercenary, noticing Xiao Yan's distinguished attire, hurriedly provided an eager introduction. Should the young master take a fancy to it, merely 500 gold coins would suffice.
Hehe.
In our pursuit of the devouring wood fox, several of our brothers have sustained considerable injuries. Xiao Yan wiped the blood from the magic crystal with his fingers and, indeed, found that the blood had yet to fully congeal. He nodded slightly and cast a glance at the 2 golden stars adorning the man's chest, casually remarking, "That is overpriced." The usual market price for a first-tier magic crystal hovers between 400 to 450. Moreover, while the devouring wood fox is indeed a magical beast, its offensive capabilities are rather limited. One would hope your companions have at least reached the fighter level. The mercenary man twitched his lips, letting out a dry laugh, clearly taken aback by the youth's profound understanding of market prices and magical beasts. He could only awkwardly respond, "For 170, it cannot be any lower. After all, our brothers need to make a living too." Sighing under the mercenary's anxious gaze, Xiao Yan bent down, rummaging through the wares on display. Coincidentally, the peculiar iron piece was among them. He raised the item in his hand. 470. For everything. The mercenary scrutinized the items Xiao Yan held, secretly exhaling in relief, thankful that they were all inexpensive goods. Deal. He readily tossed a small pouch of gold coins. Without further ado, Xiao Yan seized the items and turned to leave. "Hey, Xiao Yan, quite prudent, are we? Purchasing something with such caution." He mused inwardly, a smirk dancing on the lips of the medicinal elder who had unexpectedly appeared. Turning back, Xiao Yan retrieved the purchased medicines and magic crystals from his pocket, eagerly inquiring, "I have gathered everything. What is our next course of action?" With a sly smile, the old pharmacist casually glanced over the materials on the table and suddenly remarked, "Have you not examined that black iron piece?" Startled, Xiao Yan quickly retrieved the black iron piece and scrutinized it intently, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What purpose does this serve?" The old pharmacist deftly took the iron piece and replied with a smile, "It seems to contain a certain fighting technique, though the creator of this piece might also have been an alchemist. Therefore, only those with exceptional spiritual perception can sense it." Fighting technique? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with interest, and he eagerly asked, "What level is it?" In the realm of Dou Qi, fighting techniques are regarded with an importance that rivals that of Dou Qi cultivation methods. A profound fighting technique can enable one to unleash power far beyond their own capabilities during combat. Similar to cultivation methods, fighting techniques are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The fighting techniques accessible to the general populace are typically limited to the advanced yellow tier, while higher-level techniques may only be obtained through prestigious academies or sections. Of course, the vastness of the Dou Qi Continent means that many ancient fighting techniques have been lost to time for various reasons, ultimately falling into the hands of the fortunate. The black iron piece that Xiao Yan possesses may very well be a remnant of a bygone master. After flipping through the iron piece, the old pharmacist finally chuckled and said, "It is a low-level mysterious tier technique." Low-level mysterious tier? A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's face. He had not anticipated that this seemingly worthless trinket he casually acquired concealed a profound Shen-level combat technique. It is worth noting that within his family, the most advanced combat techniques merely reached the intermediate Shen tier, and only the clan leader and a select few elders were deemed worthy of mastering them. The absorbing palm technique, when perfected, could draw in a 1,000-pound boulder, and in the face of an adversary, its ferocious suction could forcibly extract the very blood from one's body. The notion of extracting blood from a living being startled Xiao Yan, causing him to swallow hard as he exclaimed, "This is astonishing, isn't it? How can one survive if their blood is drawn from their body?" Of course, this technique could only be effective against opponents of equal or lesser strength. Should one encounter a stronger foe, they might simply use the force against the user, leaving the latter in dire straits. Lao Yao casually tossed the iron piece over, remarking with indifference, suggesting that he held a rather low opinion of this combat technique. As a figure of significant stature, Lao Yao naturally possessed discerning insight. Yet, to Xiao Yan this was a high-level combat technique, and he could hardly contain his delight as he picked up the black iron piece, exclaiming, "Regardless, this absorbing palm is far superior to the ordinary techniques within my clan. I shall learn it henceforth." Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan chose to disregard the peculiar old man, reveling in his newfound treasure. Look at you. So enchanted by a mere low-level Xian technique. How embarrassing. With a resigned shake of his head, Lao Yao seized a magic crystal from the table and instructed Xiao Yan, go fetch a large basin of water. Observing that the venerable Yao was about to commence his work, Xiao Yan hastily tucked away the black iron piece and eagerly prepared himself. In the tranquil confines of the room, Yao raised his left hand, grasping the purple leaf orchid, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a brief pause, he exhaled gently, and a flicker of pale flame suddenly erupted from his palm. As the flame ignited, the temperature within the room surged considerably. Fixated on the swirling white fire, Xiao Yan felt a jolt of astonishment. Although he was unfamiliar with the alchemical procedures of a pharmacist, he understood that such a manifestation of fighting spirit, transformed into a tangible form, was beyond the capabilities of even his father. With an expression of calmness, Yao's white flame danced slightly, engulfing the purple leaf orchid within its embrace. The fire churned, and in an instant, the orchid was reduced to a small pool of green liquid. Grasping another purple leaf orchid with his right hand, he cast it directly into the white flames. After introducing all three orchids into the fire, the green liquid visibly expanded, writhing within the flames as the intense heat incessantly refined its impurities. As the flames continued their purifying dance, the green liquid diminished in size, and after a brief interval, only a thumb-sized portion remained. Subsequently, Yao introduced 2 washing bone flowers into the fire, merging them into the green liquid after their refinement. The next step involved the refining of the magical crystal. This sequence of 3 steps persisted for nearly an hour, yet Yao's demeanor remained vibrant and lively, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. After an hour, the unyielding magic crystal had been refined into a pool of light green liquid, its volatile energy purged by the venerable Yao Lao through a wondrous concoction of medicinal properties. The white flame in his palm gradually subsided, vanishing completely. Gazing upon the emerald droplet levitating in Yao Lao's hand, Xiao Yan rubbed his hands together, his exceptional soul perception keenly aware of the profuse energy contained within the liquid. Teacher, shall I ingest it as is? Xiao Yan blinked, his eagerness palpable. If you have a death wish, then by all means, Yao Lao retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan. With your current meridians, you'd be rendered a true cripple in an instant. With a flick of his finger, Yao Lao sent the emerald liquid into a basin of clear water in the room, instantly transforming it into a cyan hue. Xiao Yan nodded with elation. Oh, I almost forgot, Yao Lao chuckled. This concoction only lasts for 2 months. In other words, you'll need to procure these ingredients every 2 months. Xiao Yan's face stiffened, and he nodded with a touch of dismay. Damn it, this is truly something only the affluent can afford. Chapter 15. Cultivation. The balmy sunlight filtered through the window's seams, scattering shimmering motes of light across the pristine room. Within, the youth sat bare-chested, cross-legged in a wooden basin, his hands clasped in front of him in an arcane mudra. His eyes were shut, his breathing steady and robust. The basin was filled with cyan liquid, which, as it gently swayed, reflected glimmers of iridescent light, a truly wondrous sight. As the currents of energy flowed into his body, the young boy's youthful visage seemed to suddenly radiate a luster akin to that of warm jade. It appeared that he had sensed the burgeoning aura within him, as a faint smile of contentment graced his delicate features. Having tasted the sweetness of progress, the boy did not relent. His eyes remained firmly shut, and the intricate seals of his fingertips remained undisturbed. He immersed himself in deep concentration, maintaining an optimal state for cultivation, greedily absorbing the gentle energy contained within the cerulean liquid. The azure essence caressed his skin, trickling through the pores and nurturing his bones while cleansing his meridians. As the boy's insatiable thirst for energy persisted, an increasing flow of currents emanated from the basin, ultimately veiling his bare form in a soft haze. Time passed slowly in his relentless pursuit of mastery, as the sunlight streaming through the window gradually waned, and the sweltering heat began to subside. In the wooden basin, the boy with closed eyes inhaled the last remnants of energy into his being. His lashes fluttered slightly, and moments later his obsidian eyes snapped open. Within those dark orbs, a flicker of white light danced, now tinged with a hint of pale azure. Since he had meticulously prepared everything, Xiao Yan had secluded himself in his chamber for over half a month. During this time, aside from the most basic necessities of life, he had embraced a life of austere solitude dedicated to cultivation. Although the days of training were somewhat monotonous for Xiao Yan, who had endured 3 years of scorn and derision, such trivialities were mere trifles. The ridicule endured over the past 3 years has imparted upon him a profound understanding of the paramount importance of strength in this realm. Despite the hardships of life, the fruits of his cultivation have filled his heart with joy. Even the venerable Yao Lao could not suppress his astonishment at Xiao Yan's remarkable training efficiency. Although it is somewhat attributable to Xiao Yan's prior experience on this path, the swiftness of his progress is undeniably extraordinary. In stark contrast to the inconsistencies of his previous training, Xiao Yan's performance over the past fortnight has indeed been astonishing. After wiping the moisture from his body, Xiao Yan casually donned a clean garment and ascended to his soft bed, retrieving a piece of dark iron from beneath his pillow. The rust that had once marred the iron had been meticulously scrubbed away by Xiao Yan, leaving it somewhat luminous and emanating a mysterious aura. Throughout the past half-month, apart from immersing himself in rigorous training, he had dedicated the remainder of his focus to the foundational techniques contained within this iron piece. Under Yao Lao's guidance, he gradually grasped the nuances of the absorption technique, yet the scarcity of fighting energy within him had thus far prevented him from witnessing any tangible results, which left him somewhat disheartened. With the iron piece clasped between his palms, Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes, channeling his soul perception through his arms and seamlessly into the dark iron. As his breathing steadied, tranquility enveloped the room once more. Suddenly, a porcelain vase on the table quivered and, with a resounding crash, shattered into countless fragments upon hitting the ground. Forget it. I shall visit the family combat hall to see if there are any suitable low-level combat techniques available. This absorb palm technique in the short term holds little significance. Now that I am capable of cultivating fighting energy, I shouldn't continue to practice mindlessly as I did in the past. With a sigh, Xiao Yan rose from his bed, casting a fleeting glance at the unresponsive black ring in his hand before making his way to the door and pushing it open. Squinting slightly, he adjusted to the somewhat scorching sunlight that flooded in. Cautiously, he closed the door behind him and leisurely strolled along the gravel path toward the backyard. Flanking the path were lush green willow trees, their vibrant foliage invigorating the spirit. As he turned a corner, the sound of youthful laughter wafted through the air, originating from a nearby path. The tranquility was disrupted, causing Xiao Yan to furrow his brow as his gaze shifted toward the source of the merriment, where a group of charming young girls approached. Amongst this assembly, a particularly alluring girl with a bewitching smile stood out, her captivating demeanor inducing a sense of inferiority in the more innocent girls beside her. This girl was none other than Xiao Mei, who had made quite an impression during the assessment at the square. Upon reaching the end of the path, Xiao Mei's enchanting laughter suddenly diminished as she spotted a young boy not far to her left. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the boy, who lay with his arm cradling the back of his head, his expression serene and utterly captivating. A pair of captivating eyes fixated on the approaching youth, observing the subtle curvature of his small face that was difficult to discern as either a smirk or a smile. At that moment, Xiao Mei felt an inexplicable daze wash over her. 3 years prior, that same youth often bore a similar enchanting smile at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 16. Xiao Ning. As the young man ambled closer, Xiao Mei and her companions halted in their tracks, their playful laughter gradually diminishing. The elegant maidens beside Xiao Mei watched the boy, once regarded as the pride of the family, with wide eyes, their expressions a mix of unarticulated regret and other sentiments. Xiao Mei lingered in place, her heart entangled in conflicting emotions. Deep down, she yearned to engage in conversation with the young man who had once captivated her so deeply. Yet reality struck her with the stark reminder of the widening chasm between them, making it seem unwise to invest her thoughts in someone deemed a failure. With a slight furrow of her delicate brows that soon relaxed, Xiao Mei resignedly mused to herself. Perhaps a greeting is in order. After all, he is, by all accounts, my cousin. Unaware of Xiao Mei's internal musings, Xiao Yan approached with a languid demeanor, his arms resting behind his head. As he drew near, Xiao Mei's charming face prepared to break into a smile, but his actions caused that nascent smile to freeze in a rather comical fashion. With his arms casually supporting his head, Xiao Yan strolled past the group of young maidens as if they were invisible, showing not the slightest hint of nostalgia. With her delicate lips slightly parted, Xiao Mei gazed in astonishment at the retreating figure of the young man. Given her beauty, she had never been treated in such a manner. A wave of inexplicable embarrassment and anger surged within her, prompting her to call out, "Cousin Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan paused momentarily but did not turn around. His voice, devoid of warmth, echoed like a conversation between strangers. "Is there something you need?" The indifference in his tone left Xiao Mei momentarily at a loss, and she could only shake her head timidly, murmuring, nothing, raising an eyebrow slightly. Xiao Yan lost interest, shook his head, and continued on his way. Watching him fade into the distance down the narrow path, Xiao Mei stomped her foot in frustration before following the same route. As Xiao Yan turned a corner, he lifted his gaze to behold a spacious room, where a plaque bore the bold, blood-red characters "Combat Hall" in a dramatic script. Hearing the cheers and shouts emanating from within, he was taken aback. The hall was usually quite deserted, yet today it buzzed with activity. Shrugging, he brushed the thought aside and stepped into the combat hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by a cacophony of cheers from the young spectators. The combat hall was divided into two areas. The eastern section was designated for storing family combat techniques, while the western side featured a sizable training ground, where a throng of onlookers eagerly gathered to watch the duel unfolding in the center. "Go, cousin Sun Er." Listening to the astonished exclamations emanating from the crowd, Xiao Yan finally halted his steps, his gaze sweeping across the training ground before lingering with keen interest on a beautiful young girl clad in a pale purple dress. What has prompted her to engage in a contest today? He pondered, pausing at the eastern side of the grand hall. He casually retrieved a black scroll from a nearby rack and slowly unfurled it, revealing several large yellow characters on its reverse side. Low-level yellow rank, shattered stone palm. Leaning leisurely against the bookshelf, Xiao Yan perused the cultivation method of the shattered stone palm, while occasionally glancing at the fierce skirmish unfolding in the training arena. The spacious hall seemed to be divided into two distinct worlds. The western side buzzed with incessant noise, while the eastern side remained tranquil and serene. Sun Er's opponent, a young man likely around 17 or 18 years of age, bore a strikingly handsome visage, reminiscent of Galio from their previous encounter. Xiao Yan harbored little impression of this cousin. Their interactions were limited to polite exchanges before parting ways, perhaps due to the subtle discord between their grandfathers and fathers. He always sensed that his cousin appeared somewhat dissatisfied with him, possibly exacerbated by his own past display of despondency, which might explain why this cousin had not sought to trouble him over the past 3 years. In the training arena, Sun Er danced like a delicate lavender butterfly, gracefully evading Xiao Ning's swift assaults, her exquisitely refined face maintaining an air of calm and composure throughout. With a hint of boredom, Sun Er deftly evaded Xiao Ning's close-range assault. Her gaze casually swept across the hall, and after a brief moment, it abruptly halted. She focused on the youth seated against the bookshelf in the eastern part of the hall, a gentle and elegant smile gracing her delicate features. In the presence of this fleeting, ethereal smile, the nearby onlookers were momentarily entranced. "Sun Er, be careful." A voice pierced through the crowd, urgent and alarmed, just as Sun Er was momentarily distracted. Sensing the fierce energy surging from behind her, Sun Er arched her brows slightly, her gaze once again drifting toward the boy beneath the bookshelf. Simultaneously, Xiao Yan lifted his head, observing Sun Er, who was unexpectedly attacked, his brow furrowing in concern as he shook his head helplessly, a subtle worry glimmering in his eyes. Noticing the mix of reproach and concern etched upon Xiao Yan's face, Sun Er playfully blinked her beautiful eyes and then swiftly stepped to the left, evading Xiao Ning's attack with an uncanny precision. As she moved, her delicate hands, as tender as jade, radiated a faint golden glow, effortlessly slipping through Xiao Ning's defenses, ultimately landing lightly upon his chest. With a gentle tap of her toes upon the stone floor, Sun Er executed a graceful turn, dissipating the force of the counterattack, and calmly regarded Xiao Ning, who had retreated over 10 steps before finally stepping out of the training grounds.
Observing Sun Er,
who had effortlessly defeated Xiao Ning with a single strike, the surroundings of the training arena fell into a momentary hush. only to erupt into a chorus of admiration and applause. Sooner, my dear cousin, truly lives up to her reputation as the foremost among the younger generation of our family, growing ever more formidable. Despite being bested by Sooner, Xiao Ning maintained a warm smile on his face as he stepped forward, gently speaking with a soft tone. His gaze lingered on the enchanting young woman before him, her beauty reminiscent of a blue lotus, with admiration in his eyes that was nearly impossible to conceal. Although they were referred to as cousins, Xiao Ning was aware that most of their family lacked close blood ties, and he shared no such connection with Xiao Sooner. Seemingly oblivious to Xiao Ning's fervent gaze, Sooner politely but distantly shook her head and softly replied, "Cousin Xiao Ning is too modest." Without waiting for Xiao Ning to continue his attempts at closeness, she turned and walked with a smile towards the young man engrossed in scrolls at the eastern side of the hall. As the focal point of the gathering, Sooner's actions did not go unnoticed. Countless eyes followed her path, ultimately resting on the boy beneath the bookshelf. Unfazed by the searing gazes surrounding him, the boy remained immersed in his own world. Chapter 17. Conflict Brother Xiao Yan. The young girl stood daintily before Xiao Yan, her delicate, fair hand resting behind her back as she leaned slightly forward. Her beautiful, sparkling eyes curved into lovely crescent shapes, brimming with mirth, and a charming dimple graced her youthful face, rendering her utterly adorable. As Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze from the scroll, he smiled at the young girl before him. His eyes then scanned the hall, meeting the fervent stares directed his way. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "My dear, I am well aware of your considerable charm, but must you truly use me as a shield?" Upon receiving Xiao Yan's nod, Sun Er's smile deepened, and she playfully suggested, "I suppose it has something to do with the rigorous seclusion you have endured over the past fortnight, hasn't it? How tedious." With a shrug of her delicate shoulders, she continued cheerfully, her gaze shifting to the young man, a subtle hint of melancholy in her eyes. "Since our last encounter, Xiao Yanji, you have neglected to seek me out for half a month. Are you truly afraid that I might demand repayment?" Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of awkwardness as he chuckled ruefully. "The adult ceremony is approaching next year. I must prioritize my training." He lifted his gaze to her slightly furrowed brow and affectionately patted her head, soothingly assuring her, "I will certainly make time for you in the future." Hearing Xiao Yan's promise, Sun Er's expression relaxed, and she began to whisper sweetly in his ear, her affectionate demeanor igniting a wave of envy among the young men in the hall, their eyes turning red with jealousy. From a distance, observing the two individuals engaged in light-hearted conversation beneath the bookshelf, Xiao Ning's lips twitched slightly, and his expression darkened. His fists clenched and relaxed in a rhythmic pattern. As the grandson of the family's esteemed elder, Xiao Ning had always harbored a sense of superiority. In his heart, he had already resolutely designated Sooner, the exceptional young lady, as his future bride, albeit this was merely a figment of his own desires. Now, witnessing his intended bride laughing and chatting intimately with another, it was nearly impossible for Xiao Ning to suppress the flames of fury igniting within him. Moreover, it was particularly infuriating that the one sharing such camaraderie with Sooner was none other than the family's most ineffectual scion. Anger surged in his gaze, but after a moment, Xiao Ning exhaled slowly, allowing a warm smile to return to his face. Straightening his somewhat disheveled attire, he strode purposefully towards the two under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In the hall, onlookers chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude as they beheld Xiao Ning approaching, though it was evident their amusement was directed not at him, but rather at the seemingly oblivious Xiao Yan. Scanning the intricate patterns of human meridians depicted on the scroll, Xiao Yan diligently committed the acupoints and meridian pathways associated with the shattered stone palm technique to memory. With a gentle sigh, as his furrowed brow relaxed, Xiao Yan's keen spiritual perception made him acutely aware of every movement within the hall, including the advancing figure of Xiao Ning. This girl was truly a troublemaker. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yan carefully rolled up the scroll. "Ah, cousin Xiao Yan, have you come to learn combat techniques? Do you require my assistance in procuring some high-level documents? There are certain matters which, perhaps, you lack the requisite authority to access." With a beaming smile, Xiao Ning stood before Xiao Yan, his voice light-hearted. Xiao Yan carefully rolled up the scroll in his hands, placing it gently upon the bookshelf, and shook his head slightly, responding with a calm demeanor, "Thank you for your concern, but I do not need it at this time." With a soft sigh, Xiao Yan recognized that he had willingly walked into a verbal confrontation. A sardonic smile gradually crept upon his lips as he remarked, "I am aware that your comments are merely an attempt to garner Suner's attention. However, I must admit you are rather juvenile." Xiao Ning, taken aback by Xiao Yan's unreserved sarcasm, felt the smile on his face fade. He had not anticipated that the typically taciturn Xiao Yan would suddenly possess the audacity to engage him in banter. His expression darkened as he retorted coldly, "It seems that my cousin Xiao Yan holds quite the prejudice against me. Shall we have a friendly contest? I would like to see how much you've progressed over the years. Do you truly wish to challenge me?" Suner interjected, setting down the scroll in her hands, her delicate face raised, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a hint of frost. With a flicker of irritation, Xiao Ning cast a scornful glance at Suner, his jealousy intensifying. He scoffed, "All you do is hide behind women. Why did you not dare to speak to me this way 3 years ago?" Xiao Yan, standing on his toes, retrieved another bundle of scrolls, brushing off the dust with a nonchalant air. It must be said, his composed demeanor undoubtedly stirred a sense of discomfort among those who harbored ill feelings towards him. With his teeth clenched tightly together, producing a creaking sound, Xiao Ning was seething with rage. However, he dared not lay a hand on Xiao Yan. Regardless of how inferior Xiao Yan's cultivation talent may be, he was still the son of the clan leader. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ning shot a cold glance at Xiao Yan, slightly lowering his head to whisper chillingly in his ear, "Xiao Yan, you are no longer the cultivation genius of 3 years ago. Now you are nothing but a Suner is beyond your reach. Be wise and distance yourself from her, or else, although I cannot act against you now, you will inevitably face the challenge of a clan member during the coming adult ceremony a year from now. If you wish to avoid becoming a cripple, I advise you to leave early and hide away in some remote corner, living out the rest of your days in peace." Listening to this menacing threat, a slight smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. He tilted his head slightly, surveying Xiao Ning with a strangely peculiar gaze, before rolling his eyes and turning away, clutching the scroll he held. Observing Xiao Yan's actions, Xiao Ning assumed he had capitulated, but before he could relish that thought, the young man's nonchalant words suddenly darkened his expression. "Well then, I shall await the day you attempt to make me a cripple." Chapter 18. Advanced Profound Stage Combat Technique. 8 extremes collapse, ignoring the sinister gaze behind him. Xiao Yan registered the scroll at the Combat Technique Hall's administrator before engaging in lighthearted conversation with Suner as they slowly exited the hall. "You just wait, little brat. Once you're assigned out of the family, I'll have all the time in the world to deal with you. Deprived of the patriarch's protection, you are utterly insignificant." Gazing at the receding figure, Xiao Ning seethed with indignation. His teeth clenched as he struck the nearby bookshelf with a forceful palm, leaving a faint imprint upon its surface. Returning to his chamber, he shut the door, and Xiao Yan's shoulders sagged in weariness. He placed the scroll upon the table, lifted his teacup, and drained it in one go, a bitter smile creeping onto his face as he muttered, "That girl truly knows how to make her exit. That little girl. Her origins seem rather extraordinary." An aged voice suddenly resonated within the room. Wearily lifting his gaze, Xiao Yan beheld the specter-like figure of Yao Lao materializing before him. He smirked and lazily inquired, "Teacher, are you aware of her background?" "It appears I have some inkling." Yao Lao's eyes narrowed slightly, a sly smile gracing his lips as he regarded Xiao Yan's curious gaze. Yet he abruptly fell silent. "Do not pry too deeply. Knowing this will not serve you well. Thus, it is best to refrain from inquiring further. I can only say that the little girl possesses a rather formidable lineage." Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan could only resentfully give Yao Lao the finger. "What do you need these worthless items for? Are you feeling overly energetic?" Yao Lao approached the table and casually rummaged through the bundle of scrolls, astonished. "Valueless items?" Xiao Yan groaned weakly, a grimace on his face. "At this moment, aside from the absorption technique, I am utterly lacking in combat skills. Previously, I devoted myself solely to the arduous cultivation of fighting energy, never having learned any combat techniques. Moreover, within the clan, these yellow-tier combat techniques are the only ones available for casual study. If I do not learn these, how am I to compete with others during the coming initiation ceremony? You merely wish to extract advanced combat techniques from me, remarked the astute Master Yao, his discerning gaze fixed upon Xiao Yan. Unperturbed by the revelation of his intentions, Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. What is so remarkable about advanced combat techniques? Once you master the art of alchemy, superior combat techniques will be readily presented to you. Master Yao replied with a faint smile, seemingly indifferent to Xiao Yan's forlorn expression. But I require advanced combat techniques at this very moment. Master, Xiao Yan lamented, his frustration palpable. Observing Xiao Yan's despondent demeanor, Master Yao chuckled heartily, shaking his head before teasingly declaring, "Very well, who could have anticipated that I would be burdened with such a pitiable disciple? To prevent you from being rendered incapacitated, I shall impart some knowledge to you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's spirits lifted. His curiosity piqued regarding the level of combat techniques his enigmatic teacher could unveil. What level is the mysterious technique? Is it of the Shen rank? His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he licked his lips, hurriedly inquiring. It is of the advanced Shen rank. I recall that this technique was once earnestly sought after by an individual who implored me to accept it. However, I had little interest in such matters. Were it not for the incessant pestering, I would not have consented to assist him in concocting elixirs. Master Yao replied nonchalantly, his tone suggesting a casual dismissal of the topic, as if discussing mere refuse on the ground. Advanced Shen rank? He begged you to accept it? With a few dark lines hanging above his head, Xiao Yan felt somewhat disheartened. The supreme fighting technique revered as the family's ultimate secret was merely of the intermediate level in the Shen rank, while the elder Yao casually mentioned a technique of the advanced Shen rank. This stark contrast left Xiao Yan in a state of bemusement. Closing his eyes in contemplation, he murmured, "I will transmit it to you." With a casual gesture, elder Yao pointed his finger and gently pressed it against Xiao Yan's forehead. A slight pain surged through Xiao Yan's head, and he suddenly became aware of an influx of information flooding into his mind, overwhelming him with its suddenness. The 8 extremities collapse. An advanced Shen rank fighting technique, renowned for its formidable close-range attack prowess. When mastered to perfection, it incorporates 8 layers of energy into its strikes, rendering its power comparable to that of a low-tier earth rank technique. As his mind gradually cleared, Xiao Yan meticulously savored the rudimentary details of the information. After a moment, he inhaled sharply. A technique whose attack power could rival that of low-tier earth rank? In the realm of fighting energy, the disparity between the Shen and earth ranks is akin to a chasm, utterly incomparable. Yet here was the advanced Shen rank 8 extremities collapse, claiming to possess attack power on par with that of earth rank techniques. How could this not astonish Xiao Yan? Do not be too astonished, Elder Yao cautioned. Although the 8 extremities collapse does not demand excessive fighting energy, it requires significant physical resilience. This is a combat technique designed for close-quarters brawling. Given your slender limbs, if you were to forcefully employ it, it is likely that your muscles would be the first to give way, rather than your opponent. The words of the old pharmacist fell like a cold splash of water, extinguishing Xiao Yan's excitement completely. How can one enhance their physical strength? After a brief pause, Xiao Yan inquired eagerly. The energy of Dou Qi serves as the optimal means to fortify the body. As Dou Qi intensifies, so too does physical strength. However, to expedite this process, external stimuli are required. The old pharmacist narrowed his eyes, a glint of mischief apparent within their depths. What sort of external stimuli? Observing the old pharmacist's gleeful demeanor, a chill suddenly coursed through Xiao Yan's body. Punishment. The more severe, the better. The old pharmacist chuckled darkly, while Xiao Yan's expression stiffened. Chapter 19. The brutal training in the early morning. A thin veil of pale mist enveloped the summit of the back mountain, lingering stubbornly. A gentle breeze swept through, suddenly bringing forth the muffled sound of physical contact. Within a concealed grove atop the mountain, Xiao Yan stood with his feet planted firmly like tree stumps in the earth, toes gripping the ground tightly, teeth clenched, and beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Clad only in shorts, his bare skin bore numerous dark blue bruises. Behind him, The old pharmacist, now in a spiritual form, sat cross-legged upon a large rock, his expression grave as he observed Xiao Yan's determination. With a gentle wave of his hand, the old pharmacist summoned a faint ripple in the air. A slender, pale red stream of Dou Qi shot forth from his palm, striking Xiao Yan's shoulder with the force of a whip, leaving behind a long, dark bruise. A violent tremor coursed through the corners of his mouth, and as he inhaled sharply through the gaps in his teeth, Xiao Yan felt an abrupt numbness seize his shoulders. A searing pain penetrated deep into his heart, causing his toes to weaken, nearly toppling him to the ground. Following this intense agony, a thin stream of fighting energy surged rapidly within him. Under the stimulation of pain, the fighting energy seemed more vibrant than usual, joyfully coursing through the meridians and acupoints in his shoulders, gently permeating into his bones and muscles, quietly enhancing his strength. Once more, as the pain in his shoulder gradually subsided, Xiao Yan's youthful visage was marked with determination and stubbornness, gritting his teeth in defiance. Observing Xiao Yan's tenacity in enduring the relentless strikes, the elderly pharmacist's weathered face broke into a faint smile of satisfaction, nodding slightly as a pale red fighting energy erupted once again from his palm. Bang! 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 Within the small grove, unsettling thuds accompanied by muffled groans of pain resonated continuously. The pharmacist's strikes were executed with precision. Each attack reached the critical threshold of what Xiao Yan's body could endure, ensuring that he would not suffer severe injury while still experiencing genuine pain. The excruciating sensation of fighting energy impacting his body contorted Xiao Yan's face into an expression of anguish, and as the pharmacist's hand moved, more and more bruises began to mar his skin. Bang! Once again, a surge of fighting spirit surged forth, and the seemingly wooden figure of Xiao Yan finally reached the limits of his endurance. His legs weakened, and he collapsed in exhaustion. After a moment of intense gasping, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, lifted his head, and managed a strained smile, saying, "Master, how was that?" "Quite impressive," the elderly figure replied with a smile, nodding in approval. "Today you endured 84 strikes of fighting energy, a significant improvement from the mere 9 strikes a month and a half ago." In the depths of his wise eyes, there flickered a hint of astonishment. The resilience Xiao Yan had exhibited over the past 6 weeks had exceeded his expectations. Initially, he believed that 70 strikes would be the limit for Xiao Yan, yet the young man had persevered through 84, compelling the elder to marvel at the boy's capacity for endurance. As he dressed, the cool fabric brushed against his bruised skin, eliciting a pained grimace from Xiao Yan. Acknowledging the discomfort, he slowly made his way down the mountainside. Upon returning to his humble abode, unable to endure the pain any longer, Xiao Yan swiftly secured the doors and windows. He then shed his garments and, using both hands and feet, leapt into a wooden basin filled with azure liquid. The icy water enveloped his battered skin, and Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, reveling in the refreshing sensation. The ethereal feeling washed over him, prompting him to slowly close his eyes and lie still in the basin, surrendering to the moment. Xiao Yan languidly leaned against the edge of the wooden basin. His rapid breaths gradually steadied, eventually giving way to a soft snore that emanated from his nostrils. After enduring a harrowing ordeal, he could no longer withstand the dual fatigue of mind and body, succumbing to a deep slumber. During his repose, the azure liquid within the basin gently swayed, a delicate stream of soothing energy infiltrating his body through the slightly opened pores, cleansing the grotesque bruises that marred his skin. Simultaneously, it infused vitality into his body, which had reached its limits, continuously fortifying him. The slumber persisted, and the enhancement proceeded unbeknownst to him. As his physical form was being fortified and mended, the azure liquid in the basin gradually lightened, clearly indicating that the medicinal properties contained within were nearing depletion. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Xiao Yan only recalled awakening to the blazing sunlight that illuminated the room with an almost blinding brilliance. Stretching languidly, the bones in his body crackled in a symphony of sounds. Raising his head, he felt an indescribable vigor and fulfillment coursing through him, prompting an involuntary exclamation of delight. How refreshing! Rising from the basin, he suddenly halted, astonished to find that the once azure liquid had transformed entirely into crystal-clear water. Had the medicinal essence been entirely absorbed? Touching his nose, Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation, only to suddenly recall something, his eyes closing slowly with a hint of joy as he attentively sensed the state of his internal fighting energy. Chapter 20. Auction at present. What Xiao Yan most urgently needed to do was to procure materials once again and subsequently refine the foundation establishment elixir. While this task may appear deceptively simple, Xiao Yan found himself confronted with a significant dilemma. He was running low on funds. Sitting upon his bed, his youthful visage bore a bittersweet smile. He had never anticipated being reduced to such a state by the lack of money. Extending his finger, he meticulously calculated after his previous purchase of materials. He had a little over 900 gold coins remaining. Clearly, this sum was insufficient to acquire the same level of materials again. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with a sudden thought, and he inquired, "Master, would it be possible to use lower-grade specimens like the purple leaf orchid or the bone-washing flower?" "It is indeed possible, but the potency of the elixir would be compromised. The foundation establishment elixir I am preparing for you is meticulously crafted with the most suitable combinations," came the voice of the medicine elder from within the ring. With a light flutter of his eyelashes, Xiao Yan chuckled softly. "No matter. Let us proceed with the inferior materials this time. Short on funds? Why not seek that young girl? Given her background, acquiring a few thousand gold coins would be trivial. If that fails, you could always ask your father. Why compromise the potency and delay your cultivation?" Listening to the medicine elder's suggestion, Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation. "Consider it a trivial matter of my pride. I cannot repeatedly approach a young lady to borrow money. As for my father, I have been avoiding him for 2 months. Moreover, should I request money from him, his probing inquiries would surely risk exposing you, Master." "Master, can others refine this foundation establishment elixir?" Seemingly recalling something, Xiao Yan suddenly furrowed his brows and inquired. Young one, upon the continent of Dou Qi, the myriad of medicinal herbs is beyond count. To concoct pills with varied effects, one must meticulously select those ingredients capable of neutralizing the volatile energies within the magical crystals you wish to refine. Only then can you successfully create the elixir you desire. Should one recklessly combine materials, the destruction of the furnace and the loss of the elixir would be the least of one's worries. Should a backlash occur. At this juncture, the elder pharmacist chuckled ominously before continuing, "This foundational spirit liquid is a formula I diligently refined after several years of experimentation. Of course, it is conceivable that others might stumble upon a similar formula by mere chance. However, the likelihood is exceedingly slim. Furthermore, during the refining process, the degree of fusion among the 3 ingredients, their proportions, and the intensity of the flame all necessitate countless trials and an exceptional level of spiritual perception to master. Otherwise, do you think every alchemist requires a mentor to guide them meticulously? To become a formidable alchemist without the guidance of a distinguished master is virtually impossible. Otherwise, merely deciphering those experimental formulas could consume an entire lifetime. Thus, while I cannot assert this for the entirety of the Dou Qi Continent, I can confidently declare that within the Jiamat Empire, no one can replicate the foundational spirit liquid I have crafted." At this point, a hint of pride subtly permeated the elder pharmacist's words. Astonished by the intricate complexity of the foundation-building elixir, Xiao Yan instinctively licked his lips. When he had observed Master Yao's alchemical process in the past, it had seemed deceptively simple. Only now did he realize that the art of pill refinement encompassed far more than the superficial understanding he had initially possessed. The realm of alchemists was indeed vast and enigmatic, and it was no surprise that it stood as the most esteemed profession in the Dou Qi Continent. After the initial shock, a sense of joy blossomed in Xiao Yan's heart. He pursed his lips and chuckled softly, saying, "Master, I do not intend to use the most inferior foundation-building elixir for my cultivation. I plan to auction it instead. Currently, my finances are rather tight, but once the funds are secured, we can procure superior materials. After all, concocting the foundation-building elixir is but a trivial task for you. What do you say?" "Very well. It is your decision. An alchemist auctioning their own pills is not an uncommon occurrence, and the foundation-building elixir is merely a basic potion. Selling it poses no issue, Master Yao replied after a brief silence, his demeanor indifferent. Hearing Master Yao's consent, Xiao Yan grinned widely, gathered his belongings, and swiftly exited the room. Since the materials required were not of high quality, he casually selected the least aged purple leaf orchid and bone-washing flower from the apothecary. As for the wood attribute magic crystal, after thorough examination, he purchased the cheapest green wood mouse magic crystal available. Having acquired the necessary materials, Xiao Yan found an inn where he could discreetly allow Master Yao to refine the foundation-building elixir. The foundational elixir this time not only possessed significantly lesser potency compared to the previous one, but its hue had also transformed from a crystalline emerald to a mottled shade of green. After carefully storing the elixir, which was roughly the size of half a fist, into the exquisite white jade vial he had procured earlier, Xiao Yan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. With the jade bottle secured close to him, he departed from the inn and swiftly made his way towards the grandest auction house in Wutan City. Chapter 21. The second-rank alchemist Gu and I, the middle auction house. The largest auction venue in Wutan City is also affiliated with the wealthiest family in the Jiama Empire, the middle family. In the realm of opulence within the Jiama Empire, the middle family undoubtedly stands at the forefront. With a long-standing history spanning several centuries, the middle family has intricately woven itself into the fabric of the empire, establishing complex relationships. Rumor has it that this affluent family even shares tenuous connections with the imperial royal family. Within the empire, the middle family, alongside the Nalan and Mu families, constitutes the triumvirate of the Jiama elite. These three prominent families have their fingers in various pies across the commercial and military sectors, wielding considerable influence. Thus, with the formidable backing of the middle family, no matter how tempting the profits of the auction house may be, none would dare to covet their interests. As Xiao Yan gazed upon the immense venue at the end of the street, he veered into a secluded alley and swiftly donned the black cloak he had previously acquired. The voluminous robe enveloped him, obscuring not only Xiao Yan's visage but also distorting the boy's somewhat slender physique, rendering him rather corpulent. In his current guise, even Sooner, standing directly before him, would find it difficult to recognize him at a glance. Once he had adequately concealed his form, Xiao Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. This caution was not unwarranted. The foundational spiritual liquid held immense allure for certain powerful families. Indeed, should anyone manage to mass-produce such liquid, the young generation's strength would escalate rapidly, serving as the finest catalyst for a family's growth. To avoid unnecessary complications, Xiao Yan deemed it prudent to proceed with utmost stealth. His hand brushed against the cool surface of the white jade vial nestled within his garments as he gradually exited the alleyway, making his way toward the auction house at the end of the street. Under the vigilant gaze of several fully armed guards at the entrance, he maintained his stride and entered without hesitation. Upon stepping into the venue, the oppressive heat seemed to dissipate, replaced by a refreshing coolness that imparted an extraordinary sensation of duality between the internal and external environments. His gaze swept across the opulent and spacious hall, and he made his way towards a nearby room, marked by the gleaming character's treasure appraisal room. Upon pushing the door open, he found the interior somewhat vacant, save for a middle-aged man who appeared rather bored, seated at a table. Hearing the door creak, the man lifted his head, scrutinizing the figure shrouded in black robes. His brow briefly furrowed, only to be quickly replaced by a professionally warm smile. "Sir, are you here for an appraisal?" Indeed, beneath the black robe, a voice emerged, aged and somewhat hoarse, floating through the air. It was, astonishingly, the voice of the venerable apothecary. Xiao Yan stepped forward, retrieving a white jade vial from his bosom and gently placing it upon the table. "What is this?" he pondered, blinking in confusion. The middle-aged man cautiously lifted the vial, inhaling its essence at the mouth before his expression subtly shifted. His gaze towards Xiao Yan now imbued with a hint of reverence. "Are you a pharmacist, my lord?" "Indeed," came the elderly voice once more. "Pray tell what elixir resides within this vial. What are its properties?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man inquired respectfully. "It is a foundation-building spirit liquid, capable of enhancing the cultivation speed of Dou Qi. However, it is effective only for those beneath the level of a fighter." The voice continued, "This spirit liquid bears no adverse effects, and its potency is exceedingly mild. Thus you may rest assured. Seemingly aware of the middle-aged man's concerns, the elderly voice offered a calm explanation. Yes, do proceed swiftly. Xiao Yan gestured dismissively, taking a seat on a nearby chair and closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. The middle-aged man nodded eagerly before hastily exiting the room. Seated in silence, Xiao Yan refrained from engaging in conversation with the apothecary. This was, after all, someone else's domain, and prudence dictated caution. Who could guarantee that there were no devices for eavesdropping or spying present? After a brief interlude, the middle-aged man returned, this time accompanied by an elderly gentleman clad in green, his hair tinged with gray. His gaze swept over the elder, ultimately resting upon his chest, where no golden star was etched. Instead, there lay an object resembling an apothecary's furnace. Upon its surface, 2 silver ripples shimmered with an air of noble grandeur. Esteemed sir, this is Master Gunny from our auction house. He is a 3-star dough master and also a 2nd-grade alchemist, the middle-aged man introduced with great reverence. Upon hearing the elder's credentials, Xiao Yan's brow instinctively arched beneath his cloak. This marked his first encounter with an alchemist other than Yao Lao, prompting him to scrutinize the man before him more closely. The elder's face radiated with vitality, and though his azure robe appeared unremarkable, it subtly emanated a flowing light, clearly enhanced by some form of magical crystal protection. Beneath his ordinary visage lay an unmistakable air of pride, a trait indispensable to every alchemist. While Xiao Yan appraised the elder, Gunny, too, was discreetly sizing up his counterpart. Alchemists were not mere fighters, and any one of them would be fervently courted by various factions. Thus, as Gunny observed, he silently speculated about Xiao Yan's identity. The middle-aged man carefully lifted a jade vial from the table and handed it to Gunny. Upon receiving the white jade vessel, Gunny took a gentle whiff of its fragrant aroma, his aged eyes narrowing slightly, pupils flickering with intrigue. As he tilted the vial, a small droplet of azure liquid slowly emerged, hovering delicately within the palm of Gunny's hand. With his eyes fixed intently on the azure liquid, Gunny delicately pinched between his fingers a slender silver needle, which shimmered faintly with the aura of energy. He cautiously immersed the needle into the azure liquid and began to stir it gently. As he stirred, Gunny's expression gradually shifted from calm to grave.
Moments later.
He collected the azure liquid into a jade vial. When he cast his gaze once more towards Xiao Yan, a newfound respect graced his proud countenance. He turned to the middle-aged man and spoke in a low voice. The spiritual liquid has indeed reached the level of a 2nd-tier elixir, as you previously stated, my lord. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man exhaled a sigh of relief and smiled eagerly at Xiao Yan. My lord, do you intend to auction this spiritual liquid? Yes. Could you arrange the earliest possible auction time for me? Of course, that is no problem at all. Please take this to auction room number 1. They are currently holding an auction there, and your spiritual liquid will be sold shortly. The middle-aged man cheerfully handed over a pitch-black iron token. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan accepted the token and departed the room under their watchful gazes. Master Gunny, is he an alchemist? The middle-aged man inquired in a hushed tone after Xiao Yan had vanished. Indeed, he is an alchemist. That keen sense of spiritual perception cannot be mistaken, Gunny affirmed with a nod, then furrowed his brow in perplexity, muttering to himself, but which faction does he belong to? I have not heard of any alchemist in Wu-Tan City capable of refining 2nd-tier elixirs. Shall we investigate his background? The middle-aged man suggested quietly. Gu and I squinted slightly, pondering momentarily before shaking his head gently. Not for now. The temperament of alchemists can be rather eccentric. If our investigation draws his attention, it may lead him to harbor an unfavorable impression of the auction house. Offending a mysterious alchemist of unknown caliber is hardly a prudent course of action. He turned his gaze to the middle-aged man and remarked nonchalantly, you should know how to cultivate a favorable disposition in him, correct? With a chuckle, the man replied, understood. Remember, even if we cannot befriend him, we must not provoke him. Otherwise, Gu and I left behind a chilling remark before gracefully departing. Chapter 22. The whirlwind decision under the guidance of a female attendant. Xiao Yan entered the ongoing auction. Upon stepping inside, the bright surroundings dimmed, and a cacophony of noise inundated his ears. causing the usually composed Xiao Yan to frown deeply. The auction house was vast, accommodating hundreds with ease. At the center of the venue, illuminated by the spotlight, stood a stunning woman clad in a crimson gown, her enchanting voice captivating the audience as she elucidated the features of the items in her possession. Finding a secluded spot, Xiao Yan settled quietly, his gaze sweeping over the beautiful woman. With his discerning eye, he could easily discern that the majority had come to witness her. The chief auctioneer of the Meitel auction house, Yafei, was a renowned beauty in Wutan City, her mature and alluring charm causing many men to fall under her spell. Seated in quiet contemplation, Xiao Yan suddenly furrowed his brow, slightly turning his head to observe a man shrouded in darkness not far from his own seat. At that moment, the man was gazing intently at the enchanting Yafei on the stage, his eyes ablaze with fervor, as his hands subtly moved in sync with the delicate parting of her luscious lips. "By the heavens," he muttered under his breath, rolling his eyes in exasperation beneath his cloak. The audacity of this man was truly astonishing. With a mix of annoyance and resignation, Xiao Yan shifted his position, shaking his head with a bitter smile, his gaze once again drifting towards the elevated platform, where the voluptuous curves of the woman in the crimson dress captivated his attention, prompting him to whisper, "Enchantress." Suddenly, his wandering gaze halted as he glimpsed a middle-aged man seated in the front row. A look of astonishment and peculiarity washed over his face. Could it be that his father harbored an interest in this woman as well? However, this strange thought dissipated almost instantly, for Xiao Yan soon realized that his father's gaze did not linger on Yafei. Instead, it remained calm and composed, seemingly awaiting something. What was his father doing here? As he pondered this, he was taken aback to discover that the leaders of the other two prominent families, the Gale and Oba clans, were also present. Clearly, there was something about to be auctioned that had drawn their attention. Intrigued, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, pondering what remarkable item could possibly entice the heads of the three illustrious families. It must be said that the woman named Yafei possesses an extraordinary talent for enlivening the atmosphere. Every subtle expression and smile of hers sends the bidding prices soaring, and at such moments, she bestows a charming smile upon the highest bidder, instantly invigorating those who were previously hesitant. The ambience within the hall remains at a fever pitch, sustained by the light, alluring laughter of this enchanting woman. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received a new item for auction that I believe will pique your interest," Yafei declared, her voice laced with delight. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, a servant hurriedly presented a jade plate, upon which rested a small white jade vial. "This is a second-tier elixir," she continued, carefully lifting the vial. Her beguiling voice rendered the auction momentarily hushed, but soon after, the clamor erupted once more. In the realm of the Dou Qi Continent, the most coveted treasures are the various potions crafted by alchemists. This particular item is known as the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid, effective only for those below the rank of a fighter. Immersing oneself in this liquid during cultivation can significantly accelerate the training speed of individuals beneath that threshold. Ladies and gentlemen, if you desire your descendants to become prodigious talents at a young age, this is an opportunity not to be missed. Her enticing red lips parted slightly, releasing a soft, sultry voice that sent shivers through the crowd. "Rest assured, this spirit liquid has been personally appraised by Master Guni of our auction house, classified as second tier, and is guaranteed to be flawless," Yafei assured with a smile. As Master Guni personally authenticated the event, the atmosphere within the venue grew markedly subdued. Everyone was acutely aware that Master Guni was a second-tier alchemist, and even the leaders of the three prominent families in Wutan City would not dare to exhibit the slightest disrespect in his presence. Leaning leisurely against his chair, Xiao Yan surveyed the lively ambience around him, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed that this Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid would indeed yield considerable benefits for him. His gaze subtly shifted towards his father, only to notice an unexpected flicker of excitement on his father's face. Momentarily taken aback, Xiao Yan felt a surge of emotion as memories resurfaced. The initial price for the spirit liquid is set at 8,000 gold coins. May I invite everyone to place their bids? Yafei remarked with a smile, her gaze sweeping across the audience before finally resting on the three family leaders seated at the forefront. She was well aware that these three would be the primary contenders in the bidding war. 8,005. A voice rang out as soon as Yafei concluded her statement. 9,000. The successive bids quickly followed, each one escalating the price. Within moments, the bidding had soared to 13,000 gold coins. Although Xiao Yan's father displayed signs of agitation, he refrained from immediately placing a bid, choosing instead to close his eyes and await the conclusion of the minor skirmishes among the lesser bidders. After a brief period of competition, the clamor began to wane, and at that juncture, an elderly gentleman seated beside Xiao Yan spoke up with a calm demeanor. 20,000. Haha, Jailebi. Has your son not already advanced to the rank of fighter? Why then, pray tell, does he still covet the Foundation establishment spirit liquid? A middle-aged man turned and remarked with a forced grin. Is it not permissible for me to purchase it for my future grandson? Obapa retorted, a cold smile gracing his lips as he faced the middle-aged man. Galabai. You might have to wait until you possess such fortune. Who knows? Your son could be rendered impotent at any moment. Cursing silently in his heart, Obapa exclaimed, 23,000, 25,000. In less than 10 minutes, amidst the astonished gazes of those present, the two men, akin to ravenous dogs vying for scraps, escalated the price to 31,000. 40,000. Came the sudden interruption from Xiao Yan, who had been silently contemplating. The hall fell into a profound silence, all eyes shifting to Xiao Yan, including those of Obapa and Galabai, who were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected bid. It appears that the clan leader Xiao Yan is determined to acquire this foundational spirit liquid, Galabai remarked with a chuckle. Xiao Yan shot him a glance, replying coolly, if you desire it, bid for it. I shall not participate further. Galabai's expression twitched, as he pondered the veracity of Xiao Yan's words. After a brief moment, he shook his head. His objective lay with that particular item, not the foundational spirit liquid. To squander funds recklessly at this juncture would be unwise. Clan leader Xiao Yan has bid 40,000 gold coins. Does anyone wish to raise the offer? Yafei inquired, surveying the serene assembly with a smile. Since there are no further bids, this foundational spirit liquid shall be sold to clan leader Xiao Yan. Noting the absence of responses, Yafei seized the opportunity, lightly tapping her small hammer on the table to finalize the sale. In a secluded corner, Xiao Yan found himself in a state of bemusement, realizing that after all this time, he had inadvertently extorted his own father. What follows is the Paisida assistance of this auction. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, the lights on the elevated platform dimmed, and she slightly bent forward to retrieve a silver tray from the center of the stage. Upon the tray lay an ancient scroll, enveloped in a faint azure glow, exuding an air of mystery against the backdrop of the silver surface. The advanced martial art technique of the Shen Tier, Wind Roll Technique. Chapter 23. Contest for the prize. As the words Shen Tier Advanced Martial Art Technique echoed through the auction hall, an abrupt silence fell over the crowd. Compared to the earlier commotion caused by the Foundation establishment liquid, the excitement stirred by the martial arts techniques was undeniably more profound. While medicinal pills are indeed precious, their benefits are fleeting. Martial art techniques, however, can sustain a lifetime and even be passed down to future generations. In a certain light, high-tier martial arts techniques incite far greater fervor than medicinal pills. After all, possessing a high-tier technique ensures that one can eventually become a formidable force, even in the absence of spiritual herbs. Conversely, relying solely on herbs without any technique renders one incapable of becoming a true powerhouse, no matter how many pills one consumes. Seated at the back, Xiao Yan exhaled softly. An advanced martial art technique of the Shen Tier? No wonder. This level of technique surpasses even the pinnacle technique of the Xiao clan, the Furious Lion's Wrath. It is no surprise that the patriarchs of the three prominent families of Wutan City have personally gathered here. They are evidently vying for this exceptional treasure. In the realm of advanced mysteries, Xiao Yan's gaze lingered contemplatively over the azure scroll before him. Instinctively, he licked his lips, for whosoever possessed this scroll would hold the key to becoming a formidable force. Decades hence, in Wutan City, a power would arise to rival the three great clans. Merely an advanced, profound technique, one might wonder why it incited such astonishment. Just as Xiao Yan pondered, the voice of Yao Lao resonated within his mind, disrupting his thoughts. Merely a scroll, he thought, rolling his eyes. It was evident that communicating with this elder, whose aspirations soared to the heavens, was a futile endeavor. He merely sighed in silence. Little one, focus on your cultivation. When you ascend to the rank of a doja, I shall reveal to you what a true advanced technique embodies. With that, Yao Lao fell silent. Xiao Yan pursed his lips and muttered, "One can only hope." Ladies and gentlemen, this advanced profound technique was fortuitously acquired by a hunter in the mountains. It is a legacy from bygone predecessors, legitimate in its origins, and will not bring forth any troubles. You may bid with confidence, Yafei announced, delicately cradling the azure scroll in her graceful hands, her expression radiant with a smile. Miss Yafei, please state the starting bid, came an impatient shout from the crowd. Maintaining her alluring smile, Yafei replied, the starting bid for the wind-rolling technique is set at 200,000 gold coins. As this exorbitant price echoed through the hall, a palpable silence enveloped the room, as many realized they lacked the means to procure such a treasure. In a secluded corner, Xiao Yan could not help but shake his head in disbelief. This woman was indeed merciless in her dealings. 200,000 gold coins represented more than 2 years' worth of profits for the Xiao clan. In the front row, the 3 individuals, including Xiao Zhan, felt a tremor of unease beneath the exorbitant price. Yet they were helpless. It was a matter of willing participants, one willing to pay, the other to receive. If you chose not to buy, there were plenty who would. Beneath the staggering sum of 200,000, the atmosphere grew somewhat chilly. However, in the face of this awkward silence, Yafei remained unperturbed, her smile as enchanting as ever. She understood the allure of this profound-level martial arts technique. Some individuals might even risk everything to possess it. As she anticipated, the silence did not linger for long. A balding middle-aged man was the first to tremulously call out a bid. 210,000. Xiao Yan glanced in the direction of the voice, recognizing the balding man as a prominent arms dealer from Wutan City, who nearly monopolized weapon sales there. Although his influence could not rival that of the 3 great families, he was nonetheless a significant figure in Wutan City. 230,000. Following the middle-aged man's bid, an elderly man clad in yellow quickly followed suit. This elder was a major pharmaceutical merchant in Wutan City, owning several herbal shops and possessing considerable wealth. Casting a fierce glare at the elder, the balding man called out again, 240,000. Amidst the gathering, sporadic bids began to emerge. After all, such a lofty price was enough to deter many. 300,000. Just as the previous 2 bidders appeared to be faltering, the first row's Jalia family member finally spoke up coldly. 330,000. In Wutan City, the only families capable of rivaling the Jalia clan were the Xiao family and the Uba family, and the current bidder was none other than the patriarch of the Uba family, Uba Pa. With a cold glance at Obapa, Jailebi remarked icily, 350,000. Obapa's eyes twitched as he grinned. 370,000. 380,000. 400,000. Unfazed by Obapa's escalating bids, Jailebi promptly matched each increase, exuding an air of determination. However, when the price reached 430,000, Obapa was compelled to halt the competition. 430,000 was already sufficient to plunge the Obapa family into financial turmoil. 450,000. Observing Obapa's retreat, Jailebi had yet to savor his victory when a calm voice from Xiao Zhan darkened his expression. Jailebi shot a seething glare at Xiao Zhan, his heart ablaze with anger. Among the 3 prominent families, both the Xiao and Obapa families possessed mid-level Shen-tier combat techniques, whereas his own Jailebi family was relegated to low-level techniques. Thus, Jailebi was genuinely resolved to stake everything this time. Amidst Obapa's gloating gaze, Jailebi gritted his teeth and declared, 460,000. 500,000. The stoic Xiao Zhan announced an astonishingly high bid that sent shockwaves through the crowd. On the high platform, Yafei observed the heated exchange between the 2, her enchanting smile growing even more alluring. 550,000. With eyes slightly bloodshot, Jailebi, after a moment of contemplation, bellowed his all-or-nothing offer. To everyone's astonishment, upon hearing Jailebi's bid, Xiao Zhan merely smiled faintly and taunted, "You win, Jailebi." "Xiao Zhan, you are ruthless. Remember this. With a resentful glare directed at Xiao Yan, Jailebi raised his gaze to the somewhat bewildered Yafei, his anger surging even more. However, he was not a mere street thug. With a sullen expression, he endeavored to suppress his fury. Miss Yafei, I believe it is time to conclude this, is it not? Unfazed by Jailebi's furious stare, Yafei offered a calm smile. Within the depths of her lowered eyes lingered a hint of mockery and jest. The small hammer in her delicate hand came down under Jailebi's intense scrutiny. The wind has shifted. The bid is successfully won by clan leader Jailebi. Observing the closing scene, Xiao Yan could not suppress a light chuckle as he slowly rose and exited the auction hall. Once the money is secured, it's time to devote myself to training. A year from now, I must present my father with a delightful surprise, he murmured with a soft laugh as he stepped outside. Chapter 24. To be continued after a brief interval. A pair of hurried footsteps approached from outside, and two figures pushed through the door. Might this be the esteemed owner of the Foundation establishment Spirit Liquid? Sir, I presume this is your first visit to Wutan City? A fragrant breeze wafted in, accompanied by a soft, tantalizing laugh that made Xiao Yan's heart flutter slightly. Cursing inwardly at the enchanting presence, he buried his face deeper into his cloak, his gaze subtly shifting to the woman in the crimson dress beside him. His cheeks burned slightly, but thankfully, the cloak offered some concealment. Yafei could not discern his reaction. Suppressing his curiosity, Xiao Yan nodded slightly, while simultaneously, the voice of the medicinal elder came forth, dry and urgent. The auction has concluded? Hand me the money. I have matters to attend to. Surprised by the apparent age of the figure cloaked in black, Yafei delicately covered her red lips with her slender hand and let out a soft laugh. The alluring curves of her ample bosom created a breathtaking silhouette. After a moment of mirth, she cheerfully remarked, "Might I kindly ask the esteemed elder to wait a little longer? Certain procedures are still in progress." Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan refrained from further speech, shifting his gaze away from the woman and embracing silence. As she regarded the enigmatic figure shrouded in the dark robe, Yafei's delicate brows furrowed slightly. It seemed that her prideful beauty had failed to make an impression on this mysterious individual. With a hint of exasperation, she pouted her rosy lips and discreetly scanned the figure, hoping to glean some insight into the latter's identity through subtle details. Why must the young lady disclose her identity in this place? Came the indifferent voice from beneath the black cloak. Yafei is merely curious, she replied with a light laugh. If the esteemed elder prefers not to disclose, I would never dare to press further. Gazing through the edge of her cloak at the pair of dainty, snow-white feet concealed within her form-fitting red dress, Xiao Yan felt a sense of helplessness. It was evident that Yafei, as the chief auctioneer of the middle auction house, was no ordinary woman. It is said that beauty can be both a blessing and a curse, and many in Wutan City have coveted her allure. Yet, to this day, no one has truly succeeded in their pursuits, largely owing to the backing of the middle auction house. However, none would dare to underestimate her as merely a pretty face. Accompanying such an astute woman, Xiao Yan felt as if he were treading on thin ice, apprehensive that this meticulous individual might uncover something. Fortunately, with the venerable presence of the old man to counterbalance, this enigmatic old fox remained impervious to the temptations posed by the enchanting figure beside him. Esteemed sir, this is an invitation card for the middle auction house. As long as you possess this card, you will receive VIP treatment at any of the middle family's auction venues. Furthermore, the auction tax rate will be reduced from 5% to 2%. At these words, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. He preferred such tangible matters over the preceding stream of trivialities. After a moment's contemplation, he reached out to accept the crystalline card. Observing the slender, pale hand emerging from the black robe, a flicker of surprise crossed Yafei's eyes. Despite the voice being aged and hoarse, the hand bore the pristine quality reminiscent of youth. What, she wondered, was this person's true identity? At that moment, a maid hurried in from outside, respectfully presenting a green card to Yafei. Esteemed sir, the foundation building elixir has been auctioned for 40,000 gold coins. After deducting the 2% tax, the remainder is all here. Yafei smiled as she passed the green card to Xiao Yan. Accepting it, he finally exhaled in relief. The funds for his future cultivation were securely in his grasp. This sum would undoubtedly allow him to focus on advancing to the fighter level with peace of mind. Having secured the money, Xiao Yan felt no desire to linger any longer. He waved casually at Yafei and, in a voice that bore the weight of age, asked, "May I take my leave?" He, of course, should the esteemed elder require the auctioning of any elixirs in the future, do remember to consider the Mitre auction house. Yafei remarked with a charming smile. As she gazed at Xiao Yan's vanishing silhouette, the smile on her delicate face gradually faded, her brows furrowing slightly. She approached the table and languidly leaned against the chair, her curves accentuated. "Uncle Gunny, is he truly an alchemist?" After a brief silence, Yafei inquired softly. "Indeed, and his alchemical prowess is likely superior to mine. At the very least, I could not concoct a second-tier foundational spirit liquid," Gunny replied respectfully, sighing. "Is it impossible even with a recipe?" Yafei's eyes narrowed slightly, her rosy lips curving upward as she casually remarked. Upon hearing her words, Gunny's expression shifted in alarm, and he hastily cautioned, "The recipe is the lifeblood of every alchemist. Miss, you must not entertain any thoughts of coercing him. To provoke an alchemist of unknown caliber could invoke wrath beyond what even the Mitre family could withstand." Decades ago, the renowned Qi family of the Jama Empire faced utter destruction for attempting to covet the recipe of Dan King Gu He, eventually compelling 4 Dou Wang-level experts to obliterate their lineage. This matter escalated to the point where even the imperial family of Jama dared not interfere. Although our family's influence now surpasses that of the Qi family of yore, it remains prudent not to offend certain enigmatic alchemists lightly. Be aware, alchemists are akin to a nest of venomous bees. Once disturbed, they can summon countless allies, many of whom are powerful individuals eager to call in favors from an alchemist. Gazing at the somewhat flustered Gunny, Yafei helplessly rubbed her smooth forehead and chuckled bitterly. "Uncle Gunny, what are you saying? Do you really think I have any intentions towards him? Surely, my experiences over the past few years have not been in vain. I am merely offering you a reminder." Listening to Yafei's words, Gunny let out a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that this girl might do something foolish. Pouting slightly, Yafei rested her delicate hand on her fragrant cheek and sighed gently. "Alchemists truly are a terrifying bunch. Why is it that I lack such a talent?" Chapter 25. The costs are mine. Sneaking furtively into his room, Xiao Yan swiftly shut the door and darted into a corner, finally retrieving a large assortment of herbs and several magic crystals from his bosom. He carefully arranged them in the cabinet and took a deep whiff of the herbal scent lingering on his hands, chuckling to himself in relief. To immerse himself in deep cultivation, he had procured an ample supply of herbs sufficient for 8 months. Judging by this, it seemed he intended to spend the remainder of the year in rigorous training. Affectionately patting the cabinet, a grin spread across Xiao Yan's face as he lazily made his way to the bedside, collapsing onto it. The day's exertions had indeed left him somewhat fatigued.
"Yan,
"Are you there?" In a state of drowsiness, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Xiao Yan hastily leaped from the bed and opened the door, finding his father, Xiao Yan, standing outside. He scratched his head sheepishly and asked, "Father, is there something you need? Can't I come to see you if there's nothing urgent?" "You little rascal. You've been avoiding me for 2 months." A large hand affectionately ruffled Xiao Yan's hair, as Xiao Yan chuckled and chided him. Gazing at Xiao Yan's warm smile, Xiao Yan felt a surge of emotion, sniffing slightly with a twinge of sadness, unsure of what to say. Still feeling remorse over that matter? Her disdain for my son is her own loss. There is no reason for sorrow. A man should not adopt such a maidenly demeanor. I know my son, Xiao Yan, is certainly no failure, Xiao Yan declared with grandeur. "Father, in 3 years, Yenner will personally visit the Yunlan sect," Xiao Yan replied softly, a smile gracing his lips. Xiao Yan's smile dimmed slightly as he fixed his gaze intently upon Xiao Yan, hesitatingly asking, "Father is not concerned, but do you truly intend to go? You know I said you do not measure up to Nalan Yenran, and the strength of the Yunlan sect." Xiao Yan smiled faintly, nodding as his thin lips pressed together into a somewhat stubborn line. "Father, some matters cannot be evaded. As a man, one must bear the burden." Xiao Yan nodded, chuckling softly. "Here, this is a token of support from your father." From his bosom, Xiao Yan produced a familiar white jade vial and handed it over. This is a foundation establishment elixir that can accelerate the cultivation of fighting energy. I acquired it at the auction today. Xiao Yan grinned widely. That must have cost a pretty penny, Xiao Yan said, warmth flooding his heart as he accepted the white jade vial. 40,000 gold coins, but if it proves useful to you, it will be worth every bit. Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly. You spent 40,000 gold coins on this foundation establishment elixir for me. The Grand Elders will likely use this as an excuse to stir up trouble again. Xiao Yan lamented with a wry smile. Ha! I am the leader of this clan. They are but mere talkers, Xiao Yan scoffed. Father, thank you. At the adult ceremony a year from now, I shall silence their incessant chatter. Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. Very well. I eagerly await the moment of my son's transformation. Despite being uncertain of where Xiao Yan's confidence stemmed from, Xiao Yan felt immense joy witnessing his son's unwavering demeanor, laughing heartily in response. Now, I shall not impede your rest. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek your father. After all, we are family, and there is no shame in that. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yan strode purposefully toward the front courtyard. Damn it, I must deal with those old fossils. It's only 40,000 gold coins, yet they act as if I have taken their life savings, he muttered, his voice drifting into the darkness. Watching his father disappear into the shadows, Xiao Yan touched his nose and softly said, Fear not, father. I shall use reality to silence those fellows. 3 years ago I made them look up to me, and 3 years hence I shall do so again. After lingering at the door for a moment, Xiao Yan tucked away the white jade bottle in his hand and glanced teasingly at the corner of the room. Listening in on conversations is quite amusing. Isn't it? Brother Xiao Yan, you are rather perceptive. A girl in a purple dress emerged gracefully from the shadows, tilting her head slightly, a charming smile adorning her lovely face. Observing the playful girl, Xiao Yan could only shake his head in resignation. Where did you wander off to this afternoon, Brother Xiao Yan? She inquired, stepping forward with an enchanting gait. I merely took a casual stroll. Is that so? With her autumn-like eyes scanning up and down, Sooner suddenly stepped forward, slightly bending her body, her delicate nose crinkling slightly. There is a scent of a woman. Cough, don't tease. There's no such fragrance of a woman. Her youthful face flushed slightly, and fortunately, it was dark, so the girl could hardly see clearly. Seemingly quite amused by Xiao Yan's embarrassment, Sooner let out a series of tinkling giggles. After a moment, she stopped laughing, fell into a brief silence, and softly said, I heard what Uncle Xiao just said. I believe in Brother Xiao Yan. If in the future we truly need to go to Yunlan sect, Sooner can lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan blinked, his gaze firmly fixed on the girl's exquisite face. Under Xiao Yan's unabashed scrutiny, Sooner's graceful countenance gradually turned a delicate shade of crimson, and she softly chided, Brother Xiao Yan, what are you staring at? It is indeed rare for Sooner to blush. After a moment, Xiao Yan suddenly chuckled. Sooner shot him a glance, inwardly muttering, Only you would stare at someone like that. All right, have a little faith in Brother Xiao Yan. Although the Yunlan sect is powerful, I am still young, and there is plenty of time. If Yun can spoil someone like Nalan Yenran, she can't be that remarkable either. Xiao Yan smiled as he gently ruffled the girl's silky hair. Watching Xiao Yan wave goodbye, Sooner helplessly shook her head, nodded, and then, under his watchful gaze, slowly ventured into the darkness. Turning down a corridor, the sudden sounds of argument emerged from the room, where Xiao Yan and several elders were embroiled in a dispute, the subject of which was precisely the fate of the 40,000 gold coins. With a sudden halt, Sooner slightly furrowed her delicate brows and let out a soft sigh. She deftly pinched a golden card between her long, jade-like fingers. A gentle flick of her fingertip sent the card transforming into a beam of golden light, which shot into the room filled with incessant quarrels. Casting a casual glance at the abruptly silenced chamber, Sooner remarked, The funds for the foundational spiritual liquid should be covered by me. The card contains 100,000 gold coins, so the elders need not trouble Uncle Xiao. The room fell into a profound silence, and after a brief moment, the three elders responded with a wry smile. Chapter 26. Diligent Cultivation. 8 Extremities Collapse. Amidst the serene woods on the mountain peak, a sharp shout suddenly resonated. A nimble figure darted gracefully among the trees, the dense thorns and brambles posing no hindrance whatsoever. In the next instant, the figure abruptly halted before a stout tree, roughly half a foot in diameter. With a twist of the feet and a slight lean of the body, the elbow struck fiercely against the tree. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as wood splinters flew, spider-like cracks radiating from the point of impact. Creak! The tree, now hollowed out by the forceful blow, emitted a groaning sound before ultimately collapsing to the ground. As the tree fell, the agile figure, reminiscent of a spirit monkey, swiftly retreated, landing lightly upon a massive azure stone. After executing the 8 extremities collapse, Xiao Yan felt as if he had been suddenly drained of all moisture like a sponge, a tingling soreness relentlessly gnawing at his nerves. The veins in his arms throbbed faintly, reminiscent of muscle cramps, signaling the toll of excessive exertion. With a flick of his tongue across his lips, Xiao Yan struggled to tilt his head slightly, casting his gaze upon the crimson mark adorning his right elbow. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he winced, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. No wonder such a grueling training regimen is necessary. Otherwise, this strike would not have shattered a tree but rather my own arm. This 8 extremes collapse truly tests the resilience of one's flesh. Lying exhausted upon the cool surface of a massive stone, Xiao Yan's breathing, initially rapid and labored, gradually steadied. Yet the lingering soreness and numbness throughout his body rendered him utterly unwilling to lift a single finger. He reclined, squinting lazily at the clouds drifting across the azure sky, as a gentle breeze tousled a strand of his dark hair against his forehead. Deep within his being, the foundational spiritual liquid he had absorbed over the past several months quietly seeped from the corners of his body, imperceptibly mending his weary muscles and cells, enabling them to restore strength at an accelerated pace. Just then, a refreshing gust swept through, heralding the translucent figure of the medicinal elder, who appeared beside the stone. At this, a subtle curve graced Xiao Yan's lips. He was eager to witness the expressions of his clansmen, who had mocked him relentlessly over the past 3 years, when they beheld his display of strength. The words he had spoken to Nalan Yenran in the hall echoed in his mind, as they were a declaration to them as well. 3 years ago I, Xiao Yan, achieved miracles. 3 years hence I shall do so again. His gaze flickered with reminiscence as he recalled the solitary figure of the youth, beset by scornful glances in the hall 6 months prior, steadfast and unwavering in his determination. Nalan Yenran, I am gradually making my way towards you. Please wait patiently. In 3 years we shall meet at the Yunlan sect. A sudden smirk of defiance appeared at the corner of the young man's mouth as he leapt to his feet, throwing his head back to bellow at the boundless sky. Observing the shouting youth, Yao Lao smiled gently, choosing not to intervene. People require pressure to mature. The current Xiao Yan possesses ample talent, yet what he truly needs is the impetus of challenge. The emergence of Nalan Yenran has provided him with the finest motivation. Consider her your crucible. The path of the strong is still a long journey ahead. After several roars, the smile on Xiao Yan's face grew brighter. He jumped down from the giant stone, waved at Yao Lao, and laughed heartily as he dashed towards the foot of the mountain. Chapter 27. Striving for the 7th stage, time flows like water, silently slipping through one's fingers when least expected. The sweltering summer has been replaced by the refreshing autumn, with the once lush greenery now tinged with hints of yellow. The tidy little house remains unchanged, sunlight filtering in and casting scattered patterns. Inside the wooden basin, the young man sits with his eyes closed, hands forming seals, breathing as if in a transcendent state. Months of arduous training have lent a new air of determination to his youthful, delicate features. His tightly pressed lips reveal a hint of stubbornness. His skin, once as fair as a woman's, has taken on a slight yellow hue from months of grueling training, and though his physique appears somewhat frail, it harbors a ferocious explosive power akin to that of a leopard. Regardless of the perspective one adopts, it appears that the young boy is undergoing a transformation at a terrifying pace. Once this metamorphosis reaches completion, it will undoubtedly leave anyone astounded. Amidst the boy's remarkably smooth breaths, wisps of air, tinged with a hint of azure, gradually seep from the wooden basin, ultimately flowing into his body with each inhalation. While immersed in his cultivation, a sudden surge of unwavering confidence surged within Xiao Yan's mind. This thought came forth somewhat inexplicably, yet it emerged as naturally as water finds its level, boldly manifesting in his consciousness. Perhaps it was due to today's training adding the final drop to an overflowing basin, that the long-anticipated spark of inspiration materialized so abruptly. The unexpected notion caused Xiao Yan's hand seals to tremble, nearly drawing him out of his meditative state. Fortunately, his composure was commendable. He managed to suppress the surge of excitement within and focused intently, striving to soothe his turbulent mind. Within the wooden basin, the azure liquid rippled gently, shimmering with an array of colors, as soft currents of energy emanated from the liquid, eagerly rushing into Xiao Yan's body. The pale azure streams multiplied rapidly, and in a mere moment, they not only enveloped Xiao Yan entirely, but also rendered the large basin nearly indistinguishable, appearing almost ethereal from a distance. With Xiao Yan's insatiable thirst for power, the hue of the water in the basin began to visibly lighten at an astonishing rate. Due to the influx of energy, Xiao Yan's delicate face bore a slight flush, and a faint azure glow emanated subtly from within. As the azure currents surged forth with great velocity, the hue of the liquid in the wooden basin grew increasingly lighter until, at a certain moment, it transformed into a basin of crystal-clear water. Without the support of the foundational spiritual liquid's energy, the pale azure tint on Xiao Yan's visage gradually dimmed. Present, he could only draw upon the meager Dou Qi present in the surrounding air to sustain his efforts. What Xiao Yan lacked most at this moment was time. As the potency of the spiritual liquid dissipated, the black ring on his finger flickered with a glimmer, and a drop of exquisite emerald-hued foundational spiritual liquid was once again cast into the wooden basin, instantly transforming the transparent water back into a deep azure shade. With the support of this fresh spiritual liquid, Xiao Yan felt invigorated. After silently expressing his gratitude to the medicinal elder in his heart, he maintained his hand seals while controlling his breath, fervently absorbing the rich energy that enveloped him. This insatiable craving persisted for a full half-hour before it finally began to wane. By this time, the deep azure liquid had lightened further. When the final wisp of gentle energy flowed through his breath into his body, Xiao Yan's form fell into a brief stillness, followed by a sudden, intense tremor. His abdomen contracted slightly, and his eyes snapped open, revealing a rapid interplay of azure and white light within his dark pupils. His mouth parted slightly, and a breath of somewhat murky air was expelled. The moment the turbid air left his body, Xiao Yan's countenance brightened considerably. As he opened his eyes, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he twisted his neck, producing a crisp sound of cracking bones. He gently clenched his hand, a surge of robust energy coursing through him, eliciting a smile of delight at the corners of his mouth. With his eyes half closed, he focused inward, sensing the abundant Dou Qi within his body, and he chuckled softly to himself. Chapter 28. Enhanced absorption technique. After sitting in the wooden basin for a while, allowing his joyful spirit to settle, Xiao Yan slowly rose to his feet. His bare skin glistened with faint azure droplets, shimmering under the sun's radiance. Stretching languidly, his bones felt rejuvenated, producing a series of crisp cracks. Casually tilting his head, Xiao Yan extended his right hand toward the bed, summoning forth a powerful pull that instantly drew his garments into his grasp. Indeed, the Dou Qi within him had significantly strengthened. With the force he could now generate, he could likely lift the weight of a person. Dressing himself, a slight frown crossed Xiao Yan's brow as he murmured, "Alas, this absorption technique seems to lack substantial offensive power. The so-called forceful extraction of an opponent's blood can only be effective against those of considerably lower rank. When facing adversaries of equal or superior standing, it becomes rather inadequate." With this thought, Xiao Yan let out a wistful sigh, acknowledging this as his very first combat skill. Pressing his lips together, he was about to step out of the wooden basin when he felt an unexpected stirring in his heart. A strange glimmer flickered in his eyes as his right hand slowly curled, his gaze fixated intently on his palm. Moments later, he positioned his hand, a mere half-foot away, aimed at a nearby vase. Licking his lips, Xiao Yan felt the Dou Qi within him surge forth, unrestrained and unchanneled, erupting directly from the palm of his hand. To project Dou Qi outward typically necessitates a minimum level of a great Dou master, making his current endeavor rather remarkable, albeit yielding only a modest gust of wind. The breeze, emanating from his palm, caused the vase to tremble violently, nearly toppling it from the table. Yet, far from disappointment, Xiao Yan's countenance radiated joy. Excitement coursed through him as he rubbed his hands together and swiftly retreated a few meters, aiming his right palm once more at the vase. "Absorb!" he exclaimed, a powerful suction instantly drawing the vase toward him with great speed. Just as it neared within 3 feet of his face, the force in his palm abruptly ceased, unleashing the entirety of his Dou Qi in a fierce outburst. In that moment, a formidable pressure of wind collided with the rapidly approaching vase. Bang! The opposing forces met midair, and at the point of collision, the vase shattered resoundingly into countless shards, scattering in all directions. Observing the outcome of his efforts, Xiao Yan's face gleamed with astonishment. The destructive power resulting from the clash of suction and counterforce far exceeded his expectations. Although the abundant fighting energy within his body had been nearly depleted by the previously generated repulsive force, Xiao Yan felt an exhilarating thrill. He had merely harnessed that repulsive force through the most rudimentary method of cultivation, a technique that not only consumed immense energy but also yielded pitiful results. However, if he could acquire a specialized technique akin to the suction palm that effectively manifested repulsive force, he was confident that the combined effects would be extraordinarily formidable. Well done, little fellow. To think of using this maneuver to enhance the suction palm. The ring on his finger glimmered subtly as Yao Lao emerged, surveying the fragments scattered across the room, nodding slightly in approval. Xiao Yan chuckled, his eyes gleaming with a hint of flattery as they darted toward Yao Lao. If there existed a technique specifically designed to exert repulsive force, refined to perfection, your low-tier Shen-level suction palm could potentially rival mid-tier or even high-tier techniques in terms of offensive power. Without acknowledging Xiao Yan's expression, Yao Lao continued his musings. Teacher, you are well aware of the rarity of such auxiliary techniques. My acquisition of the suction palm was purely by chance. Now, where do you expect me to find a complementary auxiliary technique? Xiao Yan replied, a hint of exasperation evident in his tone. Stop feigning innocence. You simply wish to extract ideas from me, Yao Lao retorted with a sidelong glance. This notion is not entirely novel. Others have pondered it before. However, both techniques are rather akin to useless auxiliary skills, making them exceedingly difficult to find. Consequently, few have ever managed to gather them together. The teacher is not present either? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression immediately fell, filled with frustration. Lacking a specialized technique for counteracting forces, relying solely on his own fighting spirit would undoubtedly prove to be a futile endeavor. Observing Xiao Yan's despondent demeanor, the elder Yao chuckled softly. Shaking his head while rubbing his forehead, he mused, in the past, there were those who sought my alchemical expertise. I believe I once acquired such a technique. Had I not fortuitously possessed an idle elixir at that time, I would not have engaged in a transaction with that individual. This matter is quite distant in memory. Had you not reminded me today, I might have genuinely forgotten it. Ah, here it is. His finger lifted from his forehead, and in the midst of Xiao Yan's ecstatic gaze, he gently tapped the boy's forehead. Upon being tapped, Xiao Yan felt a slight pressure in his mind as a surge of information flooded in. After a considerable moment, the details began to crystallize. Blazing fire palm, a low-level Xian-tier technique capable of generating immense wind pressure. The simplistic explanation and somewhat pedestrian name rendered the term low-level Xian-tier rather unimpressive. The originator of this technique was a blacksmith who, after a lifetime of forging, inadvertently created this fire-blasting technique due to the demands of his furnace. Gazing at Xiao Yan's somewhat stiff expression, Elder Yao teased him with a smirk. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan felt a sense of admiration for the blacksmith's prowess. For creating a technique is no simple task compared to merely forging iron. The blazing fire palm was not difficult to learn. Under the elder's guidance, Xiao Yan grasped its fundamentals within 2 hours. Standing in the room, Xiao Yan eagerly gazed at the solitary vase, took a deep breath, and with a swift motion of his hand, unleashed a powerful suction. Suction palm. With a powerful suction, the vase hurtled directly towards Xiao Yan. Fixing his gaze on the incoming object, Xiao Yan swiftly withdrew his hand from the suction technique. channeling the fighting energy within him along the pathways of the fire-blowing palm. Just as the vase was about to crash onto his head, a fierce gust of wind erupted from his palm, instantly filling the room with swirling dust. Bang! Another crisp sound resonated, as the vase was obliterated into countless fragments by the opposing forces. Emerging from the cloud of white powder, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with exhilaration at the outcome. If he could master the seamless transition between these two fighting techniques, he would undoubtedly leave any unprepared adversary at a severe disadvantage. Brushing off the white residue from his clothes, he realized that in the final 3 months leading up to his coming-of-age ceremony, he had acquired an additional training task. In 3 months, his adult ceremony would commence. Perhaps many were eagerly anticipating his next blunder? A soft chuckle escaped his lips amidst the disarray of the room. Chapter 29. An important daytime flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of the 3 months had passed, leaving only a month until Xiao Yan's coming-of-age ceremony. Slowly straightening his somewhat stiff body, Xiao Yan surprisingly chose not to continue his training in fighting energy. Instead, he retrieved a suitable black outfit from his wardrobe. Just as he finished changing, a gentle knock echoed from the door. "Xiao Yan, are you there?" Listening to the melodious voice of the young girl, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows, fastening his clothing. With both hands grasping a wooden basin, he concealed it in a hidden corner before leisurely approaching the door and pulling it open. As the door swung ajar, warm sunlight streamed in, illuminating the figure of the youth clad in black, enhancing his vibrant demeanor. Outside the door stood the girl, gracefully poised, her refreshing light green attire perfectly complementing her developing form. Though her modest bosom was somewhat youthful, it nevertheless exuded a proud allure of burgeoning femininity. Atop her slender waist, casually tied with a purple ribbon, the gentle breeze caused it to flutter. Hearing Xiao Yan's teasing words of praise, Sun Er's sparkling eyes blinked momentarily, her lips pressed together in a coy smile, yet the delicate crescent shape of her brows revealed the joy within her heart. With a twinkle of delight in her autumn-like gaze, Sun Er lifted her exquisite chin, appraising the youth who had just emerged. Nearly a year of rigorous training had shed some of Xiao Yan's childishness. His handsome visage now possessed an inexplicable charm. The prolonged physical exertion had rendered his physique sturdy and robust, and as he donned the black garment, he appeared as a strikingly attractive young man. Stepping out of the room and closing the door behind him, Xiao Yan turned to observe Sun Er, whose eyes remained fixed on him, unblinking. He gazed at himself in mild astonishment and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Is there anything amiss?" The delicate visage of the young girl flushed slightly, prompting Sun Er to hastily avert her gaze. With a gentle smile, she said, "Come on, brother Xiao Yan. Today is the day of prediction. Are you prepared?" With his eyes narrowing, Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders, a hint of rebelliousness curling at the corners of his mouth as he slowly clenched his open palm. He replied with a faint smile, "From today onward, I shall return the title of waste to those who bestowed it upon me." Observing Xiao Yan's unwavering confidence, Sun Er tilted her head and chuckled softly. "I believe in you, brother Xiao Yan." "Of course you do, you have likely already seen through my capabilities," Xiao Yan retorted with a playful glance, his lips curling in resignation. "Let us go, little one." He affectionately ruffled Sun Er's hair, then gestured grandly as they made their way toward the training grounds behind the family estate. The expansive training arena, composed of massive blue stones, was bustling with over 100 young men and women, their voices rising in a cacophony. At the center stood a colossal testing stone monument, a privilege reserved for only the more powerful families, its worth immeasurable. Beside the stone, the indifferent tester from a year prior remained. On the elevated platform to the left of the training area sat several family insiders, while in the central zone presided the clan leader, Xiao Yan, accompanied by 3 elders. Within the arena, the youths awaiting their assessment stood anxiously. Those known for their stellar performances displayed little tension, while those of average or lesser talent bore expressions of uncertainty and apprehension. Xiao Yan gazed solemnly at the diverse expressions of his clansmen, and with a soft sigh, he pondered, "Yenner, will you be able to overcome this trial? Patriarch, the time is nearly upon us. Why has Xiao Yan not yet arrived?" Beside him, the second elder inquired with a furrowed brow. Xiao Yan cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, "The time has not yet come. Why the haste? Does the second elder lack even this modicum of composure?" Shifting his gaze, he noticed two figures approaching along the distant path at the edge of the square, their leisurely strides suggesting an absence of urgency despite the day's significance. Peering intently at the faint smile adorning the face of the youth in black, Xiao Yan inexplicably released a breath of relief. Chapter 30. Those who insult shall be insulted. As they beheld Xiao Yan walking alongside Sooner, the young men in the square exhibited unmistakable jealousy. Within the Xiao clan, it seemed the only individual permitted such proximity to Sooner was this infamous good-for-nothing. At the edge of the square, surrounded by a throng of peers, Xiao Ning glared at Xiao Yan, her eyes ablaze with wrath. "You little rascal, let's see what face you have left to show Sooner after today," she muttered under her breath, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing her lips. Ignoring the envious and furious glares directed at him, Xiao Yan led Sooner to the back of the line, where they exchanged soft laughter. Observing Xiao Yan's relaxed demeanor, the high-ranking family members on the platform could not help but feel astonished. Did this fellow not realize that the test today would irrevocably alter the course of his future? Perhaps he intended to simply abandon all pretense. The elder sneered derisively. Initially, he anticipated that upon uttering these words, Xiao Yan would erupt in fury. However, after a prolonged silence, he discerned no reaction from Xiao Yan, leaving him somewhat astonished. "Elder, it is prudent to reserve judgment until the end. Otherwise, one may find oneself slapping one's own face in the end," Xiao Yan remarked, casting a contemplative glance at the young man in the arena, his head bowed and eyes closed. The elder's lips twitched as he coldly huffed. "Let us hope so. I too long for a moment of surprise from him. Enough. The time has come. Let us not dawdle any longer," the grand elder interjected solemnly, interrupting their verbal sparring. "Since everyone is aware, the examination shall commence." As Xiao Yan's commanding voice echoed, the youthful participants in the training ground immediately tensed with anticipation. Beside the black stone tablet, the indifferent examiner stepped forward, producing a list from his robe. His icy tone sent shivers through those whose names were called. Sitting cross-legged on the pristine azure stone floor, Xiao Yan calmly observed his peers, whose spirits were dampened by their failure in the competition. He disdainfully curled his lip, feeling no pity for those who reveled in belittling others beneath them. In their quest for gratification at the expense of their less fortunate kin, they perhaps failed to realize that their day of reckoning would inevitably arrive. Those who humiliate others shall themselves be humiliated. Seated beside Xiao Yan, Sun Er's delicate countenance exuded an elegance akin to an unblemished green lotus, as she idly played with a strand of her azure hair. Her gaze occasionally drifted towards the youth beside her, whose downcast eyes mirrored her own indifference towards the somber youths nearby.
Xiao Mei.
The cold voice of the examiner prompted Xiao Yan to raise an eyebrow slightly, his eyelids lazily lifting. Observing this demeanor, Sun Er couldn't help but wrinkle her adorable nose, recalling how closely she had once clung to her brother Xiao Yan. With narrowed eyes, she regarded the composed girl in red approaching them, and Xiao Yan remarked with a faint smile, "I find it amusing." Sun Er, her sparkling eyes wide with curiosity, tilted her head and inquired with a smile, "I wonder how she will regard brother Xiao Yan after today." Xiao Yan shrugged lightly, responding softly, "Some things, once shattered, remain irrevocably marred, regardless of attempts to mend them. There are few in this family whom I can truly acknowledge. Merely a handful. Am I one of them?"
Sun Er teased,
her rosy lips forming a playful curve as she giggled. Xiao Yan's smile was warm as he extended his hand, gently sliding his fingers along a strand of Sun Er's hair, replying with a grin, "Of course." The enchanting, sparkling eyes of Sun Er curved into a beautiful crescent, her gaze slightly dreamy, as a scene that seemed to delve into the very soul emerged, imbued with a touch of warmth. In the depths of midnight, a young boy stealthily entered his room, employing clumsy yet endearing methods to nurture his seemingly frail body. Though he was well aware of the minimal impact of his efforts, the boy persevered for a full 2 years. A charming dimple appeared on his exquisite little face as Sun Er tilted her head, softly chuckling to herself. In this family, there are few who can truly earn Sun Er's heartfelt recognition, but you alone have succeeded. In the distance, observing Xiao Yan's affectionate gestures towards Sooner, Xiao Ning felt a twitch of jealousy, the flames of envy igniting within him, compelling him to rush forward and stomp mercilessly upon that pitiful face. On the black stone tablet, brilliant light erupted, and the grand characters floated majestically upon its surface. As the examiner's voice resonated, it stirred a commotion in the training ground, with envious glances directed towards Xiao Mei. Sooner absent-mindedly toyed with her silky hair, her gaze casually sweeping over the crowd that surrounded Xiao Mei as if she were a princess. Xiao Sooner. The examiner's indifferent voice carried a hint of emotion beneath that name. All eyes shifted in unison, drawn towards the ethereal beauty of the unblemished young maiden. Brother Xiao Yan, do not be surprised later on. Standing tall, Sooner leaned towards Xiao Yan with a playful smile. Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Yan gazed at the alluring silhouette of the girl, murmuring, "Could it be that she has advanced to the realm of fighters?" Chapter 31. One-star fighter gazing at the young maiden clad in green, who gracefully made her way forward, the training ground fell into an eerie silence. A multitude of fervent eyes fixated upon her, unwavering and intent. Upon the high platform, the senior members of various families ceased their hushed conversations, their attention converging upon the most resplendent gem of the Xiao family. Xiao Yan and the three elders bore expressions that, while serious, also hinted at curiosity. They too wished to ascertain the extent of progress achieved by this foremost talent of the younger generation after a year of rigorous training. Under the scrutiny of all present, the maiden approached the obsidian steel with measured steps. With a delicate motion, she extended her hand, allowing her sleeve to slip down, revealing a slender and snow-white wrist. Her jade-like hand gently brushed against the frigid surface of the black stone, and as her eyes slowly closed, the fighting energy within her surged with fervor. Upon the infusion of this energy, the steel, which had been enveloped in silence, suddenly erupted with brilliant light. Fighter, 1 star. As the 4 golden characters shone resplendently from the steel, a hushed stillness enveloped the training ground, swiftly followed by a wave of gasps that echoed like a gust of wind, freezing the expressions of all present. Miss Sooner, 1-star fighter. Stunned by the dazzling inscription, the examiner could not help but shake his head in awe, exclaiming, "A 15-year-old fighter, truly remarkable." Listening to the examiner's proclamation, Xiao Yan inhaled sharply, yet as his words neared completion, they trailed off into an unexpected haze. The 3 elders nodded slightly, their faces etched with astonishment. Although there remained a gap between this achievement and that of Xiao Yan at the age of 12, such a pace of cultivation could undoubtedly be deemed extraordinary. In the training ground, Xiao Mei, surrounded by a throng of admirers, found her gaze drawn to the resplendent 4 characters emblazoned on the black stone tablet. As her eyes shifted downward to the elegant young girl standing by the monument, a sense of despair welled up within her. Achieving the status of a 1-star Dou fighter at the mere age of 15 was a brilliance she could never hope to surpass. At the back of the crowd, Xiao Yan clicked his tongue in disbelief, astonished that this young lady had not only entered the ranks of Dou fighters within a year but had also ascended to a higher star level. The speed of her cultivation was indeed comparable to his own, which was aided by the use of foundational spirit liquid. Do not let it go to your head. Given your innate talent, this achievement is hardly surprising. If you had failed to reach the Dou fighter level within a year, then I would truly be astonished, he remarked with a playful shrug. At his words, Sun Er's delicate face fell, casting him a resentful glance. Pulling her down to sit beside him once more, Xiao Yan supported his chin with his hands, idly watching the clan members as they continued with their testing. As more individuals failed to meet the requirements, a somber atmosphere began to envelop the training ground. The unsuccessful candidates wore expressions of dismay, yet whenever another newcomer faltered, a flicker of schadenfreude would subtly cross the faces of those who had already failed. As the number of individuals yet to be called dwindled, it became evident that only a handful remained, including Xiao Yan himself. Regarding the final few spots, it is evident to all that these last dozen or so candidates rank at the very bottom within the family. Were it not for the sake of fairness, it is likely that these slots would have been eliminated outright. Xiao Yan. Beneath the black stone tablet, the examiner called out the last name with a complex expression. Brother Xiao Yan, it's your turn. A delicate hand gently covered Xiao Yan's palm as the young girl spoke softly. Slightly lifting her head, Xiao Yan opened his half-closed eyes, surveying the training ground. The malicious glances cast upon him elicited a faint, cold laugh from his lips. Rising slowly, Xiao Yan turned his head, directing his gaze towards Xiao Zhan on the high platform, and offered a faint smile. In response to his son's smile, Xiao Zhan nodded appreciatively, lifting a teacup and leaning back against his chair. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan strode purposefully towards the black stone tablet, a newfound vigor igniting within him, causing some family members who had intended to mock him to awkwardly fall silent. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Xiao Yan approached the black stone tablet. Observing the young man before him, the examiner let out a quiet sigh. He had been the first to witness Xiao Yan's miraculous ascent, and over the past 3 years, he had also seen the prodigy's gradual decline. If no miracle were to occur today, this would likely be the boy's final assessment within the family. Amidst the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Xiao Yan's chest rose and fell slowly as he extended his hand, lightly resting it upon the cold surface of the black stone tablet. All eyes were fixed upon the stone tablet, unblinking, fully aware that this test might be the final assessment for the prodigious youth who had once astounded the entire city of Wutan. The tablet lay still for a moment before a blinding light erupted forth. Enormous golden characters appeared upon it, causing the hearts of all present to momentarily cease their beating. Chapter 32. Challenge. A profound silence enveloped the arena, a silence akin to death itself. Everyone in attendance gazed in shock at the 5 imposing characters inscribed on the tablet, their expressions a captivating blend of astonishment. Moments later, rapid breaths began to echo throughout the training ground, reminiscent of the whirling of windmills. Crack. On the high platform, the teacup in Xiao Zhan's hand was crushed to powder with a single blow, the tea mingling with the remnants that dripped from his palm. Gulp. Ah! The foundational elixir purchased by the clan leader. Truly remarkable, indeed. The second elder swallowed hard, the earlier mockery and astonishment intertwining in a most captivating manner. With a dry chuckle, he awkwardly remarked. Xiao Zhan's excitement was unabashed. Glancing sideways at the second elder with a faint smile, he said, "Do you truly believe that a second-tier foundational elixir could yield such miraculous effects?" Beside the black stone tablet, the examiner stared blankly at the large characters, the indifference on his face long since replaced by shock. Exhaling deeply, as if attempting to expel the astonishment within, the examiner's voice, despite his efforts to maintain composure, trembled with undeniable emotion. Listening to the announcer's declaration, the originally tranquil training ground fell into an even deeper silence. A sudden sound of someone gulping echoed through the arena. In the center of the crowd, Xiao Mei covered her rosy lips with her delicate hand, her small face filled with astonishment. Such speed, even the Xiao Yan of 3 years ago at his peak could not have achieved. Yet, this heart-wrenching reality was indeed manifesting before everyone's eyes. At the edge of the training ground, Xiao Ning, who had come to witness Xiao Yan's embarrassment, stood in shock, staring at the large characters inscribed on the stone tablet, murmuring in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Gazing deeply at the stone tablet, which had determined his fate on several occasions, Xiao Yan smiled gently. His demeanor, calm and composed, starkly contrasted with the arrogant youth he had been 3 years prior, after the test. Exhaling softly, Xiao Yan slowly made his way to the back of the crowd under the watchful eyes of all, briefly meeting the cheerful gaze of Sun Er before sitting cross-legged beside her. As Xiao Yan settled down, the arena remained enveloped in prolonged silence. Clearing his throat, Xiao Zhan, with a beaming expression, stood up on the platform, drawing the attention of the crowd. "The test is complete. Let us proceed to the next event. Those who have not qualified have the right to challenge their qualified peers. Remember, this opportunity is a singular one," Xiao Zhan proclaimed with a hearty laugh. At his words, a slight commotion stirred within the training ground, as those who had narrowly missed qualification turned their eager gazes toward their successful companions. For a moment, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the arena, as fiery gazes swept across the qualified companions, each person subtly selecting the most manageable opponent. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise, noticing that a significant portion of those stares were directed at him. Am I truly akin to a soft persimmon? Slightly astonished, he found the situation somewhat amusing. With a resigned shrug, he dusted off his attire and remarked with a faint smile, "Is it a choice to deceive oneself simply because one is unwilling to believe?" Sun Er offered a gentle smile and nodded slightly. At that moment, after a brief lull in the atmosphere, someone could no longer contain themselves and stood up. A robust young man, under the gaze of all, strode confidently to Xiao Yan and, bending slightly, declared loudly, "Cousin Xiao Yan, please." Chapter 33. Confirmation. Observing the bold challenge posed by the sturdy youth, the other unqualified clansmen let out a collective sigh of regret, their expressions reflecting a tinge of envy towards this pioneer. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young man before him. While he did not recognize all the members of his clan, this particular youth was somewhat familiar. If memory served him correctly, the young man's name was Xiao Ku, affiliated with the faction of the Grand Elder. He often trailed behind Xiao Ning, embodying the role of a sycophant, and had not been particularly kind to Xiao Yan during his times of hardship. Turning his gaze towards the playful Zuner, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he nodded slightly and softly declared, "Very well, I accept." Observing Xiao Yan's prompt acquiescence, Xiao Ku felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, an inexplicable sense of unease quietly rising within him. He swallowed hard, suddenly regretting his impulsiveness. Yet, despite his remorse, the moment was irreversible, akin to an arrow already loosed from the bow. Xiao Yan, maintaining a serene smile, rose to his feet and, amidst the collective gaze of the audience, advanced into the training ground, gesturing for Xiao Ku to proceed. As he beheld the composed Xiao Yan, Xiao Ku's trepidation intensified, and with an awkward smile, he moved forward with somewhat stiff steps, gradually entering the arena. All eyes swiftly shifted towards the two figures in the center, as those observing from the sidelines exchanged glances. On the elevated platform, Xiao Zhan received a cloth from a subordinate behind him, wiping away the moisture on his hands, his gaze fixed intently on the scene below, revealing a hint of concealed tension in his eyes. The remarkable achievements thus far had left everyone in disbelief. Regardless of their skepticism, once Xiao Yan engaged in combat, his true prowess would inevitably be revealed, allowing all present to discern the extent of his abilities. Beside Xiao Zhan, the breaths of the three elders grew increasingly rapid, their withered hands pressing deeply into the armrests of their chairs, their murky gazes fixated on the arena with a complex mixture of emotions. Upon the azure stone training ground, every gaze was firmly fixed upon the two individuals at its center. The authenticity of Xiao Yan's previously exhibited formidable prowess would soon be revealed through their engagement. It was undoubtedly a fabrication. At the edge of the square, Xiao Ning moistened her parched lips and whispered vehemently, "It must be a falsehood, right?" Within the crowd, Xiao Mei bit her luscious lip, her heart filled with bewilderment as she pondered the incredibility of this once dormant youth, who had suddenly achieved such terrifying results after 3 years of silence. With his palms slightly raised, a faint aura of fighting spirit enveloped Xiao Ku as he took a deep breath. He then stamped his foot upon the ground, propelling himself directly towards Xiao Yan. This rudimentary combat lacked any dazzling spectacle. It was merely a straightforward clash. Mountain splitter palm. Swiftly advancing beside Xiao Yan, Xiao Ku gathered his fighting spirit in his right palm, then swung it forcefully, aiming a diagonal strike at Xiao Yan's chest. A gentle breeze tousled Xiao Yan's hair, unveiling his deep, obsidian eyes. He blinked, his narrowed gaze calmly fixated on the approaching hand. Just as the palm was about to connect with his shoulder, Xiao Yan leisurely shifted to the left, his year of physical training having honed his reflexes to an exceptional degree. With precisely measured movement, he evaded Xiao Ku's assault. Slightly tilting his body, Xiao Yan's hand effortlessly glided through Xiao Ku's arm, landing an unceremonious strike upon his shoulder. Shattered stone palm. With a dull thud, the impact reverberated, and Xiao Ku's previously rosy complexion turned ashen in an instant. With a low grunt, he staggered backward, ultimately losing his footing and falling helplessly onto the ground. The arena fell into silence. Xiao Ku's defeat served as a poignant confirmation of certain truths. With a single palm strike, Xiao Yan defeated his opponent, shaking his head in mild boredom. This adversary posed little challenge. He had not even utilized half of his true strength, let alone resorted to any hidden tactics. Hence, the terrifying prowess Xiao Yan had previously exhibited was indeed genuine. On the platform, Xiao Yan exhaled deeply, finally releasing the burden that had weighed heavily on his heart. He gazed upon the defeated Xiao Ku, who covered her mouth with her delicate hand, murmuring in shock. Chapter 34. Turning the tide, observing the black-clad youth standing confidently in the arena. The atmosphere was tinged with a slight stillness. On the platform, Xiao Yan's smile gradually broadened until he could no longer contain his laughter. Rising with elation, he clapped his hands and cheerfully proclaimed, "Xiao Ku has failed in his challenge. I hope he dedicates himself to diligent training in the future." In the arena, the pale-faced Xiao Ku felt a wave of despondency wash over him upon hearing this verdict. His gaze, laden with complexity, fell upon the black-clad youth before him. Once ridiculed as a waste of potential just a year prior, he now stood towering above all within the family. This drastic transformation evoked memories of the young man's chilling words in the hall. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their struggle. With a bitter smile, Xiao Ku shook his head and struggled to rise. He slightly bowed to Xiao Yan, his voice devoid of the previous disdain. "Cousin Xiao Yan, you have won. Congratulations on your recovery." Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan surveyed the surroundings. Those who met his dark gaze instinctively averted their eyes in trepidation. His glance casually passed over Xiao Mei, who had been staring at him, and he turned to the group of unqualified clansmen across from him with a faint smile. "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge?" As Xiao Yan's gaze fell upon them, the previously astonished youths quickly closed their mouths, each adopting a pose of deep contemplation, none daring to be the second to take the plunge. Observing the innocent pretense of these youthful boys, Xiao Yan shrugged lightly and turned to walk away. Beside him, Sun Er smiled sweetly, her eyes scanning the gathering. With her delicate fingers, she twirled a strand of hair into a spiral, her lips curving into a gentle arc as she softly remarked, "Brother Xiao Yan, 3 years ago, they looked at you just like this. I used to feel exhilarated by their awe 3 years ago, but now." "It evokes no particular emotion," Xiao Yan replied, scratching his nose with a calm smile. "That is because Brother Xiao Yan has matured." Sun Er playfully blinked her bright eyes. "Where is your maturity? Sometimes I wonder if beneath this youthful facade lies a 1,000-year-old spirit." Xiao Yan chuckled at being deemed mature by a little girl, affectionately ruffling Sun Er's hair and teasing her. Upon hearing this, Sun Er cast a charming glance at Xiao Yan, her delicate visage adorned with a hint of reproach. No matter how broad-minded the young girl might be, she was not inclined to be labeled as an old hag. The youthful pouting of Sun Er was utterly enchanting, and her unintentional display of girlish charm not only left the group of young men nearby wide-eyed, but also elicited expressions of envy from several young women. "This little rascal is exceedingly arrogant." Similarly captivated by Sun Er's innocent demeanor and her affectionate interactions with Xiao Yan, Xiao Ning felt a seething jealousy threatening to overwhelm his reason. In this family, he prided himself on being the only one worthy of Sun Er's affection. Yet, no matter how much he endeavored to win her favor, he could never elicit even a smile from her. In stark contrast, the once inept Xiao Yan effortlessly brought joy and laughter to the girl he admired. This stark disparity gnawed at Xiao Ning, causing his teeth to grind in frustration. "You may flaunt your arrogance, little rascal, but come the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, I shall make you crawl before Sun Er." Clenching his fists tightly, Xiao Ning glared menacingly at the cross-legged figure of Xiao Yan in the distance. Although Xiao Ning was indeed astonished by Xiao Yan's rapid progress in cultivation over the past year, the ingrained habit of looking down upon him made it difficult to cast aside the label of waste. Moreover, as one of the younger generation in the family, second only to Sun Er, Xiao Yan's meteoric rise had awakened a subtle sense of crisis within Xiao Ning. Before he fully matured, it was imperative to deliver a crushing blow, ideally rendering him incapable of recovery. In hushed tones, conversing with Sun Er, Xiao Yan's gaze casually drifted towards the edge of the training ground, where he caught sight of a sinister smile curling at the corner of Xiao Ning's lips. Momentarily taken aback, he soon offered a faint smile. How significant could someone be who could not even conceal their own emotions? After Xiao Ku's unsuccessful challenge against Xiao Yan, no one dared to confront him further. The group of inadequately skilled clansmen had no choice but to seek new targets. Following several rounds of competition, only 2 managed to prevail against their opponents, utilizing their adept combat techniques and a stroke of fortune to enter the ranks of the qualified. As the training ground gradually settled into tranquility, the beaming Xiao Yan finally rose to his feet, loudly announcing the conclusion of the assessment, alongside some important notes regarding the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony in a month's time. Slowly rising, Xiao Yan cast a subtle smile towards the triumphant Xiao Yan on the platform, who, in turn, generously bestowed a thumbs up to his son, who had so notably shone that day. Brushing off the dust from his garments, a waft of fragrant air suddenly enveloped him. Raising his head, Xiao Yan met the gaze of Xiao Mei standing before him, and with a gentle smile, inquired, "Is there something you need?" Noticing the hidden chill in Xiao Yan's delicate features, Xiao Mei faltered momentarily, forcing a smile to grace her cheeks as she softly spoke. "Cousin Xiao Yan, congratulations to you." "Thank you," he replied with a slight nod, his eyes drifting towards Sooner nearby. "Cousin Xiao Yan, tomorrow at the combat hall, my father will be instructing advanced yellow-tier combat skills. Will you join us?" Xiao Mei said with a smile, her combination of allure and innocence rendering her utterly captivating. At her words, Xiao Yan's brow subtly arched. With a slight pause, Xiao Yan turned his head to behold a charming, smiling countenance.
I sincerely apologize, cousin Xiao Mei.
But Sooner has already requested that brother Xiao Yan accompany me to explore Wutan City tomorrow. She may not be able to join you at the Fighting Techniques Hall. Amidst the bewildered gazes surrounding her, Sooner affectionately linked her arm with Xiao Yan's, her delicate features tinged with a hint of regret. Chapter 35. Guilt. Upon hearing Sooner's words, Xiao Mei was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a wave of awkwardness wash over her. If another young lady from the clan had spoken so, she might have relied on her beauty and talent to gain the upper hand in conversation. However, facing Sooner, she could only feel a profound sense of defeat. Casting a glance at Xiao Yan's serene expression, Xiao Mei could not help but let out a self-deprecating smile and awkwardly withdrew. The crowd in the training ground gazed enviously at the affectionate scene between Sooner and Xiao Yan. As the most radiant jewel of the clan, they had never witnessed Sooner treating a man in such a manner. Observing Xiao Mei's embarrassed departure, Xiao Yan was taken aback, feeling the tenderness of Sooner's grip on his arm. Turning his head, he looked at Sooner, who wore a beaming smile, and remarked playfully, "What are you doing, little girl?" Sooner continued to entwine her arm with Xiao Yan's, her autumn-like eyes scanning the crowd that was momentarily captivated by her affectionate gesture. Then, feigning innocence, she replied, "Isn't brother Xiao Yan wishing to decline her invitation?" Sooner simply disliked the swiftness of her changing demeanor. The invitation to study fighting techniques together at the hall has never been extended before. Sooner gently tugged Xiao Yan's arm as they strolled away from the training ground, seemingly indifferent to the gazes surrounding them. With a faint, mocking smile in her voice, she expressed her disdain for Xiao Mei's inconsistent demeanor. Xiao Yan, slightly shrugging his shoulders, empathized with her sentiments and nodded in agreement, a bitter smile escaping his lips. 3 years prior, his relationship with Xiao Mei had been relatively amicable. However, it was only after being branded as a waste that he truly discerned the extent of her pragmatism. Observing the intimate scene between Xiao Yan and Sooner as they exited the training arena, Xiao Ning's face twitched in agitation. His fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound, as jealousy surged within him, even causing his eyes to redden. "You little brat, in a month's time, I shall have you searching for your teeth." Xiao Ning snarled through gritted teeth, his fury propelling him away from the training ground. After a brief silence, Xiao Zhan let out a sigh, shaking his head slowly before departing. Meanwhile, Sooner, having intertwined her arm with his, suddenly released Xiao Yan's arm, her face flushed with embarrassment as she pouted at him. With her absence, Xiao Yan felt an emptiness within him, a sense of wistfulness prompting a soft sigh. His gaze, almost involuntarily, drifted towards the young woman beside him. Upon sensing the subtly fervent gaze of Xiao Yan, Sooner's delicate visage was instantly suffused with a crimson hue. Her small hand instinctively rose, and with a playful pout, she exclaimed, "Xiao Yan." "You cough." Startled by Sooner's teasing voice, Xiao Yan erupted into a fit of dry coughs, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment as he offered a sheepish smile, inwardly lamenting the sinful nature of his feelings towards his so-called sister. Though Sun Er and Xiao Yan were not bound by blood, their shared life of over a decade forged a bond that rivaled that of true siblings. It was only natural that Xiao Yan felt a pang of guilt for harboring such sentiments towards her. The sudden interruption disrupted the atmosphere between them, rendering it both silent and enchanting. Sun Er, her face flushed, lowered her gaze, the previous elegance she exuded having vanished entirely. Occasionally, her eyes would dart towards Xiao Yan, who steadfastly avoided her gaze. In this peculiar ambience, a seemingly short path stretched before them, yet it felt interminable, akin to an arduous journey that never reached its destination. However, every journey, no matter how long, must eventually find an end. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Xiao Yan awkwardly greeted her before attempting to retreat in haste. Xiao Yan, watching him flee in such disarray, Sun Er was momentarily taken aback, only to stifle a laugh, softly calling out to him. Clad in a gentle green, the girl appeared even more enchanting against the backdrop of verdant willow trees. A gentle breeze tousled her flowing hair and the purple ribbon around her slender waist, accentuating her graceful figure. Tomorrow will you accompany me, Sun Er? Beneath the willow tree, the young maiden's delicate visage was tinged with a faint blush, her pearly teeth gently nibbling on her alluring red lips. A pair of enchanting autumn-hued eyes, brimming with anticipation and an inexplicable charm, gazed longingly at Xiao Yan in the distance. Chapter 36. The comical breakthrough. It is hard to fathom that the naturally graceful and composed Suner could exhibit such a shy and alluring demeanor. Her innocent allure left Xiao Yan genuinely captivated by a unique kind of enchantment. After silently dubbing her a little enchantress, Xiao Yan responded vaguely, and then, under Suner's amused gaze, he shamefully chose to flee in disarray. Watching Xiao Yan's awkward retreat, Suner stifled a soft giggle, appraising herself from head to toe before directing her gaze toward the small pond beside the path. There, the young maiden stood elegantly, her bright eyes and radiant teeth reflecting a subtle allure and an elusive charm. Indeed, she is quite beautiful. With a gentle twirl, Suner's rosy lips curled into a proud smile. Not far away, several young men from her clan, who had just approached, suddenly froze in their tracks, their mouths agape, their eyes filled with astonishment as they stared foolishly at the beautiful maiden, lost in her own world beneath the willow tree. Seated at the table, Xiao Yan took a sip of tea, his mind persistently drifting back to Suner's earlier captivating demeanor. As her autumnal eyes blinked softly, he felt a warmth rising within his heart. Shaking his head vigorously, Xiao Yan inwardly chastised himself for his folly, gradually calming the tumultuous thoughts that stirred his heart. Shaking off the slight numbness in his arms, Xiao Yan made his way to the corner of the room, where he retrieved a large wooden basin filled with foundational elixir. Swiftly discarding his garments, he leaped into the cool liquid. The icy water enveloped his skin, washing away the profound fatigue that lingered in his bones. His hands playfully glided through the basin as he reclined lazily against the wooden edge, his slightly rapid breaths gradually stabilizing. Reflecting on the shock he had caused in the training grounds earlier that day, a faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, strength was the most paramount essence in this world. Rubbing his forehead, a vision of a stunningly proud face suddenly flashed through his mind. Na Lan Yen ran. With narrowed eyes, Xiao Yan murmured softly, "Just 2 more years, right? You must wait for me. I will seek you out." The gentle whisper, laced with a hint of coldness, could easily be mistaken for the sweet nothings of young lovers. Recalling Na Lan Yenren's condescending remarks and her commanding demeanor in the hall, Xiao Yan's fists clenched slowly, the humiliation etched deeply in his memory. Cultivation cannot pause. That woman, despite her arrogance, she must possess extraordinary talent to be accepted as a disciple by the leader of the Yunlan sect. A soft chuckle escaped his lips, a chilling smile forming at the corners. Taking a deep breath, the mere thought of her ignited an unusual fervor within him. Resolutely shaking off his languor, he adopted a meditative posture in the basin, fingers weaving intricate seals, calming his turbulent mind, and gradually closing his eyes to cultivate. Since the day of the examination, Xiao Yan could distinctly perceive a transformation in the gazes of his clansmen. The previous disdain and mockery had gradually dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of reverence. This admiration, which he had only become eligible to receive 3 years prior, was met with Xiao Yan's tranquil demeanor. He did not exhibit any semblance of arrogance or triumph. The day following the test, he dutifully accompanied Sooner for a day of leisure, finding it difficult to refuse any of her requests, as she was the individual closest to him within the clan, aside from his father. During this time, he occasionally encountered Xiao Mei, who sweetly referred to him as cousin Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly in response, maintaining a respectful distance from women who were overly pragmatic. A month passed in such a serene and leisurely manner, with only 7 days remaining until the grand ceremony of adulthood held by the Xiao clan. After exerting himself for another 2 days without any significant progress, Xiao Yan, feeling a sense of regret, decided to relax his intense training regimen. Yet, just when he believed that a breakthrough was unattainable, an astonishing and unexpected event unfolded. On the night 2 days before the adulthood ceremony, while Xiao Yan was in a deep slumber, he abruptly leapt from his bed as if in a trance, without even removing his clothes, and plunged directly into the wooden basin, where the medicinal effects were on the verge of dissipating. After a restless night, Xiao Yan finally opened his eyes in a dazed manner, only to discover that the breakthrough barrier that had troubled him for the past 2 to 3 months had, quite inexplicably, been shattered in his stupor. In the aftermath of this bewildering yet somewhat amusing breakthrough, Xiao Yan could only exclaim with a mix of joy and exasperation, "Damn it!" Chapter 37. Xiao Yu for a family to endure through the ages. The most crucial element is the preservation of vitality, which stems from the younger generation within the clan. They represent the fresh blood that invigorates the family. Only through the continuous influx of this vitality can the great machinery of the family maintain its perpetual motion. Thus, the coming-of-age ceremony is a significant day that every family holds in high regard, and the Xiao family is no exception. As one of the 3 prominent families in Wu-Tan City, the coming-of-age ceremony of the Xiao family naturally attracted the attention of various forces within the city, with some amicable factions even accepting invitations to partake in the festivities. Seated beneath the shade of a grand tree alongside Sun Er, a gentle breeze wafted through, providing a cool and pleasant atmosphere. Xiao Yan squinted his eyes as he gazed at the enormous platform in the distance, crafted from colossal timber specifically for this coming-of-age ceremony. His eyes swept across the spacious platform before shifting to the throngs of people from various factions gathered below, and he muttered helplessly, "There are indeed quite a lot of people." Observing the slightly gloomy expression on Xiao Yan's face, Sun Er, aware of his preference for tranquility, couldn't help but chuckle with a touch of mischief. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan cast a sidelong glance in her direction. It seemed that nothing could remain concealed in the presence of this girl. With a sigh of frustration, he weakly nodded in response. After rolling his eyes at her, his gaze was suddenly arrested by a striking woman in a red dress, who was engaging in lively conversation near the colossal wooden platform. The curves of her alluring figure, partially veiled beneath the crimson fabric, were undeniably captivating. At that moment, a considerable crowd had gathered around her, clearly making her the focal point of attention. This enchanting woman, radiating a mature charm with every smile and gesture, was none other than Yafei, the chief auctioneer from the Maitel auction house, whom Xiao Yan had encountered before. As his eyes briefly traveled over her serpentine waist, he silently mused, "Truly a rare gem." Just as Xiao Yan's gaze lingered on Yafei, he was suddenly interrupted by a soft huff from the girl beside him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan forced a sheepish smile and lamented, "Even if I had such thoughts, she would surely not regard me, a mere child, in that light. After all, she is 7 or 8 years my senior." "Some women do indeed have a taste for younger men," Sun Er remarked, her rosy lips curling into a teasing smile. Clearing his throat, Xiao Yan had no choice but to retreat, his eyes daring not to wander back to that enticing circle. "Who is it?" he pondered, momentarily taken aback as he followed Sun Er's gaze, his brow gradually furrowing in concern. In the direction of their gazes, a striking beauty clad in what appeared to be academic attire leaned gracefully against a grand tree. At her waist hung a long sword, and her figure was notably statuesque. Most captivating were her elongated, shapely legs, sensuous limbs that even the enchanting Yafei could not rival. Sooner, with a playful shrug, suddenly tilted her head and teased, "Brother Xiao Yan, it seems you are in a bit of trouble this time." With a slight grimace, Xiao Yan rubbed his aching forehead and muttered under his breath, "This headstrong woman is utterly infuriating. It was merely an accident when I stumbled upon her bathing in the hot springs behind the mountain, and inadvertently brushed against her thigh. Yet, she pursued me relentlessly for half a year. Ha! How can one simply touch a girl's body?" Sooner giggled charmingly, recalling how, in her childhood, she too had been thoroughly explored by this fellow, causing a faint blush to grace her delicate features. Xiao Yan scoffed, "This woman is the elder sister of Xiao Ning, and neither of them are any good. That scoundrel's animosity towards me has much to do with her." In the distance, Xiao Yu seemed to sense something amiss. She turned her head to gaze at Xiao Yan beneath the tree, momentarily taken aback, before a frown creased her brow, her beautiful eyes flashing with disdain and disgust. After a brief hesitation, she sauntered over, her alluring legs captivating as she approached. Observing her advance, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed as well, mirroring his distaste and impatience. "Ah, Xiao Yan, I never expected you to have a chance for a comeback. Truly surprising." As I approached, I gazed upon the unmistakable impatience etched on Xiao Yan's face, a sentiment he made no effort to conceal. Xiao Yu sneered, "What business is it of yours?" It was evident that Xiao Yan held no fondness for Xiao Yu. His usual nonchalance was completely cast aside, and he retorted with a coarse remark. "Your tongue remains as sharp as ever. It seems that the trials of the past 3 years have failed to dull your edge." Xiao Yu looked down upon Xiao Yan, her tone dripping with condescension, as if she were imparting a lesson from a position of superiority. Again with that tone suppressing a wave of disdain, Xiao Yan tilted his head slightly, scrutinizing the woman he had not seen for a year. His gaze gradually shifted to her alluringly long legs, and, with a casual touch to his nose, he remarked, "Your legs are still as long as ever. I wonder if any other man has had the pleasure since that time?" At his words, the once mocking smile on Xiao Yu's face faded, replaced by an expression of anger. Chapter 38. This little fellow is no ordinary character. Stung by Xiao Yan's comment that struck at a rather embarrassing point, Xiao Yu's face darkened. In an instant, her delicate hand reached for the hilt of the sword at her waist. With a faint, mocking smile directed at the furious Xiao Yu, Xiao Yan leaned back slightly and languidly inquired, "Are you planning to make a move? What do you think you could achieve?" Clenching the sword's hilt tightly, Xiao Yu struggled to suppress the urge to draw her weapon and retorted with a cold smile, "Even if you have returned with your innate talents, what difference does it make? 3 years ago, I, Xiao Yu, could chase you to the mountains. 3 years later, I can do so again." Xiao Yan's brows arched slightly, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Yu's ample bosom, concealed beneath a pale purple school uniform, adorned with 3 golden stars, signifying her current prowess as a 3-star fighter. It seemed that this obstinate woman had made considerable progress during the year's studies at the academy. "Where are your eyes wandering?" Xiao Yu's already pale face grew even colder at Xiao Yan's gaze. "Isn't your attire meant to attract the attention of men?" Xiao Yan casually rubbed his nose, his seemingly indifferent words inciting Xiao Yu's ire to a boiling point. "You little rascal!" Gritting her silver teeth, Xiao Yu could no longer contain her fury and abruptly drew her long sword from her waist, pointing it menacingly at Xiao Yan. "Do you believe I will cut out your tongue?" Gazing at the gleaming sword of fine iron before him, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, his eyes unwavering as he replied softly, "Go ahead, give it a try." As he spoke, Xiao Yan's right palm curled slightly, a powerful suction gradually forming within his hand. Possessing 3 types of profound tier combat techniques, he held no great fear of a 3-star fighter should a confrontation ensue. Observing the tense standoff between the two, Sun Er shook her head in exasperation and, casting her gaze into the distance, smiled as she gently interjected, "Uncle Xiao and the others are coming."
As soon as reminder.
Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and turned her head, indeed spotting Xiao Zhan approaching with a somewhat altered expression. "Humph, consider yourself fortunate." In response to Xiao Yu's warning, Sun Er smiled lightly, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, cousin Xiao Yu, but I believe brother Xiao Yan is quite admirable." Listening to Sun Er's words, which were laden with profound meaning, Xiao Yu's delicate face shifted slightly. Her gaze swept over the composed and smiling Sun Er, and with a hint of significance, She remarked, once you leave the family, you will come to realize how vast the world outside truly is. There are numerous men far more remarkable than that fellow. Should you encounter one who captures your heart, then, Xiao Yu, you are overthinking this. Sun would not engage in the scenarios you describe.
Sun gently interrupted Xiao Yu, her rosy lips slightly pursed.
The interruption left Xiao Yu feeling somewhat awkward. After casting a sharp glance at Xiao Yan, she departed with a hint of displeasure. Upon hearing this, Sun smiled softly, covering her mouth with a light laugh. I am genuinely curious as to why she always seems to be at odds with brother Xiao Yan. Although you inadvertently stumbled upon her bathing years ago, that shouldn't lead to her perpetual opposition, should it? How would I know? Xiao Yan shrugged innocently, then turned his attention to the approaching Xiao Zhan and others. Yan are you alright? What about that girl Xiao Yu? As he hurried over and saw Xiao Yan unharmed, Xiao Zhan sighed in relief and furrowed his brow in concern. With a slight shrug, Xiao Yan replied with a smile, it's nothing. That woman merely had a momentary fit. You should try to avoid her. She is rather willful, and now that she possesses the strength of a 3-star fighter, if it comes to blows, you would be at a significant disadvantage. Moreover, she is the granddaughter of the Grand Elder. If a conflict were to arise, even I would find it difficult to reprimand her, Xiao Zhan said with a sense of resignation. Xiao Yan scratched his nose and smiled noncommittally.
Come, Yan.
Allow me to introduce you to Miss Yafei, the chief auctioneer of the Tamir auction house. The foundational elixir we acquired last time was obtained through her auction, Xiao Zhan said, stepping aside for the alluring woman in the crimson dress standing behind him. Xiao Yan, blushing slightly, remarked, it is all thanks to my father's purchase of the foundational elixir. Noticing that the two had exchanged initial pleasantries, Xiao Zhan gazed up at the sky, then gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder with a warm smile, saying, all right, the coming-of-age ceremony is about to commence. I must prepare a few things, so do not embarrass your father. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. As Xiao Zhan turned to leave, Yafei cast a lingering glance at the young man before her. Years of experience in auctions had honed her keen perception. Upon closer inspection, she felt a sudden chill. Though the boy appeared bashful, the depths of his dark eyes revealed an unruffled calm, akin to a bottomless, tranquil pool. At such a tender age, he could effortlessly master his emotions. This young lad was indeed extraordinary. Turning away, Yafei pondered gravely. Chapter 39. The ceremony reassessment. The procedures for the coming-of-age ceremony were exasperatingly intricate, almost enough to induce a headache. Sitting in the audience, Xiao Yan observed the boy on stage, who was being manipulated like a puppet, and he couldn't help but rub his forehead, offering a wry smile to Sun beside him. This coming-of-age ceremony is truly a recipe for self-inflicted torment. Observing Xiao Yan's helpless demeanor, Sun's bright, watery eyes curved into a gentle smile as she remarked, there's no way around it. This is a long-standing tradition, and even Uncle Xiao and the others cannot alter it. With a sigh, Xiao Yan nodded in resignation, on the verge of succumbing to boredom and drifting into slumber, when suddenly he raised an eyebrow, squinting slightly as he shifted his gaze to the left. Not far from the two, Xiao Ning was glaring at Xiao Yan with a face full of jealousy as he conversed amiably with Sun. Upon noticing Xiao Yan's glance, he provocatively raised his fist. Fool. Meanwhile, Sun, amused yet somewhat exasperated by Xiao Yan's antics, observed that whenever he encountered Xiao Yu, he seemed to shed his usual indifference and unleash a reckless side that invariably infuriated the latter. Leaning back against the cool wooden chair, Xiao Yan inhaled the fresh fragrance of the girl beside him, leisurely closing his eyes in anticipation. As the adult ceremony on stage progressed towards its latter half, it finally came time for Xiao Yan. Listening to the calls from the stage, curious and skeptical gazes descended from the distinguished guests in the elevated seating area. Their presence at the Xiao family's coming-of-age ceremony was largely motivated by a desire to ascertain whether this young man, who had recently become the talk of the town in Wutan City, truly lived up to the fervent rumors surrounding him. As the calls echoed, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, shaking his head inwardly at the varied expressions that surrounded him, akin to spectators observing a monkey. Exhaling softly, Xiao Yan maintained a facade of calmness, and, under the watchful eyes of the entire assembly, he stepped onto the stage, one deliberate footfall after another. The officiant of the coming-of-age ceremony was the second elder, Xiao Yan. Although this elder had previously shown little kindness towards Xiao Yan, he had noticeably tempered his demeanor since the day of the examination. The unmistakable disdain that once marred his aged visage had vanished. With a gaze that held a hint of complexity, Xiao Yan regarded the young man before him, who had undergone a remarkable transformation. Sighing inwardly, he slightly trembled, retrieving several ceremonial materials from the platform behind him before approaching Xiao Yan. As the second elder advanced, recalling the intricacies of the prior rituals, Xiao Yan felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He let out a wry smile and resignedly closed his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Xiao Yan stood motionless for a full half-hour, appearing almost foolish, until the tedious rituals finally drew to a close. Breathing a sigh of relief, he opened his eyes to find himself covered in an array of fragrant powders, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Having completed these cumbersome tasks, the second elder wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to face the black stone test monument, proclaiming loudly, re-examination of the ceremony. This re-examination was far more rigorous and meticulous than the preliminary assessment, conducted under the direct supervision of the second elder, who was a 2-star great fighter. This underscored the significance they placed on the coming-of-age ceremony. Upon hearing the elder's commanding voice, the once bored audience suddenly perked up, their gazes riveted on the elevated platform. Upon the esteemed platform, the gazes from various factions were intently fixated on the young man clad in black. Their purpose for attending was to ascertain whether this once astonishing prodigy, who had left the city of Wutan in awe, had indeed regained his former brilliance. Ignoring the fervent stares surrounding him, Xiao Yan composedly approached and paused before the obsidian monument. It appeared that the shock Xiao Yan had instigated had dealt a significant blow to the second elder. Despite his understanding that the testing stone was notoriously infallible, he remained stubbornly reluctant to accept it. Thus, he had volunteered to personally oversee Xiao Yan's assessment. Disregarding the skepticism reflected in the elder's gaze, Xiao Yan's hand gradually reached for the stone tablet. As the veracity of the rumors was once again confirmed, Xiao Yu pressed her crimson lips together in irritation, tapping her alluring leg in frustration while glaring at the young man in black. Her delicate features displayed a stubborn defiance. Without witnessing it firsthand, it was difficult for her to believe that the once inept individual could rise again. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu coldly scrutinized the scene. Last time, this fellow must have resorted to some trickery. With the second elder personally monitoring this time, I shall see how you... Before her mocking whispers could finish, her charming face abruptly stiffened. The remainder of her words caught in her throat. High upon the wooden platform, the immense black stone tablet radiated with brilliance, golden letters soaring like dragons and phoenixes emerging on its surface. Chapter 40. Shocked silence enveloped the arena. All gazes, momentarily taken aback, became fixated in a stupor upon the resplendent black stone tablet gleaming with golden light. In the VIP section, the crisp sound of teacups shattering on the floor resonated, as representatives from various factions in the city of Wutan stood in stunned silence, their faces awash with disbelief. However, the scene unfolding before them not only confirmed the veracity of the rumors, but also exceeded their wildest expectations. Given the current pace of cultivation, it was plausible to speculate that, perhaps in a few decades, the Xiao family might produce a formidable Dou Huang-level powerhouse. Exchanging glances, the attendees in the VIP section were collectively struck by a chilling thought. A Dou Huang, should any minor family within the Gamma Empire produce such a being, would see its status soar irrespective of its previous limitations. At that point, even the 3 great families of the Gamma Empire would refrain from adopting a posture of suppression. For Dou Huang-level powerhouses were a rarity within this vast empire. Only 2 or 3 existed, each capable of turning the tide of battle, able to contend against thousands. No rational empire would dare to provoke a Dou Huang powerhouse lightly. Over 300 years ago, the sole Dou Huang powerhouse of the Gamma Empire, in a fit of rage after the neighboring nation waged war and inflicted suffering upon his kin, single-handedly decimated an elite cavalry regiment of 10,000 men. The slaughter was a gruesome spectacle, sending shockwaves throughout the nation. Since that time, empires across the Dou Qi Continent have seldom chosen to offend a Dou Huang powerhouse. highlighting the sheer ferocity of such beings in this realm. Consequently, upon witnessing the extraordinary talent exhibited by Xiao Yan, the onlookers were enveloped in profound envy towards the Xiao family. At the center of the elevated platform, Xiao Yan found his eyes somewhat strained by the resplendent golden characters inscribed on the black stone monument. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled slowly, casting a gaze filled with appreciation towards the young man in black amidst the arena, and with a gentle smile remarked, "Perhaps the wisest decision of my life was ensuring that no rift formed between my son, Yener, and myself." As Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Yan possessed an intimate understanding of his son's disposition. He could vividly recall the icy indifference of his young child, whose gaze, as cold as the winter's breath, seemed to regard him as a mere stranger rather than his own father. Thankfully, the chill had gradually melted away beneath the warmth of Xiao Yan's heartfelt care and affection. Reflecting on the silent standoff of their earlier years, a soft, tender smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips. "Chief Xiao, the cultivation talent of young Master Xiao Yan is truly astounding. It appears your family is on the brink of producing a remarkable powerhouse," remarked Yafei, her enchanting eyes fixated on the young man in black, her lips parting in a radiant smile. Xiao Yan let out a hearty laugh, his face brimming with pride and excitement that was nearly impossible to conceal. He courteously cupped his hands towards Miss Yafei and, seemingly in a casual manner, sighed. "Miss Yafei, you flatter me. This little fellow's cultivation talent is always a source of surprise. As you are aware, he has endured significant setbacks in the past 3 years. No one knows whether such upheavals will recur. If they were to..." Sigh. Yafei's enchanting eyes curved slightly as she smiled alluringly, her thoughts lingering on whether Xiao Yan's talent was enduring or merely ephemeral. What she could ascertain was that the current Xiao Yan possessed potential worthy of her attention, and that was sufficient for her. Her captivating gaze subtly shifted. Yet within her heart, Yafei had already resolved to cultivate a closer relationship with the Xiao family in the future, striving to foster goodwill. "I have no idea," Xiao Ning remarked with a dazed, bitter smile. Then his gaze darted towards Sun Air in the distance, only to find her intently focused on the young man on stage, entirely unresponsive to his presence. Damn it! The seething jealousy ignited within Xiao Ning as he was blatantly disregarded by the girl he admired. He glared fiercely at Xiao Yan in the arena, his gritted teeth accentuating the somewhat youthful visage that now appeared rather menacing. Chapter 41. The Qi Dispelling Pill. Second Elder. Has the assessment concluded? Yes. The second elder, startled by Xiao Yan's voice, nodded in a flustered manner. His gaze, still dazed, revealed that he was evidently reeling from shock. As the golden light dissipated, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, clearly indicating that they were still immersed in the earlier astonishment. The ceremonial re-examination has been completed. In accordance with customary practice, Xiao Yan shall face a challenge, with the challengers being those ranked below a fighter. Who shall step forth? The second elder's gaze swept over the younger generation of the Xiao clan as he spoke softly yet firmly. If the adult ceremony's assessment serves as a measure of one's fighting spirit's intensity, then this challenge is a test of the clan member's mastery and cultivation of combat techniques. After all, when life and death hang in the balance, these skills are pivotal in determining victory or defeat, and the significance attributed to them by various clans is no less than that of refining fighting spirit. They are no longer in a position to flaunt their prowess before Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stood quietly at the center of the arena, his eyes casually glancing over his peers, and with each direction his gaze fell upon, those youths instinctively took a step back. Frowning, Xiao Ning cast an annoyed look at her elder sister. "What is it?" With a slight twitch of her lips, Xiao Ning hesitated, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Suner, who was observing Xiao Yan in the arena with a gentle demeanor. That delicate and captivating appearance had never been revealed before her. Observing Xiao Ning's face, which was a mixture of stubbornness and jealousy, Xiao Yu felt a tinge of helplessness. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly produced a smooth, green pill, caressing it for a brief moment before swiftly placing it into Xiao Ning's hand. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "This is a second-grade pill, the Qi Enhancement Elixir, which can grant you the strength of a fighter for a short period. However, after consuming it, you will need to remain bedridden for a month. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to use it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ning was instantly filled with joy as he grasped the object tightly in his hand, exclaiming, "With this in my possession, I shall certainly teach that fellow a severe lesson." Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and admonished him sharply, "Do not act rashly. Merely inflict a bit of suffering upon him. Should you cause him grave injury, even grandfather would be unable to protect you. He is no longer the useless person he once was." "Understood." Xiao Ning nodded nonchalantly, a smirk gracing his lips as he turned his gaze towards Sooner, his heart brimming with pride as he thought, "I will make you realize that he is merely a decorative pillow." With a cold snicker, Xiao Ning broke free from Xiao Yu's grasp and ascended the high platform, proclaiming loudly, "I shall take on the challenge." The moment he spoke, all eyes in the arena converged upon him, and the sensation of being the center of attention amplified his sense of self-satisfaction. Observing Xiao Ning's approach, the second elder frowned and glanced towards the VIP section, where he indeed spotted the elder's displeased expression. Sighing helplessly, he inwardly chastised, "Foolish one, do you still perceive Xiao Yan as the same ineffectual person from before?" Unperturbed by the second elder's grim countenance, Xiao Ning strode forward with confidence, grinning as he declared, "Xiao Yan, let me test just how formidable your combat prowess truly is." Lazily lifting his gaze to regard Xiao Ning, Xiao Yan could hardly muster the energy to respond. "Xiao Ning, are you challenging Xiao Yan? Do you accept?" The second elder, seeing Xiao Ning had reached the center of the arena, had no choice but to call out loudly, "Surely you will not decline? Sooner is watching, and you wouldn't want to disappoint her, would you?" Touching the pill concealed within his sleeve, Xiao Ning felt his confidence surge. He glanced at the elegant girl below, resembling a delicate blue lotus, and sneered, "Fool." Xiao Yan muttered inwardly, rubbing his nose. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he nodded slightly and said calmly, "I accept." Upon seeing Xiao Yan's nod, the second elder sighed helplessly once more, waved his hand, and as he retreated, he whispered in a tone audible only to Xiao Yan, "Remember, just a demonstration." Xiao Ning curled his lip in disdain, while Xiao Yan merely shrugged non-committally. With the second elder's departure, the atmosphere atop the platform became palpably tense. Chapter 42. You have lost gazing at the two youths facing each other on the elevated platform. All eyes in attendance turned with keen interest. They were eager to determine whether this remarkable young man, who had once again achieved greatness after a 3-year hiatus, possessed a similarly astonishing prowess in combat techniques. In the VIP section, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow as he observed Xiao Ning stepping up to challenge. His expression darkened slightly. Although Xiao Yan's combat energy had exceeded his expectations, he had never witnessed the latter seeking out the family's combat instructors at the combat hall for training. It is important to note that combat techniques differ significantly from the rudimentary cultivation of fighting energy. While one may still rely on personal exploration to master lower-tier yellow-level combat techniques, the intermediate and advanced yellow-level techniques necessitate the guidance of a family combat instructor. However, over the past few years, Xiao Zhan has not heard any of the family's combat instructors mention that Xiao Yan had sought their tutelage. Rather, it is Xiao Ning who has become a frequent visitor. "Ah, clan leader Xiao, do you think young master Xiao Yan can prevail?" A voice inquired playfully from beside Xiao Zhan, as a pair of keen eyes fixated on the composed figure of the black-clad youth in the arena. "Oh really?" The captivating gaze of Yafei shifted slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering as her enchanting eyes, with a hint of languor, rested upon the calm young man. A playful smile danced upon her lips, revealing a mature charm that adorned her beautiful face. "For some reason, I have unwavering confidence in young master Xiao Yan. I believe he will surely achieve victory." Xiao Zhan paused, seemingly astonished by the source of her confidence, and shook his head with a smile. "Then I shall rely on your auspicious words, Miss Yafei." Observing Xiao Yan, who stood casually before him, Xiao Ning let out a cold chuckle, his fists slowly clenching. A faint aura of fighting energy surged within him, imparting a sensation of overwhelming power. After a moment of stillness, Xiao Ning's foot struck the ground with force, propelling him directly towards the nearby Xiao Yan. As he charged, his hands curved slightly, the sharpness of his nails glinting ominously. When he was merely half a meter away from Xiao Yan, Xiao Ning suddenly halted, his right claw tracing a cunning arc aimed directly at Xiao Yan's throat. Intermediate yellow-level combat technique. Rending claw strike. With a calm expression, Xiao Yan gazed at the swiftly approaching claws. Unhurriedly, he raised his palm, slightly curling his fingers before suddenly thrusting it outward. A formidable force surged forth. Under this unexpected and tremendous push, Xiao Ning's expression shifted dramatically, his body seeming to be struck by a heavy blow. He retreated more than 10 steps before finally managing to halt his somewhat disheveled stance. Upon witnessing this scene from the high platform, Xiao Zhan's expression displayed slight astonishment, while beside him, Yafei broke into a charming smile. Elegantly lifting the white jade teacup before her, she parted her red lips and took a delicate sip. This little fellow truly conceals his strength. A seductive smile graced her lips as Yafei murmured to herself. What kind of combat technique is this? Xiao Ning asked, feeling a slight tightness in his chest, his expression shifting as he questioned fiercely. Xiao Yan cast a fleeting glance at him, then lowered his gaze to his own palm. Despite its unappealing name, the fire-blowing palm produced a powerful thrust that genuinely pleased Xiao Yan. Noticing that Xiao Yan ignored him, Xiao Ning's expression twitched slightly. Gritting his teeth, fueled by anger, he charged at Xiao Yan once more. With his palm extended, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, observing the increasingly close approach of Xiao Ning, a cold smile gradually forming at the corner of his lips. Suddenly, his open right hand clenched into a fist, unleashing a fierce suction force from his palm. The Xian-tier combat technique, suction palm. As Xiao Yan gripped his hand again, Xiao Ning instinctively braced himself against the ground. Yet, before he could feel the push, a wave of suction yanked him forward with great force. The body arched gracefully through the air, hurtling directly towards Xiao Yan, who bore a mysterious smile at the corner of his lips. Although the force of attraction had pulled him upward, upon seeing Xiao Yan draw ever closer, Xiao Ning could not suppress a joyful grin. With a chilling laugh, he swiftly concentrated his fighting spirit into his fist. Iron Mountain Fist. With a thunderous shout, Xiao Ning clenched his fist tightly, unleashing a sharp, slicing wind that reverberated through the air, aimed squarely at Xiao Yan's shoulder. Given the intensity of the strike, should it connect, Xiao Yan's arm would undoubtedly endure severe damage. It was evident that this fellow had no intention of holding back from the very beginning. Narrowing his eyes as he sensed the piercing energy, Xiao Yan exhaled slowly, abruptly altering the flow of fighting spirit within him. Profound-grade fighting technique. Blazing fire palm. As the command resonated within his mind, a fierce thrust erupted from the palm of Xiao Yan. Bang! The air quivered slightly, as an invisible counterforce struck fiercely against the rushing body of Xiao Ning, the collision of these opposing forces rendering his complexion pale. With a sudden burst, the propelling force ultimately prevailed, and after a moment of stalemate, Xiao Ning was violently thrust downward, skidding across the floor for over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt, while simultaneously, a mouthful of blood was tragically expelled. Gazing at the limp figure of Xiao Ning in the distance and casting a fleeting glance at the somewhat hushed scene, Xiao Yan's hand gradually descended as he exhaled softly. You have lost. Chapter 43. The dominant Xiao Yan observing the utterly defeated Xiao Ning in the arena, the audience, after a brief moment of silence, erupted into chaos. The shock that had not yet fully dissipated surged once more from within. The younger generation of the Xiao clan stood transfixed, their eyes wide in disbelief as they regarded the bloodied and crumpled Xiao Ning. As peers, they were acutely aware of Xiao Ning's formidable strength. Among their ranks, only Sooner could surpass him, leaving him virtually unmatched. Yet now, in merely 2 encounters with Xiao Yan, he had been utterly vanquished. This sudden turn of events left everyone astounded and unprepared. On the sidelines, witnessing Xiao Ning's rapid downfall, Xiao Yu's delicate visage was equally marked by disbelief, her slightly parted, rosy lips betraying her astonishment. To master advanced combat techniques, one must receive personal instruction on the nuances of such skills. It seems that Yafei has appointed Xiao Zhan as the one to provide Xiao Yan with special training. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan was rendered speechless, his smile laced with irony as he shook his head. Not only had he never taught Xiao Yan any combat skills, but even if he wished to impart knowledge, he would be unable to teach the peculiar techniques Xiao Yan had just employed. From his understanding of the family's combat arts, it appeared he had never even heard of such techniques. Since he had never encountered them, there could only be one explanation. The combat skills Xiao Yan wielded were not part of the Xiao clan's repertoire at all. It was not the combat skill of the Xiao family, so from where did Yenner acquire it? A sense of confusion arose in Xiao Zhan's heart as he shifted his gaze towards the higher-ups of the family, only to find them casting peculiar looks in his direction. Taken aback by their expressions, Xiao Zhan was suddenly struck by the realization that they might believe he had secretly favored Yenner. With a helpless curl of his lip, he chose not to explain and turned his attention back to the black-clad youth in the arena, murmuring to himself, "This young lad truly harbors numerous secrets." The youth stood with his head bowed, his youthful and somewhat delicate face displaying only tranquility, devoid of any hint of triumph or arrogance following his victory. With a soft sigh, the second elder raised his withered hand high, ready to announce the conclusion of the duel, but his expression suddenly shifted. In the distance, Xiao Ning, who had fallen to the ground, abruptly sprang up like a crouching leopard. The previously subdued fighting spirit within him surged violently at that moment. He stomped forcefully on the wooden platform, propelling himself forward with explosive speed, and splinters of wood flew in all directions. With a fierce gaze fixed on the ever-approaching Xiao Yan, the blood at the corner of Xiao Ning's mouth gave his face a somewhat grotesque appearance. "Little brat, perish."
Xiao Ning, halt.
The sudden turn of events left the second elder momentarily stunned, followed by a thunderous shout. However, consumed by rage and jealousy, Xiao Ning remained deaf to the command, seizing the opportunity provided by the effects of the energy-enhancing pill to launch a vicious attack on Xiao Yan. The sudden change in the arena stirred a wave of commotion. The expressions of the distinguished guests, including Xiao Zhan, shifted dramatically as they sensed that Xiao Ning had now acquired the strength of a fighter. He had consumed the Qi enhancement powder. Yafei, well-versed and knowledgeable, observed the abrupt surge in Xiao Ning's power, her delicate features altering slightly as she solemnly remarked, "Scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's countenance darkened further. He slammed his fist onto the table before him, causing a web of cracks to spider across its surface. Turning his gaze with fierce intensity towards the elder, whose expression had also changed, he growled, "Old man, if anything happens to my son, your grandson won't live to see another day." The potential that Xiao Yan now possessed far surpassed that of Xiao Ning. If, during the competition, Xiao Ning's misconduct resulted in irreversible injury to Xiao Yan, even with the elder's backing, the family would not easily let him off the hook. Under the predatory glare of Xiao Zhan, the elder's withered visage trembled slightly, bitterness creeping into his mouth. If Xiao Yan were still the same as before, then an injury would simply be an injury, but now, the family would sooner forsake this elder than abandon the young man who might one day ascend to the rank of Dou Huang. In the arena, the second elder's shouts fell on deaf ears. The proximity allowed Xiao Ning to swiftly dart to Xiao Yan's side, his fists rapidly coalescing with fighting energy as he bellowed, "Iron Mountain Fist." The explosive surge in power transformed this Iron Mountain Fist into an overwhelming force, creating a fierce wind pressure that ruffled Xiao Yan's hair, revealing his pair of cold, ebony eyes. Faced with Xiao Ning's formidable strike, Xiao Yan unexpectedly did not retreat. His right fist was tightly clenched, his form slightly bent, resembling a lion poised to pounce. In an instant of silence, he surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Witnessing Xiao Yan's audacity to confront Xiao Ning head-on, the second elder could not help but stamp his foot in frustration, exclaiming in exasperation. With a muffled roar echoing in his heart, Xiao Yan's fist, under the second elder's astonished gaze, collided forcefully with Xiao Ning. Bang! The two fists met mid-air, and for a brief moment, silence enveloped the scene. Xiao Ning's face, once fierce, turned ashen, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. With an indifferent expression, he violently shook his arm, causing his sleeve to crackle audibly. Propelling his fist forward, Xiao Ning's figure was sent crashing down from the high platform like a leaf caught in a tempest, amidst countless astonished gazes. Observing this spectacle, the second elder's pupils constricted, and he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The silhouette of the young man in the black robe nearby seemed to take on an air of enigma at that moment. Chapter 44. Let's see how you fare. As Xiao Ning fell into the crowd, the arena fell into a profound silence once more. After a moment, pairs of eyes, wide with disbelief, turned toward the young man in black on the high platform. Although many were unaware of the events that had transpired, the sudden surge in Xiao Ning's power was a fact witnessed by all. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, after such a dramatic increase in strength, Xiao Ning suffered an even more brutal and decisive defeat than before. One punch and he was gravely injured. In the VIP section, as she observed the unfolding events in the arena, Yafei delicately covered her alluring red lips with one of her fair, slender hands. Her ample bosom gently rose and fell, tracing breathtaking arcs.
Such formidable combat technique.
What tier could this be? Shen rank? How is that possible? Taking a shallow breath, Yafei muttered in astonishment, fully aware of the rarity and difficulty of mastering Shen rank techniques. Yet, the combat skills previously employed by Xiao Yan were clearly not the Lion Mountain split. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as Yafei tightened her grip on the teacup, whispering to herself, could it be that this technique was not taught to him by Xiao Zhan? A gleam of insight flickered in her lazily narrowed beautiful eyes as she subtly tilted her head, just in time to catch a glimpse of the subtle shock on Xiao Zhan's face. The ability to impart Shen rank techniques signifies that the strength of that mysterious individual must be at least that of a doling expert. Perhaps even greater. A serious expression crossed her lovely cheeks as Yafei gracefully set down her teacup, her beautiful eyes filled with an inexplicable meaning as she slowly scrutinized the dashing young man in the arena. This young lad seems to be growing increasingly enigmatic, sparking an irresistible curiosity within her. Alas, this little fellow Yenner is truly becoming more difficult to fathom. As thoughts swirled in Yafei's mind, Xiao Zhan beside her couldn't help but let out a sigh. The combat techniques employed by Xiao Yan earlier had even stirred admiration within him. The sheer decisiveness and efficiency of those techniques were, from an offensive standpoint, comparable to the profound family techniques known as Lion Mountain Split. Shaking his head slowly, Xiao Zhan exhaled gently, his eyes glimmering with insight. Surely, there is someone guiding Yenner. Who could that be? Gently touching his face, Xiao Zhan's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Suner in the distance. At that moment, the young girl's enchanting visage bore a faint smile as she watched the young man shine in the arena. Could it be her? Pondering this, and recalling Suner's affectionate demeanor towards Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan felt a slight sense of relief. Turning his head, Xiao Yan observed Xiao Yu below, hastily lifting the unconscious Xiao Ning. His expression remained indifferent, devoid of any pity. Had it not been for his possession of two profound defensive techniques, that earlier blow from Xiao Ning could have easily shattered his right hand. Since others showed him no mercy, he saw no reason to play the fool and act as a benevolent savior. Wait, Xiao Yu, looking down at the bloodied and possibly lifeless Xiao Ning, bit her lip in anger and shouted fiercely. The second elder furrowed his brow and admonished sternly, Xiao Yu, what do you intend to do? Xiao Yu cautiously entrusted the unconscious Xiao Ning to a clansman behind her, and gracefully leaped onto the stage, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Xiao Yan. No matter how one may argue, Xiao Ning is your cousin. How could you act with such cruelty? Xiao Yan, observing Xiao Yu's accusatory demeanor, let out a derisive laugh and coldly replied, it was merely a challenge devoid of any significance. Yet, he chose to violate the rules by consuming forbidden pills. Given his aggressive posture earlier, do you truly believe he showed me any mercy? Had I refrained from retaliating, it would be me lying there now. Would you then direct your ire at him on my behalf? Is Xiao Ning human while I, Xiao Yan, am not? Besides being willfully biased, what else can you do? Xiao Yu? Faced with this barrage of scorn akin to the crack of firecrackers, Xiao Yu felt momentarily stunned. Her fair, delicate face fluctuated between shades of crimson and pale. With her proud nature, she had never before been publicly chastised by someone younger than herself. Taking a deep breath to suppress her surging anger, she coolly declared, regardless of your clever excuses, I know you have harmed my brother. I challenge you now. If you possess the capability, then let us proceed. Xiao Yu stepped down. This place does not permit your recklessness. The rules of the contest dictate that only combatants may engage. You have no authority here, admonished the second elder, his voice filled with fury. Xiao Yu stubbornly bit her lip, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yan with resentment as she coldly asked, are you afraid to accept? What an insufferable woman. Xiao Yan silently cursed in frustration. having already expended considerable fighting spirit in his earlier battle with Xiao Ning, engaging in combat with Xiao Yu, who possessed the strength of a 3-star fighter, would clearly be unfavorable. Surely you wouldn't shy away from a challenge presented by a mere woman? With a gaze that was somewhat chilling, Xiao Yan felt a surge of exhilaration from Xiao Yu's words, accompanied by a mocking smile. Rubbing his nose, Xiao Yan's lips twitched slightly, and within his dark eyes, a fierce glint suddenly emerged. Just as he was prepared to engage in a desperate confrontation with the long-legged woman, the delicate and melodious laughter of a girl floated gently to the high platform. Cousin Xiao Yu, brother Xiao Yan is now exhausted. To challenge him at this moment would be rather opportunistic. If you truly wish to test your skills, perhaps Sooner could accompany you. What do you think? Chapter 45. The curtain falls before the attentive crowd. The girl gracefully leaped onto the high platform and landed beside Xiao Yan, her autumn-like eyes shimmering softly, radiating a charming smile. Staring at Sooner, who had just jumped up, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then rolled his eyes in exasperation. What are you doing here? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's delicate face darkened, her brows furrowing as she shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yan, retorting with a cold laugh. Do you only know how to hide behind women? With a slight raise of his eyebrows, a flash of ferocity crossed Xiao Yan's eyes. He felt an overwhelming urge to subdue this woman beneath him. Enough! Just as the three were embroiled in their banter, the second elder, standing at a distance, bellowed in a dark tone, silencing them instantly.
Suna erschrocked indifferently, slightly nodding her exquisitely sculpted chin.
As she turned to descend from the platform, she playfully made a face at Xiao Yan, leaving him both amused and exasperated. After being scolded by the second elder, Xiao Yu's delicate face exhibited a hint of grievance. She bit her red lip, and after a moment, she stamped her small foot in frustration and turned to leave, leaving behind a cold sneer. You little rascal, just wait. Observing this farcical scene finally come to an end, the second elder let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the innocent-looking individual involved, offered a wry smile, and then adopted a stern expression, addressing the audience below with a cold reprimand. Xiao Ning has violated the rules by using medicinal pills during the competition. Effective immediately, she shall be confined for 3 months. After uttering this, he disregarded the slight stir among the crowd and continued. The challenge is concluded. Xiao Yan is the victor. Regarding this inconsequential outcome, Xiao Yan remained indifferent. Upon hearing the announcement of the completion of the coming-of-age ceremony, he stepped down from the elevated platform. Following Xiao Yan's ceremony, other clan members took their turns on stage. Yet, under the overwhelming shadow cast by his accomplishments, their achievements appeared somewhat lackluster. Ultimately, Sun Er's appearance caused quite a stir. At just 15 years of age, her prowess as a fighter was only a fraction shy of Xiao Yan's previous record. However, despite Sun Er's remarkable achievements, many present were already familiar with the illustrious reputation of the Xiao family's most radiant gem. Thus, while they marveled at her success, it paled in comparison to the profound impact of Xiao Yan's sudden rise. The coming-of-age ceremony unfolded from dawn until afternoon, gradually concluding amidst a chorus of astonished murmurs. As the event came to a close, numerous gazes, still tinged with disbelief, were drawn toward the young boy in black attire, whose expression remained remarkably composed. As he gazed at the concluding adult ceremony, Xiao Yan felt a sense of relief wash over him. The attention from those around him was rather overwhelming. Shaking his head, he rose to depart. Xiao Yan's performance today was truly astonishing. Came a voice accompanied by a gentle fragrance. Sun Er's melodious laughter echoed like silver bells in the air. Rubbing his nose, Xiao Yan chuckled softly. I initially believed that Xiao Yan would not excel in combat techniques, yet it turns out he is remarkably inscrutable. With her delicate hands clasped behind her, Sun Er tilted her head slightly, a knowing smile gracing her lips. How can Sun Er be the one who is inscrutable? The combat techniques you employed in the arena last time were anything but ordinary, Xiao Yan teased, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Sun Er paused, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, and she replied with a beaming smile. Xiao Yan, your discernment is impressive. If you are interested in those combat techniques, I could teach you. With a shrug, Xiao Yan shook his head, saying, never mind, One cannot overextend oneself. I understand this simple truth well enough. And what about the Dou Qi techniques? Sun Er inquired, slightly taken aback by his refusal. Her expressive eyes twinkled playfully as she pondered. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment, squinting slightly and replied vaguely, in 5 days, won't we be able to access the Dou Qi pavilion to seek out techniques? The family's techniques culminate in the mid-level earth rank technique practiced by Uncle Xiao, the furious lion's roar. However, that technique is currently beyond the reach of Xiao Yan. Sun Er gently brushed aside a strand of azure hair from her forehead. Her small lips pursed as if deliberating her words. After a brief pause, she softly suggested, Sun Er can fetch a high-level Shen class technique for brother Xiao Yan. Would you? Like that? This little girl truly resembled a small wealthy lady. A high-level Shen class technique would undoubtedly cost at least several 100,000. With a sigh in his heart, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. If it weren't for his fortuitous encounter with Yao Lao, bridging the gap between him and Sun Er would have proven exceedingly difficult. Despite his commendable talent, Sun Er's mysterious background was undeniably formidable. Subtly caressing the ancient ring on his finger, Xiao Yan felt a slight reassurance. This was indeed the foundation for his ascent to true strength. Under Sun Er's watchful gaze, he chuckled softly, shaking his head ever so slightly, his voice imbued with a hint of stubbornness and resolve. No need, your brother can become strong on his own. Sun Er halted in her steps, her bright eyes fixated on the unyielding silhouette of Xiao Yan as he continued onward. After a moment, a smile crept onto her face. It seems, brother Xiao Yan truly has a mysterious figure behind him. Should we investigate? Her delicate fingers playfully tapped her smooth forehead in mild frustration. After a while, she helplessly shook her head. Never mind, brother Xiao Yan detests others prying into his affairs. Since that mysterious figure has imparted so much knowledge to him, surely they mean him no harm. With a gentle sigh, Sun Er tilted her delicate face upward, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with a faint golden flame. I hope that person harbors no ill intentions. Otherwise, even if you hide within Xiao Yan's body, I shall still drag you out. Chapter 46. The furious Xiao Yan during these leisurely and pleasant days. Xiao Yan, accustomed to a once hectic lifestyle, found himself somewhat restless and unoccupied. Reluctantly, he accompanied Sun Er on aimless wanderings each day, occasionally retreating to the back mountain for some training in combat techniques. Presently, Xiao Yan undeniably stood once again as the focal point of his clan. Wherever he went, reverent gazes trailed him like shadows, and the respectful titles bestowed upon him evoked a sense of nostalgia for the stark contrast from his past. Bang! Within the verdant embrace of the back mountain's small forest, a figure, lithe and agile like a spirit monkey, darted swiftly through the woods, deftly evading the myriad obstacles. Eventually, with a resounding thud, a fist imbued with formidable energy struck a tree trunk, measuring 2 to 3 centimeters in width, causing cracks to splinter outward and, with a loud crack, the trunk was cleaved in two. Nimbly dodging the descending branches, Xiao Yan leaped onto a blue stone, his right palm sweeping toward the tattered garment on the tree trunk, summoning it into his grasp with a magnetic pull. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he exhaled deeply and slowly donned the garment. As he dressed amidst the sounds of rustling fabric, a sudden furrow appeared on his brow. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed toward the edge of the forest, letting out a low, cold chuckle. Brushing off the dry leaves clinging to him, a smirk played at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth as he sauntered lazily toward the forest's periphery. Stepping out of the forest, the warm sunlight cascaded upon him, rendering his bones somewhat languid. Squinting slightly to acclimatize to the brightness, Xiao Yan tilted his head to gaze at the silhouette of a woman perched upon a nearby boulder. The sunlight bathed her graceful figure, accentuating enticing curves and a pair of alluringly long legs that seemed particularly captivating. With a cool gaze fixed upon Xiao Yu, who sat atop the stone, Xiao Yan clasped his hands behind his head and leisurely approached the base of the boulder, lifting his eyes to behold the coldly beautiful countenance of the woman. His gaze lingered for a moment on her striking legs before he sniffed lightly and remarked, "Your legs are quite lovely. No need to flaunt them." In response to this succinct comment, Xiao Yu's delicate features darkened with displeasure. Her ample bosom rose and fell slightly as she bit down on her silver teeth and coldly stated, Do you know why I have come to find you? That punch of yours severely injured my brother. He still lies in bed, unable to move. Given your brutal approach as his sister, I cannot allow him to suffer in vain. Her beautiful eyes glared at Xiao Yan with palpable fury. With a smirk of derision curling his lips, Xiao Yan tilted his head and retorted coolly, "So you mean to imply that, under such circumstances, I should have stood there, motionless, allowing him to shatter my arm with his punch?" Xiao Yu pressed her red lips together, her eyes still stubbornly fixed on Xiao Yan, the animosity within them undiminished. "After he shatters my arm, you might mourn for me, this unfortunate soul, for a few fleeting moments, then quickly relinquish any sense of guilt, indifferent to whether my later years will be spent in disability. Once again, I reiterate, what else can you, Xiao Yu, do apart from irrationally favoring others? I utterly despise women like you. Just because your brother is human, does that render me less than human? The more I speak, the angrier I become, and soon, the flushed face of Xiao Yan erupts in expletives. Damn it, the phrase large breasts, no brains perfectly describes a fool like you. Xiao Yan, you little rascal. Silence yourself. Xiao Yu's face oscillates between hues of green and white, and finally, she screams in response to Xiao Yan's last insult. Gazing at her ashen face, eyes ablaze with fury, Xiao Yan smirks with satisfaction. Taking a deep breath to calm the tempest within, Xiao Yu gracefully leaps down from the boulder, gritting her silver teeth and declaring, "No matter what, today I shall not let this little rascal escape easily." With that, she steps forward, her lithe figure carving an enticing curve as her right leg, cutting through the air with a whisper of wind, fiercely aims a kick towards Xiao Yan's midsection. Upon witnessing this woman's direct assault, Xiao Yan retaliates with a curse, hastily retreating a few steps to narrowly evade the onslaught of her powerful kick. The prowess of a 3-star fighter is undeniably beyond Xiao Yan's capabilities. In the face of such a fierce attack, he finds little opportunity for counterattack, resorting instead to evasion. Somewhat awkwardly evading Xiao Yu's fierce leg attacks, Xiao Yan's petite face remained remarkably calm. Her narrowed eyes glinted with sharpness, continuously searching for flaws in her opponent's movements. As she once again blocked a strike from Xiao Yu with her arm, a slight ache coursed through her limb. It seemed that Xiao Yu was not an utter fool. At least she was not exerting her full strength against Xiao Yan. Although the assault appeared ferocious, it would only inflict minor discomfort upon her. Observing the retreating Xiao Yan, a smug smile curled upon Xiao Yu's crimson lips. With a swift push of her toes, she launched another aggressive advance. However, as she attacked once more, Xiao Yu's expression suddenly shifted. The previously evasive Xiao Yan transformed in an instant from a docile lamb into a desperate wolf. With her hands curling inwards, a powerful suction force yanked Xiao Yu, who was momentarily off balance, slightly forward. Just as her body leaned forward, the fighting spirit within Xiao Yu rapidly concentrated in her feet, ready to anchor herself to the ground. Yet, the suction abruptly vanished, replaced by a violent thrust of repulsion. In the interplay of attraction and push, Xiao Yu finally lost her balance, stumbling backward and landing squarely on the ground. Overwhelmed by Xiao Yan's sudden burst of energy, Xiao Yu appeared utterly astonished, momentarily forgetting to rise. By the time she regained her senses, a figure descended upon her like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, pinning her firmly beneath. "Damn it! Young master intends to take advantage of you today." Xiao Yan gritted her teeth, her face bearing some bruises, and her body aching from injuries. With all her strength, she pressed down on the pulse point of Xiao Yu's delicate wrist. Chapter 47. Profanation. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face swiftly flushed with a mixture of shame and anger as she struggled desperately. However, she was firmly restrained by Xiao Yan, whose strength had inexplicably surged. After several futile attempts to break free, Xiao Yu had no choice but to cease her futile efforts. With her eyes ablaze with fury, she glared at Xiao Yan and scolded, "You little rascal! Get away!" Xiao Yan smirked, the bruises on his face throbbing with pain as he inhaled sharply. He looked down with a cold, mocking smile and retorted, "Let you go? Wouldn't that mean I took a beating for nothing?" Twisting her wrist without any success, Xiao Yu cast him a sideways glance, unable to suppress a disdainful huff as she remarked, "You insolent brat, when you grow up, perhaps you'll learn when to speak such words." Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he replied, "Why don't you give it a try?" Feeling unnerved under Xiao Yan's penetrating gaze, Xiao Yu swallowed hard. Yet, in her pride, she defiantly lifted her chin, a cold smile gracing her lips. With a twitch of his mouth, Xiao Yan found himself somewhat exasperated with this stubborn woman. Truth be told, while he was indeed infuriated by her, his anger had not reached the terrifying levels it once had. After all, she was technically his cousin by name. Nonetheless, this beating he had endured could not simply go unpunished. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Xiao Yan pressed his lips together.
Moments later.
A piercing scream erupted from Xiao Yu's slightly parted lips. The sound reverberated painfully against his eardrums, and like a monkey, Xiao Yan sprang up, darting towards the foot of the mountain. He was well aware that this woman was likely on the verge of losing her sanity once more. The figure in the distance paid no heed to the screams echoing from the mountain, and after a slight turn, vanished from sight. Cursed, cursed, cursed. Gazing at the disappearing Xiao Yan, Xiao Yu's fair face turned ashen, and her delicate fists pounded fiercely into the earth beside her. After venting her frustration for a considerable time, Xiao Yu finally began to calm her tumultuous emotions. Gritting her teeth, she felt a sense of despair. Not only had she failed to teach that scoundrel a lesson, but he had also taken advantage of her, leaving her with an unsatisfactory outcome. The thought of Xiao Yan's audacious behavior earlier filled her with both shame and fury, yet she refrained from pursuing him with a sword as she had years ago. Now an adult, she knew better than to let the entire family know that she had been inappropriately touched by that rogue. Standing there, her expression fluctuating between anger and sadness, Xiao Yu eventually stamped her foot in frustration and muttered, "You little rascal, if I ever catch you again, you will surely regret it." With a slight sniff, she adjusted her disheveled hair and tidied her rumpled attire, then dejectedly made her way down the mountain. Meanwhile, having escaped the rear mountain, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of anxiety as he concealed himself at the foot of the hill, watching Xiao Yu's pale face depart before he finally sighed in relief. Rubbing his nose helplessly, he unconsciously rubbed his hands together. Alas, every encounter with that foolish woman always ignited his temper. It seemed the grievances from their childhood ran deeper than he had anticipated. With a slight twist of his neck, Xiao Yan let out a bitter smile, taking a deep breath to suppress the thoughts swirling within him. He endeavored to regain his previous tranquility and slowly emerged from his hidden spot. Upon stepping out, his pace abruptly halted as he turned awkwardly to gaze at the distant figure of the girl in green, leaning against a tree. With an embarrassed smile, he inquired, "Sooner, what brings you here?" From afar, Sooner languidly reclined against the trunk, a purple ribbon dancing in the breeze around her slender waist. Her autumn-like eyes scanned Xiao Yan, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Brother Xiao Yan, I just saw cousin Xiao Yu storm past in a fury. Did you provoke her again?" Rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly, Xiao Yan approached her, offering a hollow laugh. Who knows what has her so riled up this time? Observing his awkward demeanor, Sooner shook her head in exasperation. Whenever you find yourself entangled with her, you inevitably do something utterly astonishing in a moment of heated impulse. Feeling a twinge of guilt at her insinuation, Xiao Yan shrugged innocently. "You know, I am often compelled into such situations." With a light, non-committal laugh, Sooner pressed her lips together, her hands clasped behind her back, her graceful figure exuding charm. "Tomorrow marks the day we venture into the Dou Qi Pavilion to seek out cultivation methods. You should prepare yourself, Brother Xiao Yan." With that, her melodic voice trailed off as she departed. Chapter 48. The Dou Qi Pavilion standing in the midst of the gathering, Xiao Yan raised his gaze towards the imposing structure before him, unable to suppress a sense of awe as he shook his head in disbelief. Upon the plaque of the grand attic, the ancient characters of Dou Qi Pavilion are inscribed, their hues slightly yellowed with age, while the grooves upon the plaque bear witness to the passage of time. This pavilion stands as the most significant location for the Xiao family, the Dou Qi Pavilion. Herein lies the compilation of combat techniques amassed by the family over centuries, serving as the foundation of the Xiao family's current standing. As the heart of the clan, this place is fortified with stringent defenses, rendered a forbidden zone on ordinary days, where even family members are prohibited from entering without permission. Access is only granted temporarily following the initiation ceremony. With narrowed eyes, Xiao Yan's gaze swept through the dim corners of the pavilion, his keen spiritual perception revealing that the actions of everyone present were meticulously observed by hidden guards. In the secluded recesses of the pavilion, he sensed several obscure yet formidable presences, indicating the family's profound regard for the Dou Qi Pavilion. He subtly turned his head to exchange a glance with Suner, both detecting a shared amusement in each other's eyes, clearly aware of the concealed defenses around them. I have reiterated the rules for entering the Dou Qi Pavilion many times, and I shall not dwell on them again. In essence, once inside, all individuals must exit within 2 hours. Furthermore, each person is permitted to select only one combat technique that aligns with their inherent attributes. Acquiring multiple techniques is strictly forbidden. Should anyone attempt to conceal a technique, they shall forfeit their eligibility to obtain any combat method. Thus, you must remain vigilant. Standing atop the imposing staircase, Xiao Yan cast a commanding gaze over the throng of youthful faces below, his expression grave. Indeed, the eager youths responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with anticipation as they gazed upon the magnificent edifice. The prospect of acquiring a superior martial arts technique had long been the most fervent desire of all clan members, as it promised to give them a competitive edge from the very outset. Since you are all aware of the rules, let us commence. Xiao Yan nodded with satisfaction, stepping back to clear the way for the stone pillar situated before the grand entrance of the pavilion. The pillar stood approximately 1 meter tall, crowned by a transparent crystal orb. With a wave of his hand, 2 guards behind him slowly pushed open the heavy black doors with a creaking sound. After assessing your attributes, you may enter. Remember, within, follow the path that corresponds with your attributes. Do not stray. Xiao Yan nodded to the crowd below, signaling that they could begin. Seeing his approval, a spirited youth leapt forward, eagerly placing his hands upon the crystal orb, which emitted a gentle azure light. Wind attribute. Very well, proceed. Glancing at the orb, Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. With the lead taken, the crowd erupted into a flurry of activity, each individual rushing to discover their own attributes before eagerly surging into the martial arts pavilion. As the throng around him dwindled, Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and smiled at Suner. Let us go and see what techniques we can uncover. Suner, with a charming shrug, expressed her indifference towards the clan's martial arts. Yet she was more than willing to accompany Xiao Yan in his quest. Since neither of the 2 individuals felt particularly anxious, it was only after everyone had entered that they, with a languid grace, approached under Xiao Yan's helpless gaze. Xiao Yan flashed a grin at Xiao Yan, his hand gliding over the crystal orb, emitting a blazing red light that outshone all those who came before him, indicative of his fire attribute. Xiao Yan, well aware of his son's attribute, refrained from displaying any other emotion. After a slight nod, his gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings before he quietly stepped forward, cleared his throat, and, bending slightly, whispered, "Room 43 on the 3rd path of fire." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's hushed words, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, realizing that his father was leveraging his position for personal gain. Subtly nodding, Xiao Yan stood by, observing Suner as she prepared for her test. Suner gazed at the smooth crystal orb, hesitating slightly before shaking her head with a hint of resignation, her delicate finger gently tapping upon it. As she made contact, the orb, after a brief stillness, erupted into a fiery crimson glow, transforming into a radiant fireball in an instant. Staring in astonishment at the orb that had morphed into a fireball, Xiao Yan slightly parted his lips, inhaling sharply in awe. With a wry smile at the impending shattering of the crystal orb, Xiao Yan sighed helplessly, casting a gaze filled with an inexplicable meaning toward Suner, and waved his hand, saying, "Hurry and go in." Such a pure fire constitution, he mused, what a pity there is no wood attribute within. Otherwise, she would indeed be a natural alchemist. As Xiao Yan stood in shock, the voice of Yao Lao resonated in his mind, filled with astonishment. With a heavy heart, Xiao Yan nodded slightly as he gazed at the approaching Suner, helplessly shrugging his shoulders before turning to enter the Dou Qi Pavilion. Observing the 2 of them walking side by side into the pavilion, Xiao Yan cast a glance at the crystal ball that had finally shattered with a resounding crack. He stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "Alas, truly remarkable. Suner, this girl, not only possesses a gentle temperament but is also exceptionally beautiful, with a background that is even more formidable, infinitely superior to that of Nalan Yenran. How wonderful it would be if Yenner could have a wife like her. After uttering these words, Xiao Yan shook his head in self-mockery, feeling a sense of helplessness at his own fanciful thoughts. In his moment of self-deprecation, Xiao Yan was oblivious to the fact that upon hearing his words, Suner, who was about to step into the Dou Qi Pavilion, suddenly froze, her delicate ears turning a fiery crimson, reminiscent of the earlier crystal ball. Chapter 49. Choosing a cultivation method. Stepping through the dark entrance, the light dimmed slightly, with a soft glow emanating from the fire orbs affixed to the surrounding walls, casting a serene and tranquil ambience within the spacious pavilion. Upon entering the loft, several wide corridors came into view, each adorned at the forefront with massive characters representing various attributes. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the corridors, ultimately resting on the leftmost path marked by fire. He touched his nose and slightly tilted his head, only to find Suner's petite face tinged with a delicate blush. Taken aback, he asked in astonishment, "Suner, what's the matter?" "Ah?" Startled by Xiao Yan's voice, Suner's small face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. After a moment's pause, she gradually regained her composure, wrinkling her delicate nose at Xiao Yan and softly huffing, "It's nothing. Hurry and find the cultivation method." With an inexplicable toss of her head, Xiao Yan pointed toward the fiery path and said with a smile, "Let us go." Suner nonchalantly nodded, her enchanting face still tinged with a lingering hue of pink, rendering her even more charming and alluring. Stealing a glance at Suner's captivating visage, Xiao Yan felt his heart inexplicably flutter, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze and lead the way ahead. As they entered the fiery path, 5 smaller paths emerged before them, within which the silhouettes of some clan members could be faintly discerned. Fixing his gaze, Xiao Yan guided Suner directly into the 3rd small path. Upon entering the narrow passage, a different world unfolded. On either side of the corridor, thick, fire-red wooden doors stood at intervals of several meters, all of which were wide open. A faint red light curtain shimmered within the open doors. This red light curtain served as a defensive mechanism and represented the final trial for the young clan members. To acquire the cultivation methods within, one had to shatter the light curtain. Numerous clan members were already present in the passage, fervently striking at the red light curtain before several doors, their faces flushed with exertion. Occasionally, the sound of shattering light curtains mingled with cheers echoed through the corridor, and at such moments, those still valiantly attacking would inevitably reveal expressions of envy. Xiao Yan and Suner leisurely walked along the pathway, their curiosity piqued by the industrious tribe members to their sides. Upon turning the corner once more, Xiao Yan glanced at the number on the wooden door beside him, 37. At that moment, there were still over 10 tribe members on the path. When they noticed Xiao Yan halting in front of room 43, they were momentarily taken aback. This room was protected by the most formidable light barrier along this pathway, and many capable tribe members had previously attempted to breach the door, only to meet with failure. Ignoring the astonished gazes surrounding him, Xiao Yan's hand gradually reached towards the light barrier. "Brother Xiao, doesn't Uncle Xiao's action constitute an abuse of power?" Suner playfully blinked her beautiful eyes, her tone laced with a teasing undertone as she observed Xiao Yan's movements. Amused by Xiao Yan's expression, she smiled lightly, then pouted her delicate face, her youthful charm causing the other tribe members attacking the barrier nearby to momentarily lose focus. With a teasing smile, Xiao Yan took 2 steps back, slightly parted his feet, and brought his palms together, closing his eyes gently. A faint aura of Dou Qi began to circulate rapidly through specific channels within him. Suner languidly leaned against the wall, her exquisite curves perfectly accentuated by her fitted attire, exuding an alluring charm, while her autumn-like eyes fixated intently on the charging Xiao Yan, playful flickers of light golden flames dancing within her gaze. "Ha!" With a sudden opening of his eyes, Xiao Yan forcefully stomped his foot against the ground, his figure executing a swift spin, his body positioned against the light barrier. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, the tip of his right elbow powerfully struck against the crimson barrier. 8 extremes collapse. A chilling command resonated in his heart, as Xiao Yan's fist struck the luminous barrier with tremendous force. Instantly, Ripples emanated from the center of the barrier like waves, spreading rapidly. Break! A stern voice echoed, and the crimson barrier shattered into fragments amidst a dozen astonished gazes, resembling shattered glass. Exhaling slowly, Xiao Yan abruptly shook his arm, the fabric of his sleeves crackling audibly, before settling into a relaxed state moments later. Beside him, as she gazed at the shattered crimson shield, Sunair gently clapped her hands, pursing her rosy lips and nodding with a smile. An impressive martial technique, indeed, with formidable offensive power. Xiao Yan, stretching his neck and arms, replied with a faint smile, "It's merely passable." Upon hearing his words, the dozen or so clansmen in the small alley felt a pang of discomfort, pondering how such an extraordinary martial skill could merely be deemed adequate. "Let us proceed and explore the techniques within," Xiao Yan remarked, gesturing toward the slightly flushed room before stepping inside. Upon entering the small chamber, the illumination brightened slightly, revealing a space that was not particularly spacious. In the center of the room stood a stone platform, upon which lay a dark red scroll, resting quietly. Approaching with keen interest, Xiao Yan picked up the scroll and examined its back, murmuring softly, "Advanced yellow tier technique. Flame refining incineration." Indeed, this was exceptional, the most prestigious fire-based technique within the clan. It seems Uncle Xiao has truly invested considerable effort for brother Xiao Yan. Soon Air's voice of admiration floated from behind him. With a gentle nod and a smile, Xiao Yan felt a warm sensation in his heart. Suddenly, a delicate, fair hand reached out from behind him, taking the dark red scroll from Xiao Yan's grasp. Sunair tilted her small head, playfully handling the scroll, and softly said, "Brother Xiao Yan, although you may acquire more advanced techniques in the future, at the beginning of your cultivation of fighting energy, the higher the techniques rank, the greater the benefits for your future. However, the high-level yellow rank technique is somewhat inadequate." Xiao Yan smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Observing Xiao Yan's calm demeanor, Sunair gently furrowed her delicate brows and sighed with a hint of helplessness. With a flick of her slender fingers, a scroll of ancient design, radiating a fiery jade hue, appeared in her hand. This was a high-level mysterious fire technique, the flame manipulation technique. Sunair caressed the scroll and softly expressed, "Brother Xiao Yan, please do not feel embarrassed about accepting this. I know you are not the kind of person to be stubborn. A high-level technique will greatly benefit you in the future." So, pouting her lips in a slightly aggrieved manner, Sunair's sparkling eyes shimmered with unshed tears, making her look irresistibly charming. "Thank you, Sunair. My reluctance to accept your gift is not due to pride," Xiao Yan replied tenderly, leaning down to whisper softly in Sunair's delicate ear. "Brother Xiao Yan will obtain even better techniques." Chapter 50. Assistance? Watching Xiao Yan exit the small room with the technique in hand, Sunair shook her head and could only softly murmur, "I suppose I shall trust you for now." As they exited the room, Xiao Yan glanced at the nearby clansman who remained enraptured by the astonishing events. He shrugged lightly, and after Sunair emerged, the two strolled leisurely down the path. With ample time still remaining, 2 hours to be precise, Xiao Yan and Sunair were in no rush to leave. The Dou Qi Pavilion was typically a forbidden area, and today presented a rare opportunity to explore, satisfying their curiosity. As they approached the fiery passage, Sunair casually entered a small chamber and retrieved a scroll containing a low-tier yellow-grade Dou Qi technique. She then accompanied Xiao Yan into several other elemental paths. Undoubtedly, today marked one of the most bustling days in the Dou Qi Pavilion over the past few years. Each elemental path was teeming with eager faces, clansmen with flushed cheeks fervently striking at the luminous barrier, their youthful cheers resonating as the barrier shattered. Amidst this infectious atmosphere, a gentle smile lingered on Xiao Yan's face. After traversing another small path, he assessed the time, stretched languidly, and turned to Sunair with a smile, saying, "Let us go. The time is drawing near." Nodding nonchalantly, Sunair followed Xiao Yan around the corner of a small path, proceeding directly towards the exit of the Dou Qi Pavilion. As she turned down a narrow path, a hint of surprise flickered across Xiao Yan's brow. Not far from the two of them, Xiao Mei, adorned in a striking red dress, was anxiously pacing before a shimmering barrier, her delicate face flushed with urgency. It appeared she yearned to acquire the cultivation techniques contained within, yet found herself incapable of breaching the luminous barrier. Today, Xiao Mei wore a resplendent crimson gown, its snugly cinched waist accentuating her slender figure, and her alluring curves were undeniably captivating. At this moment, her youthful visage, a blend of innocence and seduction, was overshadowed by anxiety. Her brows furrowed adorably, inciting an almost sacrificial devotion from the surrounding young men. Xiao Mei's spirits were exceedingly low, her feelings akin to a raging inferno. Earlier, before entering the Dou Qi Pavilion, her father had clandestinely imparted a room number to her, emphasizing the necessity of acquiring the techniques within. He had painstakingly extracted this information from the staff responsible for the Dou Qi arrangements and believed that if Xiao Mei could obtain this high-level yellow-grade wind attribute technique, she would undoubtedly gain a head start in her cultivation journey. However, despite possessing the precise room number, her father had underestimated the formidable nature of the barrier protecting it. Since arriving here, Xiao Mei had exerted herself for nearly an hour, yet she remained unable to break through. Although other clan members, drawn by her beauty, offered their assistance, the barrier could only be dismantled by an individual. Should the number of participants exceed 2, the barrier would only grow stronger, rendering their efforts futile and akin to drawing water with a sieve. As the 2-hour time limit approached its end, the prospect of failing to shatter the protective barrier weighed heavily on Xiao Mei. The thought of being deprived of her martial arts techniques caused her enchanting eyes to glisten with unshed tears, evoking a heartbreaking charm that tugged at the heartstrings. Her gaze, slightly misty, swept over the youths surrounding her, and with a bitter smile, she shook her head. Yet her beautiful eyes suddenly halted. Not far away, a young man clad in black, with his hands casually resting behind his head, strolled towards her with an air of nonchalance. As she inhaled deeply, her spirits, once despondent, began to revive at the sight of Xiao Yan. Wiping away the tears that threatened to fall, she bit her rosy lip and gazed imploringly at him, silently wishing for his assistance. The other youths, observing Xiao Mei's demeanor, shifted their attention accordingly, eventually resting their gazes upon the approaching Xiao Yan. Whispers diminished to a hush, mingled with a hint of reverence. In an instant, the previously boisterous path fell into an eerie silence beneath the scrutiny of dozens of eyes. With a composed expression, Xiao Yan continued forward, deliberately avoiding any glance at the hesitant Xiao Mei, who stood by, her lips slightly parted. After a moment of stunned silence, she managed a self-deprecating smile, gently shaking her head as she reflected on her past treatment of Xiao Yan. The flicker of resentment that had briefly ignited within her began to fade away. Perhaps this is karma. I truly am a detestable person, reaping what I have sown. Slowly crouching down, Xiao Meixiang's delicate shoulders trembled gently, as suppressed sobs echoed in the quiet path. Observing Xiao Mei, who resembled an abandoned kitten crouching on the ground, the surrounding youths sighed softly, shaking their heads slightly. While crouched down and weeping softly, Xiao Mei suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere around her. Gradually lifting her tear-streaked face, she was momentarily taken aback. Step aside. With a fleeting glance at the enchanting Xiao Mei, Xiao Yan spoke coolly. Under the curious and sympathetic gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yan approached the luminous barrier, extending his hand and exhaling softly. The air fell silent for an instant, and then, like a clap of thunder, he sprang into action.
Xiao Yan spun swiftly,
his right foot whipping out with such force that the fabric of his pants produced a sharp whooshing sound. Bang! His foot struck the barrier fiercely, ripples swiftly spreading outward, culminating in a resounding explosion before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Cousin. Thank you. I'm sorry. As Xiao Yan passed by, Xiao Mei's voice trembled softly. Casting a glance at the girl who had finally shed her arrogance, Xiao Yan nodded lightly, then vanished at the end of the path amidst the admiring gazes of the youths. Chapter 51. Peace of mind approaching the imposing gate. Beside it stood a dozen cold-faced guards firmly blocking the entrance. In the corner, an expressionless elder sat calmly in a chair, holding a pen and a thick ledger in his hands. Before the venerable elder stood a considerable number of clansmen, each extracting their found martial arts scrolls to present for the elder's registration. Only after this process could they squeeze through the narrow opening under the watchful gaze of a dozen cold-eyed guards. This was a customary procedure for exiting the Dou Qi Pavilion, which had been thoroughly explained to Xiao Yan and the others prior to their entry. Hence, they were not taken aback by the formality. The martial arts techniques housed within the Dou Qi Pavilion represented the diligent efforts of generations of the clan, forming the very foundation of the Xiao family's standing in Wutan City. As such, the clan instituted stringent protective measures over these invaluable scrolls. The scrolls presented by Xiao Yan and his companions were crafted from a unique type of ink bamboo, which is divided into a mother and child form. The mother, merely the size of a palm, possesses a child form that can extend several dozen meters around it. As long as the clan leader holds the mother form, any techniques that venture beyond its monitoring range will be detected. The monitoring range of the clan's mother bamboo encompasses the entirety of the Xiao family estate. Thus, any scrolls departing from the estate would inevitably be discovered. Of course, there are exceptions. Some exceptionally powerful individuals might be able to sever this sensing ability. However, at such a level of strength, who would find it worthwhile to seize mere yellow-tier techniques? After a brief wait in line, it was finally Xiao Yan's turn to approach the elder. He withdrew a martial arts scroll from his robe and handed it to the elder. With a casual nod, Xiao Yan stepped aside, leaning against the entrance as he awaited Sun Er's registration. With a gentle smile directed at Xiao Yan, Sun Er extended her delicate, snow-white wrist, presenting her cultivation technique. Upon seeing Sun Er standing before him, the elder's usually stoic face displayed an uncommon hint of respect as he accepted the scroll with both hands and swiftly recorded its details. Observing the notable shift in the elder's demeanor, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers instinctively curling with a hint of tension. The elder's ability to oversee the esteemed Dou Qi Pavilion indicated that his standing within the family was likely no less than that of the three elders. Xiao Yan had also heard of the elder's reputation within the clan, cold-faced Xiao Han, who was notoriously unyielding, even towards his own father, displaying a countenance as frigid as if his muscles had long since stiffened. Yet, this austere figure, who would not deign to acknowledge even the clan leader, exhibited an unexpected deference in Sun Er's presence, deepening Xiao Yan's curiosity regarding her true identity. Rubbing his nose and recalling Sun Er's silence whenever her lineage was mentioned, he could only shake his head in resignation. He raised his gaze to meet Sun Er's smiling face as she approached, shrugged, and together they stepped through the grand entrance. Once outside, Xiao Yan took several deep breaths of the fresh air, relieved to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the Dou Qi Pavilion. How was it, Yener? A figure slowly approached, casting a glance towards the entrance while inquiring with a warm smile. Turning to his father with a grin, Xiao Yan nodded and revealed a dark crimson scroll from within his sleeve. Chuckling softly, "It's all sorted." Upon catching sight of that deep crimson hue, Xiao Zhan finally exhaled in relief, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he murmured, "It is well that it is in our possession." Meeting Xiao Yan's gaze, the father and son duo simultaneously erupted into triumphant laughter. With a broad palm, Xiao Zhan patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and remarked, "Now that we have acquired the technique, once you become a fighter, you shall truly be able to cultivate your fighting spirit." Xiao Yan nodded with a smile, his hand within his sleeve brushing against the scroll, his eyes narrowing slightly as he softly pondered, I wonder what is so peculiar about the technique that the teacher spoke of? Does a technique capable of evolution truly exist? It seems even more enigmatic than the heavenly tier techniques." Recalling the boastful words spoken by Yao Lao that day, Xiao Yan couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. The most exceptional technique he had encountered thus far was the advanced mysterious tier technique, the known Yanju, presented by Sun Er. To be honest, in that moment of rejection, he had indeed struggled for a brief while. After all, such a level of technique is rare and coveted. Rubbing his forehead, he suddenly felt a twinge of regret for having declined Sun Er's kindness. Nevertheless, the words had already been spoken, and he felt too embarrassed to ask again. Thus, he could only silently pray that Yao Lao was not playing a trick on him. Otherwise, he would be utterly humiliated. Merely an advanced mysterious tier technique, what was there to lament? Although that little girl held a unique status, she was still far from matching my collection of techniques. Just as Xiao Yan was lost in his thoughts, Yao Lao's cold snort unexpectedly echoed in his heart. At long last, it has emerged. Listening to the voice within, Xiao Yan touched his nose, and a subtle, triumphant smile graced the corners of his lips. After contemplating so much, was it not merely to coax this old fellow into uttering some reassuring words? Alas! You little fox! How cunningly you have plotted against me. Just as Xiao Yan's thoughts resonated, Yao Lao became aware, chuckling helplessly as he sighed. Little one, focus on your cultivation. You need not concern yourself with the matters of technique. It will not be beneath you. In the future, your achievements shall not fall short of that little girl by your side. Her family is merely... Well, the ambiguity of his final words left a hint of regret, yet Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. With such assurance, the matter of reputation was finally resolved. Henceforth, he could dedicate himself to striving towards becoming a doja. Only by attaining this status would he earn the right to traverse the vast expanse of the world and pursue the dream of Nalan Yenran, whom he longed for day and night. Chapter 52. Breakthrough. In these tranquil days, 2 months slipped by like water through fingers, almost imperceptibly. The sun ascended high in the sky, its scorching rays turning the earth into a furnace, with wisps of heat rising from the ground, causing the air to shimmer slightly. At the summit of the Xiao family's back mountain, amidst a dense little forest, sunlight filtered through the layers of leafy canopies, casting tiny speckles upon the ground covered in withered leaves, resembling a constellation of stars. In the heart of the forest, 2 figures swiftly intertwined, their palms colliding with a resonating force that created gentle ripples in the air, sending nearby withered leaves swirling into the ether. Their arms crossed fiercely before them, and with a muffled thud, they deflected the delicate touch of Suner's alabaster hand. Though the attack appeared gentle the moment their energies met, that soft power abruptly transformed into a fierce onslaught. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Xiao Yan was forced to retreat 2 steps, a faintly bruised mark already appearing where Suner's hand had made contact on his arm. Observing Xiao Yan's withdrawal, Suner offered a slight smile, her fair hand gracefully moving before her, shimmering with a faint golden aura of fighting spirit, as her elongated fingertips glimmered with a soft radiance. Remarkable! Xiao Yan marveled inwardly, shaking his head in awe as he gazed at Suner, whose lips curled into a gentle smile. He licked his lips, a surge of battle intent swelling within him. With a sudden stomp of his foot against the ground, he charged forward, sending soil flying in his wake. As Xiao Yan advanced once more, Suner lifted her small mouth in a smirk, the golden light emanating from her hand intensifying. Her foot struck the earth with force, creating a small crater underfoot. Yet Xiao Yan's momentum halted abruptly when he was but a meter away from her, seamlessly transitioning from extreme motion to perfect stillness, leaving no trace of abruptness in his movement. Witnessing Xiao Yan's exquisite control over his speed, admiration flickered in Suner's autumn-like eyes. 8 extremes collapse. The figure in motion suddenly transformed into stillness. Xiao Yan planted his right foot on the ground, twisting his body with force, as his left leg traced a powerful arc in the air, producing a faintly piercing sound as it sliced through the wind before striking fiercely at Suner. As she gazed at Xiao Yan's fierce onslaught, Suner delicately tilted her chin, her fair hand forming a small arc in front of her. In her palm, a soft golden radiance suddenly burst forth, her hand curling into an unusual semicircular shape, before she unhesitatingly slammed it onto Xiao Yan's left leg. With a resounding thud, the collision of leg and hand reverberated loudly, causing the withered leaves scattered on the ground to be swept away and sent soaring into the air. After a brief moment of stalemate in midair, both combatants swiftly retreated. Raising his head to observe Suner, who had also stepped back several paces, Xiao Yan smacked his lips and inquired with a smile, "What was that technique you just used?" Reflecting for a moment, he suddenly recalled a phrase, "Using strength against strength." "Xiao Yan, your technique was quite impressive as well. If I weren't a 1-star Dou fighter, possessing a strength superior to yours, I might not have been able to withstand that formidable force," Suner replied, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped as she chuckled lightly. Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly, lazily rolling his neck. The intensity of the battle had left his muscles sore and his spirit somewhat fatigued. Wiping the sweat that flowed down his face, he muttered a curse at the sweltering weather before pulling off his shirt. As the garment was removed, it revealed the youthful figure of the boy, slightly tanned yet robust. Though not particularly muscular, Within that petite frame lay an explosive strength. Gazing at the bare Xiao Yan before her, Sun Er's playful visage tinged with a hint of crimson. The gentle, teasing tone of the young girl momentarily cooled the sweltering air of the small grove. Owing to the heat, Sun Er donned a short, azure garment, beneath which her long neck exposed a generous expanse of inviting alabaster. Her modestly developing bosom, still in the bloom of youth, exuded a tantalizing allure, making it no wonder that Xiao Yan found himself momentarily entranced. Roused from his reverie by Sun Er's presence, Xiao Yan's cheeks flushed slightly as he offered an awkward smile. Leaning against the cool azure stone, he gradually closed his eyes, allowing Sun Er's delicate hands to gently caress his body. With her lips slightly parted and rosy, Sun Er, while tending to Xiao Yan, stealthily glanced at him, only to be taken aback to discover that he had, unbeknownst to her, fallen asleep. With a resigned shake of her head, she recognized that the intensity of the day's battles had left him utterly fatigued. Wrinkling her small nose, she let her hands fall from his clothing, and her slender fingers began to shimmer with a faint golden light. Stealing a glance at the unresponsive Xiao Yan, Sun Er allowed her fingertips to touch his skin, where the golden light gradually seeped into his body with each delicate movement. As the golden radiance flowed within him, a fine sheen of perspiration appeared on Sun Er's smooth forehead, her small mouth slightly biting down in concentration. However, just as she prepared to continue her ministrations, her expression momentarily froze in surprise. Beside the azure stone, the slumbering Xiao Yan was suddenly enveloped by an inexplicable force from within, as strands of fighting spirit began to surge rapidly into his being. Could it be a breakthrough? Xianyuan murmured in astonishment, gazing at Xiao Yan, who was unconsciously absorbing the fighting spirit, recalling her own similar experience. In the heart of a dense little forest, wisps of pale energy flowed from the air, continuously infiltrating the dormant Xiao Yan's body. Observing him, who had nearly transformed into a source of energy, Xianyuan felt a flicker of delight and cautiously retreated a few paces, standing vigilant around him. Should Xiao Yan awaken from this meditative state, he might forfeit yet another opportunity for advancement. Xiao Yan's ascension this time was almost effortlessly smooth. As the fighting spirit streamed in, the faint weariness etched upon his visage gradually dissipated, revealing a face that radiated a gentle, ethereal glow reminiscent of warm jade. The fluctuations of fighting spirit in the small forest persisted for over an hour before gently subsiding. With a soft smile, Xianyuan leaped onto a nearby azure stone, settling into a cross-legged position, her delicate hand propping up her fragrant cheek as she awaited Xiao Yan's awakening. "Brother Xiao Yan, you're awake," she exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him stir. Nodding with a smile, Xiao Yan rose, stretching out his stiff neck and languidly yawning, the sound of cracking bones resonating from his recently animated body. Gazing at Xiao Yan's bewildered expression, Sun Er couldn't help but chuckle softly, nodding in amusement. Upon seeing her nod, a smile crept onto Xiao Yan's lips, his heart swelling with joy while also feeling a sense of absurdity. Last time he had broken through during a sleepwalking episode, and now he had achieved it directly in slumber. Such a method of breakthrough was utterly ridiculous. With a swift flurry of punches, he felt the immense Dou Qi surging within him, now several times more potent than just a few hours prior, prompting a triumphant chuckle to escape his lips. After venting his exhilaration, he finally noticed the dimming sky and offered Sun Er an apologetic smile, aware that she had likely been waiting patiently for him. Hastily donning his clothes, he playfully remarked to Sun Er, "Aren't you leaving? Today is a celebration. Allow me to treat you to a fine meal in Wutan City." Giggle, "I want the most expensive dish," at his words. Sun Er responded with a bright laugh, lightly tapping her toes on the bluestone before gracefully landing beside Xiao Yan, her melodious laughter resonating like silver bells amidst the verdant forest. To express his gratitude for Sun Er's unwavering companionship that afternoon, Xiao Yan took her on an extensive tour of Wutan City before parting ways with his family. Indeed, this promotion has certainly benefited from that little girl, an elderly voice suddenly echoed within the room. Raising his eyelids, Xiao Yan turned to the seemingly materialized Yao Lao, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "Does it pertain to Sun Er?" "Indeed, there is some connection. Otherwise, you would have likely needed at least a week to achieve this breakthrough," Yao Lao's translucent form hovered above the chair as he spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao merely raised his eyelids, leaving his response ambiguous. Nalan Yenran's potential was undeniably remarkable, as evidenced by her being groomed as the next leader of the Yunlan sect. The sect itself boasted formidable strength, housing powerful alchemists like the Dan Wang Gu He. If he were to assist Nalan Yenran, it was likely that her advancement would not lag behind his own. Xiao Yan mused aloud. The elder Yao glanced at Xiao Yan and noted the gleam of enthusiasm in his eyes as he fixated on him. A sly smile crept across his face, yet he remained silent. Observing the elder's reticence, Xiao Yan could only roll his eyes in exasperation, feeling as though his words had fallen on deaf ears. After a lengthy pause, Elder Yao finally cleared his throat, rising to his feet and sauntering with an air of disdainful amusement. That Gu He is merely a sixth-tier alchemist. How dare he claim the title of Dan Wang? In the realm of alchemy, he is insignificant. Xiao Yan's expression brightened at the elder's words, for he recognized that his enigmatic mentor was once again ready to take action. Tomorrow we shall procure the materials. Ha! It's merely a gathering chi powder. I can concoct it as easily as one would eat beans. I refuse to believe that Nalan Yenran deserves such preferential treatment. The elder declared with a haughty smirk, hands clasped behind his back. While the claim of treating gathering chi powder as mere beans might have been an exaggeration, given Elder Yao's prowess, it would not be overly difficult to produce dozens of such powders, provided the materials were sufficient. However, before Xiao Yan could revel in the elder's braggadocio, he was abruptly brought back to reality by the list of materials that followed, which left him feeling disheartened. Tomorrow, you shall prepare 4 50-year-old ink leaf lotuses, 2 mature serpent's saliva fruits, 1 20-year-old spirit gathering grass, and a level 2 water attribute magic core, the elder remarked lightly. Turning his head, he was taken aback to see Xiao Yan's face frozen in disbelief. What troubles you? He inquired. 50-year-old ink leaf lotuses? Such aged herbs are valued at over 3,000 gold coins each, are they not? And mature serpent's saliva fruits? These are considered the finest among low-tier herbs. Some apothecaries don't even stock them. If one is fortunate enough to find them, they would command at least 8,000 gold coins. As for the 20-year-old spirit gathering grass, good heavens, I have only seen it once at an auction, where it fetched a staggering 15,000 gold coins. Furthermore, the level 2 water attribute magic core would also exceed 2,000 gold coins. Xiao Yan lamented, smacking his forehead in despair. The total cost of these materials alone exceeds 50,000 gold coins. How could I possibly afford such an amount? Upon hearing this, the elder rolled his eyes and nonchalantly shrugged. Those matters are yours to contend with. They bear no relevance to me. My sole responsibility lies in alchemy. Cursing under his breath at the exorbitant costs, Xiao Yan thought wryly that even with the Xiao family's wealth, such expenditures were utterly unsustainable. With a bitter smile, he retrieved a green card from beneath his pillow, caressing it with a sense of loss. The funds from the last sale of Foundation Establishment Elixir have dwindled to merely 10,000 points, which is woefully insufficient to procure the herbs you mentioned. The elder chuckled softly, reclining leisurely in his chair, exuding an air of indifference. Rubbing his forehead, Xiao Yan grinned and said, "First, let's use this money to purchase the materials for the Foundation Establishment Elixir, and then refine a few elixirs for the auction. Otherwise, we certainly won't have enough funds." The old alchemist nodded nonchalantly. Concocting the Foundation Establishment Elixir, a rather rudimentary potion, posed no challenge for him. Observing the old man's acquiescence, Xiao Yan finally exhaled in relief, collapsing heavily onto the bed, and murmured with a wry smile, "Lack of money is truly a vexation." The following morning, Xiao Yan stealthily slipped out of his family's residence. After acquiring all the necessary materials for the Foundation Establishment Elixir from various herbal shops in Wutan City, he sought refuge in a secluded inn. Since the elixirs were intended for others, he had no desire to burden the old alchemist with meticulous preparations. Thus, he opted once again for the cheapest and most inferior herbs, just as he had done previously. In urgent need of funds, Xiao Yan purchased 7 sets of materials, depleting his savings entirely. The old alchemist took about an hour to complete the refining process. As Xiao Yan gazed at the 7 pristine white jade bottles neatly arranged on the table, a smile spread across his face. He carefully wrapped them in cloth and tucked them into his bosom. After patting the elixirs nestled within, he donned his dark cloak, ensuring that his body was thoroughly concealed, before emerging from the inn with a mischievous grin. At the Mitre auction house, within the appraisal room, the chief auctioneer of the Mitre auction house, Yafei, was currently taken aback, her sensuous, rosy lips slightly parted in surprise, her eyes wide as she gazed at the 7 bottles of Foundation Establishment elixir before her. Her voluptuous figure created a striking visual impact, gracefully curving in a breathtaking arc-a-hem. Sitting not far from Yafei, the figure cloaked in black coughed dryly, rousing her from her reverie. With delicate fingers, she gently caressed the cool jade bottles, lifting one to her nose for a gentle sniff before passing it to Guni beside her. Upon receiving the jade bottle, Guni examined it meticulously, astonishment evident in his voice as he remarked, "Indeed, it is entirely filled with Foundation Establishment elixir." Hearing Guni's confirmation, Yafei raised her finely arched brows, her enchanting gaze sweeping over the figure in black, a playful smile gracing her alluring face. "I never anticipated that in just 6 months, the esteemed sir would present us with such a lucrative opportunity for our auction. When shall we proceed with the auction?" From beneath the black cloak, an aged voice emerged. "Is the esteemed sir in urgent need of funds? If not too pressing, I would suggest waiting a day or two. It is rare to encounter 7 bottles of Foundation Establishment elixir appearing simultaneously on the market. If we could promote it through our auction, the profits you garner would be significantly enhanced." Yafei smiled charmingly, her inquiry laced with subtle intrigue. Upon hearing her words, the figure in black fell into a brief silence, before finally responding with a soft hum. Observing his agreement, Yafei's smile deepened, and she gracefully lifted a teacup from beside her, personally offering it to him. At that moment, she had nearly concluded that the enigmatic figure before her was undoubtedly a second-tier, if not a third-tier alchemist. Holding a teacup, she took a sip when the figure in the black robe stirred slightly, and a frail voice emerged. "I wonder if your auction can procure some medicinal herbs for me?" Her beautiful eyes glimmered with intrigue as Yafei, seated elegantly in a nearby chair, revealed her enchanting curves and replied with a radiant smile. "What herbs does the esteemed elder require?" 4 stalks of 50-year-old ink leaf lotus, 2 ripe snake saliva fruits, 1 spirit gathering grass approximately 20 years old, and a second-tier water attribute magic core beside them. Guni's expression shifted upon hearing these specific herbs, his gaze filled with a mix of astonishment and scrutiny directed toward the figure in the black robe. "Rest assured, Yafei will keep a vigilant eye out for these herbs, and will promptly inform you should any news arise. May I inquire where the esteemed elder resides, and how one might reach you?" Yafei's eyes discreetly assessed Guni's changing demeanor, her heart racing slightly as she inquired with a subtle smile. "No need to contact me. If these materials become available, simply deduct them from the Foundation Establishment elixir, and I shall come to collect them at my convenience." The elder's voice drifted softly from beneath the robe. "I have matters to attend to and shall not linger. I will return in 2 days." Casually uttering these words, the figure rose and exited the treasure appraisal room. Watching the figure vanish around the corner, Yafei narrowed her slender, beautiful eyes and murmured, "Was there something amiss with those herbs, Uncle Gu and I?" Gu and I nodded slightly, exhaling a sigh as he replied with a bitter smile, "If my memory serves me correctly, those are indeed materials for crafting the spirit-gathering powder." Upon hearing this, Yafei's delicate face transformed as she exclaimed, "I senti it true that one requires at least a 4th-grade alchemist to concoct spirit-gathering powder?" Nodding slightly, Guni sighed, "It appears I have indeed underestimated the situation. However, the Gamma Empire boasts only a mere 20 or so 4th-tier alchemists. How is it that I have never heard of this man in the black robe before?" Yafei gently shook her head, her enchanting eyes shimmering with intrigue, and softly murmured, "A 4th-tier alchemist. If given the opportunity, I must certainly seek to ally with him." Chapter 55. An unfortunate misstep. It must be said that the promotional efficacy of the middle auction house is undeniably formidable. Merely 1 day after Xiao Yan entrusted the Foundation Establishment elixir to the auction, nearly every faction, big and small, within Wutan City was already aware of the news, igniting a fervor among all. Unlike the previous auction, which featured the exorbitantly priced advanced Shen-level martial arts techniques, accessible only to a select few powerful factions. This time, the Foundation Establishment elixir seemed far more attainable. Many elders, eager for their descendants to swiftly embark on the path of a fighter, were willing to spend their coin on this practical yet relatively affordable item. As the news of the Foundation Establishment elixir spread like wildfire throughout Wutan City, Xiao Yan, who had been secluded within his family, gradually began to catch wind of the commotion. Observing how merely 7 bottles of impure elixir could incite such a grand uproar, he was astonished yet again, feeling the unique allure of elixirs in this realm. On the following day, the Xiao family received an invitation from the Meitel auction house. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Zhan's previous acquisition of foundation-building elixirs for Xiao Yan that the family elders displayed considerable interest in the reappearance of these elixirs. This was especially true for several elders whose descendants had yet to attain the fighter rank, igniting their fervor. In the afternoon, Xiao Yan, who initially intended to sneak out alone, found himself preemptively informed by a messenger sent by Xiao Zhan. Reluctantly, he followed the messenger toward the family gate. Upon arrival, he discovered not only Xiao Zhan but also several elders gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. As he looked up to see Xiao Yan approaching at a leisurely pace, Xiao Zhan grinned and gestured encouragingly. Observing his father's prompt, Xiao Yan sighed, but as he drew closer, he caught sight of 2 individuals beside Xiao Zhan, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Dragging your feet like a woman, Xiao Yu, who had been waiting impatiently, coldly mocked him. Are you in a hurry for a funeral? Xiao Yan retorted, his voice nonchalant, nearly provoking Xiao Yu to shatter her silver teeth in frustration. A light laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, floated through the crowd. Turning his gaze, Xiao Yan spotted Sooner amidst the throng and shrugged playfully. Are you attending the auction as well? Staying at home is rather dull. It would be nice to see something new. Emerging from the crowd, Sooner walked alongside Xiao Yan, her smile radiant. What's there to see? Just some foundation-building elixirs which are of no use to you now, she remarked casually. What is there to see? If it weren't for that thing you relied on, could you have so swiftly reached my level? The words of Xiao Ning, who had recuperated for 2 months after being defeated by Xiao Yan, dripped with sarcasm as he observed the intimate banter between the two. Is your bone itching again? Xiao Yan remarked with a half-smile, lifting his eyelids slightly. Upon hearing Xiao Ning's words, the elders surrounding them exchanged surprised glances, while the Grand Elder wore a faintly pleased expression, likely feeling that his grandson had brought him significant honor. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow, casting an annoyed glare at the Grand Elder. Just as he was about to wave his hand to signal everyone to depart, he was momentarily taken aback by the playful grin on Xiao Yan's face, swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue. As Xiao Yan's words left his lips, a hush fell over the surrounding clan members, their astonished gazes shifting to the somewhat helpless expression of Xiao Yan. Did you accidentally break through? They shook their heads in disbelief, secretly lamenting how this little fellow seemed intent on striking a blow to others. Poor Xiao Ning. Even though Xiao Yu often found himself at odds with Xiao Yan, he could not help but feel a sense of awe at Xiao Yan's rapid cultivation progress. Haha! Observing the astonished faces of the clan members around him, Xiao Zhan's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and he erupted into hearty laughter. Casting a glance at the Grand Elder's somewhat helpless visage, he boomed, "Let us be off. The auction is about to commence. Everyone, let us not delay any longer, for if we arrive late, we may find ourselves outbid." With his hair tousled, Xiao Yan let out and innocently shrugged his shoulders. He lifted his leg and stepped outside the door, exclaiming helplessly, "I didn't intend to mention it, but that fellow just had to bring it up." Not far from the entrance, Xiao Ning, overhearing his words, couldn't help but twitch her lips, feeling a mix of frustration and despair. Chapter 56. Jianan Academy today. The middle auction house was undoubtedly the most bustling it had been in half a year. The spacious hall was teeming with people, and the cacophony of voices overwhelmed Xiao Yan and his companions as they entered, making their heads spin, akin to a swarm of flies buzzing around, causing considerable annoyance. Observing the thronging crowd, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow and shook his head in resignation, ultimately deciding to have the staff escort them through the VIP entrance, thus allowing them to enter the auction in relative peace. Inside the auction house, Although the number of attendees was still considerable, it was noticeably quieter than outside. Xiao Yan scanned the room and, with practiced ease, led Xiao Yan and the others to a spot closer to the auction stage, where they settled down. Sitting slightly further back, Xiao Yan idly glanced around, lazily leaning against the back of his chair as he awaited the commencement of the auction. Sister, in about half a year, it seems the enrollment period for Jianan Academy will begin, right? Xiao Yan casually crossed his legs, his eyes half closed in a dreamy state, when suddenly he heard Xiao Ning's somewhat eager inquiry. The distinctive name caused his brow to raise slightly in curiosity. Canaan Academy, a renowned institution of martial energy on the continent of Dou Qi, possesses a formidable strength that far exceeds ordinary imagination. It is said that to become a mentor at Canaan Academy, one must possess at least the prowess of a great Dou master. In terms of foundational strength, even the Yunlan sect may pale in comparison. In the realm of Dou Qi, academies differ significantly from sections. Upon joining a sect, one becomes subject to various restrictions imposed by the organization, and one's future actions invariably reflect the sect behind them. Conversely, the academy operates differently. Upon graduation, there exists no binding obligation towards it. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that humans are inherently emotional beings. Within the ivory tower of the academy, students easily cultivate feelings of attachment towards their alma mater. After graduation, this subtle affection often compels many to extend assistance to the academy within their means. While the contributions of a single individual may seem negligible, the collective support of thousands can wield an intimidating influence, a phenomenon that epitomizes the ambition of all academies. Entering the academy represents the most efficient path to acquiring techniques and martial skills. In an institution of Canaan Academy's caliber, exceptional performance or recognition by certain mentors may lead to the opportunity to obtain advanced techniques and martial arts. With these invaluable resources, the journey toward becoming a formidable force is significantly expedited. In the vast realm of the Dou Qi Continent, three elements stand out as the most alluring: martial arts, combat techniques, and elixirs. The Canaan Academy embodies two of these prestigious attributes, leading many to believe that entering its gates is synonymous with a promising future. Graduates from Canaan Academy are coveted talents, sought after by various factions, ensuring a bright path ahead. Consequently, each year, countless young individuals in the Jiamar Empire strive fervently, employing every conceivable means to gain admission to Canaan Academy. The stringent admission standards exclude those lacking sufficient talent, thereby guaranteeing that all who enter are remarkable youths. Upon hearing Xiao Ning's inquiry, Xiao Yu nodded slightly, casting a proud glance at Xiao Yan as she assured, "Rest assured, you meet the qualifications for admission. The individual responsible for recruiting in the Wutan City area happens to be my mentor, a 5-star great Dou master. With my support, you will surely face no obstacles." "That's wonderful," Xiao Ning replied, her face lighting up with joy as she nodded enthusiastically. Listening to their conversation, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smirk. In the past, he would have aspired to join Canaan Academy for the advanced martial arts and combat techniques it offered. However, with the enigmatic teacher Yao Lao by his side, the allure of Canaan Academy had significantly diminished. "Brother Xiao Yan, are you not considering applying to Canaan Academy in 6 months?" Xiao Ning gently inquired, noticing his lack of enthusiasm. Listening to Suner's question, Xiao Yu raised her eyebrows and directed her gaze over. She resolutely decided that if this little rascal wished to attend the Canaan Academy, she would discreetly instruct her mentor to give him a taste of hardship. Xiao Yan absent-mindedly touched his nose and lazily remarked, "I have no interest in mingling with a bunch of little brats. What is there to learn? If I wanted to practice combat techniques, I might as well leap off a cliff in search of treasures. Far more exhilarating." "Humph, your arrogance is quite amusing. Do you really believe the Academy would be eager to have you? A modicum of talent should not breed such pride. Individuals with your abilities are far from rare at Canaan Academy. It would be better for you not to enter. Given your insufferable temperament, you would likely only invite your own downfall." Xiao Yan glanced at the indignant Xiao Yu, smirking slightly but choosing to ignore her. His agreement with Nalan Yenran loomed less than 2 years away, and his sole aim now was to surpass that woman. Time was fleeting, yet the chasm between them remained significant. Xiao Yan could not fathom anyone at Canaan Academy capable of helping him eclipse Nalan Yenran in the remaining time. If such a feat was unattainable, What was the point of attending that mediocre academy? Did he expect them to teach him alchemy like medicine elder? Even if they could teach, would they possess his skills? Shaking his head, Xiao Yan chose not to further debate the merits of the academy. Shifting his gaze to the nearby presence of members from the other prominent families who had also entered the auction. Amidst a throng of people, Xiao Yan suddenly sensed a rather chilling gaze. He turned his head slightly, only to discover that it belonged to Galio, the young master of the Galio family, with whom he had experienced a confrontation in the marketplace. At this moment, Galio was leering at him with ill intentions, his eyes occasionally lingering on the alluring figure of Suner beside him. Upon noticing Xiao Yan's gaze, he immediately broke into a sinister grin, his lips moving slightly. Gazing at Galio's lips as they parted and closed, Xiao Yan could barely decipher his meaning. The Xiao family's little waste, your coming-of-age ceremony is finally over? Make sure the young master does not encounter you in Wutan City again or else. Heh. With narrowed eyes fixed on the triumphant and mocking Galio, Xiao Yan offered a faint smile, a fierce glint flashing in his lowered gaze. After more than a year of rigorous training, Xiao Yan had not yet mastered the art of transitioning between the absorption technique and the fire-blowing technique to perfection, but he had certainly achieved a remarkable level of proficiency. In the event of a confrontation, he could undoubtedly ensure a swift transformation between the two combat techniques without delay, enabling him to inflict harm effectively. Brother Xiao Yan, that fellow seems to have grown considerably stronger than before. Suner remarked lightly, casting a glance at Galio not far away. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, responding nonchalantly. Last time, his father purchased a high-level wind attribute technique at the auction. Galio himself possesses wind attributes, and a year is ample time for him to convert his previous fighting energy into the new technique's energy, thus naturally enhancing his strength. No wonder he is so arrogant. Is a high-level technique of the mysterious tier truly so rare? With a radiant smile, Suner spoke, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with hints of golden flames. Xiao Yan chuckled and shook his head, teasingly remarking, naturally, for someone like you, who can casually produce profound techniques of the advanced Shen rank, it's nothing remarkable. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's jest, Suner wrinkled her delicate nose, casting him a sidelong glance filled with a hint of melancholy. No matter how remarkable it is, doesn't my elder brother Xiao Yan still dismiss it? She replied. In response, Xiao Yan offered an awkward smile and quickly gestured toward the elevated platform, proclaiming, the auction is about to commence. Observing Xiao Yan's evasive demeanor, Suner could only shake her head in resignation, directing her gaze towards the suddenly illuminated auction stage. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, a graceful figure clad in a red gown reminiscent of a qipao glided onto the platform. The gown accentuated her curvaceous form, instantly igniting fervent glances from several attendees. With a playful smile adorning her charming face, Yafei covered her mouth and playfully murmured a few words to the audience below, her mature allure effortlessly heating the atmosphere within the venue. As she surveyed the now fervent crowd, Yafei felt a tinge of pride swell within her. Years of experience had taught her the formidable allure her beauty held over men. With her crimson lips curling into a subtle smile, her gaze roamed over the audience until it landed on the youth seated behind Xiao Zhan, causing her to pause momentarily in surprise. Although the youth's gaze seemed fixated on the stage, the restless depths of his dark eyes revealed to Yafei that this young lad appeared to harbor little interest in her beauty. Thus, her delicate brows arched in mild surprise. Subtly diverting her gaze from Xiao Yan, Yafei parted her crimson lips and let out a soft chuckle, clapping her jade-like hands together. With a beaming smile, she addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, Yafei is well aware of your intentions for this gathering. Therefore, we shall forego the customary preliminary offerings and present the Pai Siida our assistants directly. As she spoke, Yafei elegantly lifted her hand, causing the stage lights to dim significantly. She then slightly bent down to retrieve a jade platter from the center of the stage, upon which rested a diminutive white jade vial. The sight of this small vial ignited a fervent excitement among the crowd below, each individual eagerly preparing to claim it for themselves. Upon hearing Yafei's words, the attention of the assembly swiftly shifted to the front row, where Xiao Yan, still somewhat taken aback, sat. Whispers of astonishment filled the air. Although tales of Xiao Yan's formidable cultivation speed had long circulated through Wutan City. Many had yet to witness it firsthand. Now, presented with the opportunity to behold it in person, they could not help but express their admiration, which simultaneously intensified their desire for the foundational spirit liquid. Not far off, observing the spotlight now cast upon Xiao Yan, Galio's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, his face betraying a palpable contempt. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of discomfort as he shifted his posture. It was somewhat absurd. This woman was exceedingly shrewd to use him as a means of free advertisement. With him as a living specimen, it was likely that the prices of the foundational spirit liquids on stage would soar by 2- or 3-fold. Alas, this woman, not engaging in commerce, seemed a sheer waste of her talents. With a resigned sigh, although Xiao Yan was somewhat irked by the surrounding stares, the thought that the items being auctioned were his own led him to shake his head in exasperation, casting a fierce glare at the enchanting Yafei, who was grinning on stage. The opening price for the first vial of foundational spirit liquid was set at 15,000. With a beaming smile, Yafei boldly declared a price nearly double that. How ruthless! In the audience, upon hearing this price, Xiao Yan could not help but smirk and inwardly shake his head, acknowledging that women truly were the most formidable beings. Chapter 58. High price. The price announced by Yafei momentarily hushed the crowd, but it was not long before a young man, utterly captivated by her every smile and gesture, hurriedly shouted, 16,000. After calling out the price, this young man, his complexion somewhat pale, attempted to maintain an air of elegance as he bowed slightly to Yafei, entirely oblivious to the fact that his gaze was fixated on her voluptuous figure. With a silent scoff of disdain towards the young man, whose thoughts seemed consumed by lust, Yafei maintained her flawless smile and addressed the audience below with a light-hearted chuckle. Is there any other bid? 17,000. 19,000. As the price continued to escalate, Xiao Yan, in his astonishment, could only exclaim in awe. The fervor with which the attendees coveted the foundation establishment elixir clearly surpassed his expectations, suggesting that Mitre Auction House's promotional decision was indeed sagacious. The 3 prominent families did not adopt a merely observant stance regarding the first vial of the elixir. They refrained from placing bids. In contrast, the weaker factions seized this opportunity, fervently raising their bids in a desperate attempt to acquire it. After all, such a potion, capable of significantly enhancing the speed of martial cultivation, is a rarity throughout the entire Gamma Empire. After nearly half an hour of bidding, the first vial of the foundation establishment elixir finally rested at the staggering price of 47,000. Observing the jubilant expression on the face of the rotund auctioneer, Xiao Yan found himself at a loss for words. He never anticipated that these individuals would be even more frenzied than those at his father's previous auction. This elixir, which cost merely around 1,000 gold coins to produce, had been inflated to an astronomical price several times over. The sheer magnitude of this profit left Xiao Yan clicking his tongue in disbelief. Pondering deeply, he blinked and suddenly realized that had he not encountered Yao Lao, he might never have been privileged to indulge in the extravagant lifestyle of daily immersing himself in the foundation establishment elixir. Upon witnessing the first vial of the elixir fetch such a high price, Yafei also breathed a sigh of relief, silently reflecting, this price should be satisfactory to that enigmatic figure, shouldn't it? As long as it garners him a modicum of goodwill towards the Mitre Auction House, that would suffice. Gently shaking her head, Yafei gazed at the crowd, whose faces were etched with regret from the unsuccessful auction. With a smile, she presented a jade platter holding 2 exquisite white jade vials and announced, the subsequent 6 vials of foundational spirit liquid will be auctioned in 3 batches, 2 vials each, with a starting bid of 30,000 gold coins. As the 2 vials of foundational spirit liquid were unveiled, an eerie calm enveloped the hall. Eyes began to dart towards the front row, where the 3 prominent families were seated, each aware that these factions were poised to make their move. 31,000, murmured the patriarch of the Galier family. Galier Bai, after a moment's silence, his voice slow and deliberate. Ha! Galier Bai, have you exhausted your family's funds from your last acquisition of techniques? Why the sudden stinginess now? Surely you can muster 1,000 more.
Mokto Bapa,
Whose tone was laced with derision. Galier Bai shot a cold glare at Obapa, his composure slightly faltering, yet he refrained from retorting. his gaze fixated ominously on the white jade vials. 35,000, Oba Pa declared, his tone revealing a hint of boredom as he raised his hand. 38,000.
Galier bi retortit aisili. 45,000, Oba Pa challenged provocatively.
50,000, Galier Bai announced, his hand trembling slightly as he called out the price. Oba Pa's previous words, though harsh, rang true. The last attempt to secure that high-level mystic technique had drained the Galier family's reserves, and their assets had diminished by nearly 30% in recent times. 55,000. 56,000. Observing the two individuals engaged in a fierce contest of wills, a collective sigh of regret escaped the lips of all present. Even if they possessed sufficient funds, they lacked the strength to contend with the three prominent families of Wutan City. After all, each of these families boasted at least 3 formidable Grand Master-level warriors. While wealth may serve as the foundation of a family's power, without the armed forces to safeguard that wealth, no amount of money can lend one a sturdy backbone. Thus, the attendees prudently refrained from participating in the rivalry between the two families, occasionally casting glances toward the Xiao family, who maintained a stance of aloof observation. Gazing at the ashen-faced Galabai, Opapa smugly shrank back, a radiant smile illuminating his features. Throughout the competition, Yefei on stage wore an enchanting smile, regarding the two contenders as one would a plump lamb ready for slaughter. When the final price was settled, she reluctantly brought down her small gavel. As Yefei presented 2 vials of essence once more, the previously silent Xiao Yan finally extended his hand, his calm voice striking a demoralizing blow to the yet unannounced Galabai. 75,000. This unassuming tone, laced with an undeniable air of determination, resonated throughout the hall. Yefei, taken aback by Xiao Yan's audacity, paused momentarily before inquiring with a smile, "Is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" Galabai, seated in his chair, fixed a venomous glare upon the smiling Xiao Yan, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, if it weren't for this guy's cunning last time, how could the Galabai family find themselves in such an embarrassing predicament?" The pupils flickered slightly as Jailebi gritted his teeth and suddenly exclaimed, 85,000, 95,000. With a disdainful glance at Jailebi, Xiao Yan waved his hand with an air of bravado, as if to convey that he would match any bid. Observing Xiao Yan's determined demeanor, a flicker of smug amusement crossed Jailebi's features, and after a moment's hesitation, he clenched his jaw and declared, 100,000. Upon hearing Jailebi's bid, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. Clearly, spending 100,000 gold coins for 2 bottles of foundational elixir was a significant overreach. Narrowing his eyes at Jailebi, who seemed resolute in his intent, Xiao Yan smiled softly and shook his head. Leaning towards Suner, he whispered, "I wager that if my father raises his bid once more, that fellow will swiftly abandon this unprofitable deal." Suner blinked her long lashes in surprise, having not been paying attention to the bidding war, and remarked that man seems quite eager to acquire it. Xiao Yan chuckled but chose to remain silent. In the front row, after a brief pause to contemplate Jailebi's increase, Xiao Yan suddenly stood up, casting a peculiar gaze at Jailebi. Moments later, a smile crept onto his face as he uttered words that left everyone astounded. "You win." Chapter 59. The auction concludes upon Xiao Yan's proclamation. A hush fell over the crowd, and after a moment, a series of schadenfreude-laden glances shifted towards the now pallid Jailebi. TSK. 100,000 gold coins for 2 bottles of foundational elixir. This fellow is truly extravagant. Gazing at the contorted face of Galeb, Xiao Yan lowered his head and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Observing Xiao Yan's mischievous delight, Suner smiled gently and remarked, "Ordinary second-grade spiritual herbs typically fetch around 30,000 gold coins in the market. However, the Foundation Establishment Liquid, a rare elixir that can significantly accelerate the cultivation of Dou Qi, commands a much higher price due to its scarcity. Nevertheless, purchasing it for 100,000 gold coins certainly speaks to Galeb's extravagance." Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. His lips pursed in contemplation as he mused, "A vial of second-grade Foundation Establishment Liquid can sell for several tens of thousands of gold coins. I imagine that those powerful alchemists must be exceedingly wealthy. Indeed, alchemists are among the most affluent professions in the Dou Qi Continent, with each one amassing considerable wealth. Sooner, her eyes sparkling with amusement, glanced at the Foundation establishment liquid on the table and added, however, as alchemists ascend in rank, they seldom participate in the auctioning of the elixirs they concoct. At that point, they prefer bartering with items of value, as mere gold has little allure for them. Bartering? A flicker of understanding crossed Xiao Yan's brow as he began to grasp why the elder had amassed such a rich collection. Indeed, one might exchange techniques, combat skills, rare herbs, or high-grade magic cores for elixirs from an alchemist. With a playful curl of her rosy lips, Sooner softly remarked, "Thus, alchemists are the most envied profession on the continent. Everyone aspires to become an alchemist, yet the stringent requirements deter countless individuals from pursuing that dream." Gazing at the slightly regretful expression on Sooner's delicate face, Xiao Yan touched his nose, feeling a profound sense of gratitude for the transformation of his soul. Pausing his speech, he shifted his attention to the visibly pale Galabai on the opposite side. Stunned by Xiao Zhan's words, Galabai stared blankly at the resolute Xiao Zhan, who had abandoned all hesitation, his eyes twitching anxiously. After a moment, he hoarsely uttered, "You scoundrel, you're acting again. But you are no different. It's merely that your mind has been somewhat muddled lately, rendering your performance rather feeble." Xiao Zhan replied with a faint smile, his tone laced with mockery. "Very well, Xiao Zhan. I shall remember this affront." Galabai gasped, his eyes dark and filled with malice. Ignoring the threat, Xiao Zhan scoffed lightly and turned to the stage, addressing Miss Yufei with a smile. "Miss Yufei, let us proceed with the final auction." Nodding with a smile that concealed her amusement, Yufei could not suppress a chuckle within. The auction's final price had far exceeded her expectations, and the higher the bids, the more favorable the impression she could leave on the enigmatic alchemist. Offering a comforting smile to the ashen-faced Galabai, Yufei bent down once more to retrieve the last 2 bottles of foundational spirit liquid, her enchanting smile brightening her red lips as she announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final batch of spirit liquid, with a starting bid of 30,000 gold coins." Upon seeing the last batch of spirit liquid, the elders seated beside Xiao Zhan trembled slightly, quickly casting subtle glances at him. Sitting calmly in his chair, Xiao Zhan disregarded the glances of the elders, surveying the tranquil room before he spoke in a measured tone. 50,000. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's bid, Jailebi's expression twitched. His lips moved as if to protest, yet recalling his financial constraints, he begrudgingly fell silent. Meanwhile, on the side, Obapa regarded the unperturbed Xiao Zhan with a furrowed brow, tapping his fingers lightly on the back of his hand, his eyes glinting momentarily before he declared with a smile, 55,000. The intricate relationships among the 3 prominent families in Wutan City were rather peculiar. Each sought to absorb the other's interests yet feared acting alone lest one party reaped the benefits unchallenged. Conversely, a coalition was riddled with suspicion, leading to a fragile and enigmatic equilibrium as none possessed the certainty to annihilate the others. The 3 families harbored mutual grievances, each viewing the others with disdain. Despite Obapa's earlier derision towards Jailebi, now that the bidding was in Xiao Zhan's hands, he found pleasure in proposing a modest increase, hoping to create minor complications for the Xiao family. Obapa's raised bid did not alter Xiao Zhan's demeanor. With a casual glance, he responded coolly, 65,000. This figure exceeded the market price for foundational spirit liquid, yet Xiao Zhan understood that in the competitive atmosphere among the 3 families, securing the spirit liquid at a low cost was evidently a futile endeavor. The clan leader Xiao truly possesses great spirit, but I fear I may be ensnared by you. I have successfully procured this foundation establishment spirit liquid, and this time, I shall relinquish it to you. Observing Xiao Zhan raise the bid, Obapa hesitated slightly. It seems the significant loss he suffered previously at the hands of Jailebi has made him considerably more cautious. Noticing the insincere smile on Obapa's face, Xiao Zhan chuckled in agreement, leaning back in his chair, and in a low voice remarked, "Damn it, I've had to part with an additional 10,000. This scoundrel is no good." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan found it somewhat amusing. In such fierce competition, where could one find any virtuous souls? Had the opponent not feared repeating Jailebi's misfortune, he might have pressed on with further bids. The fighters are finally within reach. Licking his lips, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh. This first hurdle on the path of cultivation was finally about to be overcome by him. Chapter 60. The materials acquired. Seeing the auction nearing its conclusion, Xiao Yan concocted an excuse to slip out. Ever since discerning that Xiao Yan was a fourth-grade alchemist, Yafei had arranged for spies within the auction house. Thus, upon his arrival, he was respectfully escorted to the waiting lounge by a demure maid who had been waiting there for quite some time, attending to him with utmost care. Sitting silently in a chair, Xiao Yan picked up the teacup on the table and took a delicate sip. He cast a sidelong glance at the somewhat timid young lady beside him, nodded slightly, and though his lips remained sealed, his aged voice softly inquired, "How much longer until the auction concludes?" Ah! Startled by the sudden sound, the young girl cast a furtive glance at Xiao Yan, who was cloaked in an imposing black robe. Her small hands clenched tightly together, and her pale face reflected her apprehension as she timidly spoke. "Sir, the auction has concluded, and Miss Yafei is currently finalizing the transfer procedures with them." Observing the girl, who resembled a frightened rabbit, Xiao Yan found himself puzzled. Surely he wasn't that intimidating? With a resigned shake of his head, he chose to maintain his silence, embodying the demeanor of a sage. Standing quietly beside him, the girl gazed at Xiao Yan, who had fallen silent once more, and inwardly released a sigh of relief. When she received her assignment, Master Gunny had solemnly warned her to fulfill any demand from this enigmatic figure at all costs, even if it entailed some exceedingly outrageous requests. Having spent nearly a year in the auction house, the girl understood precisely what those outrageous demands entailed, which is why she trembled with fear every time Xiao Yan spoke, dreading that he might make such requests. After waiting anxiously for over 10 minutes, the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door finally allowed her to exhale deeply. "Ah, dear sir, you arrived quite early. I trust Miss Shueli has provided adequate hospitality?" As Yafei gracefully entered the reception area, her serpentine waist swayed alluringly, and her curvaceous figure ignited a fervent desire in some of the less restrained men present. Cursing inwardly once more at the enchanting creature, Xiao Yan instinctively shrank back, offering a subtle nod. Observing Xiao Yan's nod, the young girl beside him let out a sigh of relief, respectfully bending her body before hastily retreating. Noticing that Xiao Yan displayed no signs of dissatisfaction, Yafei felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. She bestowed upon him a gentle smile, her charm effortlessly captivating. Struck by the allure of her subtle grin, Xiao Yan found it prudent not to underestimate this enchanting vixen. His fingers, concealed beneath his cloak, caressed the ancient black ring as he promptly ceded the floor to the elder Yao. "Has the auction concluded?" "Indeed." With a smile gracing her delicate features, Yafei tilted her alabaster chin ever so slightly. A pale blue jade card materialized in her hand as she spoke. "Esteemed elder, the total auction price for the 7 bottles of Foundation Establishment elixir amounts to 285,000 gold coins. After deducting the applicable taxes, the remaining sum is contained within this card." Receiving the blue jade card, Xiao Yan noted its cool and pleasant touch, indicative of its considerable value. Gently stroking the card, he nodded in acknowledgement. As she gazed upon his youthful yet strong hands, an inexplicable sensation surged within Yafei. "This price has exceeded my expectations. I am quite satisfied." The aged voice brought a glimmer of joy to her delicate visage, prompting her to dismiss any lingering odd feelings. With captivating eyes and a playful smile gracing her rosy lips, Yafei added, "Should you, esteemed elder, require further auctions for elixirs in the future, do not hesitate to visit the Mytel auction house. We shall strive to secure the best price for you. Have you found the herbs I require?" Nodding, Xiao Yan carefully stowed away the jade card and, after a moment's hesitation, Elder Yao inquired. With her slender, beautiful eyes curving into a delightful arc, Yafei smiled, her soft and delicate voice eliciting a hint of surprise in Xiao Yan. "Hee, rest assured, we at the auction house shall endeavor to fulfill the old gentleman's request." Yafei gently tapped her fingers, and Gu and I personally approached, briskly carrying a jade platter. He paused beside Xiao Yan, slightly bowing as he carefully placed the platter on the table, saying with a smile, "Sir, all the medicinal herbs you require are here." Xiao Yan gazed at the herbs on the jade platter, his eyes gleaming with delight. Indeed, the capabilities of the Mitre auction house were remarkable. Had he sought to procure these herbs independently, it would have consumed considerable time and effort. Yet, in merely a day's time, the auction house had managed to prepare everything, leaving Xiao Yan pleasantly surprised. Ah, what a hassle! Upon seeing that all the necessary herbs for concocting the gathering qi powder were in hand, the voice of the medicine elder softened slightly. Having navigated the auction scene for several years, Yafei immediately discerned the gentler tone of the medicine elder, causing a wave of joy to swell within her. This transaction was indeed a wise choice. I do not wish to take advantage of you. Please deduct the cost of these herbs from my card. Noticing Xiao Yan reaching for his jade card once again, Yafei quickly interjected with a smile. Sir, these herbs were procured internally at a significantly reduced price compared to the market. Your recent auctions have brought us considerable prestige. How could we possibly charge you for such a small token? Very well, do as you wish. Should I require further herbs in the future, I shall exchange them with you for spiritual medicine. Nodding slightly, the astute Yao Lao naturally understood that she intended to foster connections. With an air of nonchalance, he cautiously retrieved the medicinal herbs from the jade platter and carefully tucked them into his bosom, all while under the astonished gaze of Yafei. Very well. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not linger, he remarked. Upon confirming that all arrangements were in order, Xiao Yan rose, waved his hand, and strode purposefully towards the exit. Old sir, allow Yafei to escort you, she said, exchanging a glance with Gu and I. The two hastened forward, courteously leading the way. As the two stewards of the middle auction house guided him respectfully through the reception area, Xiao Yan stepped out. Just as he lifted his gaze, his pace faltered. Upon exiting the reception area, he was met with the sight of 3 clusters of people emerging from the auction hall, each casting cold glances at one another. A wave of apprehension washed over Xiao Yan as he nervously tugged at his large black cloak. He realized, to his dismay, that one of the central groups consisted of his father, Xiao Yan, who had just concluded a bidding session. Please, let me not be recognized, he fervently prayed within. Chapter 61. Concealment. As the 3 clan leaders emerged simultaneously from the auction hall alongside the 2 families, they exchanged glances filled with a veneer of forced smiles, which soon morphed into expressions of disdain and hostility as they averted their gazes. The 3 groups swaggered through the hall, and those who crossed their path hurriedly made way, for in the city of Wutan, few would dare to provoke the 3 prominent families. After exchanging a few perfunctory words with the nearby Uba Pa, Xiao Zhan's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his steps came to an abrupt halt. Observing Xiao Zhan's actions, the crowd followed his gaze, their bodies trembling ever so slightly. Galabai and Abapa's expressions also shifted subtly. From another grand entrance in the hall, 3 figures slowly emerged, with the foremost being Yafei, the chief auctioneer of the middle auction house. As frequent patrons of the auction house, Xiao Yan and his companions were well aware that despite her always smiling demeanor, this woman harbored an immense pride within her. It was well known that Abapa once attempted to invite her to a meal, only to be met with an exceedingly polite refusal, demonstrating that she was not as approachable as she appeared. Yet, today, this proud woman exhibited an unusually respectful demeanor as she led them, leaving Xiao Yan and his companions astonished. With a slight blink, they shifted their gaze further back, their expressions continuing to evolve. At the rear of the trio, Master Guni of the auction house was smiling as he whispered something into the ear of the mysterious figure clad in a black cloak, his face adorned with an expression that even hinted at flattery. If Yufei's respect had astonished Xiao Yan and his companions, then the presence of Master Guni left them utterly shocked. As the highest-ranking alchemist in Wutan City, even Xiao Yan and the 3 clan leaders would treat him with utmost respect, fearing to show any semblance of negligence. Master Guni, a second-tier alchemist, typically maintained the distinctive arrogance associated with his profession, and his nonchalant tone when conversing only deepened the reverence in which he was held. Such a character, exhibiting an utterly respectful demeanor while openly displaying a sycophantic smile in the presence of others, who, one might wonder, is the individual he seeks to appease? With a gaze filled with astonishment, it gradually shifted towards the figure cloaked in a voluminous black robe at the center. Casting a glance over the shadowy figure's corpulent form, Xiao Zhan's mind raced with questions. Who could possibly elicit such deference from the two overseers of the Mitre auction house? What business could such a person have in Wutan City? Licking his parched lips, Xiao Yan glanced around, noticing that Jaialibi and Obapa shared expressions of curiosity and shock. As he lifted his eyes to the approaching trio, a smile broke across his face, and he took a couple of steps forward, exclaiming, "Miss Yafei, Master Guni, how rare it is to see both of you together." Yafei and Guni had already spotted him as they emerged, and upon hearing Xiao Zhan's greeting, they slowed their pace, though their attention remained fixed on the cloaked figure. Only when the shadowy figure came to a halt did they exhale in relief. "Ah, merely escorting a distinguished guest," Yafei remarked with a smile. "Oh, indeed," Jaialibi chimed in, approaching with a cheerful demeanor, casting his gaze towards the black-robed man and casually inquiring, "Pray tell, is this gentleman also from Wutan City? He seems somewhat unfamiliar." "Ahem. Chief Jaialibi, this esteemed elder is a distinguished guest of the Mitre auction house," Master Guni interjected, furrowing his brow and clearing his throat to caution Jaialibi against prying too deeply. Listening to the tone of Master Guni's admonition, Galabai's expression subtly shifted, and he pondered inwardly. Could it be that even this old fellow Guni holds such apprehensions? What is the identity of this person? Observing Galabai's discomfort, Xiao Yan, standing nearby, swallowed the words he was about to utter. Given Guni's evident wariness, it was clear that the figure in the black robe belonged to a realm beyond their own. Thus, he could only manage a compliant smile, preparing to tactfully withdraw. "You are Xiao Yan of the Xiao family, are you not?" Just as Xiao Yan contemplated retreating, the previously silent figure in the black robe suddenly inquired in a calm voice. Taken aback by the aged tone, Xiao Yan hesitated before nodding in acknowledgement. Receiving such courteous treatment brought a flicker of joy to Xiao Yan's heart, and he replied, "It is merely a stroke of good fortune." Waving his hand nonchalantly, the black-robed man remarked, "Fortune is also a skill. If the opportunity arises, I would very much like to meet him. Perhaps he might even become an alchemist." Somewhat bewildered by the implication of these words, Xiao Yan seemed not to fully grasp their meaning. "Well, if the chance presents itself in the future, I would like to collaborate with your Xiao family." With a smile, the black-robed man turned to Yafei and the others, saying, "There is no need to see me off. I have matters to attend to and must depart." Having spoken, he did not wait for their response and strode out of the auction house. Puzzled, Xiao Yan touched his face and turned to find Yafei and Guni gazing at him with evident envy, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment, "What are you two doing? Lord Xiao, do you know that esteemed elder from earlier?"
Yafei inquired tentatively.
"It was my first time seeing him," Xiao Yan replied. Xiao Yan shook his head with a bitter smile, glancing at the peculiar expressions on Yafei and her companions' faces, feeling a twinge of unease. What was his identity? Alas, the Xiao family is indeed fortunate. Gu and I gently shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at the foundational spirit liquid that Jia Libi cradled like a treasured possession, and remarked with indifference, "These substances were crafted by him." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Xiao Yan and the others shifted dramatically. If a mere second-tier alchemist could command such respect, what of a third or fourth tier? Good heavens, individuals of that caliber were far beyond the reach of their humble family. Meanwhile, after the initial shock, Jalibi and Ubapa's eyes glinted with jealousy akin to that of a rabbit's. Chapter 62. Departure from the auction house. Xiao Yan wandered aimlessly around the vicinity after leaving the auction house, eventually slipping into a less crowded alley. Swiftly removing the large black cloak, Xiao Yan whispered in complaint, "Master, you nearly exposed me. Hehe. Did I not do exactly what you were thinking?" Came the teasing voice of the medicine elder from the ancient black ring. Shaking his head in resignation, Xiao Yan felt a pang of guilt towards his father. Each time he participated in the auction of elixirs, he had indirectly extorted a sum from his father. Tossing the cloak into the gutter, he muttered softly, "Perhaps I should find a time to collaborate with the Xiao family, as a means of compensating my father." The fully withered yellow leaves, 5 in number resembling black ink, were none other than the ink leaf lotus. Each leaf symbolized its age, with one leaf representing a decade of growth. The serpent saliva fruit is a round, jade-green orb, roughly the size of half a fist. When held beneath the nose, one can detect a sweet yet tangy aroma. This rare fruit only grows in proximity to the lairs of fifth-tier serpent-shaped magical beasts, making it quite precious. Given the serpentine nature of its origin, the fruit possesses a distinctly cold and quality, commonly employed in alchemy to neutralize potent medicinal ingredients. The spirit-gathering grass, in contrast, bears a resemblance to ordinary foliage, save for the delicate glow emanating from the tips of its branches. The intensity of this luminescence signifies the richness of the pure energy contained within. A second-tier water attribute magic core boasts a deep azure hue, and when placed upon a table, it exudes a gentle moisture that saturates the surface, revealing the abundance of water attribute energy it harbors. Gazing intently at these materials, Xiao Yan, filled with anticipation, murmured, "Master, the ingredients are all prepared. Shall we commence the refining?" "Patience," retorted the alchemist from within the ring, slightly irked. "The materials are not going anywhere. During the alchemical process, one must not be disturbed. It is still early. Should someone inadvertently interrupt, it would be a trivial matter to waste materials, but what if it exposes my presence?" At this, Xiao Yan sighed in frustration, shaking his head. He reluctantly stored the materials away in a corner cabinet, then lay back on his bed, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. After Xiao Yan had reclined for over half an hour, the door to his room was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Striding in with her long, elegant legs, Xiao Yu surveyed the room before fixing her gaze on the startled Xiao Yan, and coldly remarked, "Young master, do you require an invitation to dine?" Startled by an unexpected sound, Xiao Yan abruptly sat up in bed, bewildered. He found himself gazing at Xiao Yu, who stood in the center of the room, arms crossed over her ample bosom. After a moment of stunned silence, a chill ran down his spine. Damn it! Damn it! Thankfully, I wasn't caught by the teacher while refining medicine just now. This foolish woman. The thought of the consequences of being interrupted sent a shiver of apprehension down Xiao Yan's throat, and as he glanced at Xiao Yu, his anger began to simmer. His lips twitched, and he inhaled sharply, the lingering fear swiftly morphing into fury. "You foolish woman, do you not understand the concept of courtesy? Could you not knock before entering? You imbecile, do you have no upbringing?" Xiao Yu, taken aback by Xiao Yan's furious outburst, was momentarily at a loss. However, upon hearing his tirade, her delicate face flushed with indignation. Clenching her silver teeth, she strode forward with her long, alluring legs, confronting Xiao Yan. "You little brat, what will you do if I kick your door? I'll kick it every day from now on." Faced with the furious Xiao Yu charging towards him, Xiao Yan's expression darkened. He raised his palm and suddenly clenched it. Suction palm. A powerful force surged forth from his palm, and as Xiao Yu reached the edge of the bed, she was abruptly pulled towards him by the overwhelming suction. Dazed, she momentarily lost her balance, her face flushing a captivating shade of red as she began to struggle violently, biting her silver teeth in anger. "You little brat, get away from me!" With both hands firmly gripping Xiao Yu's palm, Xiao Yan found himself somewhat breathless from her struggles. After a brief stalemate, he suddenly shifted aside and flipped her hand, causing her to turn over. "Damn it! How dare you enter without knocking?" Chapter 63. The list of extraordinary flames opposite him. Xiao Yu had been glaring fiercely at Xiao Yan. Witnessing his sudden action, her delicate face flushed with alternating hues of anger and embarrassment. Observing the peculiar expression on the gritting-toothed Xiao Yu and glancing at the seemingly indifferent Xiao Yan beside her, Sun Er furrowed her brow in confusion, then shook her head helplessly, slowly swallowing the morsel of food in her mouth. Lost in thought, Xiao Yan remained oblivious to the fact that this family gathering was precisely due to the casual remark made by the mysterious figure in black he had transformed into today, suggesting a potential collaboration. Partnering with a second-tier or higher alchemist would grant the Xiao clan profits enviable to many, perhaps even enabling them to rise above the other two prominent families. Thus, it was no surprise that even his usually composed father was brimming with joy, while the elders were grinning from ear to ear, their squinting eyes clearly dazzled by this unexpected windfall. Shortly after Xiao Yan departed, Xiao Yu clenched her teeth and pursued him, yet she found not a single trace of him. Frustrated, she could only stamp her foot in anger and leave, her heart ablaze with rage. Returning to his room, having learned from past experiences, Xiao Yan refrained from immediately requesting Master Yao to concoct medicine. After securing the doors and windows, he lazily rolled onto his bed, succumbing to a heavy slumber. At long last, you have learned to exercise caution. Alchemy requires an environment of utmost tranquility. Should one be disturbed, the consequences can be dire. Currently, I am not susceptible to any backlash. But should you continue to be so careless once you have mastered the art of alchemy, losing your life may become an inevitable fate. As the elder pharmacist approached the table, his ethereal hand gently brushed against various materials, nodding slightly, his tone carrying a hint of sternness. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Yan sheepishly nodded in understanding. Observing Xiao Yan's obedient demeanor, the elder pharmacist felt a slight sense of relief. With his palm spread open, a moment of silence ensued before white flames began to rise gently. With his soul perception continuously regulating the flame's temperature, the elder pharmacist took the opportunity to glance at Xiao Yan, whose face was filled with curiosity as he gazed at the flames in the elder's palm. After a brief hesitation, he spoke softly. An alchemist can generally discern the grade of flames by their color. For most alchemists, the flames are a pale yellow. The higher the grade, the deeper the color and the greater the potency. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan blinked in surprise and pointed at the flames in the elder's hand, asking in astonishment, "But why is yours white, teacher?" What I previously mentioned pertains to the common flames among alchemists. However, within the alchemical community, in addition to relying on a robust energy to ignite flames, there exists another type. The elder pharmacist smiled slightly, a hint of pride evident in his expression. That is, extraordinary flames. Extraordinary flames? The term was not unfamiliar to Xiao Yan, yet its implications left him bewildered. Can the flames for alchemy truly be borrowed? Indeed, that is precisely what I mean. Nodding thoughtfully, Elder Yao smiled and remarked, "Within this vast expanse of the universe, there exist certain extraordinary fires, perhaps the flickering flames carried by fallen meteors, or the molten earth fire forged over millennia deep within volcanoes. These unique fires possess a potency far exceeding that of flames catalyzed by fighting spirit. When utilized in alchemy, they can significantly enhance the efficacy of medicinal pills. However, these celestial fires are exceedingly volatile and rarely encountered, and even when one does come across them, it is a formidable challenge to harness their power. Many alchemists have devoted their entire lives in pursuit of these extraordinary flames, only to find their aspirations unfulfilled. To control such fires, one must draw them into their own body, yet these flames are inherently destructive and wild. Even the renowned and resilient metal magic gold cannot withstand the searing heat of these extraordinary fires, let alone the frail human body. Such an endeavor is undoubtedly akin to playing with fire. Thus, only a fortunate few, by chance, manage to refine a small portion of this unique fire, nurturing it into their own flame seed, and these individuals are invariably the luminaries of the alchemical world." Feeling somewhat entranced, Xiao Yan licked his lips and fixed his gaze intently on the white flame in Elder Yao's hand, sensing a chilling illusion. "Surely, this flame of yours is also a form of extraordinary fire, isn't it?" Xiao Yan inquired tentatively. Upon mentioning his own flame, the old pharmacist's face glimmered slightly, his gaze ablaze with fervor as he spoke. "In the realm of alchemy on the Dou Qi Continent, a compendium of extraordinary flames has been compiled, known as the Flame Rankings, which enumerates a total of 23 varieties. The flame I possess is the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, which holds the esteemed 11th position. This rare flame can only be encountered once every century, during the interchange of day and night, in places of extreme cold and profound darkness." Bone Spirit Cold Fire? With unwavering attention, Xiao Yan gazed at the swirling, ghostly white flames, murmuring softly. Chapter 64. The refinement of the gathering chi powder in my pursuit of the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. I endured 8 years in that forsaken and sunless abyss. Even at the moment of absorption, despite my meticulous preparations, I nearly succumbed to being reduced to ash by that infernal thing. The old pharmacist sighed, shaking his head, a rare flicker of fear crossing his usually serene visage. Clearly, that harrowing ordeal had left an indelible mark on his memory. He chuckled. Indeed, the peril was immense, yet the acquisition of the Bone Spirit Cold Fire rendered it all worthwhile. With a sense of pride, The old pharmacist raised the white flame in his palm, exclaiming, "With this extraordinary fire, not only will the potency of the elixirs I forge be magnified, but even against formidable opponents of equal rank, none would dare to confront it head-on." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan gazed at the ever-churning ghostly white flames, his face awash with envy. Observing Xiao Yan's envious expression, the old pharmacist chuckled slyly, a glimmer of cunning crossing his face, before suddenly shifting the conversation. "The remains quite distant for you. At present, your utmost aspiration should be to fervently hope to become a fighter soon." With a withered hand, he grasped a black-leafed lotus and gently cast it into the flames. As the black-leafed lotus made contact with the bone-chilling cold fire, it was instantaneously transformed into a pool of inky liquid, which rolled slowly in the flames, reflecting a faint glow. The ghostly white flames surged more fiercely, yet Xiao Yan, standing nearby, peculiarly noticed that the air beyond the white flames grew increasingly frigid. The old pharmacist was wholly engrossed in regulating the temperature of the flames in his palm. At such moments, even a slight increase in temperature would reduce the inky liquid to mere void. Once the flame temperature reached a certain threshold, a minuscule yellow impurity suddenly emerged within the black liquid. Upon observing this yellow impurity, the old pharmacist nodded slightly, flicking his fingers to expel a small cluster of the inky liquid enveloping the yellow impurity from the main body. After expelling this impurity, several additional small pale yellow impurities appeared in succession, all of which were meticulously cleansed by the old pharmacist. Through the relentless refining of the ghostly white flames, the volume of the once sizable inky liquid, comparable to half a fist, had diminished to the size of a thumb. The profound black liquid rolled slowly in the ghostly white flames, resembling a black pearl, deep and enigmatic. After refining the first blackleaf lotus until it was no larger than a thumb, the venerable alchemist ceased his process and proceeded to introduce the remaining 4 specimens into the flames, transforming them into 4 orbs of pure liquid resembling black pearls. Through the prolonged incineration of the bone spirit cold fire, the 5 small liquids gradually merged, their volume expanding significantly. However, this phenomenon was fleeting, as they swiftly shrank back to their original size. The liquids rolled amidst the flames for an extended period, and within the obsidian liquid, one could even perceive a flicker of white flames dancing. Observing this spectacle, the alchemist swiftly grasped the serpent's saliva fruit from the table and cast it into the fire. Upon entering the flames, the fruit transformed into a swirling mass of emerald green liquid, exuding a chilling aura, as impurities were rapidly eliminated. The alchemist gently enveloped this verdant liquid over the fiery black liquid. A series of peculiar sounds erupted as the 2 liquids of differing properties made contact, releasing wisps of pale vapor that spiraled upward from the flames. As the white mist gradually dissipated, a rough-shaped pill quietly emerged in the fire. Gazing calmly at the nascent form of the pill, the alchemist nodded slightly and once again introduced the spirit-gathering grass and a second-tier water attribute magic core into the mixture. The steps of liquefying, purging impurities, and merging were executed with remarkable fluidity, without a moment's hesitation. Witnessing the alchemist's deft movements, even Xiao Yan, a novice in the art of alchemy, could not help but silently commend his skill. After neutralizing the raging energy within the magic core with the spirit-gathering grass, a gentle azure pure energy gradually infused into the nascent form of the elixir. Once the final droplet of blue energy permeated the interior of the pill, the somewhat pockmarked surface of the elixir's embryonic form was instantly restored to a smooth and rounded perfection, a delicate blue luminescence shimmering upon its surface, rendering it exquisitely beautiful. Having completed these steps, the elder alchemist did not immediately cease his work. Instead, he nurtured the pill within the flames for nearly 10 minutes, allowing the white fire in his palm to gradually extinguish. As the flames dissipated, the elder swiftly drew a jade vial from the table with his left hand and deftly placed the slightly verdant pill, tinged with a hint of blue, inside it. With a long sigh of relief, the elder casually tossed the jade vial to Xiao Yan, remarking indifferently, "Take a look." Cautiously receiving the vial, Xiao Yan, filled with excitement, brought it close to his nose and inhaled deeply. A familiar and exotic fragrance emanated from within, invigorating his spirit. Observing the pill, which exhibited a mesmerizing interplay of blue and green hues, Xiao Yan, relying on his exceptional spiritual perception, sensed that this spirit-gathering pill was undoubtedly superior in both grade and potency compared to the one presented by Nalan Yenran on their previous encounter. Recalling the woman's condescending demeanor and tone as she held her pill, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile, a faint trace of derision illuminating his expression. Shaking his head, Xiao Yan tightly gripped the cool jade bottle, exhaling heavily. After a 3-year interval, he was finally poised to step once more into that realm. Chapter 65. Ascension to Dou Qi. Upon acquiring the qi-gathering powder, Xiao Yan refrained from consuming it immediately. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed the surging impatience within, compelling himself to ascend to the bed for a period of rest. Xiao Yan was acutely aware that, given his current condition, the likelihood of successfully challenging the Dou Qi status was over 70%. Although the refinement of qi-gathering powder was not particularly challenging for Yao Lao, Xiao Yan was unwilling to take such unnecessary risks. Observing Xiao Yan's remarkable restraint against the temptation to immediately break through to Dou Qi, Yao Lao nodded in satisfaction, a hint of relief appearing on his aged face. His body swayed slightly before transforming into a beam of light and vanishing into the ring. Following the successful refinement of the qi-gathering powder, Xiao Yan's training took on a more measured pace. Each day he diligently practiced Dou Qi for an hour, followed by rigorous training in combat techniques on the back mountain. During moments of leisure, he would accompany Sun Er on strolls through Wu-Tan City, leading an exceedingly pleasant life. After 5 days of such a relaxed routine, Xiao Yan finally adjusted his condition to its peak. It was now the optimal moment for him to challenge the Dou Qi status. Beneath a secluded cliff in the rear mountains of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in a cave scarcely more than a meter wide. This cliff was a meticulously chosen sanctuary for his cultivation. Opposite the cliff, mist swirled, concealing the perilous Beast Mountain range beneath their shroud. Below the cliff lay an unfathomable abyss, and the only path leading to this place had already been cleverly obscured by branches and stones, instilling Xiao Yan with confidence that his breakthrough would remain undisturbed. Taking a slow breath, Xiao Yan retrieved a jade vial from his bosom. As he tilted it slightly, a pill of alternating blue and green hues rolled out. Gazing at the lustrous surface of the qi-gathering pill, he smiled faintly, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that lifted his spirits. With a decisive lick of his lips, he no longer hesitated, placing the pill into his mouth. Upon entering, the pill emanated a gentle, icy sensation that spread throughout his mouth. Moments later, a wave of warm, pure energy surged from his mouth into his body, causing Xiao Yan to shudder involuntarily. His face remained serene as he swiftly formed hand seals to absorb the Dou Qi. His breathing gradually steadied, and the faint Dou Qi within him responded, rapidly intertwining with the potent medicinal essence before commencing a fervent refinement. Within the confines of the small cave, the previously tranquil air suddenly began to ripple violently. Strands of faint white Dou Qi seeped from the atmosphere, continuously flowing into Xiao Yan's body. With his teeth clenched against his lips, the collision of two forces within him sent waves of sharp pain coursing through Xiao Yan's meridians. Fortunately, his veins were considerably more resilient than those of an ordinary person. Thus, although he felt pain, it had yet to inflict any significant harm. Within him, the fighting energy enveloped clusters of pure green essence, and as it was fervently refined, more and more green energy transformed into a pale white fighting energy. With this newfound power aiding him, the scale of Xiao Yan's fighting energy was visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. Although the pure medicinal potency was continuously being refined, it seemed inexhaustible. Each time a cluster of medicinal essence was transformed, an even larger surge of green energy would rush forth. Amidst the internal refinement and the incessant influx of fighting energy from the outside, Xiao Yan's fighting energy gradually filled the majority of his meridians. The process of refinement continued, and just as the subsequent strength of the medicinal essence began to wane, Xiao Yan, captivated by the rapid increase in power, suddenly realized that his fighting energy had expanded to an insurmountable critical point. The expansion of his fighting energy caused Xiao Yan's meridians to twitch gently, and waves of intense pain made his lips crack. Quick! Condense the fighting energy vortex. Otherwise it will explode. The voice of medicinal elder thundered in his heart like a clap of thunder. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan swiftly altered his hand seals. His index and thumb intertwined, while his middle fingers touched, forming a peculiar hand gesture. In the past, Xiao Yan had traversed this very step, and now, as he executed it once more, it was as effortless as breathing, devoid of any sense of clumsiness. As Xiao Yan's hand seals shifted, the surging Dou Qi within him, as if drawn by a ferocious force, rapidly contracted towards his lower abdomen. The pale Dou Qi coursing through his veins began to retreat in unison, and when all of it had gathered at his lower abdomen, the pale hue transformed into a milky white. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan focused his mind, and his exceptional soul perception instantly seized control of the Dou Qi within. Thus began a fervent compression. Under the impetus of his soul perception, the mass of milky Dou Qi began to resist, churning violently. Although the force of this resistance was formidable, Xiao Yan's soul perception had once astonished even the esteemed Yao Lao. Therefore, the Dou Qi's defiance was akin to an ant attempting to stop a chariot. After a brief stalemate, it reluctantly began to contract. When the Dou Qi had shrunk to the size of a palm, it solidified once more. Compress further, Yao Lao commanded. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan closed his eyes, and the soul perception enveloping the mass of milky Dou Qi surged to its maximum. With a powerful compression, he pressed down fiercely. A soft thud resonated quietly within him. As the sound echoed, the overwhelming sense of resistance that had drained Xiao Yan's strength dissipated into thin air. Releasing a heavy sigh of relief, Xiao Yan felt his body go limp, his chest heaving violently. Lying in the frigid cavern, Xiao Yan sensed the abundant energy within him, a vitality he had not experienced for 4 long years. A faint smile graced the corners of his mouth, which gradually broadened into a gentle laugh, then a hearty guffaw, and finally, an unrestrained roar of mirth. After lying on the cold stone floor for some time, Xiao Yan slowly regained his composure. The joy etched upon his face was almost impossible to conceal. He shifted his slightly numb legs and resumed his meditative posture. Exhaling softly, he gently closed his eyes, allowing his mind to delve deeper within. Internal vision, an auxiliary skill accessible only to those of the fighter rank, revealed more profound insights into one's inner state as one's strength increased. As his consciousness sank into his abdomen, a palm-sized milky white vortex began to rotate slowly, encased by a layer of nebulous milky energy. Though the two terms differed by a mere character, the disparity between them was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. Guiding the vortex with his mind, Xiao Yan felt a slight stirring in his heart. A strand of milky white fighting energy swiftly detached from the vortex, surging forth in accordance with his mental directive. As he continued to master the inhalation and exhalation of the vortex, his proficiency increased, and he finally halted his playful manipulation, gradually withdrawing his consciousness from within. His tightly shut eyes suddenly fluttered open, and the milky white glow in his obsidian pupils lingered for a good 10 seconds before fading away. With a slight parting of his lips, he expelled a cloud of murky air, and after releasing this foul breath, Xiao Yan's complexion visibly brightened, radiating a newfound vitality. With a gentle twist of his neck, the sound of bones colliding elicited a smile from Xiao Yan. He lifted his gaze towards the figure of the medicine elder, who hovered like a specter at the cave's entrance, and beamed brilliantly. I succeeded. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Achieving a cyclone on your first attempt is commendable. The medicine elder nodded in acknowledgement, his tone measured. Surely this is a testament to my prowess? Xiao Yan shrugged, a hint of supplication gracing his expression as he extended his hand, somewhat bashfully suggesting, Master, now that I have reached the doja level, might it be time for me to receive the doja techniques? At this, the medicine elder rolled his eyes, drifting into the cave and settling slowly before Xiao Yan. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with an air of solemnity. What techniques do you seek? Well, I mean, the one even more enigmatic than the heavenly tier techniques, the one that can evolve that, Xiao Yan stammered, scratching his head awkwardly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of inscrutable meaning crossed the medicine elder's face, and he unexpectedly fell into silence. Master, what troubles you? Is it possible that those techniques were merely a ruse? Xiao Yan inquired, a tinge of unease creeping into his voice at the elder's demeanor. These techniques can indeed facilitate evolution, I assure you, I have not deceived you, the medicine elder replied softly. Hearing the elder confirm this once more brought a spark of joy to Xiao Yan's countenance. Rubbing his hands together, he cautiously inquired, "Then may I practice them?" These techniques are exceedingly peculiar. While they can indeed promote evolution, the risks involved are exceptionally high. After a prolonged silence, the medicine elder sighed. With a wry smile, the old pharmacist shook his head and replied helplessly, "Since acquiring this technique, I have neither seen nor heard of anyone successfully cultivating it. Therefore, I cannot provide a definitive answer. However, based on my extensive experience, the success rate of reaching the pinnacle of this peculiar technique seems to be less than 20%. 20%? Xiao Yan's face stiffened as he forced a laugh. Surely it cannot be that low? Sighing and nodding, the old pharmacist responded bitterly, "I am afraid it is indeed that low." Rubbing his forehead with a bitter smile, Xiao Yan still found it difficult to relinquish hope. The allure of evolving into a heavenly tier technique was simply too immense for him. "Could you elaborate on the general methods of cultivating this technique, master?" The old pharmacist's withered hands rubbed together as he hesitated for a moment before softly speaking. "The conditions for the evolution of this technique are also related to the extraordinary flames I mentioned to you a few days ago." Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, maintaining silence as he leaned in to listen. "Alas, I stumbled upon this technique by chance. Originally nameless, I bestowed upon it the title burning decision." At this juncture, a complex expression flickered across the old pharmacist's face, revealing that the process of acquiring this technique was not as simple as he had claimed. The burning decision can indeed evolve. However, its evolution requires extraordinary flames as a catalyst, and each evolution must consume a distinct type of extraordinary flame. The voice of the esteemed elder Yao was tinged with a slight rasp. One must understand that he is inherently a force of destruction and fury. It is not only exceedingly rare, appearing but once in a century, but even upon encountering it, who can guarantee the success of its consumption? In my pursuit of the bone spirit cold fire, I nearly met my own demise, consumed to nothingness. What is most terrifying is the fact that this technique necessitates the devouring of various. Good heavens! Merely one type of can torment a Dou Huang expert to near death. I can scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue should a person possess two or even more within themselves. Gazing at Elder Yao, whose face was painted with disbelief, Xiao Yan found himself momentarily paralyzed. To evolve through the consumption of goodness. It is uncertain who would be the predator and who the prey. The creator of this technique must surely be mad. Although the danger associated with this method is extraordinarily high, I harbor no doubts regarding its potential. Should one truly succeed in mastering it. On the Dou Qi Continent, apart from a select few, there would scarcely be anyone capable of standing against them, Elder Yao lamented. Xiao Yan nodded in empathetic agreement. If someone could adeptly control multiple, then even a powerhouse of the Dou Shang level would likely refrain from underestimating them. Of course, this is contingent upon him not being devoured by the himself. Observing Xiao Yan, Elder Yao hesitated before inquiring, "Now do you still wish to learn?" Trembling slightly, Xiao Yan fell into silence. Chapter 67. The choice regarding this so-called decision of relinquishment, Xiao Yan found himself reluctant to abandon it. After all, the prospect of evolving to a heavenly tier technique was incredibly alluring to him. In this vast continent of fighting spirit, possession of a heavenly tier technique was tantamount to holding a passport to becoming a peak powerhouse. However, despite the power of such techniques, the mere 2% success rate was enough to daunt anyone. With his fingers tightly intertwined, Xiao Yan's visage fluctuated between uncertainty and anguish, the inner turmoil of hesitation and distress intertwining within him. Observing the silent Xiao Yan, Yao Lao's aged face revealed a fleeting expression of complexity. After a prolonged silence, he gently sighed, "This is a choice only you can make. I do not wish to interfere too much. However, I would like to ask you something. Do you have any feelings for that girl named Xiao Sooner?" Caught off guard by Yao Lao's whimsical inquiry, Xiao Yan's face tinged slightly with crimson. He opened his mouth, and after a while he managed a wry smile. "Why do you suddenly ask such a question, master? Sooner is my sister, after all. What feelings could I possibly have for her?" The final statement seemed to carry a hint of weakness. "Haha, your sister, you say? You are well aware that there is no blood relation between you two. That girl is merely 15 or 16 years old, and already she has captivated the admiration of the younger generation of the Xiao clan. What will happen when she grows older? At this point, Yao Lao cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan and continued with a faint smile. If you think about a day in the future when she is embraced by another man, how would that make you feel? The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched in a bitter smile, and his brow furrowed slowly as he let out a sigh, murmuring, "It seems a bit difficult to accept." He, since you find it somewhat hard to accept, it is clear that you do not merely regard her as a sister, said Yao Lao with a knowing smile. Xiao Yan's face flushed once more, and he found himself at a loss for words, helplessly spreading his hands as he replied, "What exactly are you trying to convey, master? I have shared so much with you merely to help you gain clarity regarding your emotions. Given that you harbor certain, shall we say, wicked thoughts about her, it is imperative that you assess your own strength and potential for growth." Yao Lao's expression turned serious, and he pondered, that girl's background is rather formidable. I cannot fathom how someone of her stature could possibly be linked to your humble family. Nonetheless, this does not bridge the chasm between you. The disparity in your identities is insurmountable. Even if she harbors feelings for you, those supporting her will never consent. With narrowed eyes, Xiao Yan instinctively clenched his intertwined hands. This continent reveres strength above all. With power comes dignity. You are well aware of the attitude that Nailin Yenran displayed towards you. Her ability to condescend and mock you stemmed from her superior background and strength. Observing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Yao Lao sighed deeply, imparting his wisdom. The forces behind Xiao Suner are far more formidable than those of the Yunlan sect. Therefore, in their eyes, your status is akin to that of an ant. Even if you possess remarkable talent for cultivation, they are unlikely to pay you much heed. Throughout the years, they have encountered numerous prodigies of extraordinary caliber. Only by demonstrating true power that incites their trepidation can you hope to achieve your desires. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and shrugged, speaking softly, "If I cultivate this burning decision, will it grant me such strength? One might say that only if you successfully master the burning decision could it become a possibility," Elder Yao replied, shaking his head gravely. With a gentle sigh, Xiao Yan propped his chin on his palm, as the elegant visage of the young girl, with her every smile and frown, inexplicably materialized before him, her laughter ringing like silver bells in his ears. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Yan remarked with a wry smile, "After all that you've said, aren't you still refraining from interfering in my choices?" Chuckling awkwardly, Elder Yao rubbed his parched, aged face and confessed, "All right, I admit I have been somewhat encouraging in this regard. However, from my perspective, I sincerely hope you will cultivate this burning decision. You must be aware that I am currently merely a soul, correct?" Elder Yao inquired, spreading his hands. Xiao Yan nodded. "In this state, I should, by all accounts, be considered deceased. Yet, due to the exceptional strength of my soul, I have managed to exist in this peculiar manner," Elder Yao said with a self-deprecating smile, tinged with a hint of bitterness. "I find no joy in these illusory days. There remain tasks I must accomplish personally. Thus, I feel the need to extricate myself from this ethereal state." The teacher wishes to revive? With a blink of his eyes, Xiao Yan exclaimed in astonishment. It seems that in this world, there exists no means to resurrect the deceased. Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case. Nodding slightly, Yao Lao's gaze intensified with a quiet fervor. However, according to some obscure references within the burning decision, if one were to successfully cultivate, it appears possible to forge a vessel capable of harboring a soul using several complementary types of. In such a scenario, I would possess a new body, which could be regarded as a form of rebirth. I have endured the suffocating darkness within the ring for many years, all in hopes of one day encountering an individual whose spiritual power meets the necessary requirements. I consider myself fortunate to have ultimately found you." A subtle trace of sorrow concealed itself upon Yao Lao's withered visage. Gazing into Xiao Yan's deep, obsidian eyes, he offered a bittersweet smile and said, "Heh, you may regard these words as mere ramblings of an old man. Alas, though I vowed not to interfere, I find myself unable to refrain from speaking. It seems I truly am." With a self-deprecating shake of his head, Yao Lao extended his gnarled hand, and with a gentle tremor, 2 ethereal scrolls, one black and one red, materialized in his grasp. The crimson scroll represents a low-level fire attribute technique, while the black scroll is the infamous burning decision. The aged figure smiled gently, his withered face softening slightly as he spoke in a low voice. Choose for yourself, considering your own circumstances. Just remember, no matter what you decide, you are still my disciple, and I shall harbor no grievances against you. Staring blankly at the two ethereal scrolls before him, Xiao Yan propped his chin on his hand. After a lengthy pause, he licked his lips and, with a nonchalant shrug, remarked, although I harbor a fear of death, without strength there can be no dignity. I have no desire to endure the humiliation that Nalan Yenran inflicted upon me a second time. Moreover, if it truly proves too difficult, I could always shift to another technique later. Shaking his head, a radiant smile spread across Xiao Yan's handsome face. He reached out and grasped the black scroll, which elicited a slight reddening and glistening in the old man's eyes. The moment his palm made contact with the scroll, it transformed into a stream of information that surged directly into Xiao Yan's mind. In the narrow confines of the cave, the elder observed Xiao Yan as he closed his eyes and cultivated his energy. Rubbing his reddened eyes, the elder understood that Xiao Yan's choice of this perilous technique stemmed from his own motivations. A wave of warmth washed over his aged heart, and with a deep sigh, he murmured, "Rest assured, I shall cultivate you into the most exceptional alchemist." Upon breaking through to the rank of a fighter, everyone gains the qualification to practice techniques. After undertaking such practices, the formless milky white energy within their bodies will transform into the attribute-specific energy of the technique. The initial transformation of fighting energy does not require an extensive duration. Thus, merely 2 hours later, Xiao Yan, seated in a cross-legged position, gradually opened his eyes. After practicing the fighting energy techniques, he appeared noticeably more spirited than before, his delicate visage radiating a subtle, jade-like glow, exuding vitality. As he blinked, Xiao Yan gazed around the cave, which seemed considerably brighter, and smiled faintly, aware that this was a result of the heightened sensory responses brought about by his training. "Have you succeeded?" inquired Yao Lao with a smile. Nodding affirmatively, Xiao Yan extended his fair hand, and the fighting energy within him, now transformed into a pale yellow vortex, swiftly emanated a stream of light yellow fighting energy, eventually settling at the acupoint in his palm. The projection of fighting energy is typically an accomplishment reserved for great fighting masters, a level that Xiao Yan evidently did not possess at the moment. Thus, the fighting energy within him did not break through the blockage at the acupoint. It merely began to shimmer with a faint yellow luminescence on his fair palm, resembling the dim glow of a flickering candle, delicate yet slightly muted. The pale yellow hue, indicative of low-level fire attribute techniques, signifies that the higher the level of fighting energy techniques, the deeper the color becomes. Gazing at the faint yellow glow in his palm, Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly and raised his face to offer a wry smile. "Before the burning decision has undergone its evolution, my Dou Qi techniques are rather rudimentary compared to most. To speak of challenging opponents of higher ranks is ambitious. Even facing an adversary of the same level who has cultivated a profound grade technique presents a considerable dilemma for me. Although the burning decision currently resides within the lowly yellow tier, its potency rivals that of mid-level yellow grade techniques. Furthermore, despite the limitations of my technique, I still possess 3 profound grade combat skills, which should sufficiently compensate for the disparity in my techniques." With a reassuring smile, the elder Yao offered his counsel. "Your Dou Qi technique may lack refinement when compared to others, implying that in terms of endurance and robustness you might fall short. Hence, in future battles, you must be decisive. When you choose to act, do so with all your might. Aim for swift resolution." Xiao Yan nodded, yet his furrowed brow betrayed a lingering discontent. Observing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Elder Yao, well acquainted with his temperament, sighed in resignation. "Once you thoroughly assimilate the 3 combat skills at hand, I shall provide you with new techniques, lest you overwhelm yourself with excess. Surely you are aware of that principle?" "What level?" Xiao Yan inquired, his eyes brightening with cautious anticipation. Amused by Xiao Yan's careful demeanor, Elder Yao huffed, "It shall not be of a lower grade than the 8 extremes burst." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's countenance lit up with joy. The 8 extremes burst is a high-level profound grade combat skill. If it surpasses that, what tier could it possibly be? Earth grade. Although the distinction between the Earth tier and the advanced Shen tier is merely one level, the chasm between them is as vast as a gulf. The techniques of the advanced Shen tier can occasionally be procured from high-end auctions, provided one possesses substantial financial resources and a stroke of luck. However, the Earth tier techniques are truly a rarity, often deemed priceless yet elusive. It is said that within the black market of the imperial capital of the Jaimar Empire, Earth tier techniques have been driven to exorbitant prices nearing 10 million, an amount equivalent to the entire annual tax revenue of the Jaimar Empire, yet still unattainable. Despite the mere difference of a single tier, the price disparity is staggering, exceeding hundreds of times, illustrating that the Shen tier and Earth tier are fundamentally different concepts. Reflecting on this almost legendary level, Xiao Yan felt a surge of fervor, wishing fervently to compel Yao Lao to impart his teachings immediately. However, upon weighing their respective statuses, he prudently dismissed this absurd notion. "Master, when will you teach me the art of alchemy?" he inquired, momentarily setting aside the allure of Earth-tier combat techniques. "Alchemy is not something that can be learned within such a small family," Yao Lao replied, shaking his head with a smile. "Moreover, you have a 3-year wager with Nalan Yenran, and nearly half of that time has already elapsed. Remaining in Wutan City, your progress in cultivation is exceedingly slow, and many of my training methods cannot be applied here due to the complex environment. Therefore, I wish to take you out for training and experience. This journey may be prolonged, lasting perhaps over a year." Over a year? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment. However, recalling the haughty woman, he could only nod resolutely. "All right, if it's more than a year, then so be it. When do we set off?" "Wait for another 2 months. Master Yao replied with a smile. "Why wait so long?" Xiao Yan inquired, puzzled. "Because a month from now marks the enrollment period for the Jianan Academy, and you need to register," Master Yao explained, still smiling. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan sighed, "What do I need to go there for? I lack neither martial arts nor techniques. What more could they possibly teach me?" "You are not going there to learn," Master Yao retorted with an exasperated glance, furrowing his brow as he spoke in a serious tone. "Your purpose for attending the Jianan Academy is to seek out a rare fire. I have received intel that there exists a type of exotic flame known as the Falling Heart Flame, which ranks 14th on the exotic flame rankings. If you can obtain this flame, the burning decision may very well evolve." "Falling Heart Flame?" Xiao Yan murmured softly, the peculiar name igniting a spark of excitement in his eyes. Chapter 69. The enraged Sun heir. After finalizing all matters, Xiao Yan slowly emerged from the cave, stealthily climbing the steep path to the summit. Upon confirming that no one was around, he exhaled a sigh of relief and strode confidently towards his family. Who has provoked them? He wondered in astonishment, shaking his head. Just then, a girl dressed in green emerged from a nearby path, standing gracefully before him. Startled by Xiao Yan's unusual behavior, Sun heir shook her head in confusion. After a moment, she stepped closer, her gaze flitting over Xiao Yan's form, and a hint of astonishment subtly graced her delicate features. With her hands clasped behind her back, she leaned slightly forward, their faces merely a centimeter apart, and with a teasing smile, she inquired, "Brother Xiao Yan, have you advanced to the rank of a fighter?" The warm, fragrant breeze that brushed against his face momentarily distracted Xiao Yan, causing him to shake his head vigorously to dispel the thoughts that stirred within him. He playfully patted the head of the girl, who stood nearly at his height, and sighed, "Could you not let me announce it myself? Would it not satisfy my vanity?" Upon hearing this, Sun heir's eyes curved gracefully like crescent moons. She extended her fair, delicate hand, as she often did, to smooth out the slightly wrinkled fabric of Xiao Yan's clothing. In the past, Xiao Yan would have thought little of this gesture, but ever since the old medicine master had exposed his innermost feelings, a flutter of excitement had begun to stir within him. Nearby, a few clan members passed by the path, and upon witnessing Sun heir attending to Xiao Yan's attire like a dutiful wife, they could not help but express their envy. Gazing down at her exquisitely flawless face, a strand of hair fell gently across her smooth forehead, occasionally lifted by a gentle breeze, revealing her sparkling, expressive eyes that were utterly enchanting. Staring blankly at Sun heir, Xiao Yan felt his breath gradually quicken, and a flicker of fervor ignited within his gaze. "Brother Xiao Yan, what are you looking at?" Adjusting Xiao Yan's attire, Suner finally noticed the fervent gaze in his eyes. Her delicate face flushed slightly as she softly chided. Ah, Awakened from his reverie, Xiao Yan's countenance similarly turned a shade rosy. Fortunately, his complexion was much tougher than Suner's. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he casually remarked, "It's nothing. I merely feel that Suner has become increasingly beautiful." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Suner let out a noncommittal hum, yet her rosy lips curved into a delightful smile. "Oh, by the way," as if recalling something, Suner suddenly directed her gaze back to Xiao Yan and gently inquired, "Now that you have advanced to a Dou fighter, I assume you have begun to study Dou Qi techniques?" Xiao Yan's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly nodded. With her slender fingers resting on her pristine chin, Suner cheerfully asked, "May I see what level of technique you possess?" Cough. Techniques are merely external possessions. As long as one diligently cultivates, what level does it matter? Xiao Yan chuckled awkwardly. Observing his demeanor, Suner's eyes narrowed into a perilous slant, yet her voice remained sweet and melodic. "Xiao Yan Gij, please let me see." Faced with Suner's unwavering insistence, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shrug and extend his hand. Moments later, a faint yellow glow emerged. "Xiao Yan Gij, is this what you meant by being able to find better techniques?" Gazing at the flickering pale yellow light, Suner's face darkened slightly, her tightly pursed rosy lips betraying her simmering frustration. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. It is abundantly clear that possessing advanced techniques in the early stages of cultivation would yield significant benefits in the future, yet you still chose to reject me. Sun Air is not merely a gift to be discarded. You could always seek out more advanced techniques and repay me later. Yet here you are, practicing the most rudimentary methods. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Sun Air's eyes widened, glaring at Xiao Yan with indignation, her long eyelashes glistening with a few crystalline droplets, presenting a captivatingly endearing sight. To witness the gentle and composed Sun Air adopt such a demeanor speaks volumes about her bewilderment and frustration regarding Xiao Yan's actions. Observing Sun Air, who bit her lip with a resolute expression, demanding an explanation, Xiao Yan could only shake his head in resignation. With a soft, pained smile, he replied, "Have we not lived together for over a decade? Do you truly not understand me? Do you really think I am the kind of fool who would forsake advanced techniques to practice the most basic ones? But your technique, it is clearly of the yellow grade," she retorted, her anger somewhat easing at his words. Yet her resolve remained firm as she insisted, "One cannot simply judge by appearances. I am currently unable to elaborate on the reasons. In due time, you will comprehend that my actions are not driven by mere impulse." Xiao Yan chuckled. "Really?" Gazing at Xiao Yan, whose expression exuded earnest conviction, Sun Air fell into a contemplative silence before hesitantly inquiring once more. Indeed, absolutely true." Nodding hurriedly, Xiao Yan feared that she would persist in this line of questioning, so he swiftly redirected the conversation. "Has something happened in the family recently? Why do several elders appear so troubled?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded in realization. No wonder the three elders wore such grim expressions. Rubbing his nose, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and inwardly scoffed. He is merely a first-tier alchemist. Could it be that the Jialia family has indeed turned the tides? Chapter 70. Investigation. After finding an excuse to part ways with Suner within the family, Xiao Yan quietly slipped out, pondering for a moment before heading towards the nearest small market of the Jialia family. Although he had no interest in alleviating the elders' woes, he hoped to offer some assistance to his father within his capacity. To provide such help, it was essential to ascertain the situation, thus prompting Xiao Yan to first explore the market of the Jialia family. This small market was somewhat secluded, typically witnessing scant foot traffic. However, as Xiao Yan entered, he was taken aback by the throngs of people crowding the streets and the cacophony of noise that filled the air. Standing at the entrance of the market, he observed some mercenaries emerging from the crowd, clutching small wooden boxes, their faces alight with joy as they hurried out of the market. Upon exiting, Xiao Yan opened the lid of one box, revealing 10 small vials inside. The vials were crafted from crude materials, clearly fashioned from the most basic jade, making it exceedingly difficult to preserve the potency of the medicines contained within. Upon opening the bottle cap, a pale blue liquid was revealed, emanating a faint medicinal scent. Teacher, is this considered a healing potion? Xiao Yan pondered, somewhat astonished by the thin potency of the liquid. Well, it can be regarded as the most basic form of healing elixir, the teacher replied. It possesses some healing properties, and such rudimentary potions are not particularly challenging to concoct. However, given their commonality and low market price, only a few first-tier alchemists would bother to produce them. Indeed, the cost was quite low. 100 gold coins for 10 vials, which amounted to merely 10 coins per vial, rather meager for an alchemist. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before asking, Teacher, do you have a recipe for a slightly better healing potion? There are many, the teacher said, pausing briefly, but those potions are too elementary, and I rarely concoct them. Do you wish to create some for the Xiao family? Well, since you have become a fighter, it would be good for you to try your hand at alchemy. Me? I shall concoct them? Xiao Yan responded with surprise. A spark of excitement flickered across his face as he tossed the box in his hand into a nearby ditch and swiftly made his way towards the central location of the Meitel auction house. Just before arriving at the auction, Xiao Yan discreetly donned a voluminous black cloak, then approached the auction house at a leisurely pace. Xiao Yan's attire had become familiar to all the staff within the Meitel auction house. Thus, upon catching sight of the slowly approaching figure cloaked in black, someone swiftly entered the auction hall to inform Yafei and Gu and I. Listening to the report from her subordinate, Yafei and Gu and I simultaneously abandoned their tasks and hurried to the entrance of the auction house, ultimately welcoming Xiao Yan into the reception area with cheerful smiles. I have come to request your assistance in procuring a superior alchemy furnace. A frail voice emerged from beneath the dark robe as he took a delicate sip from the teacup beside him. Aware of the individual's identity, Yafei exhibited no surprise at the request. She smiled and nodded, beckoning a maid over to whisper a few instructions in her ear before dismissing her with a wave. It seems you have arrived at an opportune moment, esteemed sir. This morning, we received an alchemy furnace crafted from flame essence, forged by the renowned master He from the Gamma Empire. This furnace not only enhances the potency of fighting flames but also incorporates rare metals that can significantly elevate the chances of successful potion making. Recently, such alchemy furnaces have become quite favored among the alchemists of the Gamma Empire, Yafei remarked with a radiant smile, her gaze captivating. In the aged voice, there was a hint of satisfaction. After a brief hesitation, he continued, Please prepare for me a low-level storage ring, along with 500 stalks of blood, 600 blooms of bone flower, 500 petals of poppy flower, and 500 grains of vitality fruit. Listening to these demands, Gu Ni's eyelids twitched slightly. Even the most basic storage ring costs around 70 to 80,000 coins. Although the herbs requested were not particularly rare, the sheer quantity would still amount to at least 100,000 gold coins. Furthermore, the fiery alchemical furnace mentioned by Yafei could fetch at least 150,000 at auction. Altogether, these items would undoubtedly require a sum nearing 300,000 gold coins, which would be challenging to procure. Yafei was equally taken aback by the extensive list of materials. The current auction house was not solely her domain. Most of the profits had to be remitted to the headquarters. While it was not impossible to privately mobilize 300,000, it would surely draw attention from above. Biting her red lips gently, after weighing the benefits brought by a fourth-tier alchemist, Yafei smiled and said, Old sir, within an hour, everything will be prepared. A soft chuckle escaped the aged voice, which for the first time revealed a satisfied smile in front of Yafei. Beneath the black robe, a pale hand emerged, retrieving a blue jade card and placing it on the table. The alchemist smiled, saying, I know this amount is insufficient to purchase the items mentioned earlier. However, please add a set of materials for gathering chi powder among the herbs you are to procure. Upon hearing this, Gu Ni's expression changed slightly. Another set of materials for gathering chi powder? Would that not mean an additional expenditure of over 50,000 gold coins? The rosy lips parted slightly, and a hint of irritation flickered in Yafei's heart. Although the other party was a fourth-grade alchemist, one could not help but feel that such persistent demands were rather excessive. Yet, despite the simmering annoyance within, her enchanting countenance remained adorned with a smile. After a moment of contemplation and a wry internal chuckle upon reflecting that one must not be overly indulgent, she resignedly nodded in agreement. It appears there has been a misunderstanding. This particular material does not belong to me. I merely wish to assist you in refining a qi gathering powder. You need only provide the materials, which does not seem unreasonable, does it? An elderly voice interjected with a gentle laugh. Chapter 71. The situation of the Xiao family after nearly an hour of quiet contemplation. A charming maid finally entered, carrying a small silver tray with both hands, upon which rested a pale red ring. Receiving the tray and dismissing the maid, Yafei personally extended it towards Xiao Yan, smiling as she said, "Esteemed elder, the alchemical furnace and materials you require are all within this spatial ring." As he lifted the ring from the silver tray and turned it thoughtfully in his palm, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. The voice of the alchemist also resonated at the perfect moment. Indeed, once the qi gathering powder has been successfully refined, I shall bring it to you. With a glimmer of joy in her beautiful eyes, Yafei eagerly nodded. Very well, you need not escort me. I shall take my leave. Gazing at the figure that vanished behind the door, Yafei gently bit her crimson lip, stepping forward to clasp the blue jade card in her hand. After a moment's contemplation, she softly inquired, "Uncle Gunny, it seems that the success rate of refining the qi gathering pill is rather low, is it not? Indeed, it is said that even Master Guha, the Pill King, has a success rate of merely around 70% when refining the qi gathering pill. A typical 4th grade alchemist may possess less than a 50% success rate." Gunny replied in a somber tone. Yet, this venerable gentleman succeeded on his first attempt. Yafei remarked, her brows slightly furrowed. Who can say? Perhaps he was merely fortunate. Gunny replied, shaking his head, seemingly unconcerned. After all, luck plays a significant role in an alchemist's endeavors. With favorable circumstances, one might not fail even after several attempts. Could it be possible that he is more than just a 4th grade alchemist? Yafei hesitated before voicing her uncertainty. How could that be? In the Gemon Empire, 5th grade alchemists are exceedingly rare. Those at such a level are regarded as esteemed guests by even the most powerful forces, such as the Empire and the Yunlan sect, so why would they come here to auction their pills? Gunny chuckled. Upon hearing this, Yafei nodded slightly, letting out a soft sigh, and wryly remarked, "It seems I am still lacking in experience. My previous hesitation has likely diminished this mysterious alchemist's goodwill towards us. Do not be too hard on yourself. Such a substantial sum is daunting. Even I would hesitate to relinquish it all at once. Your ability to reach this point is commendable. As for building a relationship, we can take our time. As long as he harbors no animosity towards us, that is sufficient," Gunny reassured her. With a wry smile and a nod, Yafei languidly settled into her chair, her curves accentuated. She blinked her elongated eyes, a hint of confusion in her voice as she murmured, "What does he intend to do with such a plethora of inferior medicinal materials? These herbs possess the properties of hemostasis and bone regeneration. It seems he is planning to concoct healing potions." After a moment's contemplation, Gunny furrowed her brow, equally perplexed, and remarked, "But given his status, why would he resort to crafting such inexpensive healing remedies?" Upon hearing this, Yafei narrowed her beautiful eyes, her slender fingers lightly tapping the table. After a brief pause, she exclaimed softly, "It appears this elderly gentleman is rather attentive to the Xiao family." Gunny's brow tightened in astonishment as she inquired, "Are you suggesting he intends to create healing potions for the Xiao family? It seems they have indeed secured a formidable ally. The Gale family is in for trouble." Listening to Yafei's analysis, Gunny grinned, a tinge of envy gracing her features. Receiving assistance from a 4th-tier alchemist is a privilege not afforded to many families. Nodding slightly, Yafei chuckled, "Perhaps we should engage more with the Xiao family. While adding embellishments is delightful, providing timely assistance is far more effective in strengthening our mutual relationship." Gunny nodded in agreement. With the backing of a 4th-tier alchemist, the Xiao family had certainly become a force to be reckoned with. After leaving the auction house, Xiao Yan, as was his wont, cautiously meandered for some time before finally veering into a secluded alley to change his attire. Casting aside the delicate, pale red spatial ring in his hand, Xiao Yan felt a surge of joy. This ring was crafted from a rare material known as spatial stone, which contained a unique small space capable of storing any lifeless object, making it exceedingly convenient. However, due to the scarcity of spatial stone, Such rings were remarkably precious. The modest ring in Xiao Yan's possession, being the lowest grade, offered merely 3 to 4 cubic meters of space, yet its value approached a staggering 100,000 gold coins. Within the Xiao family, he had only ever seen his father and the Grand Elder possessing such rings. After toying with the ring for a moment, Xiao Yan hesitated, ultimately choosing not to wear it again. Instead, he carefully tucked it into his bosom, knowing its considerable worth might raise questions from his father and others regarding its origin. As he traversed the narrow path through the family estate, he passed the council hall, where his father's furious shouts echoed ominously. His eyelids twitched involuntarily, prompting him to lean closer and peek through the crack of the door. Damn it! That old rascal Jailebi is too arrogant, daring to so brazenly seize business. Inside the hall, Xiao Yan wore a face of thunder, fiercely slamming his fist on the table, causing tea to spill across the surface. The Xiao family's markets were suffering significant losses, and the remaining merchants were increasingly anxious, with many discreetly fleeing to the Jailebi family's market. If this continued for another fortnight, it seemed inevitable that our market would face closure. The second elder, seated below, bore a dark expression, gritting his teeth in frustration. How about I take some elite members of our family to quietly eliminate that first-grade alchemist? The third elder's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he spoke ominously. However, there are at least 2 Grand Dou masters guarding the alchemist, making it no simple task, Xiao Yan replied, waving his hand in exasperation. But if we continue to drag this out, our losses will be too significant. The profits from the markets within Wutan account for a substantial portion of our family's income. The third elder lamented. Xiao Yan's lips twitched. At this moment, he too could not devise an alternative plan. That mysterious alchemist from the auction mentioned the possibility of collaboration. Did he not? Given Guni's respectful demeanor towards him, it stands to reason that his standing is quite elevated. With his assistance, the Gale family would surely be unable to stir up much trouble. The usually silent first elder suddenly spoke softly. Alas, who knows if he was merely speaking casually? What could someone of his caliber gain from partnering with us? Would he truly care about that meager profit? Xiao Yan sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile as he sank into a chair. The 3 elders also fell silent. Indeed, individuals of such stature were somewhat beyond the reach of the Xiao family. Damn it, let us endure for a few more days. If the Gale family continues to act recklessly, then they must not blame us for fighting to the bitter end. Xiao Yan licked his lips, gripping the back of the chair tightly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Outside, upon hearing this, Xiao Yan slightly shrugged, his hand brushing over the spatial ring concealed within his robes, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips as he slowly withdrew. Chapter 72. The novice alchemist. It was once said by the venerable Elder Yao that during the alchemical process, one must never be disturbed. With the multitude of family members bustling about, should someone intrude as Xiao Yu had done previously, the consequences would be unbearable for Xiao Yan. Sneaking stealthily into the cave, Xiao Yan eagerly retrieved a spatial ring from his bosom, channeling a surge of energy into it. The faintly crimson ring flickered momentarily, and then a red alchemical cauldron, approximately half a meter in height, materialized within the cave. The cauldron was enveloped in a deep crimson hue, adorned with glimmers of light. At its base, 2 fearsome serpent heads were intricately carved, their gaping maws forming twin interconnected fire channels. These openings twisted and turned, narrowing as one delved deeper, hinting at hidden mysteries within. Scattered across the lid were meticulously crafted holes made of ice silver, serving the purpose of dissipating heat to prevent catastrophic explosions. Centrally placed within the cauldron was a transparent mirror made of frost essence, allowing one to observe the inner workings clearly during the alchemical process. The surface of the cauldron was embellished with breathtaking engravings of magical beasts, their lifelike appearances evoking a sense of vitality. Gazing at the resplendent cauldron, Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction, running his fingers over the ancient black ring adorning his hand. In a flash of ethereal light, Elder Yao materialized before him. Indeed, a dual-chambered cauldron. This should suffice for a novice such as yourself, he remarked, casting a glance at the twin serpent mouths atop the crimson cauldron. A dual-chambered cauldron? Xiao Yan blinked in confusion at this unfamiliar term. The medicinal cauldron is classified into various levels. the greater the number of fire ports on the cauldron, the more advanced and rare it is deemed. One should not presume that creating such fire ports is merely a matter of drilling a few holes. The intricacies within are exceedingly difficult for an outsider to discern. The fire ports represent the essence of the cauldron, necessitating meticulous precision in crafting. During the forging process, even the slightest error could render the entire cauldron a failure. Consequently, a cauldron with a greater number of fire ports provides superior assistance in alchemical endeavors. Naturally, controlling multiple fire ports requires formidable spiritual perception. At present, your ability to manage 2 ports is already at your limit, explained the elder with a smile. A quality cauldron is as crucial to an alchemist as a sword is to a warrior. Slightly dazed, Xiao Yan gazed at the imposing object before him and asked, "What should I do next?" "First, familiarize yourself with the cauldron. Place one hand upon the fire port and channel your internal energy into it," instructed the elder, seated cross-legged within the cave. Nodding in understanding, Xiao Yan touched the fire port, closing his eyes momentarily. The pale yellow vortex within him stirred slightly, and waves of pale yellow energy surged forth, illuminating his palm with a faint golden hue. Upon reaching his palm, the pale yellow energy momentarily stilled, then, as if drawn by an intense suction, erupted from his palm and, through the fire port, penetrated the cauldron. With a muffled sound, the pale yellow energy, after passing through the fire port, was abruptly transformed into a pale yellow, tangible flame, which churned and blazed within the cauldron. Indeed, it is quite remarkable that you were able to conjure flames on your very first attempt. Gazing at the roiling flames within the alchemical cauldron, the elder nodded and spoke in a solemn tone. "The flames you have summoned are not those of alchemical crafting. Now, focus your spirit and control the trace of wood element within you, then infuse it into the cauldron." It took over 10 minutes for Xiao Yan to locate the power of wood within himself, and only then did he exhale in relief, opening his eyes. "Have you found it?" Upon seeing Xiao Yan awaken, the elder expressed a hint of surprise. When he noticed the affirmative nod from the youth, he could not help but commend him internally. When he had first sought the wood element within himself, it had taken him nearly half an hour. This only underscores the formidable perceptive ability of Xiao Yan's spirit. Xiao Yan extended a finger and gently tapped another flame source, allowing a thin stream of green energy to be gradually infused. As the green energy entered the cauldron, the pale yellow flames suddenly quieted as if a chemical reaction had occurred. At that moment, even before Xiao Yan could control the flames, he sensed that the violent elements within had been neutralized by the wood power. Moreover, due to the principle of wood nurturing fire, the flames now exhibited a significantly enhanced persistence and controllability compared to before. Content with this progress, the elder nodded approvingly and placed his finger upon Xiao Yan's forehead, transmitting a wealth of information into the latter's mind. "This is a prescription I have formulated for healing. I encourage you to attempt its refinement. I will be here to guide you in managing the flame's temperature and the composition of the medicinal materials." With his eyes half closed, Xiao Yan absorbed the information in his mind and nodded lightly. Blood coagulating powder, a single stalk of blood coagulation herb, a single fruit of vitality, and 2 poppy flowers. After committing the quantities of the medicinal ingredients to memory, Xiao Yan gradually extended his soul's perceptive ability into the alchemical cauldron, striving to control the relatively gentle flame. With a flick of his fingers on the spatial ring, a somewhat dark red blood coagulation herb materialized in his palm. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Yan cast it into the serpent-headed opening at the top of the cauldron. As soon as the blood coagulation herb entered the cauldron, he was unable to exert control in time. The flames surged upward, and in an instant, the herb was reduced to pitch-black ashes, ultimately expelled from the cauldron by its unique configuration. Observing his initial blunder, Xiao Yan offered an awkward smile. "Continue," the medicinal elder instructed calmly. Swallowing hard, Xiao Yan again threw in a stalk of blood coagulation herb. This time, the herb endured a little longer in the flames, yet still succumbed to becoming blackened ashes. The temperature has risen, wiping away a bead of cold sweat. As it came time for him to personally refine the elixir, Xiao Yan finally understood that this task was indeed not something just anyone could handle with ease. After persistently incinerating more than 20 stalks of blood coagulation herb, He finally grasped the optimal temperature for their adaptation. Once more, he cast a stalk of blood coagulation herb into the cauldron, his expression grave. He compressed the flame's temperature with unwavering focus, his eyes fixated through the icy mirror, intently watching the herb suspended in the flames. After a brief moment of tumult within the flames, the blood-coagulating herb began to shed its skin. Its sap gradually transformed into a pale powder through the roasting process. The essence of the herb's medicinal power was finally successfully extracted by the novice Xiao Yan. In the narrow confines of the cave, the flames in the alchemical cauldron flickered and danced fiercely against the walls. Xiao Yan, fully engrossed, gazed intently at the churning flames within the cauldron. Sweat beaded on his slightly pallid face, a testament to the grueling nature of alchemy, which demanded an immense expenditure of fighting spirit. At this moment, Xiao Yan's cultivation technique was merely of the lowest yellow rank, lacking in both strength and endurance. Thus, to endure nearly 2 hours at the cauldron was a considerable feat. With narrowed eyes, the elderly alchemist, aware that Xiao Yan had reached his limit, nodded slightly and said softly, "All right, let us take a break." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's weary shoulders sagged, and he collapsed onto the cold ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving with exertion. His entire body felt numb, rendering him too fatigued to even move a finger. At such times, cultivation yields the best results, the alchemist remarked, glancing at Xiao Yan, who lay on the ground like a puddle of mud. After a brief internal struggle between laziness and diligence, Xiao Yan reluctantly sat up, his trembling hands forming the seals for cultivation, and then he slowly closed his eyes. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's current state, Yao Lao smiled and shifted his gaze to the dozen or so jade boxes placed before the medicinal cauldron. Inside these boxes lay a pale white powder, meticulously extracted from the blood, representing the fruits of Xiao Yan's arduous efforts. As he examined the boxes from left to right, he noted the increasing richness of the powder's hue, culminating in the final box, where the powder had nearly achieved a pristine white quality. Observing this remarkable progress, Yao Lao nodded in astonishment, once again praising Xiao Yan's exceptional spiritual perception. After nearly an hour of meditation, the once dim vortex within Xiao Yan, drained of, finally began to emit a bright radiance once more, its brilliance seemingly enhanced compared to a few hours prior. Gradually opening his eyes, the pervasive sense of fatigue and numbness dissipated significantly. He twisted his neck, the satisfying sound of cracking bones escaping his lips as he exhaled contentedly. "Are you refreshed? Then let us continue," Yao Lao remarked with a smile, observing Xiao Yan's revitalized spirit. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Xiao Yan finally understood the deception he had fallen prey to during the arduous alchemical process. Previously, he had watched Yao Lao effortlessly conjure pill after pill with mere flicks of his wrist, leaving many in a frenzy over the seemingly simple act of alchemy. However, now that he had engaged in the practice himself, he realized that this endeavor was far more exhausting than the labor of transporting ores. Now understanding, though it seemed somewhat belated, Xiao Yan could only emit a frustrated sigh. He once again seated himself before the medicinal cauldron, commencing the extraction of the essence from 2 additional herbs. Armed with the experience of previously refining the coagulation grass, Xiao Yan found this endeavor significantly less arduous. After incinerating 8 essence fruits and 10 poppy flowers, he ultimately succeeded in extracting the necessary components for crafting a healing potion. The substance derived from the essence fruit appeared as small, slightly dark granules, renowned for their efficacy in dispelling stagnation and invigorating blood circulation. In the wilderness, seasoned mercenaries, when lacking sufficient healing potions, often pulverized essence fruits into a fine mash to alleviate their injuries. Conversely, the extract from the poppy flowers manifested as a pale red liquid, possessing the ability to numb nerves and serve as an analgesic. Gazing at the 3 meticulously arranged concoctions before him, the elderly alchemist nodded slightly, murmuring, "The requisite materials have been successfully extracted. Now, let us amalgamate their medicinal properties. This is the most crucial step in alchemy." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan, with a solemn expression, nodded in agreement. He skillfully cast the pure white powder into the cauldron and gently heated it for approximately 10 minutes. As the powder began to take on a faint reddish hue, he swiftly poured the poppy liquid into the mixture. As the liquid entered the cauldron, it enveloped the pure white powder, causing it to swirl momentarily in the flames. The two components gradually merged into a pale red, viscous liquid. With a concentrated effort, he exerted his spiritual perception to regulate the temperature of the flames, slowly roasting the pale red, sticky liquid. Beneath the relentless torment of the flames, the viscous liquid gradually transformed into a dark red paste. Gazing intently at the ominous concoction within the alchemical cauldron, Xiao Yan hesitated momentarily before casting the black granules of the vitality fruit into the mix. The resistance of various materials to heat varies significantly. Thus, one must master the art of manipulating the temperature of the flames at will. Where low heat is required, one must suppress the fire. Conversely, where high temperatures are needed, one must release the restraints to elevate the flames. Observing the anxious Xiao Yan, whose forehead glistened with sweat, the elder alchemist spoke calmly. Licking his parched lips, Xiao Yan nodded and promptly channeled a portion of his spiritual awareness, diligently striving to control the flames beneath the minuscule particles, gradually increasing their temperature. Boom! As he relinquished the constraints on the temperature with his spiritual awareness, an uncontrollable burst of flames surged forth, incinerating a small portion of the black granules into ash within moments. Startled and drenched in cold sweat, Xiao Yan hurriedly stifled the flames. His spiritual awareness was required to maintain the temperature on one side while simultaneously elevating the temperature on the other, a dual task that proved exceedingly perplexing. However, after navigating several precarious situations, he finally managed to regain his composure amidst the chaos. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he exhaled deeply, channeling the scant remaining energy within him into the fire's mouth. Within the confines of the medicinal cauldron, the minute black particles, unable to withstand the ever-increasing temperature, ultimately erupted, releasing puffs of dark powder that gradually wafted into the pale red paste, deepening its hue. Observing the breathless Xiao Yan, the old alchemist smiled gently. With a flick of his palm, the lid of the cauldron was sent soaring and fell away. With a beckoning gesture of his right hand, a substantial mass of deep red paste soared into the air, finally hovering in the cavern's midst. Glancing at the rich medicinal aroma emanating from the deep red paste, the old alchemist sliced through the air with his palm, causing the continuously flowing paste to be segmented into at least 100 small portions of gel-like liquid. He took the spatial ring from Xiao Yan's hand and, with a flick of his finger, a multitude of small jade bottles instantly filled the narrow cave. After arranging the bottles, he casually waved his hand, and the gel-like liquid accurately descended into the vessels. Grabbing one of the jade bottles, the old alchemist smiled as he handed it to Xiao Yan, teasingly exclaiming, "Congratulations, you have successfully refined medicine for the first time." Eagerly accepting the jade bottle, Xiao Yan gazed at the not entirely pure deep red medicinal liquid within. A wave of exhilarating pride surged within him. He chuckled, "From this day forth, I shall be regarded as a pharmacist." Chapter 74. Uninvited guests. In the ensuing days, Xiao Yan remained nearly constantly by the cauldron's side. Although the days were filled with arduous toil, the abundance of healing medicine filling his spatial ring brought him considerable solace during his moments of respite. It is worth mentioning that during nearly 5 continuous days of alchemy, Xiao Yan's internal fighting spirit has, unbeknownst to him, become significantly more robust. At his current level, it is likely that he has already reached the status of a 1-star fighter. Encouraged by this dual inspiration, Xiao Yan has finally persevered through the ordeal with gritted teeth. Meanwhile, in Wutan City, the atmosphere between the Xiao family and the Jialia family has grown increasingly strained. 2 days prior, the Jialia family seized an opportune moment to propose various terms exceedingly favorable to merchants, prompting a significant shift of those who had been previously hesitant towards the Jialia family's marketplace. In response to the Jialia family's measures, which threatened to fundamentally undermine the Xiao family's foundation, the upper echelons of the Xiao family, in their fury, have begun to contemplate drastic actions. By heavens, we can no longer endure this. Within merely 5 days, our Xiao family has suffered a loss of at least 50 to 60% in profits. If this continues, all the marketplaces will collapse. In the conference hall, the third elder, with a fierce countenance, exclaimed angrily. Within the hall, family members of considerable standing sat, their somber expressions reflecting the anger simmering within. Sighing deeply, the eldest elder spoke with a wry smile. Although if Gu and I were to lend his full support, we could certainly exhaust the Jialia family's first-grade alchemist in terms of numbers. He is, after all, associated with the Mitre auction house, which rarely intervenes in family disputes. The fact that we have gotten this far is already quite unexpected. Seated at the forefront, Xiao Yan's expression was somber as he nodded slightly. Although the healing potions sold by the Jialia family were of remarkably low grade, their abundance and affordability made them particularly appealing to mercenaries who often danced on the edge of danger. If only we could enlist a first-grade alchemist, we would be able to contend with them. In the hall, a voice drifted softly, though the speaker remained unknown. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. Alchemists in Wutan City were exceedingly scarce, and persuading those who held themselves in high regard was no simple task. It seemed the Jialia family had stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck, managing to secure an alchemist's assistance. In a corner of the hall, Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, and other young members of the family sat quietly, observing the grim countenance of their elders, hesitant to interject, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Sister, is that first-grade alchemist truly that formidable? Has he really brought our Xiao family to this state? Unable to bear the oppressive silence any longer, Xiao Ning whispered to Xiao Yu beside her. In response, Xiao Yu let out a soft sigh, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "An alchemist is indeed a profession of unparalleled distinction. A first-grade alchemist possesses strength that barely reaches the level of a fighter. In direct combat, any elder from our family could easily vanquish him. Yet, the true terror of an alchemist lies not in face-to-face confrontation. They possess the ability to concoct wondrous elixirs that drive people to madness. With such potions in hand, they wield an extraordinary influence, as many powerful individuals would willingly serve as their pawns in pursuit of these miraculous concoctions. In the continent of Dou Qi, many liken alchemists to a nest of poisonous bees. Once disturbed, they can summon countless henchmen in an instant. Imagine the scene of being besieged by 100 formidable warriors. Even if one were not killed outright, the relentless assault would surely wear one down to the brink of exhaustion." Upon recalling such a tumultuous scenario, Xiao Ning shuddered initially, only to be enveloped by a wave of envy. Do not harbor illusions. The prerequisites for becoming an alchemist are exceedingly stringent. As you well know, the chances are slimmer than a pie falling from the sky. Casting a scornful glance at Xiao Ning, Xiao Yu unceremoniously doused him with a bucket of cold water. Feeling somewhat disheartened by Xiao Yu's rebuttal, Xiao Ning pouted, lamenting that perhaps the entire Xiao clan lacks the fortune to produce even a single alchemist. At this, Xiao Yu was about to nod in agreement when a striking image of a young man clad in black suddenly flashed in her mind, none other than Xiao Yan. Shaking her head vigorously, Xiao Yu muttered to herself, "How could I possibly think of that little rascal? Humph, if that fellow were to become an alchemist, the value of alchemists in this world would undoubtedly plummet." After mentally cursing Xiao Yan, Xiao Yu shifted her gaze to a corner by the window. There, a girl in a green dress sat quietly, engrossed in a thick, ancient tome. Her slender fingers occasionally turned the pages, and her serene, graceful demeanor drew the discreet attention of several peers nearby. What a wonderful girl! Yet why does she have to harbor affection for that little scoundrel? With a helpless shake of her head, Xiao Yu fell into silence once more. Seated by the window, although immersed in her reading, Sooner could still perceive the oppressive atmosphere in the hall. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. After all, she had spent over a decade with the Xiao family. Regardless of the circumstances, especially due to her connection with Xiao Yan, she would not idly stand by and allow the Xiao family to be relentlessly crushed by the Geiji clan. Sighing softly to herself, she redirected her gaze to the pages of her book. Without Xiao Yan by her side, she found little desire to engage in conversation. At that moment, while discussions of strategies unfolded in the hall, a family guard hurriedly entered, respectfully reporting, "Patriarch, there is a man in a black robe outside who wishes to discuss some cooperative matters with you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan and several elders were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Suddenly, their somber expressions transformed into one of elation, and they swiftly rose, exclaiming, "Quickly, invite him in." Witnessing the reaction of Xiao Yan and the three elders, the onlookers in the hall were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. No need for invitations. How has the esteemed patriarch been lately? I have come unbidden, came a voice from outside, accompanied by a hearty laughter. As the sound echoed, a figure cloaked in a dark robe made its entrance into the hall, moving leisurely under the gaze of all present. At that moment, Sooner, who had been absorbed in her book, suddenly raised her delicate face, her autumn-like eyes fixating intently on the figure in the black robe as it stepped through the door. Chapter 75. A grand gesture as the figure in the black robe entered. Xiao Yan and the three elders promptly stepped away from the table, hastening forward with respectful smiles. Esteemed elder, our clan has been bustling with affairs, and Xiao Yan regrets not being able to greet you sooner. I hope for your understanding. No need for such formalities, came the faintly amused voice from beneath the robe. Xiao Yan eagerly nodded, signaling to the three elders to make way, exclaiming, "Please, esteemed elder, take a seat." The black-robed figure acknowledged with a nod, unceremoniously advancing to occupy a prominent position at the table. Observing the reverence with which Xiao Yan and the elders treated this mysterious figure, the younger members of the clan began to murmur in hushed tones, their curious gazes sweeping over the black-robed man. When they learned from the elders that he was an alchemist, their eyes ignited with fervor and admiration. In any realm, an alchemist was always regarded as a figure of utmost reverence. "Sister, isn't that the enigmatic alchemist we saw at the auction that day?" Xiao Ning exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she grasped Xiao Yu's sleeve, her voice brimming with excitement. "Indeed," Xiao Yu replied softly, her gaze fixed on the black-robed man, her delicate features reflecting a hint of surprise. "I never anticipated that this esteemed elder would truly visit our Xiao clan. It appears his previous proposition for collaboration was not mere pleasantry. With his assistance, our family's current predicament may soon be resolved." Listening to the whispers of her kin nearby, Sooner furrowed her delicate brows, her autumn-like eyes fixated on the corpulent figure cloaked in black. For reasons unknown, she perpetually sensed a certain disharmony in the actions and speech of the man before her. Troubled by her thoughts, she ultimately decided, after a lengthy period of fruitless contemplation, to relinquish her aimless musings. "Ah, esteemed elder, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Xiao family today?" Xiao Yan asked with a smile, personally presenting a cup of warm tea. Upon hearing this, he swiftly scanned the hall but found no sign of Xiao Yan, eliciting a wry smile from him. "Ah, there is no need for you to summon him. I have already encountered your young master. A remarkable youth, quite to my taste," the figure in black interjected, raising a hand to halt Xiao Zhan's intention of sending someone to fetch Xiao Yan. The admiration in his tone was unmistakable, causing a slight flush of embarrassment on the face of the boy concealed beneath the cloak. The crowd in the hall couldn't help but express a flicker of envy at the black-cloaked man's words. Receiving such commendation from a high-ranking alchemist was no trivial matter. "Everything good seems to be monopolized by that fellow," Xiao Ning remarked with a hint of jealousy, pouting her lips in discontent. Xiao Yu sighed helplessly, resting her delicate hand upon her fragrant cheek, murmuring softly, "Is he truly that exceptional? Why haven't he I noticed?" Upon hearing the black-cloaked man's remarks, a broader smile graced Xiao Zhan's face, his eyes glinting with a touch of pride. "Ah, esteemed elder, it appears that the Xiao family is currently facing some difficulties. Is it not?" The smile on Xiao Zhan's face had yet to fully blossom before it was dampened by the aged voice that struck him with a sense of gloom. Nodding despondently, Xiao Zhan forced a bitter smile and remarked, "Surely, the old gentleman is aware of the current predicament facing the Xiao family?" "Indeed, I am somewhat informed," the figure in the black robe replied with a nod and a smile. "Alas, the Xiao family has already been squeezed by the Jialia family to the tune of nearly 50% of our assets. If this continues for much longer, we may very well descend into the ranks of second-rate powers in Wutan City," Xiao Zhan lamented, his furrowed brow appearing more aged with each word. "Although I do not share a deep connection with the Xiao family, I find myself quite congenial with your young master. If the clan leader does not fear any ill intentions from this old man, perhaps we could consider a collaboration?" The black-robed man proposed with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan was initially taken aback, only to be swiftly enveloped by overwhelming joy. He had been yearning to utter those very words. Exchanging an excited glance with the three elders, he nodded without hesitation. "Old sir, the Xiao family would be most eager to collaborate with you. A practitioner of alchemy ranked at least second tier was a rare gem for families like theirs, who seldom had the means to even invite such an individual. Moreover, Xiao Yan did not believe that his family could offer anything enticing enough to sway a second-tier alchemist. Judging by the old gentleman's demeanor, it seemed that the prospect of collaboration was largely influenced by Xiao Yan. Such an opportunity was not one to be easily relinquished by Xiao Yan, the head of the family. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's declaration, the figure in the black cloak nodded with a smile. A pale hand emerged from the depths of the cloak, adorned with a delicate, light red ring. The fingertip playfully flicked the ring, causing a radiant light to shimmer forth. Gazing at that youthful alabaster hand, Xiao Yan found himself momentarily entranced, as it evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Before he could ponder the source of this recognition, he was abruptly taken aback by the sudden appearance of a multitude of jade vials that blanketed the table. In an instant, the expansive surface of the conference table was entirely covered with neatly arranged small vials, leaving no space uncovered. The sheer quantity of these vials, which had seemingly materialized out of thin air, left everyone in the hall, save for the girl in green by the window, breathless in awe. Xiao Yan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he inhaled a deep breath of the cool air. This was indeed a remarkable display of generosity. Chapter 76. Collaboration in the hushed hall. Fervent gazes were fixated on the thousands of small jade vials on the table. Such an extensive collection of elixirs was a sight almost none of those present had ever witnessed before. Xiao Yu, subconsciously licking her red lips, was equally astonished by the sheer volume of the potions, her delicate face a canvas of shock. After a brief moment, she shook her head in wonder, her eyes reflecting glimmers of stars as she turned her gaze towards the figure in the black cloak. Seated by the window, the young maiden clad in azure tilted her delicate head slightly, casting a glance at the array of small jade bottles heaped upon the table. A flicker of surprise crossed her beautiful autumn-like eyes as she swept her gaze towards the figure in the black robe beside her. Finding no points of suspicion, she returned her attention to the ancient tome held in her hands. Observing the hall, rendered silent by the potent elixirs displayed on the table, the figure in black coughed softly, rousing Xiao Yan from his reverie. A faint blush graced Xiao Yan's cheeks as he offered an awkward smile, his eyes reflecting an increasing sense of reverence towards the enigmatic alchemist capable of producing thousands of healing potions with such ease, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary potion masters. After speaking, a sense of trepidation washed over Xiao Yan as he regarded the figure before him, anxious that his conditions might provoke discontent. The current state of the Xiao clan depended heavily on this mysterious alchemist. With a gentle chuckle, the figure in black slowly shook his head. Witnessing this gesture, Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly. He was about to propose reducing his share once more when the aged voice left him momentarily speechless. "You are far too courteous, clan leader Xiao. While the potions are indeed of my making, selling them is no trivial task. How could I possibly take advantage of you? Let us be fair."
A 50-50 split. Ah.
Upon hearing these words, the three anxious elders and the gathered clansmen were left agape, their mouths hanging open in astonishment. After a moment, they instinctively touched their ears, questioning the veracity of what they had just heard. 50-50? This esteemed elder truly appears to be exceedingly generous towards the Xiao family. In the current circumstances, even if he were to claim the entirety of the profits for himself, it is likely that no one from the Xiao family would dare to refuse. Truly feels as though fortune has unexpectedly smiled upon us. A glance exchanged among them revealed that this sentiment resonated within each heart. With a casual wave of his hand, the figure in the black robe remarked with a faint smile, "This modest profit holds little allure for me. Had I not been concerned about your unease, I would have been disinclined to accept even 50%. Upon hearing such a bold declaration, Xiao Yan could only manage a wry smile and nod in acknowledgement. "You may sell these pills as you wish. I shall come to check on them when time permits." The black-robed figure rose, chuckling, "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not linger here. There is no need for you to escort me, Xiao Patriarch. Do attend to your clan's affairs." With that, he strode confidently towards the hall's exit, and upon reaching the door, he paused momentarily, smiling as he added, "Before I take my leave, I must say, Xiao Yan is indeed quite remarkable. My thanks to you, old man. Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback by this statement, intending to respond, but the black-robed figure had already glided out of the hall, gradually disappearing around the corner. After a lengthy silence, Xiao Zhan sighed deeply, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he mused. It seems that Yenner shares an extraordinary bond with this venerable gentleman. Otherwise, why would he extend such assistance to us, despite our unfamiliarity? The three elders exchanged glances, sighing in agreement. Given the apparent admiration the old gentleman had shown towards Xiao Yan since his arrival, it was evident that he held a particular favor for him, and this benevolence towards the Xiao family was likely intricately connected to Xiao Yan himself. Within the grand hall, upon hearing the words of the figure clad in black robes, the numerous clansmen of the same age as Xiao Yan could not help but display expressions of envy and admiration. By the window, a girl in emerald attire slightly tilted her head, her gaze peering through the crack, observing the corner ahead, her delicate brows furrowing as a flicker of confusion crossed her exquisite face. Upon exiting the Xiao residence, the figure in black continued to advance leisurely. As the throngs of people dwindled, a low murmur emerged from beneath the robe. Master, why did you pull me out here? If we are discovered, I cannot guarantee I won't betray you. Merely an expression of sentiment. If it were not for Xiao Zhan's kindness towards you since childhood, where would I find such an exceptional disciple? Thus, expressing gratitude is indeed warranted, came the aged voice, laced with playful mockery. Moreover, without establishing some connections, your cautious father would find it quite challenging to believe that I harbor no ulterior motives towards the Xiao clan. With a resigned shake of his head, Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings and casually inquired, "Where to now? Let us make a visit to the auction house to deliver the refined qi gathering powder, lest we incur a debt of gratitude, something I detest. Moreover, the medicinal materials for practice have been completely consumed. It is time to procure some new supplies," replied the medicine elder after a moment of contemplation, smiling. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded and, with a hint of anticipation, asked, "Master, can I now be considered a first-grade alchemist?" "Ha! Do you think that, after refining a few batches of medicine, you can call yourself an alchemist? Healing elixirs are among the simplest of pills. There is nothing particularly impressive about producing such a concoction," the medicine elder scoffed, unceremoniously dousing Xiao Yan with cold water. Rolling his eyes in frustration, Xiao Yan pondered, what truly constitutes becoming a first-grade alchemist? The alchemical community establishes the baseline for a first-grade alchemist as being capable of refining at least one distinct type of elixir, rather than merely concocting a rudimentary mixture. It seems there remains a considerable distance to traverse. Hearing such requirements, Xiao Yan could only shake his head resignedly and stride towards the auction house at the center of the city. Chapter 77. Severing the path of Alchemy Miter Auction House. Waiting area. Upon the pristine surface of a table lay a small jade box, within which rested a pale blue pill, approximately the size of a longan, quietly nestled. The pill's surface was smooth and lustrous, emanating a rich, exotic fragrance that invigorated the senses. Gazing upon the pill within the jade box, the auction house's overseers, Yafei and Gu and I, could scarcely conceal their delight. Catching a glimpse of the somewhat uncomposed duo through his dark robe, Xiao Yan silently shook his head, inwardly jesting. What would their expressions be if they knew this gathering qi pill was merely a product of the old man's shortcuts? The gathering qi pill Xiao Yan presented was of a notably inferior quality compared to the one he had previously consumed. However, even so, this casually refined pill by the old man had brought considerable astonishment to Yafei and Gu and I. Truly, the old gentleman's alchemical prowess is commendable. The quality of this gathering qi pill could likely rival that of some crafted by fifth-grade alchemists. Gu and I remarked with genuine admiration after scrutinizing the pale blue pill once more. Beneath the dark robe, a venerable voice chuckled softly, saying, "Please ensure you take good care of the elixirs. Having rendered so much assistance, I cannot help but feel a pang of unease without a token of gratitude." "Ah, esteemed sir, you are exceedingly gracious. You are our guest, and we are merely fulfilling our obligations," replied Yafei, delicately lifting the jade box, her bright eyes sparkling with mirth. With a non-committal smile, both the elder and Xiao Yan scoffed inwardly. Were they to adhere to her notion of merely fulfilling their duties, it is likely that the Meitel auction house would have long since succumbed to ruin. Retrieving a scroll of parchment from within his robes, Xiao Yan handed it to Yefei as the venerable voice remarked, "Could you kindly prepare some of the herbs listed here?" Eagerly accepting the parchment, Yefei cast a quick glance at its contents, smiling brightly. Having learned from past experiences, she dared not exhibit any hesitation. Summoning a maid, she entrusted the parchment to her, instructing her to expedite the preparations. Sipping from the teacup beside him, Xiao Yan felt a sudden stir within him. After a moment's contemplation, the elder's voice resounded, "Miss Yefei, I would like to inquire about something." Upon hearing the elder speak, Yefei beamed and responded softly, "Please, esteemed sir, do go ahead. The Galley family has procured a considerable amount of herbs here, have they not?" The elder inquired nonchalantly. At this, Yefei's heart tightened slightly. Her enchanting visage shifted as she discreetly exchanged glances with Guni beside her. After a moment of silence, she hesitantly replied, "Indeed, the Galley family acquired nearly 100,000 gold coins worth of herbs at the last auction, and these herbs also possess certain properties for staunching wounds and healing." With a slight nod, the aged voice abruptly fell into silence. Observing the figure clad in black before her, Yefei felt a wave of unease wash over her. She was already aware that this individual intended to assist the Xiao family, yet the recent auction had yielded a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs for the Jelly family. One could not help but wonder if this unpredictable old gentleman harbored any resentment towards the auction house. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly oppressive, and as she gazed at the taciturn figure draped in black, Yefei became increasingly restless. Were it not for the constant, discreet admonitions from Gu and I, she might have already ventured to inquire. "Surely, you must have an inkling of my intentions behind purchasing such a large quantity of herbs last time?" After a prolonged silence, the aged voice finally pierced through the heaviness. Biting her crimson lip gently, Yefei nodded slightly and responded in a hushed tone, "You intend to concoct healing potions to aid the Xiao family, do you not?" "Prior to my arrival here, I had already delivered the healing potions I crafted to the Xiao family," came the solemn reply from the old man, who nodded slightly. "Perhaps in a couple of days, the Xiao family and the Jelly family will begin to compete for the favor of the populace in Wutan City with the healing potions." Uncertain how to broach such a topic, Yefei wisely chose to remain silent. The creation of healing potions necessitates a considerable quantity of low-grade herbs, and within Wutan City, only the middle auction house possesses the capability to supply them in such abundance. Other apothecaries lack this capacity. Observing Yefei's silence, the old man continued to speak, lost in his own thoughts. The contest between the two families regarding restorative elixirs hinges not only on the price and grade of the medicines but also on an ample supply of alchemic ingredients. Therefore, I implore the middle auction house to henceforth decline any provision of materials to the Jialai family. As Yao Lao's words subsided, Xiao Yan's gaze, shielded by his dark cloak, fixed intently upon the alluring, vixen-like beauty beside him. His sojourn in Wutan City would not exceed 2 months, within which he must assist his father in dismantling the Jialai clan. Only then could he depart with Yao Lao for cultivation without reservation. Upon hearing Yao Lao's proposition, Yefei's comely face shifted, betraying her predicament. "Esteemed elder," she began, "the middle auction house is bound by regulations that preclude our involvement in familial disputes. Acceding to your request would be tantamount to indirectly aiding the Xiao family, a contravention of our established principles. I can, in return, concoct 2 qi gathering powders gratis." Yao Lao stated serenely, "Venerable elder, it transcends the mere matter of elixirs, truly." The allure of 2 qi gathering powders caused Yefei's delicate hand to quiver involuntarily, yet she endeavored to remain steadfast. 3. Venerable elder, Yefei lamented with a wry smile, while Gu and I, standing nearby, visibly winced. 3 qi gathering powders? That would fetch a sum of at least 500,000 gold coins. 5. The faint, aged voice ruthlessly assailed Yefei's innermost resolve. With a soft sigh, Miss Yefei slowly closed her narrow, beautiful eyes, inhaling a breath of icy air. After a moment, she abruptly opened her eyes and, with a bitter smile, declared, "Old sir, you have triumphed. Henceforth, the middle auction house shall no longer provide a single herb to the Gale family. I was somewhat taken aback by Miss Yufei's composure. A month hence, I shall bring the items, provided, of course, that the middle auction house does not disappoint me, Elder Yao replied with a gentle smile. Rest assured. Dear sir, I am acutely aware of what holds significance, Yufei reassured him. Having spent several years honing her skills at the auction house, she swiftly regained her composure. The value of the Gale family pales in comparison to that of a fourth-grade alchemist. Thus, this decision was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in securing the utmost profit during the selection process, a profit that Yufei found quite satisfactory at present. Chapter 78. Refinement breakthrough. Watching the figure in the black robe exit the hall, satisfied with the herbs in hand, Yufei strove to maintain her composure, but ultimately slumped down. Her voluptuous form settled wearily into the chair, resembling a curled-up fox in a state of languor, exuding an unusual charm. This old gentleman possesses remarkable audacity, she mused, resting her head against the cool chair back and shaking her head with a wry smile. Beside her, Gunny wore a similar expression, rubbing his forehead and sighing. 5 qi gathering pills. Such a bold move. Even if he is indeed a fourth-grade alchemist, this is rather extravagant. Yufei nodded gently, pursing her rosy lips in self-deprecation. I thought I could hold on, but unexpectedly. Gunny chuckled and replied, if it were me, I would have likely succumbed by the time he reached the 3rd bid. That you managed to endure until the 5th is truly beyond my expectations. Endurance? I was merely taken aback by his exorbitant offer, which left me momentarily speechless. Who would have thought he would possess such audacity to raise the stakes by 2 bids? Yufei rolled her eyes, unable to suppress a smile. Your moment of distraction has inadvertently contributed nearly 400,000 in pure revenue to the auction house, Gunny remarked with amusement. With a soft laugh, Yufei covered her red lips with her delicate hand, gradually straightening from her seat to stand upright. The Galley family has truly met their match this time, she sighed. Gunny nodded in agreement. Yet, I find myself puzzled. This gentleman does not seem to have any acquaintance with the Xiao family. Why would he be so eager to assist them, even to the extent of using 5 pills of qi-gathering elixir to cripple the Galley family's pharmaceutical endeavors? A flicker of curiosity danced in Yufei's bright eyes as she spoke softly. Who can say? This gentleman's origins are shrouded in mystery. In the Gamma Empire, I have never heard of an alchemist like him, Gunny replied, shaking his head. Yufei nodded slightly, her gaze shifting thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled. It seems we must solidify our relationship with the Xiao family henceforth. With this esteemed gentleman's elixirs, I am confident that we can double the profits from the auction in Wutan City. Come the next family performance evaluation, I wonder who will dare to surpass me. At this juncture, Yufei proudly curled her crimson lips, her hands clasped behind her as she hummed a light tune, leisurely making her way through the living room. Upon exiting the auction house, Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath and murmured, Thank you, master. What is there to thank for? If the Gal family had not been brought down, would you have devoted yourself to following me in cultivation? The medicine elder replied with a hint of exasperation. Chuckling heartily, Xiao Yan chose not to elaborate further. After wandering about the vicinity for a considerable time as per his usual routine, he finally slipped away his black robe in a secluded spot, carefully darting onto the street and heading toward the Xiao family estate. Upon returning to his clan, Xiao Yan occasionally encountered his fellow clansmen, and he could perceive a tinge of envy in their gazes directed at him. Clearly, the events that transpired in the hall today had already circulated throughout the family. Disregarding their looks, Xiao Yan made his way to his room, but as he rounded a corner, he unexpectedly collided with a girl clad in red. Fortunately, Xiao Yan halted just in time, averting an awkward encounter. Xiao Yan, cousin? I finally found you. The girl in red took a step back, lifting her head. Her youthful, innocent face, tinged with a hint of delicate allure, presented a contradictory charm that rendered her more captivating than her peers. This allure compelled Xiao Yan to steal a few extra glances. The girl, whose face was now aglow with joy, was none other than Xiao Mei. After briefly surveying Xiao Mei's exquisite visage, Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and casually inquired, Is there something you need? Listening to the somewhat unfamiliar greeting, Xiao Mei's delicate face momentarily dimmed as she softly remarked, The clan leader has asked cousin Xiao Yan to visit the study. Huh? Slightly taken aback, Xiao Yan nodded and replied with a smile. Understood. Thank you. With a casual wave of his hand, he turned and made his way towards the study in the front courtyard. Cousin Xiao Yan, thank you for last time, she murmured, observing his swift departure with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Biting her lip, she added softly. Pausing briefly, Xiao Yan nonchalantly waved his hand back, responding indifferently. It was merely a matter of convenience. Gazing at his retreating figure, Xiao Mei suddenly summoned her courage and inquired, Cousin Xiao Yan, will you be participating in the enrollment at Canaan Academy? Most likely, the youth replied, cradling the back of his head as he gradually distanced himself, leaving behind his light words. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's response, Xiao Mei's previously dim and lovely countenance inexplicably brightened a few shades. Clenching her small fist, she stood still, watching him disappear from view before letting out a faint, melancholic sigh and turning to leave. After wandering about the clan for a while, Xiao Yan finally arrived at the entrance of a spacious room. He gently knocked on the door and slowly pushed it open. Inside, Xiao Zhan and 3 elders were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Xiao Yan's arrival, they all ceased their discourse. Father, you called for me? Xiao Yan inquired with a smile as he stepped forward. Nodding with a smile, Xiao Zhan glanced at the 3 elders, hesitating for a moment before quietly stating, You should have met that old gentleman by now, right? Indeed. Xiao Yan nodded, fully aware of what Xiao Zhan was alluding to. Do you know his background? Xiao Zhan pondered. I have only recently made his acquaintance. How could I possibly know his origins? Xiao Yan's response was somewhat heartfelt, as he was indeed unaware of Yao Lao's true background. However, I do know that he is an alchemist, he added with a casual toss of his head, smiling. That's obvious. With a teasing glance, Xiao Zhan chided him playfully. Chuckling and shaking his head, Xiao Zhan appeared to be in high spirits, posing several more questions about Yao Lao to Xiao Yan. Yet, all were deftly evaded by Xiao Yan's feigned ignorance, ultimately leading to the amusing outcome that not a single detail was uncovered. You little rascal, I truly wonder if you are pretending, Xiao Zhan remarked, gazing at the clueless Xiao Yan with a resigned shake of his head. Forget it, go enjoy yourself. If you encounter that old gentleman again, do your utmost to avoid provoking him. The future of the Xiao clan relies on him. Shrugging noncommittally, Xiao Yan remained silent. Ahem. Xiao Yan. It seems your aura has grown. Quite formidable, the elder, who had been intently observing Xiao Yan, suddenly interjected with a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan was taken aback, his gaze sharpening as it swept over Xiao Yan, and moments later, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. You have broken through to the Dou Qi level? At this proclamation, the 2nd and 3rd elders exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe what they were witnessing in the youth before them. With a slight toss of his head, Xiao Yan innocently shrugged his shoulders. It seems so. After all this refining, how did I manage to break through? The corners of his eyes twitched anxiously. Xiao Zhan, stunned yet somewhat amused, could only wonder what he was actually refining. Xiao Yan nodded, a hint of jest dancing at the corners of his mouth. So, can I leave now? In truth, I was indeed refining and inadvertently broke through. You can scram, Xiao Zhan retorted with a roll of his eyes, chuckling in exasperation. This little rascal was merely teasing, oblivious to the fact that the 3 elders present had each faced 2 failures before finally succeeding in condensing their own cyclone and becoming fighters. Observing the slightly stiff expressions of the 3 elders, Xiao Yan burst into laughter, finally darting out of the study amidst Xiao Zhan's scolding. As the sound of the boys' laughter faded into the distance, the 3 elders relaxed their tense expressions, exchanging glances filled with wry smiles. Chapter 79. The Xiao family's counterattack after receiving a substantial supply of healing medicine. Discreetly supported by Xiao Yan, the Xiao family, while maintaining an outward facade of silence, had begun to prepare fervently for a counterattack against the Gal family. The events witnessed in the family hall that day had been strictly sealed by Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders, with the matter of the healing medicine classified as a top-tier prohibition. No clan member was permitted to speak of it to the outside world, under penalty of clan regulations. In response, the Xiao family remained resolutely silent. Observing the Xiao family's seemingly weak demeanor, several allied minor factions began to feel disheartened, quietly preparing to take measures for their own protection. In this somewhat eerie atmosphere, 2 days quietly slipped away. Behind the medicinal pill sales counter, the members of the Jieli family were observing with mocking expressions the mercenaries outside, who were brawling fiercely over healing potions. Their faces bore a smug smile, reveling in their presumed superiority. Jaliku, a key figure within the Jieli family, held a significant position and managed one of the most popular markets in the family. From his vantage point on the second floor, he gazed down at the throng on the street, his plump and greasy visage adorned with a self-satisfied grin. Humming a soft tune, Jaliku narrowed his small eyes into slits and murmured with pride, "If you don't buy, there are plenty who will." Shielding himself from the blazing sun with his short and chubby hand, he impatiently wiped the sweat from his brow, grumbling, "Damn it, it's too hot today. I suppose I'll need to cool off tonight. Tisk. That little girl from last time was quite enchanting. Her slender waist could drive one to madness." As he recalled that intoxicating den of iniquity, a wave of heat surged through him, prompting him to wipe away more beads of sweat. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he caught sight of a commotion at the end of the street. "Damn it, are they fighting again? These mercenaries are nothing but muscle-brained fools. Don't they realize that breaking things costs money?" Jaliku cursed irritably as he watched the chaotic scene unfold. The Xiao family's market also sells healing potions now. Just as Galaku was preparing to dispatch guards to quell the unrest, a thunderous shout abruptly resonated through the streets. Upon hearing this sudden exclamation, Galaku's corpulent frame trembled violently, his expression shifting momentarily before he ultimately scoffed. "It appears the Xiao family is truly beyond salvation, resorting to such desperate measures, simply courting their own demise." The shout momentarily hushed the bustling street, and after exchanging glances, a chorus of curses erupted. "Damn it! Don't think you can use such a ludicrous tactic to seize our hard-earned positions." However, not all shared this sentiment. A small faction of mercenaries, already weary of the Gallica family's exorbitant profiteering, hesitated briefly before skeptically making their way out into the street, then hastened towards the Xiao family's marketplace. From his vantage point above, Galaku surveyed the still fuming crowd below and could not suppress a triumphant laugh. "The Xiao family? Ha! Let us see how long you can endure. In the future, Wutan City will be dominated solely by the Galaku family. No more trifling with the three great families. Those days are long gone." The earlier shout, amidst the clamor of the street, was akin to a leaf drifting in the vast ocean, making not a single ripple. The popularity of the Galaku family's marketplace remained unscathed by this incident, at least for the moment. Half an hour after the last thunderous shout, at the entrance of the Gale family's market, dozens of robust men clad in mercenary attire brazenly overturned the guards stationed at the door. With faces alight with fervor, they surged inside, hoisting their verdant jade vials high, their synchronized cries instantly drowning out the clamor of the marketplace. "The Xiao family is selling healing potions." Their unified exclamations rendered the market momentarily silent, all eyes turning towards the source of the uproar. One burly mercenary, seizing the attention of the crowd, hastily ascended a nearby stone, drawing forth a large blade with a sharp sound. Gritting his teeth, he drew a crimson line across his arm. Raising his bloodied limb, he tilted the green vial, allowing a thick, deep red liquid to cascade forth, eventually enveloping the scar from his wound. The viscous crimson substance seeped into the gash, and the pouring blood, under the scrutiny of the gathered onlookers, gradually thinned. In mere moments, it coagulated into a delicate layer upon the scar. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd on the street ignited with excitement. Such a swift hemostatic effect was undoubtedly an essential asset for any task. The street fell into a brief silence, before a newly arrived mercenary, transfixed by the sight of the green vial in the man's hand, suddenly turned and fled. Observing the frantic figure racing out of the market, the crowd, after a moment of stunned hesitation, erupted into motion, a tidal wave of bodies surging forth, shaking the very ground beneath them. Standing upon a stone, the mercenary with a wounded arm gazed at the frenzied surge of people, a peculiar smile creeping across his face. The gentle breeze fluttered through his collar, subtly revealing the emblem of the Xiao family beneath. The once bustling marketplace, following such a tumultuous upheaval, had transformed into a desolate expanse in the blink of an eye. Aside from the bewildered merchants, the streets were nearly deserted. The Xiao family had begun their counterattack. As they surveyed the vacant thoroughfare, a singular thought raced through the minds of all the merchants. They exchanged glances, and then collectively lifted their eyes toward the pavilion above, where Galaku, the portly figure adorned with a smug expression, had inexplicably turned pale and slumped down. Simultaneously, this scene was being mirrored across all other marketplaces belonging to the Galaku family. Chapter 80. The alchemist Dou Qi. Within the brightly lit hall, the atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. At the center of the table, a small green jade vial rested, emitting a faint medicinal aroma. Numerous individuals were seated within the hall, their attire indicating that they were high-ranking members of the Galaku family, among whom was Galaku himself. In a position at the far left of the hall, a young man clad in white languidly reclined against the back of his chair. He was strikingly handsome, yet the lascivious glint that occasionally flickered in his eyes marred his otherwise charming visage. At this moment, one of his hands was slowly slipping beneath the garments of a beautiful maid standing nearby, displaying an audacious demeanor that showed no sign of restraint despite the throng of people around him. Under the young man's brazen advances, the maid's cheeks turned slightly pale, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, her delicate form trembling subtly, yet she dared not utter a sound. This was the result of the blood coagulation powder suddenly devised by the Xiao family, which had begun to significantly diminish the popularity within our marketplace. Seemingly oblivious to the young man's impudent actions, Jailebi gazed at the small green vial on the table, his expression darkening. How could the Xiao family possibly possess a healing elixir? Have they truly managed to enlist the services of a potion master? Jailebi, who had considerable entanglements with Xiao Yan, cast a sidelong glance at the white-clad man before frowning. Jailebi's aged eyes narrowed, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Do you recall the mysterious potion master we encountered at the auction last time? His demeanor suggested he held a particular favor for the Xiao family. If this blood coagulation powder was indeed crafted by him, we may find ourselves in dire straits, considering he could very well be a third-tier alchemist. Upon hearing this, all present let out a silent sigh of relief. If the Xiao family truly had the support of a third-tier alchemist, the Jileb family would likely have no hope of recovery. In my experience, the alchemist hired by the Xiao family may merely be an inexperienced novice, having concocted this coagulation powder from a formula of uncertain origin. The young man in white bore a subtle expression of disdain. Ah, Brother Dou Qi can discern the essence of its owner from a mere vial of elixir. His insight is indeed razor-sharp. Caleb, with a smile that seemed laced with a hint of flattery, remarked, "This is merely the fundamental skill of an alchemist." The individual known as Dou Qi humbly shook his head, yet the faint trace of pride that flickered across his visage did not escape the notice of the seasoned onlookers. With a resigned shake of his head, Dou Qi smirked, "Do as you please. However, regarding the shares I mentioned earlier, even with a reduced price, you must still honor the previous tripled amount for my portion." The corner of Caleb's eye twitched involuntarily, a flicker of irritation igniting within him. He inhaled deeply, maintaining a facade of eager cheerfulness, though the smile appeared somewhat frigid. "Indeed, Mr. Dou Qi, we shall certainly adhere to our agreement and compensate you fully for your share." Witnessing Dou Qi's easy acquiescence, Caleb felt a surge of pride and disdain, inwardly mocking. A waste of space, clouded by lust, is good for nothing but alchemy. With a cold scoff, Caleb lifted his teacup, taking a sip, then engaged Dou Qi in lively conversation about the matters of romance and intrigue that piqued his interest. After a brief and cheerful conversation with Dou Qi, a member of the clan rushed into the hall, swiftly approaching Galabai and whispering urgently in his ear. Listening with a smile to the clan member's words, Galabai's expression gradually hardened, and with a sudden crack, the teacup in his hand shattered into dust, mingling with the tea and trickling down his palm. "Damn the Mytel auction house for playing this trick on me," Galabai bellowed, standing up with an expression of fury. His violent aura surged forth, creating a small whirlwind that whistled softly in the air. Galyao, standing closest to Galabai, felt the weight of this formidable presence and gasped for breath, hurriedly stepping back while exclaiming, "Father!" At this utterance, the hall erupted into a commotion, with everyone exchanging bewildered glances, their faces etched with terror. How could this be? Hasn't the Meitel auction house always maintained neutrality? Why would they target our Galabai family like this? Gallica stammered, his complexion changing drastically. In the face of substantial profit, who would remain steadfastly neutral? Galabai scoffed, exhaling slowly as he cast a sidelong glance at Dou Qi, who appeared somewhat flustered due to his overwhelming aura. I suspect this matter is inextricably linked to the Xiao family. Surely they lack the power to persuade the Meitel auction house to refuse to sell us medicinal herbs? Galiao murmured. Humph, who knows what conditions they used to sway the Meitel auction house. Jalabai gently caressed his aged visage, a wave of inexplicable unease washing over his heart. As he spoke, he casually reached for another teacup, only to discover that his palm seemed to tremble ever so slightly. Swallowing hard, Jalabai was gripped by an uncanny sensation that the Jalabai family had inadvertently provoked something formidable. Chapter 81. Perception. Thanks to the mercenary substantial demand for healing potions, the Jalabai family managed to hold their ground, albeit precariously, against the relentless onslaught from the Xiao family. The forthcoming developments hinged upon the stockpiles of healing potions on both sides. Only time would reveal which side possessed the greater reserves. Seated in the conference hall, Xiao Yan gazed helplessly at the beaming Xiao Yan, whose smile stretched from ear to ear. Shifting his gaze, he noted the three elders, all wearing broad grins, their incessant chuckles echoing throughout the hall. The cause of this merriment stemmed from the morning's events, where Xiao Yan had disguised himself as a cloaked figure and stealthily delivered another batch of coagulation powder. Indeed, the demand for coagulation powder is absolutely insane. Had the old gentleman not supplied another batch, our warehouse would likely have been emptied, Xiao Yan declared, cradling a small green vial as if it were a cherished treasure. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yan turned to the somewhat bored Xiao Yan, admonishing him, "You rascal, every time the old gentleman visits the family, you are nowhere to be found. Can't you manage to stay put at home for once?" Receiving an unwarranted scolding, Xiao Yan rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering to himself, "If I remain idle, where will you procure the healing potions? Alas, this venerable gentleman is exceedingly generous. Fortunately, I managed to ascertain the necessary medicinal herbs for healing just moments ago. From now on, let us take charge of the herbs. The Xiao family has already reaped considerable benefits from others. Should we continue to be insatiable, we may find ourselves at a loss." Xiao Yan retrieved a slip of paper from his bosom and pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, in response to Xiao Yan's words, the three elders nodded vigorously. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's meticulous nature, they might have overlooked this matter entirely. In the face of such immense profit, knowing when to exercise restraint is commendable. No wonder your father has ascended to the position of clan leader, Xiao Yan mused, recalling the praise of the medicinal elder. Smiling and nodding, Xiao Yan felt a measure of reassurance. While he could offer material assistance to the Xiao family, the clan's strength ultimately hinges upon the competence of its leader. If the leader's character is lacking, no matter how powerful Xiao Yan might be, it would be futile to elevate a heap of mud against the wall. However, it appears that Xiao Yan indeed possesses such capability. Clan leader, esteemed elders, Miss Yafei of the Middle Auction House is outside our family, a clansman hurriedly announced as he entered the hall, his voice respectful. Yafei? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was taken aback and quickly replied, "Please invite her in." Shortly after the clansman exited to convey the message, a graceful figure gradually emerged into view, her enchanting laughter wafting into the hall. Clan leader Xiao, you have been quite prosperous lately." Leaning against the cool backrest of the chair, Xiao Yan cast his gaze towards the entrance, momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with astonishment. By the doorway stood a mature woman clad in a red cheongsam, smiling gracefully. The fitted garment accentuated her alluring curves, wrapping her voluptuous form in exquisite detail. Her sinuous waist swayed, creating an enticing arc that captivated the eye. The hem of her cheongsam featured a slit that extended to her thigh, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, a sight both mesmerizing and tantalizing. Enchantress. The onlookers in the hall, comprising a young man, a middle-aged individual and three elders, couldn't help but murmur in unison at the sight of the woman, whose every expression exuded mature allure. Clearing his throat, Xiao Yan rose with a smile, uttering polite pleasantries. Miss Yufei, you are truly a master of jest. The annual profits of our Xiao family hardly compare to even a fraction of your esteemed Meitel auction house's wealth. We have no grounds for arrogance. Ah! The patriarch of the Xiao family is truly eloquent. Recently, the popularity of the Xiao family's market has far surpassed that of the auction house, a fact witnessed by all. Yufei replied with a beaming smile, gracefully bowing to the three elders in the hall. Her bright eyes subtly shifted their captivating gaze towards Xiao Yan, who appeared momentarily startled, exclaiming, "It seems that young Master Xiao Yan is even stronger than the last time we met. Just call me Xiao Yan, Sister Yufei. That title makes me feel rather uneasy." He responded with an innocent smile, the address sending shivers down his spine. In response, Yufei chuckled softly. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Xiao family today?" Xiao Zhan inquired with a warm smile. Yufei smiled gracefully and nodded, elegantly taking a seat beside Xiao Yan. With a slight press of her ruby lips, she directly addressed the matter at hand with a light laugh. "Chief Xiao, the Mitre auction house has ceased to supply medicinal herbs to the Jieli family." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's teacup spilled significantly across the table, a fleeting glimmer of euphoric delight flickering in his eyes. He discreetly wiped away the spilled tea and cast a sidelong glance at the three elders, only to find their eyes sparkling with a sudden brilliance. A brief silence enveloped the hall as Xiao Zhan drained his teacup, hesitatingly inquiring, "Why? Have you not always maintained neutrality?" Yufei offered a silent smile. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Zhan quietly probed, "What do you wish for in return for this action?" "Nothing at all," Yufei replied with a radiant smile. "Excuse me?" Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, looking incredulously at the smiling Yufei. He found it hard to believe that the Mitre auction house would aid them in undermining the Jieli family without any cost. Rubbing his chin, a sudden thought struck him, and he cautiously asked, "Is it the old gentleman's doing?" With a slight lift of her lips, Yufei nodded gently and replied, "That old gentleman has already compensated us, so Chief Xiao need not worry about us demanding anything from the Xiao family. From this moment forth, we are aligned." Upon hearing this, a wave of unrestrained joy washed over Xiao Zhan's face, and he erupted into a hearty laugh, his mirth causing the room to tremble slightly. Gradually reining in his laughter, he suddenly realized he might have become a tad too exuberant, and upon lowering his gaze, he indeed found the three elders wearing exasperated expressions. With an awkward smile, Xiao Zhan cast a glance at the chuckling Xiao Yan, unable to suppress his irritation as he exclaimed, "You little rascal, what are you laughing at? Hurry and serve Miss Yufei some tea. It's quite impolite." Rolling his eyes in resignation, Xiao Yan reached for a cup of warm tea from the table beside him and hurriedly made his way to Yufei, presenting it with both hands. With a gentle smile directed at Xiao Yan, Yufei accepted the tea cup from him. However, her charming countenance suddenly shifted, and her beautiful eyes fixated intently on Xiao Yan's delicate hands, particularly the black ring adorning his right hand. Under such scrutiny, Xiao Yan felt a slight tension in his heart, prompting Yufei to discreetly lower her head and sip her tea, her expression expertly concealed. Chapter 82. Confession. After engaging in casual conversation with Xiao Zhan and the others for a while longer, Yufei decided it was time to take her leave. Xiao Yan, who had remained silent until now, displayed the enthusiasm befitting a host, escorting Yufei out of the family residence under Xiao Zhan's approving gaze. Walking alongside Xiao Yan, Yufei felt a flutter of nervousness. Her delicate hands were slick with perspiration. Possessing an exceptional memory, she recalled the last auction where she had caught a glimpse of the mysterious black-robed alchemist's hands, youthfully fair and vibrant. Moreover, he wore a black ring identical to the one on Xiao Yan's hand. With this striking coincidence, she pondered the reasons behind the mysterious alchemist's apparent favor towards the Xiao family, and the pieces of the puzzle began to align, hinting at revelations just within reach. Biting her crimson lip gently, Yufei discreetly observed the young man beside her. Clad in a modest green robe, he possessed a tall and athletic frame, with his hands resting lazily behind his head. His delicate features, though marked by youthful innocence, bore a subtle curve at the corners of his mouth that suggested he was far from an inexperienced youth. As she scrutinized Xiao Yan closely, Yufei found it hard to believe that the one who had so thoroughly subdued her and Gu and I at the auction was merely a handsome lad of about 17. Have you seen enough? The young man spoke softly just as Yafei managed a wry smile of resignation. With a slight pause in her step, she sighed and asked, "Should I address you as old sir or little brother Xiao Yan?" Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow and nonchalantly gestured with his chin towards a direction. "Go in." Following his gaze, Yafei's cheeks flushed slightly upon realizing that Xiao Yan was indicating a renowned rendezvous spot for couples in Wutan City. After a moment of hesitation, she contemplated suggesting a different location, but Xiao Yan had already strode boldly inside and seated himself on a stone bench beneath a lush green willow tree. Regarding Xiao Yan's abrupt shift from the obedient demeanor he had displayed in her family to this assertive behavior, Yafei could only shake her head in resignation. The transformation of his identity was rather swift, indeed. With graceful steps, she approached and sat down opposite him, her alluring, elongated eyes sparkling as they appraised the young man before her. "Do you recognize me?" Xiao Yan mumbled, plucking a willow leaf and chewing it casually. As Yafei lightly brushed the strands of hair that had fallen onto her forehead, her casual charm captivated a nearby man, who stared intently, pursing his crimson lips and bitterly muttering, "I would rather believe that I am mistaken." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and bit down hard on a somewhat bitter leaf. "You don't intend to silence me, do you?" Yafei, sensing Xiao Yan's demeanor, spoke timidly, though a glimmer of amusement danced in her beautiful eyes. "I plan to violate you and then dispose of your body," Xiao Yan retorted venomously. At the crude nature of his words, Yafei's delicate face flushed slightly, and she playfully shot him a glance, chiding, "Where does a child learn such unsavory things?" With a dismissive pout, Xiao Yan stretched languidly. Now that his identity had been recognized, he decided to dispense with the pretense. "The man in the black robe who previously conducted business with you was indeed me. However, the alchemist you seek is unlikely to be you, is it?" With a knowing smile and a flicker of her eyes, Yafei replied, fully aware of Xiao Yan's true capabilities. She understood that even if he were an alchemist, his own strength would prevent him from concocting a pill of such high caliber as the gathering chi powder. "Women are too astute. No man appreciates that," Xiao Yan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yafei, who had nearly guessed the truth. "That is merely the opinion of some shallow men," Yafei replied, her tone tinged with disdain as she arched her elegant brows. Rolling her eyes, Xiao Yan had no time to entangle himself in such trivial matters. Chewing on the bitter leaves that dissolved in his mouth, he calmly stated, "You should be aware of my intentions for seeking you out. My identity must remain confidential. It is beneficial for us all." Licking his lips, Xiao Yan cast a lingering glance at the enchanting beauty before him. "Of course, do not mistake this as leverage to threaten me, for it would only lead to your own detriment. Do I strike you as a dim-witted woman with ample bosom?" Yafei replied innocently, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. Xiao Yan scrutinized the ample curves before him for a moment before nodding. "Indeed, while they are quite substantial, the absence of intellect will be revealed in due course." Faced with a boy several years her junior, earnestly sizing her up, Yafei could only shake her head in bemusement. Setting aside Xiao Yan's dual identity, his strikingly handsome visage made it difficult to harbor any ill will towards him. "And what of our collaboration?" Yafei asked, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yan, revealing her true concern. "As usual, your refusal to supply the Gailey family's medicinal herb stands. In return, I shall offer you 5 chi gathering pills as compensation." Shrugging, Xiao Yan's nonchalant tone relieved Yafei's tension. "I eagerly anticipate our partnership," she replied graciously, extending her delicate hand with a charming smile. Nodding lazily, Xiao Yan grasped her tender hand, yet to Yafei's surprise, he withdrew almost immediately. Gazing at the erratic behavior of the youth before her, Yafei couldn't help but sigh. "It truly raises doubts as to whether you are genuinely only 17. I find myself perpetually led by your whims." Disregarding such discourse, Xiao Yan waved his hand and stood up, making his way outside while saying, "When we meet again, let us maintain our previous demeanor, lest we reveal any flaws." Nodding with a smile, Yafei softly replied, "If you have the time, you might invite that alchemist behind you to visit the Maitel auction house. We would always welcome him." Slowing his pace slightly, Xiao Yan scratched his nose and mumbled, "Perhaps another time." With another casual wave, he departed decisively, leaving no room for hesitation. Standing in place, Yifei watched the boy's figure recede, shaking her head with a wry smile, murmuring, "What a little enigma. I truly cannot comprehend why that girl from the Nalan family would dissolve their engagement. Alas, in the future, Nalan Su may very well regret this deeply." Chapter 83. The Little Shopkeeper. Although the medicinal healing industry has diminished, the profits remain substantial. However, the most pressing concern for the Gal family is the vast quantity of medicinal herbs required for alchemy. As the most significant resource hub in the city, the middle auction house has resolutely declined to collaborate with them any further. The Gailey family seethes with resentment over this blockade of medicinal herbs. Yet, despite their immense fury, they dare not impose force upon the middle auction house, for its backing is a formidable power that ranks among the foremost in the entire Gamma Empire. A mere small family from Wutan City lacks the capacity to provoke such an entity. With the auction house's avenues now closed off, the Gailey family reluctantly resorted to purchasing all the medicinal herbs from the apothecaries in Wutan City at prices several times above market value. However, this is merely a stopgap measure, as these apothecaries lack the capability to sustain such a massive demand over an extended period. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that everyone in Wutan City has discerned the palpable tension and animosity between the Xiao family and the Gailey family. Assisting the Gailey family at this juncture would undoubtedly offend the rapidly ascending Xiao family. Consequently, after the initial sale of herbs to the Gailey family, many apothecaries hesitated to sell on a large scale again, exacerbating the Gailey family's predicament. As a result, the Gailey family's sources of medicinal herbs in Wutan City have been nearly severed by about 80%. The remaining supply is far from sufficient to meet the demands for crafting healing potions. In their desperate plight, the Gailey family has been compelled to procure herbs at inflated prices from other cities, which has only temporarily alleviated their shortage crisis. However, this has led to a significant reduction in their profits. Were it not for the lucrative returns from the healing potions, the Gailey family would likely already be on the brink of bankruptcy. In the present day, the city of Wutan witnesses the rise of the Xiao family, who, buoyed by the success of their healing elixirs, are experiencing an ascent in status that may even eclipse the two other prominent clans. Amidst the bustling marketplace, Xiao Yan saunters lazily down the street, trailed by 7 or 8 imposing figures clad in the attire of the Xiao family guards. Each of these formidable men bears on their chests a distinct insignia of 4 or more golden stars, a clear indication of their prowess as 4-star fighters. The thoroughfare is teeming with a vibrant throng, many of whom are fierce mercenaries exuding an aura of bloodshed. Upon encountering the languid youth with his hands cradling the back of his head, they respond with amiable smiles. Occasionally, those who are more acquainted with him will jest heartily, teasing, "Young master, are you out to stroll the streets again?" Each time he hears this moniker, Xiao Yan can only manage a weary smile, followed by a low sigh. A fortnight ago, Xiao Zhan unexpectedly assigned him the task of managing this marketplace, under the pretense of training. This decision sparked considerable debate within the Xiao family. It was unprecedented for someone so young to oversee a marketplace. However, considering Xiao Yan's now elevated status, some members reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, Xiao Yan found himself unexpectedly thrust into this role, having been uprooted from the comforts of home. Xiao Yan, seemingly calm and composed, possessed an ardent passion for engaging in discussions with mercenaries about the exhilarating adventures encountered during missions, the enigmatic magical beasts, and the ancient caves that held the legacies of those who came before. These tales ignited the adventurous spirit within him, making him yearn to venture into the remote mountains in search of those mystical and powerful martial techniques. Dispelling a flicker of melancholy from his heart, Xiao Yan raised his gaze, only to be interrupted by a somewhat lecherous, diminutive figure who swiftly wove through the crowd. Pausing briefly to regard the ordinary-looking man before him, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow and remarked coolly, "Keilu, why are you here instead of pursuing your lucrative endeavors?" The unsavory character before him was none other than Keilu, a notorious figure in the marketplace known for his nimble fingers, essentially a thief. Xiao Yan had no delusions of eradicating such shadowy professions entirely. He understood that every coin has two sides. Although such occupations were often looked down upon, they possessed an uncanny ability to gather information. Regardless of what transpired within the city of Wutan, they were invariably in the know. With a sly smile directed at Xiao Yan, Keilu replied, "Ah, young master, I have come to inform you that I just received word from my subordinates. Miss Sooner and her companions were recently accosted by an unknown man at the outskirts of the marketplace. I hurried here as soon as I heard." He continued, "Oh, and by the way, Jialia Ao from the Jialia family was also present. It seems he is acquainted with that man clad in mourning attire, and they were not alone." With narrowed eyes, Xiao Yan's previously calm demeanor gradually turned icy. He slightly tilted his head and quietly commanded, "Xiao Li, summon everyone. Anyone alive, bring them all to me." "Yes." A burly man replied respectfully, swiftly turning and dashing towards the marketplace. "Lead the way." Turning back, Xiao Yan gestured with his chin toward Crew, speaking in a detached tone. Observing Xiao Yan's suddenly cold expression, Crew hastily nodded, refraining from uttering another word as he hurried ahead to guide him. "This audacious scoundrel dares to come to our Xiao family's territory and provoke me. If I, Xiao Yan, allow you to leave this marketplace unscathed today, then I shall forfeit my position as the lord of this place." Licking his lips, Xiao Yan's voice became chillingly soft, causing Crew to shudder and quicken his pace once more. Chapter 84. Incapacitation. Lu Shi was now exhilarated, and the source of his excitement was the enchanting young girl standing not far in front of him, clad in elegant attire. The girl, with her exquisite features untouched by any cosmetic enhancement, emanated an innate beauty. Her smooth, flowing green hair was casually tied with a short scarf, cascading just to her waist. As the gentle breeze stirred, her hair danced gracefully, captivating all who beheld her. At her slender waist, a pale purple ribbon accentuated her enchanting curves, compelling even passers-by to steal furtive glances at her waist, secretly pondering the exquisite pleasure of holding such a delicate figure in their embrace. With a fervent gaze, Lu Shi's face flushed as he stared at the young maiden. His palm trembled slightly from excitement. The elegant girl before him was utterly unlike any woman he had encountered before. Her ethereal grace, reminiscent of a blue lotus, made Lu Shi, who cherished women dearly, yearn to possess her immediately. A fleeting glance fell upon Xiao Ning, whom he had effortlessly knocked to the ground, and Lu Shi chuckled. "To protect a flower, one must possess certain skills. You still have a ways to go." Xiao Ning's face flushed crimson at Lu Shi's mockery, her eyes blazing with anger as she glared at him, her teeth gritting in frustration, longing to leap forward and bite him. Lu Shi's gaze shifted briefly to Xiao Yu before resting appreciatively on her alluring, long legs, exclaiming, "Yet another exquisite woman. It seems fortune smiles upon me today." Brother Lu Shi, they are all from the Xiao family. This one is named Xiao Yu, but her fiery temperament means that only a man of considerable prowess can tame her," remarked Galio, who was accompanied by a group of imposing men, his smile somewhat lecherous. "Hee, the spicier, the better," Lu Shi replied, his gaze once again drawn to the silent maiden clad in green, her eyes shimmering with a vibrant green hue. "Pray tell, what is the name of this young lady?" Upon hearing the term first-rate alchemist, Xiao Yu's delicate features shifted slightly, yet her resolute nature would not allow her to accompany this seemingly shifty-eyed fellow for a leisurely outing. Coldly, she responded, "I have no time. Seek someone else." With that, she took Su Er's hand and turned to leave. As she turned around, several burly men emerged from the crowd, their faces adorned with lecherous grins, blocking her path. Upon hearing their words, Xiao Yu's delicate face flushed with anger. However, she refrained from uttering any harsh retorts, fully aware of the formidable strength of alchemists. She was cautious not to provoke unnecessary trouble for the Xiao family. Yet, while Xiao Yu harbored such concerns, Sooner remained indifferent to these trivialities. All she knew was that this grotesque figure obstructed her opportunity to meet Xiao Yan. Raising her gaze slightly, she regarded the smug Lu Shi, and with her lips parting, her melodious voice rang out, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Trash is merely trash. Even if cloaked in the guise of an alchemist, it remains nothing more than refuse. Those who boast of their slight talents, as my brother Xiao Yan would say, are simply fools. The street fell into an almost eerie silence, as many were taken aback by the graceful yet sharp-tongued maiden, who wielded her words as skillfully as any seasoned warrior. Xiao Yu, equally astonished, turned to Sooner, her expression reflecting a mix of disbelief and exasperation. After a moment, she could only helplessly remark, "I warned you that you would be tainted by that little rascal." Lu Shi, whose temperament was already less than magnanimous, felt the sting of Sunor's unabashed mockery in front of the gathered crowd. Gradually, the smile on his face faded, replaced by a sullen expression as he retorted, "After all these years, you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. What a truly foolish exchange." Rubbing her smooth forehead with her small hand, Sunor could almost conclusively ascertain that this man before her was either a fool or excessively full of himself. A moment of bewilderment washed over Galio as he rubbed his aching head, bitterly reflecting, "What on earth could this fellow be thinking? My father's words ring true. Aside from his alchemical prowess, he is utterly inept. Why on earth can such a person call himself an alchemist?" With a sigh, Galio forced a smile and said, "Brother Lu Shi, our Galio family can no longer afford to offend the Xiao family." Upon hearing this, Galio was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this individual would so readily divulge his own secrets. While a sense of clandestine joy surged within him, he could not help but lament whether a lower intellect might indeed correlate with a higher likelihood of becoming an alchemist. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Seize them." At Galio's command, over a dozen burly men behind him immediately surged forward, their faces twisted in menacing expressions as they encircled Sunor and her companions. Infuriated by their audacity, Xiao Yu glared fiercely, her brows furrowing in anger. With a cold snicker, she drew a green whip from her waist and lashed it violently at the approaching brute. With a resounding crack, a long crimson gash appeared upon the man's face. Although Xiao Yu was a third-tier fighter, the strength of the assailants was also around the fighter level. After toppling 2 or 3 of them, she found herself gradually at a disadvantage, retreating in a flurry of evasive maneuvers. After delivering a powerful blow that sent one of the men staggering back, blood spewing forth, Xiao Yu's complexion turned pale as she stumbled back a few steps. Turning to Xiao Ning, she commanded, "Take Sunor and go inside. Call that little rascal out." Xiao Ning nodded urgently, but her expression suddenly changed, and she shouted, "Sister, be careful." Upon encountering such a despicable individual who dared to assault a woman in such a manner, Xiao Yu's fair visage turned a shade of deep anger. Qi surged rapidly within her palm, ready to unleash a fierce strike. However, a dark silhouette swiftly appeared at her side, delivering a ferocious gust of wind that struck the brute squarely in the face. The immense force caused him to slide several meters across the ground, bloodied and dazed, before he finally came to a halt. All those who had dared to act were rendered incapacitated. Holding a sturdy steel rod, the young man cast a cold, piercing glance at Lu Shi and Galio across from him, pressing his lips together as a chilling voice escaped him. Upon hearing his words, the crowd of dozens of similarly armed men surged forth, their faces twisted into menacing grins, akin to a pack of wolves. Chapter 85. Acceptance confronted by the throng of iron rod-wielding 4-star Dou fighters. The previously arrogant dozen guards turned ashen, unable to flee before the black rods rained mercilessly upon them. In mere moments, the streets were filled with their anguished cries. Casting a cold glance at the pale-faced Galio, Xiao Yan slightly turned his head to regard Xiao Yu, whose face flushed with embarrassment and anger. His tone softened just a touch as he inquired, "Are you all right? Please inform me beforehand if you decide to come over. The Galio family has been seeking trouble of late." For the first time, Xiao Yan's gentle and soft-spoken demeanor left Xiao Yu momentarily taken aback, a faint blush deepening on her delicate face. She found herself at a loss, her gaze flitting about aimlessly as she stammered, "I ran into Sunor when I came out. She mentioned wanting to come over for a visit, so I accompanied her. I had no idea I would encounter this group of ruffians." With a resigned shake of his head, Xiao Yan's eyes shifted to the young maiden in green nearby, whose face radiated joy at his arrival. A gentle smile graced his features as he remarked, "You were quite outspoken just now." In response to Xiao Yan's teasing, Sunor innocently shrugged her shoulders, her lips curling into a light smile as she replied, "I didn't mean to, but I simply couldn't stand his demeanor. After all, even the Xiao Yan of old would never dare to rob someone in broad daylight." Having been subtly countered by Sunor, Xiao Yan awkwardly chuckled and rubbed his nose. Although he had been somewhat arrogant in the past, He never sank to the depths of that fool. Did he? Oh, isn't this the young master of the Xiao family? It has been over a year since we last met, and I hear you have finally shed the title of waste? Galio's eyes twitched as he observed Xiao Yan conversing intimately with the girl he admired, his jealousy bubbling to the surface, prompting him to emit a mocking laugh. Who does he think he is? Lu Qi's expression was equally frosty. The once indifferent Suner was now engaged in cheerful banter with another man. This blow was difficult for his overly proud nature to bear. A mere non-combatant, no matter how talented, is still nothing but a waste, Lu Qi sneered. Listening to Lu Qi's words, Suner felt a chill on her delicate face, as golden flames flickered briefly in her autumn-like eyes. Xiao Yan seemed to suddenly realize, nodding with a smile and saying, "No wonder, such a rudimentary healing potion could only be concocted by an alchemist of your caliber. You truly live up to your mentor's teachings." The laughter surrounding them gradually darkened Lu Qi's expression, his eyes coldly fixed on Xiao Yan. "You are merely inviting formidable adversaries upon your Xiao family," he remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, letting out a rueful chuckle as he rubbed his forehead. He found himself at a loss for words regarding this self-important individual. Did Lu Qi truly believe himself to be a disciple of some esteemed Dou emperor? While a first-grade alchemist could indeed command the Xiao family's respect, to suggest that they were beyond reproach was nothing short of a jest. Sighing, Xiao Yan shook his head, contemplating how someone with such limited intellect could become an alchemist. He exchanged a knowing glance with Suner, finally grasping why her gentle demeanor was so unresponsive to this fellow. With a weary expression, Xiao Yan chose not to engage further with this obviously dim-witted individual. He raised his hand towards the dozens of burly men behind him, smiling as he said, "Strike. Take him down, including the master. Since he dares to cause a ruckus on our Xiao family's territory, we shall not hold back. Otherwise, we might become the subject of ridicule." Observing Xiao Yan's bold action, Galio's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Xiao Yan would dare to be so resolute. His eyes darting, he coldly mocked, "I thought you had made some progress, but it appears you are still nothing but a waste who relies solely on his subordinates. Your goading is rather rudimentary." Xiao Yan remarked softly, brandishing the iron rod in his grasp. "If you wish to perceive it as goading, then so be it. A scoundrel like you is unworthy to even stand in the presence of Miss Suner," sneered Galio, a glint of malice flickering within his pupils. "You've undergone the coming-of-age ceremony, haven't you? That implies I can challenge you without you having any grounds to refuse. You are truly shameless. Xiao Yan is merely 17, while you are already 23. How can you even utter such a challenge?" Xiao Yu retorted, her eyebrows furrowed. With a flick of her whip, she left a faint white mark on the floor, scolding, "If you desire to play, this young lady will accompany you." Galio's lips twitched slightly as he sneered, "Your fortune with women is truly enviable, having yet another to champion your cause. Just as I suspected, a spineless coward hiding behind women. Damn it, this pretty boy is too arrogant, young Master Xiao. We will gladly assist you in playing with him." The mercenaries, who were on good terms with Xiao Yan, hollered loudly, eyeing the overbearing Galio. Seeing his words incite such a reaction, Galio's expression shifted. His strength was merely that of a 3-star doja. If he truly incurred the wrath of the masses, he would indeed feel apprehensive. Casting a glance at the still expressionless Xiao Yan, Galio flicked his sleeves and sneered, "Since you lack the courage to accept, then so be it. Let us depart, brother Lu Qi. Someone who dares not accept a challenge is hardly worthy of attention." Lu Qi smirked as he nodded, his gaze lingering hungrily on Suner for a moment before casting a fierce glare at Xiao Yan, bitterly declaring, "Brat, just wait. I will make your Xiao family willingly deliver her to me. The woman I desire shall never be beyond my grasp." Suner cast a disdainful glance at the lascivious Lu Qi, and a fleeting yet chilling glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. As Galio and Lu Qi turned away, several stoic warriors from the Xiao family appeared at the entrance of the market, forming an impassable barrier that firmly blocked the doorway. "I know you yearn to cripple me. Well then, as you wish. I accept your challenge." Just as Galio was about to signal for assistance, a calm voice from behind suddenly resonated. Taken aback at first, Galio's expression morphed into a sinister grin as he slowly replied, "You seek your own demise. Do not blame me for that." Turning with deliberation, Galio tilted his head, the cruel smile lingering at the corner of his lips. "Brother Dou Qi, may I have the pleasure of playing with him?" Dou Qi nodded with a smile, subtly raising his hand in a gesture of agreement, and said with a sly grin, "When the opportunity arises, do not hold back. If that young man from the Xiao family accepts your challenge one day, strike without mercy. If you can slay him on the spot, that would be ideal. If not, crippling his hands or legs would still serve to eliminate a future formidable foe for the Galio family." The confidence of Galio stems from his inherent strength. He has not only ascended to the rank of a 3-star fighter, but has also mastered the advanced wind attribute martial art, wind tornado technique. Coupled with the various combat skills he possesses, he is nearly capable of challenging an ordinary 5-star fighter without defeat. Throughout the bustling street, it is not only Galio who perceives no chance of victory for Xiao Yan. Even the surrounding mercenaries and Xiao Yu share the same sentiment. Regardless of Xiao Yan's extraordinary talent, the significant disparity in their ranks cannot be overlooked by anyone. Is this little rascal not usually excessively astute? How could he fall for such a crude provocation? Observing Xiao Yan, who was shouldering an iron rod, Xiao Yu's delicate face darkened. Stepping forward, she exclaimed in frustration, "When did you become so foolishly prideful? Knowing you cannot win, why accept such a challenge? Are you tired of living?" After being reprimanded by Xiao Yu, Xiao Yan merely shrugged and replied with a smile, "We haven't even begun to fight. Who knows who is truly tired of living? You!" Facing Xiao Yan's stubbornness, Xiao Yu stomped her foot in exasperation. With her long, alluring legs stepping forward, she positioned herself directly in front of him, her green whip slicing through the air with a sharp crack. "Let me handle this. I know your potential is impressive, but that is only for the future." Gazing at Xiao Yu, who stood with her back to him, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman, who had always been in opposition to him, would so fiercely defend him in the presence of outsiders. With a sense of bewilderment, he shook his head slightly, allowing his gaze to drift down to Xiao Yu's delicate shoulders, then sweeping across her back, slender waist, curvaceous hips, and those exquisitely alluring long legs. The breath that brushed past his ear caused Xiao Yu's body to tense instantly, a delicate blush creeping onto her tender earlobes. After a brief moment, she inhaled deeply, her voice carrying a subtle tremor. "You should be aware of your value to the family. Therefore, you cannot recklessly accept challenges from others. As your cousin, I have the right to shield you from certain dangers." What a peculiar assertion. Shaking his head in resignation, Xiao Yan replied, "Nevertheless, it is best left alone. I can handle my own affairs. You should remain on the sidelines." With that, he tightened his grip on the iron rod, shifted his body to bypass Xiao Yu, and with a firm step on the ground, charged directly toward the impatient Galio. "Hey, you little brat, today I shall make you regret this foolish action." Fixating on Xiao Yan, who approached with the iron rod, Galio let out a cold laugh as azure energy rapidly coalesced in his palm. Standing firm, he did not move, but suddenly curled his hands into claw-like forms. At his fingertips, the azure energy shimmered faintly, gathering into 10 sharp spikes. With a sinister grin, he swung his claws, creating a rush of wind, and fiercely launched an attack at Xiao Yan. Feeling the sharp sound that seemed to tear through the air, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. With a slight bend in his left hand, he suddenly swung it towards the ground before him. An invisible force struck the earth, and the reactionary power abruptly halted Xiao Yan's rapid advance. Observing Xiao Yan's adept control over the momentum generated by his own speed, the seasoned mercenaries surrounding him gasped in awe. In that fleeting moment as he came to a stop, the iron rod in Xiao Yan's hand was released without hesitation, soaring through the air like a released arrow, aimed directly at Galio's head. In response to the swiftly approaching iron rod, Galio scoffed disdainfully, his palm emanating a bluish-green aura. He grasped the air behind him, and with a sudden force, the atmosphere before him rippled slightly, conjuring several faint azure whirlwinds that appeared out of nowhere. As the iron rod traversed through the whirlwinds, its momentum was effortlessly dissipated. Devoid of its supporting force, the iron rod fell helplessly to the ground, just half a meter from Galio's head, producing a crisp sound upon impact. Sighing at the sight of Xiao Yan's attack being so easily neutralized, the crowd expressed their dismay. With his superior martial arts, Galio seemed to have positioned himself in an almost invincible stance. "Sister, it seems Xiao Yan is in quite a predicament," Xiao Ning said with unease, observing her brother who had lost his weapon. Xiao Yu, maintaining her composed demeanor, replied tersely, "I couldn't care less if he meets his demise. He always seeks to play the hero, and now look at him. He has not only failed to achieve heroism but has also been humiliated in the process." After a moment of silence, Xiao Yu sighed, "Prepare to rescue him. It seems that bastard Galio intends to strike hard." Xiao Ning awkwardly nodded, yet dared not provoke her further. In stark contrast to the anxious Xiao Yu, Sooner appeared remarkably composed, her gaze sweeping over the seemingly disadvantaged Xiao Yan, a faint smile gracing her lips. As Xiao Yan clumsily evaded an attack from Galio, he retreated just in time. However, Galio, empowered by his wind-based techniques, swiftly closed the distance, his hand clenched, and a sinister expression darkening his face as he aimed a fierce blow at Xiao Yan's head. Unbeknownst to him, he had backed against a wall, and though escape was impossible, Xiao Yan's countenance remained as serene as still water. He exhaled slowly, and from his fist erupted a surge of pale yellow fighting spirit, radiating an indomitable ferocity as he prepared for their imminent confrontation. Observing Xiao Yan's audacious choice to confront Galio head-on, the surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief. The disparity in their levels was glaringly apparent. Had Xiao Yan chosen to evade, he might have prolonged the encounter, but to face Galio directly would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Just as the spectators lamented Xiao Yan's predicament, his tightly clenched fist suddenly unfurled. A sudden, formidable, invisible force manifested, crashing powerfully into Galio's chest from afar. Struck by this inexplicable energy, Galio was violently propelled backwards, his face paling, and a frantic glimmer flickering in his fiercely staring eyes. What kind of fighting technique is this? How can it be so enigmatic? Observing the peculiar and abrupt backward flight of Galio, many present wore expressions of astonishment. With a swift motion of his open palm directed at the retreating Galio, Xiao Yan seized the opportune moment with keen precision. Instantly, a fierce suction force yanked Galio back towards him, as if he were a mere ball tossed through the air. Enraged by this treatment, Galio gritted his teeth, his gaze fixated on the increasingly closer Xiao Yan, a cruel glimmer flickering across his face. Clenching his right fist tightly, azure energy rapidly coalesced upon his knuckles, ultimately forming a small vortex, a low-level profound technique known as the azure wind spiral fist. As his fist hovered in the air, it generated a sharp sound akin to slicing through the wind, the immense pressure of the gust lifting all debris from the ground around Xiao Yan. With a firm resolve, Xiao Yan tightened his lips, completing an almost flawless buildup of energy with his right leg poised in the air. At that moment, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he finally collided with Galio's powerful fist. Do not presume you are the only one with the prowess of a 3-star fighter. As their punches and kicks met, a surge of yellow energy erupted from Xiao Yan's right leg, his soft whisper causing Galio's expression to shift dramatically. A thunderous impact resonated as their fists connected, reverberating like muffled thunder from the point of contact. In an instant, the sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed, followed by a sharp, piercing noise, as both Xiao Yan and Galio were propelled backward almost simultaneously. The body crashed heavily against the wall behind, and a sweet taste surged in Xiao Yan's throat as a mouthful of fresh blood involuntarily spurted forth, scattering like stars upon the ground. Observing the bloodied Xiao Yan, the surrounding mercenaries could only sigh in regret. However, just as they believed Xiao Yan had succumbed to defeat, the fallen Galio suddenly clutched his right hand, rolling on the ground while letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Among the onlookers, there were those with keen eyesight who, upon witnessing Galio's nearly contorted and deformed arm, could not help but gasp in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer shock. The once bustling street fell abruptly into silence, with astonished gazes fixed upon the boy panting heavily beneath the wall. After a brief pause, a thunderous cheer erupted. With her lips slightly parted in disbelief, Xiao Yu stared at the wretched Galio writhing on the ground, exclaiming in astonishment, "That little rascal actually won?" It seemed so. Galio's hand had indeed been shattered by Xiao Yan. Xiao Ning swallowed hard, recalling with trepidation the severity of his own previous ordeal. Yet this time, Galio's state was evidently tenfold more miserable. Observing the bone spurs that nearly protruded through Galio's flesh, Xiao Ning realized that the fellow's hand was likely ruined beyond repair. Hearing Xiao Ning's confirmation, Xiao Yu was momentarily speechless, casting a fierce glare at the panting Xiao Yan. So this little rascal has long since entered the ranks of fighters. No wonder he acts with such reckless confidence. After sitting on the ground for a considerable 10 minutes, Xiao Yan gradually rose, casting a cold, piercing glance at Lu Shi, who stood nearby in a state of shock. Dragging his numb right foot, he picked up an iron rod from beside him. His face contorted with ferocity as he trudged toward the wailing Galio, who lay helplessly on the ground. Galio's earlier attack had laid bare his murderous intent, and Xiao Yan, too, would not extend unnecessary mercy to one who sought his life. Lying on the ground, Galio watched as Xiao Yan drew near, his face a mask of resentment tinged with panic. He swallowed hard, recognizing the killing intent in Xiao Yan's eyes, and hurriedly exclaimed, "I concede." Xiao Yan remained expressionless, seemingly impervious to Galio's plea, his grip on the iron rod tightening. Observing the indifferent youth before him, even seasoned mercenaries, who often danced on the edge of danger, felt a chill run down their spines. The current Xiao Yan was a stark contrast to the boy who once wore a perpetual smile. Halting his steps, Xiao Yan loomed over Galio, suddenly breaking into a smile. Yet, the pristine whiteness of his teeth only served to chill Galio's heart further. It was in this moment that Galio comprehended the truth. The boy who had concealed himself beneath a facade of meekness possessed a heart more ruthless than his own. Die Tresch. With a light chuckle, Xiao Yan's dark eyes ignited with a surge of murderous intent, and the iron rod in his hand whistled through the air as it came crashing down toward Galio's head. Faced with Xiao Yan's unrelenting assault, Galio's complexion turned ashen, terror etched across his features. On the street, as one beheld the imminent bloodshed of Galio, the onlookers involuntarily inhaled sharply, their breaths caught in their throats. Xiao Yan's decisive and unyielding action evoked a sense of awe among many, altering their perception of him. Xiao Yu's crimson lips parted slightly, her entire form rigid with shock. The brutal efficiency with which Xiao Yan executed his intent shattered the gentle image he had previously held in her mind. She could scarcely fathom that the boy who often engaged in playful banter and fits of temper could unleash such ruthless ferocity. All eyes followed the iron rod in Xiao Yan's grasp, but just as it was a mere half-meter from striking Galio's head, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the street. The Xiao family's lad is merely challenging for a spar, yet he dares to resort to such cruelty? Upon hearing this voice, laced with fury, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The iron rod in his hand did not falter. Instead, it descended with even greater ferocity. "Get out of my way!" Xiao Yan's actions clearly provoked the ire of the earlier shout, inciting a sharp rebuke that sliced through the air like a bolt of azure lightning, cleaving through the iron rod effortlessly. Instantly, the once sturdy rod shattered into two pieces, the breakage smooth and glistening. As the iron rod was so easily severed, Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly, his teeth clenched. Just as he prepared to thrust the remaining half into Galio's throat, that same azure force surged forth once more, the intense pressure of the wind causing Xiao Yan to struggle for breath. The pupils constricted, and the iron rod, thrust down with great force, seemed to be obstructed by an invisible barrier, rendering any attempts to drive it further futile. With a twitch of his lips, Xiao Yan tightened his grip on the iron rod, slightly shifted his body, and then suddenly twisted around. The iron rod slipped from his grasp, transforming into a shadow that hurtled towards the figure soaring through the air. Humph! The figure, taken aback by Xiao Yan's audacity to strike, let out a cold snort. With hands curled into claws, he waved them vigorously in front of him, summoning a rich blue fighting spirit that coalesced into several pale blue energy blades. A flick of his fingers sent the wind blades hurtling forth, shattering the iron rod into a multitude of fragments. Such a young age, yet so cruel-hearted. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Xiao Zhan. After demolishing the iron rod, The figure let out a cold chuckle as blue fighting spirit rapidly gathered within his palms. A circle of wind formed beneath him, lifting him into the air like a cannonball aimed directly at Xiao Yan. With a sweeping motion of his hand, another pale blue fighting spirit blade materialized, shooting towards Xiao Yan with ferocity. The intense pressure generated by the wind blades swept away all debris from the ground, leaving it immaculate. "Teach me a lesson? You are nothing," he scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully. Xiao Yan, having discerned the attributes of the fighting spirit, recognized that the newcomer was none other than Galio's father, Galiob. With a tranquil countenance, he gazed at the swiftly approaching wind blade. As it was poised to breach a mere 5 meters above him, Xiao Yan forcefully struck the ground beneath his feet. An invisible surge of energy erupted, propelling him into the air. In mid-flight, he executed a graceful somersault before landing steadily on a patch of ground several meters away. The wind blade missed its mark, slicing through the air with a sharp hiss and leaving a deep gash, nearly an inch in depth, upon the hardened stone surface. "Father, eliminate him." Observing the figure descending from above, Galio's face radiated with exhilaration, swiftly transforming into a venomous shout. Upon landing, Galibi cast a dark glance at Galio's arm, his expression tightening slightly, his eyes flashing with a chilling intent to kill. Without uttering a word, he stamped his foot on the ground and charged once more towards Xiao Yan, challenging, "Let me see what makes this Xiao family's prodigy so remarkable." The fleeting moments from Galibi's emergence to Xiao Yan's hurried retreat seemed but a heartbeat. As onlookers witnessed Galibi, a formidable great Dou master, ambushing a mere youthful fighter, a chorus of disdainful jeers erupted. "Damn it, Galio, you audacious old dog. How dare you make a move?" Faced with Galibi's relentless advance, Xiao Yan's expression grew increasingly grim as he cursed vehemently. "You wretched brat, you've shattered my son's arm and expect to depart unscathed? It shall not be so easily done." As Galibi's foot struck the ground, his form surprisingly transformed into a wisp of wind, materializing ominously above Xiao Yan. A sinister expression flickered across his impassive face as he clenched his fist, the swirling azure energy rapidly coalescing into a massive vortex. "How audacious, employing a profound-grade combat technique. Galibi, you have brought shame upon your family." Feeling the overwhelming force contained within Galibi's punch, Xiao Yan's countenance darkened considerably. One hand discreetly brushed against the obsidian ring on his finger. Not far away, observing Xiao Yan's perilous predicament, Suner's delicate face shifted slightly. She exhaled softly, her autumn-like eyes ablaze with golden flames, while her slender fingers began to gather a fierce, pale golden energy. Just as Xiao Yan prepared to defend himself and Suner ready to intervene, a thunderous roar filled the street, brimming with rage. "Damn it, Galibi! When did the son of Xiao Zhan become your target for reprimand?" As the words echoed, a figure enveloped in fiery red suddenly surged from beyond the market, landing heavily on a rooftop. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Xiao Yan, throwing back his head and unleashing a mighty roar, which bore an echo reminiscent of a lion's roar. Lion Mountain split. With a fierce countenance, Xiao Zhan tightened his iron fist and unleashed a powerful blow towards the Galibi hovering above, a colossal lion's head forming faintly atop his fist. The collision of azure and crimson erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to muffled thunder, leaving most bystanders in the street momentarily dazed. In midair, the two combatants shuddered momentarily before retreating with explosive force. As Xiao Zhan pulled Xiao Yan behind him during his withdrawal, he hurriedly stepped back several paces, leaving visible footprints on the ground, a testament to the ferocity of their clash. Dispelling the residual energy, Xiao Zhan cast a cold glance at the distant Jaialibi, sneering, "Jaialibi, you truly have sunk to a new low, daring to strike at your juniors." Jaialibi's countenance darkened, the corner of his mouth twitching as he pointed at the fallen Jialiao on the ground, his voice laced with frost. "He has reduced my son to this state. Xiao Zhan, you must provide me with an explanation today." "Explanation? What nonsense! If it weren't for my son's cleverness just now, it would be him lying on the ground instead. Would you then demand an explanation from me?" Xiao Zhan scoffed, his words a fierce rebuke. "This challenge was initiated by your son. Everyone present can attest to that. Moreover, in such duels, broken bones are commonplace. Why make such a fuss? The ferocity in Xiao Yan's visage gradually softened as he spoke with a smile. You! Jailebi's face twitched in agitation, aware that he had squandered the best opportunity to retaliate against Xiao Yan. Gritting his teeth, he warned, "Do not let me catch you off guard. Otherwise, that remark is best directed back at you." Xiao Yan replied with a grin, his eyes glinting with a similar ferocity. "Very well, I shall await your move." With a mix of fury and irony, Galabai nodded and stepped forward, clutching the howling Gaoliao under his arm before turning to leave. As he passed by Lu Qi, he caught sight of Lu Qi's astonished expression, which ignited his anger anew. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rage, he spoke in a low voice, "Mr. Lu Qi, let us depart." "Huh? What about that girl?" Lu Qi cast a reluctant glance towards the distant Suner. Sighing, he reluctantly nodded at the tormented Galabai, his gaze lingering lasciviously over Suner's delicate figure before he followed Galabai out of the marketplace with an air of lingering regret. Watching the disheveled group of Galabai leave the marketplace, Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. His gaze swept around before settling on Xiao Yan, whose lips bore a trace of blood. His expression softened as he firmly patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, then clicked his tongue in disappointment, saying, "The little fellow was not ruthless enough. Galabai has but one son. Had you managed to sever that wretched Gaoliao, Galabai would have surely gone mad today. At that point, the three elders lurking outside would have had the perfect excuse to unite and eliminate him. Alas, what a shame." At these words, Xiao Yan was taken aback, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile, Suner and Xiao Yu, standing nearby, felt their cheeks flush at the crude remark. The surrounding mercenaries, upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines, realizing that the son's cruelty was merely a reflection of the father's even greater severity. Chapter 89. A dark and windy night in the pitch-black night sky. The silver moon hung high, casting a gentle sheen over the earth, draping it in a veil of silver, creating an aura of profound mystery. After the clamor of the day, the city of Wutan fell into a shroud of darkness and silence during the late hours of the night. In the rear courtyard of the Xiao residence, a young man lay supine upon his bed, his pitch-black eyes, akin to the night sky, now glimmering with an icy radiance. "Master, what is the lowest limit of your current strength?" After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yan inquired softly. "What? Is that a question?" came a casual retort from the dark ring on his finger. Moments later, Yao Lao ambiguously replied, "Though I am currently in a spiritual state, with the aid of the dealing with some minor figures like Great Dou Shi or Dou Ling should pose no problem." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy graced Xiao Yan's face, yet a shadow of coldness swept through his eyes. "Do you intend to eliminate that young man from earlier?" Yao Lao asked, somewhat astonished by Xiao Yan's demeanor. "Galio is not worth my significant effort." Xiao Yan chuckled lightly and replied, "With 2 months nearing its end, I find myself growing impatient with the Gaoliao family. Thus, I plan to discreetly resolve the matter with that alchemist named Lu Qi. Once that alchemist is dead, the Gaoliao family will lose their only source of healing elixirs, leading them to forfeit their remaining market share. Even if the family manages to survive, their power will significantly diminish, rendering them incapable of posing a threat to the Xiao family. Is it truly impatience that drives you? Your temperament does not suggest one of restlessness." After a brief silence, a teasing voice emerged from the ring, belonging to the venerable Yao. "It seems you are quite concerned about that girl named Suner. Although she may have acted somewhat brazenly, you seem to harbor quite the grudge. Truly, you are a child prone to jealousy." Very well, it is not her fault." Observing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Yao chuckled a few times, his laughter laced with mockery, prompting Xiao Yan to roll his eyes in exasperation. "If you wish to take action, then let us proceed. I exist in a spiritual state, thus I shall require your assistance." With a nod, Xiao Yan swiftly leapt from the bed, retrieving a dark red spatial ring from his pocket. He then produced a meticulously prepared black cloak, skillfully donning it, transforming the slender youth into a figure cloaked in an enigmatic, voluminous robe. "Let us go. You need not do anything. I shall control your body. With my spirit enveloping you, there is no need to worry about your identity being discerned from your aura." Yao reminded with a smile as he observed Xiao Yan's readiness. "Understood." Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yan cautiously approached the window, glancing around furtively as if to ensure secrecy, before finally leaping out. As he descended, an inexplicable surge of formidable power emanated from the ring upon his finger. An inexplicable force swiftly enveloped Xiao Yan, causing his plummeting figure to unexpectedly suspend in midair. With a gentle push of his foot against a rooftop, his shadowy form resembled a vulture concealed in darkness, silently gliding out of the Xiao residence, ultimately vanishing into the vastness of the night. On this moonless and windy night, it was an opportune moment for murder. In the illuminated hall of the Gali family, Gali Bai, who had been in a state of profound gloom, was momentarily taken aback by the triumphant voice of Mr. Dou Qi before his expression transformed into one of elation. Highly satisfied with Gali Bai's astonished demeanor, Dou Qi raised his teacup and took a sip, his countenance radiating a sense of pride. In addition to healing potions, I can concoct a potion particularly suited for mercenaries, known as the power-boosting pill, which can temporarily enhance the strength of the user by approximately 10%. However, this power-boosting pill cannot be mass-produced like healing potions. Given my capabilities, I could only refine about 20 pills per day at most, Dou Qi lamented. Chief Gali, I can indeed produce the power-boosting pill, but according to our agreement, I believe I am only responsible for the healing potions. Am I not? As the notion of the power-boosting pill sparked Gali Bai's interest, Dou Qi's eyes glimmered mischievously as he suddenly chuckled. With a slight change in his expression, the cunning Gali Bai was well aware of Dou Qi's intentions, yet at this juncture, he could only force a smile and inquire, "What does Mr. Dou Qi imply?" Rest assured, I am well aware of the current situation of the Gale family, so I shall refrain from making unreasonable demands. As he gazed at the relieved Gale Bai, a lewd smirk flickered across Dou Qi's eyes. I merely wish to request the esteemed clan leader Gale to assist me in bringing that girl named Xiao sooner to my side. Before the smile on his face could fully manifest, it abruptly froze, and the corners of Gale Bai's eyes twitched. He had not anticipated that this audacious individual would audaciously set his sights on the Xiao family. Mr. Dou Qi, should our Gale family make a move against the Xiao family, then Xiao Yan would have justification to declare war upon us. At that point, it would no longer be merely an economic confrontation but a genuine clash of swords. With a sigh, Gale Bai offered a wry smile. As he flicked his fingers upon the table, Dou Qi chuckled. These matters are not for me to ponder. Whether the clan leader intends to forcibly seize her or use some drug to abduct her, I only desire the outcome. As long as the clan leader can bring her to me, I am ready to commence the concoction of the energy-boosting pills at any moment. The corners of Gale Bai's eyes twitched once more, and although he was filled with fury, he could only force a smile and say, "May I have some time to consider? Would it be acceptable for me to provide you with a response tomorrow?" Quite well, then the clan leader shall think it over. Before I take my leave, let me add that the Gale family and the Xiao family are already at odds, so why fear the addition of one more grievance? With a sly smile, Dou Qi rose from his seat, brushed off his backside, and strutted out of the hall, making his way briskly towards his room in the backyard. Today, he had been stirred by the enchanting presence of a girl as ethereal as a blue lotus, and he felt an urgent desire to find a beautiful young maid to quench his burgeoning passion. As he watched Dou Qi disappear around the corner, Gali Bai's face darkened, and after a moment's contemplation, he let out a long sigh, muttering grimly, "That fool, whose mind is consumed with thoughts of women, will inevitably meet his demise because of them." In a chamber at the back courtyard, Xiao Yan gazed helplessly at the stunning woman, who lay unconscious on the bed, draped only in a sheer bathrobe, revealing ample, enticing skin. What a fool, utterly consumed by lust, he thought to himself. Old Yao, it is time to act. With a cold smirk and a shake of his head, he prepared to move, but suddenly, an urgent shout from Old Yao caused Xiao Yan's heart to clench tightly. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he stood frozen in place, too fearful to make a sound. To the left, Old Yao's voice whispered urgently in his mind. Listening carefully to the warning, Xiao Yan slowly turned his head, directing his gaze towards the window on the left side of the room, his pupils abruptly constricting. The previously closed window had, unbeknownst to him, swung open, allowing a gentle moonlight to cascade inside. Where moments before there was naught but emptiness, Now perched upon the edge of the window was a girl clad in a golden gown, her delicate, porcelain-like legs curving alluringly in the air beneath the shimmering fabric. The moonlight cascaded in, illuminating the delicate features of the young girl, resembling a goddess bathed in lunar radiance, brilliant and enigmatic. As Xiao Yan gazed upon the girl, who had appeared here seemingly out of nowhere, he felt a sudden dryness in his throat, and a name escaped his lips in a near-whispering sigh. Sooner? Chapter 90. Attending to aftermath, staring blankly at the girl who materialized at the window like a specter, Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before murmuring in bewilderment, "What is she doing here?" Judging by the circumstances, it seems she shares the same objective as you," Elder Yao remarked with an inscrutable chuckle. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yan retreated completely into the shadows, hesitatingly pondering within. How has Sooner become so remarkably powerful? Judging by her earlier speed of arrival, she must be no weaker than a great Dou master. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Then he let out a wry smile, lamenting once more the mysterious background of Sooner, shaking his head in resignation, and fell silent as he gazed through the sheer curtain into the somewhat eerie chamber. Inside the room, the ghostly presence of Sooner went unnoticed by Dou Qi, who, consumed by lust, was fixated on the beautiful woman sprawled across the bed, her allure laid bare. With frantic hands, he fumbled with his clothing. At a certain moment, Dou Qi's hand, which was tugging at his garments, suddenly froze. As a six-star Dou master, he finally sensed something amiss. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly turned his neck, directing his gaze towards the wide-open window. At the window, a young girl clad in a golden robe languidly leaned against the sill, her eyes flickering with hints of golden flames as she coldly regarded the disheveled man within the room. Delicate hands danced with ethereal flames, tracing whimsical paths like sprites in the night. Dou Qi stared blankly at the maiden bathed in moonlight, his gaze gradually settling on her exquisite yet indifferent visage. An involuntary intoxication welled up in his eyes, and despite the disquieting atmosphere, he found himself momentarily entranced by her nearly flawless beauty and otherworldly demeanor. However, in an abrupt moment of clarity, Dou Qi suddenly pivoted, his foot striking the ground with force. He shot toward the door like a released arrow, the chilling sensation of impending doom extinguishing the flames of desire within him. Though arrogant, Dou Qi was not naive enough to believe that this enigmatic girl had come to engage him in heartfelt conversation. The room was spacious, yet at his speed, traversing from the bed to the door took but a few fleeting seconds. As he approached the wooden barrier, a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. If he could reach the outside, he could call out for help, and Galabai would swiftly come to his rescue. Yet, just as his hands were about to touch the door, a sharp pain jolted through his feet. He stumbled, his body descending in a chaotic tilt, and crashed heavily onto the floor, blood and a few teeth erupting from his mouth in a grim spectacle. With a face full of terror, he lowered his head, discovering 2 fist-sized wounds on his legs, surrounded by charred edges that emitted a faint, acrid odor. "Someone is trying to assassinate me." The excruciating pain in Dou Qi's legs nearly caused him to faint, yet he gritted his teeth and shouted desperately, "There's no need to call for help. The room is enveloped by my aura, and no one can hear you," the girl said coolly from the window, her delicate fingers flicking to conjure a golden flame that coalesced into a sharp point, indicating that the injury to Dou Qi's legs was inflicted by this very entity. "What do you want? Money? Elixirs? I can give you anything, just spare my life." Fearfully gazing at the girl, Dou Qi's pallor deepened as the threat of death finally suppressed his lust for beauty. The girl cast a dispassionate glance at Dou Qi, who lay writhing on the ground, before gracefully leaping down from the windowsill, her steps light as she approached him. Observing the girl, Sooner, as she descended, Xiao Yan noticed that her previously waist-length hair now cascaded down to her delicate hips, evidently a result of some arcane technique. In the spacious room, clad in a resplendent golden gown symbolizing nobility, the girl approached the wailing Dou Qi and halted before him, lowering her head. Suddenly, a gentle smile graced her lips, causing Dou Qi's heart to race violently. "Did you not desire for someone to bring me to you?" Slowly crouching down, Sooner's voice carried a chilling undertone. Dou Qi swallowed hard, the cold sweat on his face, a testament to his fear, nearly soaked his entire countenance. "I truly detest the act of taking a life. Gazing at Lu Xi's terror-stricken visage, Sooner suddenly exhaled a soft sigh. Upon hearing her, a flicker of hope momentarily passed through Lu Xi's eyes. However, before he could utter a plea for mercy, the sudden chill that enveloped the young girl's delicate features cast him into a chasm of despair. I too am not particularly bothered by a few meaningless glances, but why must you resort to insult him? What right do you have to demean him? Though he may not care for such trash as you, I certainly cannot. I truly cannot. As the girl's tone turned icy, the golden flames that danced upon her slender fingers suddenly surged forth, transforming into a streak of golden lightning that mercilessly pierced Lu Xi's chest. In an instant, a gaping wound appeared. Struck by a fatal blow, Lu Xi's pupils constricted sharply, his pallid face gradually paling, and his slightly bulging eyes appeared utterly horrific. Casting a detached glance at the lifeless body, which was swiftly losing its vitality, Sooner straightened her posture, sighed softly, and a hint of helplessness surfaced on her indifferent face as she murmured, "Had I not feared that Brother Xiao Yan would blame me for meddling, the Galley family would have long ceased to exist in Yaochen City, and there would be far fewer troubles." Shaking her head lightly, Sooner casually scanned the room, and with a slight movement, she reappeared before the window. With a graceful leap, she vanished into the night. TSK. This girl appears gentle and amiable, yet when it comes to taking a life, she is so decisive and efficient. Heh, it seems you have stumbled upon a true treasure this time. Not long after Sun Er vanished, the teasing voice of Yao Lao echoed in Xiao Yan's heart. With a bitter smile and a shake of his head, Xiao Yan sighed. It seems my efforts tonight have been in vain. Ah, not necessarily, Yao Lao replied with a faint smile. Though that girl can be ruthless, she is still quite young, and her experience is rather lacking. Startled by these words, Xiao Yan asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "Just wait and see." Yao Lao responded with a mysterious smile, before falling silent. Seeing Yao Lao's demeanor, Xiao Yan could only shake his head helplessly and continued to shrink back into the shadows, his gaze fixated on every movement within the room. In the dimly lit chamber, apart from the soft breathing of the unconscious maid upon the bed, there was an unsettling stillness. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, just as Xiao Yan's brows began to furrow, he caught a glimpse of the body of Lu Qi and his pupils slightly constricted. At the entrance, the once lifeless Lu Xi's hand made an imperceptible movement.
Moments later.
His tightly shut eyes gradually opened, and the pallor on his face receded significantly. Hiss. Gazing at the wound on his chest, Lu Qi inhaled sharply, his eyes filled with malice. That damned woman! If I hadn't pilfered a turtle-breathing pill from my master before coming out, I would have truly met my end today. With a laborious extension of his palm, Lu Qi retrieved a small jade vial from his bosom. He meticulously poured a sprinkling of white powder over his wound, and then, without hesitation, swallowed a pale blue elixir. After executing these delicate maneuvers, his complexion paled even further. Suddenly, an unexpected sound caused Lu Xi's body to stiffen abruptly. His expression shifted dramatically as he struggled to turn his head. A figure, shrouded in black robes, emerged slowly from the shadows. "The negligent girl seems to require my intervention in the aftermath," the figure mused, a youthful laughter escaping from beneath the dark garment. A hand reached out, revealing an eerie, ghostly white flame that began to flicker ominously. "Is that?" Lu Qi gasped, his eyes narrowing in shock at the sight of the bizarre, spectral fire. "Congratulations. You are correct. You shall receive a prize," the figure replied with a slight smile. With a swift motion of his hand, the ghostly flame was unleashed, enveloping Lu Qi in an instant. Before he could utter a cry, he was rapidly reduced to ashes. Thus, the renowned first-grade alchemist Lu Qi vanished completely from this continent. With an indifferent clap of his hands, the figure swept away the ashes from the ground with a gust of energy, then leisurely ascended to the window and soared into the sky. Without disturbing a soul, the figure of the black-robed individual delicately tapped a rooftop, but as he floated several meters away, he suddenly halted, letting out a resigned sigh as he slowly raised his head. Upon the edge of a pavilion not far away, a young maiden clad in a golden gown casually swayed her round, snow-white calves. Her autumn-hued eyes, imbued with a faint golden flame, lazily fixed upon the figure draped in black robes, who lingered atop the rooftop. Who might you be? Chapter 91. An Encounter in the Night. As the maiden's delicate and ethereal voice echoed, the cloaked figure shrugged in resignation. After a moment of silence, an aged voice slowly emerged. I believe you have seen me at the Xiao family, have you not? With a gentle sway of her snow-white leg, Sooner, her eyes shimmering, casually inquired, What business do you have with the Gailey family? On behalf of someone to resolve a bit of trouble. On whose behalf? Sooner pressed, her autumn eyes narrowing with curiosity. Ah, that is not something I can disclose, the elder replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender with a smile. But I wish to know, Sooner said, a faint smile gracing her exquisite face as she stepped forward, her form suddenly hovering in midair. Delicate golden flames spiraled and coalesced at her fingertips. Little girl, I know you are quite powerful now, but to think you could impede an old man like me with merely this, you still have some way to go, the elder remarked with a chuckle. Sooner furrowed her brows slightly but fell silent, raising her delicate hand where several spiraling golden flame spikes began to manifest with great speed. Observing Sooner's relentless demeanor, the two figures in black robes felt a twinge of exasperation. With a sigh, the elder remarked helplessly, I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. Should you sustain any injury, that fellow would surely be pained. Well, I must admit I am somewhat intimidated. Today, an unwise individual dared to provoke a girl whom a certain fellow holds in the highest regard. Coincidentally, that same fellow happens to be acquainted with me, and thus I was summoned to serve as his laborer. Alas, considering my advanced age, running about at such a late hour is no trivial matter. With her long eyelashes fluttering gently, a delicate blush gradually appeared on her exquisitely thawing face. Sooner turned her small hand, causing the fiery spike in her grasp to slowly dissipate. Casting a sidelong glance at the figure cloaked in black, she smiled brightly and said, Old sir, it seems you indeed have a connection with Xiao Yan. Ah, how swiftly the terms of endearment can change. Yao Lao chuckled softly and remarked, You likely already suspected my relationship with Xiao Yan, did you not? It was merely speculation before, yet I could not ascertain it with certainty, Sooner replied, shaking her head with a smile. She then performed a graceful bow in midair towards Yao Lao and continued, Although I am unaware of your origins, I believe that Xiao Yan's ability to shed his past despondency a year ago must be linked to you in some manner. Yao Lao responded with a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying her statement. Fixing her beautiful eyes upon the man in black, Sooner sweetly smiled and softly stated, Regardless of your intentions in approaching Xiao Yan, I implore you not to harbor any ulterior motives. Otherwise, I shall harbor animosity towards anyone who poses a threat to him. Perhaps you are indeed formidable, yet believe me, I possess the strength to utter such words. TSK. What a formidable young lady. Upon hearing Sooner's subtly threatening words, Yao Lao was momentarily taken aback, but then he chuckled. Rest assured, I shall not utter a single word. The elderly pharmacist nodded slightly, then whimsically added in his heart, for he had already heard it himself. Gazing at the small jade vial in her hand, Sooner was momentarily taken aback, directing her gaze towards the figure in the black robe atop the ceiling. You have employed a secret technique. You will likely feel a bit weakened for the next few days. Keep this vial of qi nourishing powder for yourself, and restore your condition promptly, lest you appear frail and ill, which would surely cause concern for someone, the pharmacist remarked with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Sooner's delicate face as she grasped the jade vial and nodded gratefully towards the figure in black. With a light step, she swiftly darted into the darkness, gradually vanishing from sight. Beneath the cloak, Xiao Yan rubbed his nose, acutely aware that had it not been for that incident in their childhood, Sooner's demeanor towards him in adulthood would likely not differ greatly from her attitude towards Xiao Ning and others. Of course, such conjectures held no ground in reality. After all, he had quietly intruded into her heart at its most vulnerable moment, inadvertently leaving an indelible mark. With a slight smirk of pride, Xiao Yan casually cradled the back of his head with his hands, allowing the pharmacist to guide his body as he swiftly propelled towards the Xiao family's direction. Upon reaching the Xiao residence, wary of being detected by Sooner, He meticulously circumvented the courtyard where she resided before landing outside his own room, quickly darting inside and gently securing the door and windows. Upon entering the chamber, Xiao Yan swiftly removed the large black cloak enveloping him, stowing it away within his spatial ring. Only then did he exhale heavily, collapsing languidly onto the bed, murmuring softly to himself, "Ah, what a splendid evening it has been." The following morning, within the Gailey family estate, Gailey Bai's countenance was ominously dark, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine of the beautiful maid kneeling on the floor. His cold gaze swept meticulously across the room where Dou Qi resided. As Gailey Bai coldly inquired, "You say Dou Qi has vanished?" "Indeed, patriarch. Last night, for reasons unknown, the maid suddenly lost consciousness and only regained her senses at dawn. Upon awakening, however, Lord Dou Qi was nowhere to be found. I inquired with the guards on duty outside, yet they too had not seen Lord Dou Qi," the maid stammered, trembling in fear. "I had sensed his presence since he entered the room last night. He has not emerged since. Furthermore, both of the Gailey family's main entrances are guarded by formidable warriors of the Dou Master level. Given his strength, it is utterly inconceivable that he could have slipped away unnoticed from the Gailey estate." Gailey Bai spoke ominously. The maid was at a loss, her complexion ashen, terrified that Gailey Bai might lay blame upon her. As her heart raced and her thoughts became a chaotic tangle, Gailey Bai inhaled deeply, choosing to disregard the trembling maid, and began to pace slowly around the corners of the room. Not daring to utter another word, the maid remained motionless in her kneeling position. Step by step, in the serene confines of a quiet room, as he reached a corner, Caleb paused, his gaze fixated on a small cluster of white powder. His heart raced as he crouched down, delicately pinching a bit of the powder between his fingers and bringing it to his nose for a sniff. In an instant, his pallid expression transformed into one of sheer horror. Exhaling deeply, he suddenly became aware of a weakness in his heels, a chilling dread inexorably emanating from the depths of his being. Dou Qi had been killed right under my nose? Chapter 92. The heist. By the time Xiao Yan awoke from his slumber, dawn was nearing, and warm sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting speckles of light upon the floor and illuminating the room quite brightly. Having just completed his morning routine, a gentle knock accompanied by a soft, melodious voice echoed from the doorway. "Xiao Yan, brother, are you still not up?" Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, swiftly wiping the moisture from his face before making his way to the door. With a creak, he slowly opened it. As the door swung wide, the bright sunlight flooded in, prompting Xiao Yan to instinctively close his eyes momentarily. After a brief pause, he gradually reopened them, redirecting his gaze to the vivacious young girl standing at the threshold. Today, Sun Er was adorned in a light green attire, her modest clothing harmonizing with her ethereal and transcendent aura, reminiscent of a pristine lotus, leaving the young man in the room unable to suppress a silent commendation of her beauty. His gaze casually swept over Sun Er's graceful and delicate figure, ultimately resting upon her slightly pale and exquisite face, causing his brow to furrow slightly in concern. What was amiss? The sparkling eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yan's expression revealed nothing but reproach. Sun Er then sweetly smiled, assuring him, "I feel a bit unwell, but it is nothing serious." "A bit unwell?" His brow arched in curiosity. Xiao Yan stepped out of the room, closing the door behind him, and suddenly grasped Sun Er's delicate hand. A gentle stream of warm Dou Qi, under the guidance of his soul perception, circulated slowly within her body. At that moment, the early morning was bustling with clan members who had risen for their morning exercises. They cast envious glances at the affectionate scene between Sun Er and Xiao Yan by the door. "Brother Xiao Yan," Sun Er said, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she gently tugged her hand away, lightly chiding him. "I truly wonder what you have been up to leave me in such a weakened state." Releasing her hand, Xiao Yan adopted a stern expression and softly reprimanded her. Sun Er's lively eyes scanned his serious face, yet she found nothing amiss. Sighing in relief, she smiled, "I practiced some advanced Dou techniques yesterday, which led to this. A few days of rest will suffice. You need not worry, brother Xiao Yan." Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan could only shake his head in resignation. After sharing breakfast with Sun Er in the clan, he concocted an excuse and quietly slipped away from the family. after strolling through the city of Wutan and inquiring about the Gailey family. Xiao Yan found it astonishing that the news of Lu Xi's disappearance failed to stir any commotion within the Gailey clan. The marketplace bustled as usual, with alchemical potions sold without a hint of irregularity. Indeed, the head of the Gailey family demonstrated remarkable composure in suppressing such news. However, one could only wonder how long this fade could endure. Would they manage to conceal it for merely a day, or could they sustain it for a month? Once their remaining medicinal supplies were sold out, what would they do then? With a cold smirk, Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before making his way towards the middle auction house at the heart of the city. In a secluded corner outside the auction house, Xiao Yan donned a large black cloak, obscuring his figure entirely before entering the bustling venue. Upon stepping inside, he was respectfully ushered into the waiting lounge by an enchanting attendant. After a brief period of repose, the graceful Yafei appeared before him, her smile radiant. "Esteemed guest, what brings you to the auction house today, dear Xiao Yan?" she inquired, pouring him a cup of tea with a gracious bend of her body, her expression warm, whether intentional or not, as she leaned to serve the tea. Her alluring figure clad in a qipao revealed glimpses of enticing whiteness, captivating the gaze of those present. Yafei's eyes remained fixed on the small jade vial that had appeared, her charming face lighting up with delight. Gracefully taking a seat beside Xiao Yan, Yafei carefully cradled a small jade vial, examining it meticulously before slightly tilting its mouth. A round pill, glimmering with a subtle green sheen, playfully rolled out. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yan shrugged non-committally, retrieving a scroll of paper from his bosom, inscribed with several medicinal herbs known for their restorative properties. Naturally, these were intended for his beloved Sooner, whose frail and pallid countenance tugged at his heartstrings. Taking the scroll from Xiao Yan, Yafei, having had ample experience, understood his intentions without uttering a word. She promptly summoned a maid to hasten the preparations. Seated in the tranquil reception room, Xiao Yan fell into a brief silence before softly inquiring, "It seems the Gailey family is sourcing medicinal herbs from other cities?" "Indeed. The Gailey family is currently collaborating with a herbal family in Thailand City. Yet the herbs they procure there are priced approximately 40% higher than those within Wutan City." Yafei replied with a nod and a smile. "Quite extravagant," Xiao Yan remarked with a teasing shake of his head, then continued, "Could you provide me with some intelligence regarding their transportation routes?" At his words, Yafei's delicate hand, which held the teacup, trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise as she gazed at the youth beside her, murmuring, "What are you planning?" "To seize something," he replied with a wry smile. Sighing, Yafei lamented, "The Gailey family has indeed drawn the ire of this little calamity. They are truly unfortunate." Shaking her head slightly, Yafei fell into a momentary silence before rising and entering the waiting room. After a while, she emerged holding a scroll, which she handed to Xiao Yan, whispering, "I have received some intelligence from the auction house in Toulon City. 2 days ago, the Jalia family purchased a batch of medicinal herbs valued at 400,000 gold coins. This batch is expected to arrive in Wutan City this afternoon. The Jalia family has only paid a deposit of 100,000. The remaining 300,000 is still owed. The escorting team for the herbs consists of the Jalia family S-guards, including 3 Dou masters, 1 great Dou master, and several dozens of guards at the Dou level. 400,000? Quite a substantial sum." Xiao Yan chuckled softly, stowing the scroll into his spatial ring. However, his laughter gradually turned cold. "If this batch of herbs were to vanish, I wonder how they would explain it to the medicinal families over there. The Jalia family is on the brink of bankruptcy, and this 300,000 in debt could very well be the last straw that breaks the camel's back." Chapter 93. The destruction of medicinal herbs on the road. On a spacious road, 7 or 8 horse-drawn carriages were moving slowly. The sun blazed in the sky, and the sweltering heat caused the guards surrounding the carriages to be drenched in sweat, with irritable curses echoing along the path. Sitting atop one of the carriages, Jalia Nu sat cross-legged, remaining steadfast despite the jolts of the carriage. The 2 days of travel had rendered him, accustomed to a life of luxury, somewhat impatient. "It's all that damned Xiao family's fault. I will bring you down eventually." With gritted teeth, Gailey Nu cursed softly, tilting his head back slightly as he gazed through the carriage window at the neatly stacked low-grade medicinal herbs behind them. A flicker of helplessness crossed his otherwise expressionless face. Although spatial rings facilitated transport remarkably, the low-grade rings offered only 2 to 3 cubic meters of space. To accommodate these herbs, at least 5 such rings would be required. Yet their exorbitant cost and rarity meant that even the entire Gailey family possessed merely 2. Consequently, they had no choice but to rely on cumbersome vehicles for their transport. Weary, Gailey Nu blinked and was about to rest his eyes briefly when he noticed the vehicle ahead abruptly come to a halt, accompanied by faint sounds of shouting and cursing. Frowning, he was about to inquire about the situation when one of his family's guards rushed towards him, breathlessly reporting, "Elder, a cloaked figure is inexplicably blocking our path up ahead." Upon hearing this, Gailey Nu's expression darkened. They had already entered the territory of Wutan City. Who dared to impede their passage here? A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he nodded slightly, leaping down from the carriage and swiftly making his way to the front of the convoy. Indeed, he found a cloaked figure casually seated atop a large stone in the middle of the road. Although the figure's face was obscured, Gailey Nu sensed an undercurrent of malice in the gaze concealed beneath the hood. "Who are you and why do you obstruct our way?"
Gailey Nu inquired.
His tone grave as he swept his gaze over the cloaked figure. "You are members of the Gailey family, are you not?" Came a slow, aged voice from beneath the cloak. With a slight tremor in his skin, Yaoche's face darkened with anger. With a wave of his arm, the dozens of guards behind him swiftly drew their weapons, their expressions sinister as they fixed their gaze upon the enigmatic figure cloaked in black. It seemed he had not erred in his judgment. Observing Yaoche's reaction, the black-robed man smiled faintly, leaping down from the boulder and gradually approaching the convoy. Glaring at the advancing figure, Yaochen seized a massive bow from a nearby guard. With a powerful pull, the bowstring was taut, and with a release of his hand, the arrow transformed into a fierce gale, deftly aimed at the black-robed man's throat. The arrow whistled through the air, a harbinger of impending doom. However, as it neared the black-robed man, merely a meter away, a surge of icy white flames erupted out of thin air. The arrow pierced through the flames, only to be instantly reduced to a fine, dark powder. Witnessing this scene, Yaoche's expression shifted, unease swelling within him. It appeared that this mysterious figure was a formidable opponent, rivaling even the Grand Masters. Exhaling slowly, Yaochen took a deep blue spear from his attendant, and a faint aura of azure energy emanated from him, moistening the air around. Clearly, his combat technique leaned towards the slightly frigid water attribute. Grasping the spear tightly, Yaochen fixed his unwavering gaze on the black-robed man. After a slight adjustment of his stance, he stomped the ground with his foot, propelling himself forward like a streak of blue light towards the increasingly close figure. As he ascended into the air, Yaoche's expression turned solemn. He twisted the spear in his hands, its aura radiating brilliantly, and a series of harmonious sounds echoed from the spear, resonating like the song of war. The waves surged and intertwined. The waves crashed heavily, and the low-level combat technique of Suanjai was unleashed. This technique was the most advanced combat skill that GLN had mastered to date. Years of dedicated practice had honed his abilities to perfection. With his full strength exerted, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent, a formidable great fighter. As GLN's voice resonated, a powerful blue wave surged from his richly luminous spear, soaring skyward before crashing down upon the motionless figure of the man in black robes. Nearby, the onlookers watched in awe as their elder displayed his might, cheers of triumph erupting among them. Throughout their journey, they had encountered several waves of bandits, all of whom had met their demise at GLN's hands. To many, it seemed likely that another would soon join their ranks. The blue wave surged dramatically, and within its depths, numerous glimmers intensified. The spear darted forward like lightning, aimed directly at the head of the man in black. GLN's face contorted with a sinister smile as he beheld his imminent target, a surge of energy coursing through his spear. Just as the spear was about to reach its destination, the man in black slowly lifted his head. A youthful and refined visage emerged under the sunlight, entering GLN's gaze. Could it be the young scion of the Xiao clan? Gazing upon the countenance, though familiar, it stirred a tempest of murderous intent within Gale's heart, causing his pupils to contract with fury. The spear hurtled ever closer, Yet in the instant preceding its impact, an ethereal white flame erupted from the robed figure, surging forth like a wildfire to engulf Gale, suspended in the heavens. As the spectral blaze streaked across the firmament, an abrupt chill permeated the air, and in its wake, the waves, the spear's shadow, and the figures themselves were utterly expunged from existence. The cheers that had echoed along the thoroughfare were abruptly silenced. The guards of the Gale clan, akin to fowl with severed necks, gaped in breathless astonishment, their countenances transforming from smugness to stark terror. Their gaze, once more fixed upon the robed figure, now reflected a dread akin to that inspired by a demon incarnate. With a detached air, the robed figure extended a hand, from which several wisps of the ghostly white flame gently materialized. With a delicate flick of the fingers, the flames shot forth, alighting upon the carriages in full view of the onlookers. Boom! With a muffled thud, the carriages, along with the medicinal herbs they bore, were reduced to mere dust, a spectacle that left the witnesses in a state of paralyzed disbelief. What? The herbs? Utterly ruined? And the second elder? Where is he? Within the grand hall, a roar of unbridled rage threatened to tear the very roof asunder. A guard, trembling, prostrated himself before Gale Bai, his face etched with terror. He swallowed hard, then quavered, "The second elder." He too was slain by the one who destroyed the herbs. The furious visage suddenly froze, and Galabai's heels abruptly weakened, causing him to plop down onto the chair behind him, his expression vacant. Galanu, however, was one of the three great combat masters of the Galabai family. His demise would undoubtedly exacerbate the already tumultuous state of the clan. It was known that the individual cloaked in black, whose face had never been seen, wielded a chilling white flame, and it was within such flames that the second elder met his end. The guard shook his head and murmured, "A black robe? Controlling white flames?" After a moment of contemplation, a subtle change swept across Galabai's countenance. The notion of manipulating flames to harm adversaries was undoubtedly a favored tactic among alchemists, and this particular alchemist, possessing the capability to easily slay Galanu, seemed to harbor a grudge against the Galabai family. Such circumstances prompted Galabai to recall the black-robed alchemist he had encountered at the auction house. Reflecting on the deference with which Yafei and Guni had treated that mysterious figure, a bitter realization washed over him. It appeared they had erred from the very beginning. Merely due to Lu Shi's remarks, they had presumed the Xiao family had merely attracted an inconsequential alchemist by chance. Yet the present reality revealed that the Xiao family's alchemist far surpassed Lu Shi's mediocre practitioner. Slowly shaking his head, a glint of resentment and fury flickered in Galabai's eyes. The medicinal materials, valued at 400,000 gold coins, had now been destroyed, and due to financial constraints, this batch still owed 300,000 gold coins to the pharmaceutical families of Toulon City. Regarding this batch of medicinal herbs, Jailebi originally intended to refine them into healing potions, planning to settle the payment only after the sales were completed. However, the recent turn of events has shattered all his plans. The family of herbalists collaborating with the Jailebi clan wields considerable influence in the city of Thailand. Should they learn of the destruction of the herbs, they would undoubtedly send representatives to demand payment. At this moment, the financial resources of the Jailebi family are nearly depleted. How could they possibly produce such a substantial sum? Failure to do so would likely tarnish the reputation of the Jailebi clan irreparably. Curse it! In a fit of frustration, Jailebi slammed his palm down on the nearby table, causing the sturdy black wooden surface to splinter. Wood shards struck the face of his attendant, who could only grit his teeth and endure the onslaught. Taking a deep breath, Jailebi forcefully suppressed his rage and the bitterness he felt towards the Xiao family, waving his hand with feigned composure as he spoke coolly. Distribute all remaining healing potions from the storeroom to the various markets. Furthermore, ensure that all who are aware of today's events remain silent. If news of this leaks, the clan's laws will be enforced. Understood. The attendant shuddered slightly, then respectfully acknowledged the command before swiftly exiting the room. Gazing at the desolate hall, Jailebi wearily leaned against the back of his chair. This time, even if the Jala family managed to endure, their influence would likely diminish significantly, making it exceedingly difficult to compete with the Xiao family henceforth. Contemplating this, Jailebi let out an inexplicable sigh, feeling a twinge of regret for his earlier provocation of the Xiao family. Yet this regret came rather late. In the Xiao family's conference hall, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the recent actions of the Jala family. What are they up to? Are they attempting to show weakness? He questioned the three elders present. The elders exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. After a moment of contemplation, the eldest elder spoke cautiously. Strange occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. That cunning Jailebi may very well be plotting something. It would be prudent to remain vigilant. Xiao Yan nodded. His cautious nature would not allow him to relax his guard simply because of the Jala family's superficial actions. His gaze shifted to Xiao Yan, who appeared on the verge of dozing off in his chair. With a resigned shake of his head, he noted the boy's apparent lack of interest in family matters. Yener, have you recently met with that esteemed elder? Xiao Yan casually inquired, lifting his teacup for a sip. The three elders also directed their attention toward Xiao Yan, aware of the elder's significance to the Xiao family, yet it seemed he only held a particular fondness for Xiao Yan, having never met with anyone else from the family in private. The crowd could only harbor feelings of envy and admiration for Xiao Yan's exceptional treatment. Lazily lifting his eyelids, Xiao Yan muttered, "Yes, I have met him." After a brief pause, he added, "He expressed his intention to accept me as his disciple." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan, who had been raising his teacup, suddenly froze, lifting his head in astonishment. His face was a canvas of vivid emotions as he stared intently at the young man who had shrunk into his chair, swallowing hard as he incredulously asked, "You mean he wishes to take you as a disciple?" Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan casually nodded at the ecstatic Xiao Yan and the three elders beside him, whose faces were contorted in disbelief. "Ah!" Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, the smile on his face gradually fading as he furrowed his brows and hesitantly inquired, "Are you not planning to apply to the Jianan Academy? That is a renowned advanced institution on the Dou Qi Continent. Gaining admission would be immensely beneficial for you." "I will apply, but I might skip classes for a year or two," Xiao Yan remarked, scratching his nose with a faint smile. "While the Jianan Academy is indeed commendable, they cannot enable me to surpass Nalan Yenran in less than 2 years. A smile graced his lips as his gaze leisurely swept across the hall. Once, that proud woman had stood here, trampling his remaining dignity into insignificance. At the mere mention of that name, which was nearly taboo in Xiao Yan's heart, Xiao Zhan's expression twitched, leaving him in contemplative silence. Since she made a promise back then, I naturally must honor it. It is not for the sake of impressing her, but rather to casually remark, "Your taste is rather lacking." Chapter 96. The plight of the Garrett family. As the days gradually passed, the Garrett family saw a diminishing supply of healing potions in the markets of Yaochen City. By the final day, upon the sale of the last healing potion, the family member responsible for sales could only force a smile in the face of the thronging mercenaries outside, apologizing profusely. "We regret to inform you that due to a stock crisis, our shop must temporarily close." Upon hearing this, the mercenaries, who had been jostling one another, fell into a sudden silence, glaring with fierce disdain at the seller for a protracted moment before dispersing with curses. As they scattered, unrestrained insults further drained the color from the seller's face. Within less than an hour of the Garrett family's healing potions vanishing, the news swept through nearly all of Yaochen City, leaving many in stunned silence, some secretly reveling in the misfortune, others expressing regret, and still others sighing in exasperation. At the Xiao family's conference hall, the news of the Garrett family's supply being severed reached Xiao Yan. After a moment of stunned silence, he abruptly rose, the joy upon his face nearly impossible to conceal, excitedly exchanging glances with the three elders, who also wore expressions of elation. Xiao Yan took a few steps around the hall. After a moment, he finally suppressed the joy swelling within him and inquired with a smile directed at the herald, "What of the alchemist named Lu Shi?" It was unknown. Ever since the day when Jalio clashed with young master Xiao Yan, Lu Shi had not been seen again. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan and the three elders were momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting subtly towards Xiao Yan, who sat nearby. "Why are you looking at me? This has nothing to do with me," Xiao Yan retorted, rolling his eyes innocently upon noticing their scrutiny. Xiao Yan shook his head in exasperation. He was unwilling to accept Xiao Yan's claim that it was irrelevant to him. How could the individual vanish into thin air right after clashing with him? By the way, clan leader, I have come across some unintentionally leaked information from an insider of the Jieli family. It seems that the second elder, Jieli Nu, was killed while transporting medicinal materials by a mysterious figure clad in black. The herald suddenly murmured after a brief hesitation. The room fell silent as Xiao Zhan's footsteps halted abruptly. His eyelids twitched slightly before he nodded and waved the herald away. His gaze fixated intently on Xiao Yan. He smiled and said, "Yener, to effortlessly slay a 3-star Dou master like Jieli Nu, such prowess in the entirety of Wutan City, apart from your esteemed teacher, could likely be attributed to no one else, could it?" Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and sighed, conceding with a reluctant nod. Indeed, Jieli Nu has met his demise. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's confirmation, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but shake his head in astonishment. It was remarkable that the Gale family, with whom the Xiao clan had been embroiled in conflict for decades, was gradually descending into decline due to the influence of a single youth. With a bitter smile, Xiao Zhan remarked, "I know that the old gentleman is inclined to assist our Xiao clan, largely due to your presence. However, when you have the opportunity, please extend our gratitude on behalf of the Xiao family. We owe him an immense debt of appreciation." Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly and nodded in agreement. "Next, let us observe how the Gale family attempts to rectify this mess." Xiao Zhan chuckled, his laughter tinged with a sense of schadenfreude that was difficult to conceal. Indeed, in the recent contest for the healing medicine market, the Gale family suffered a devastating defeat, which severely weakened their vitality. Conversely, the Xiao clan emerged as the principal beneficiary of this competition. Within a mere 2 months of confrontation, the Xiao clan experienced a miraculous turnaround from their previously dismal state, transforming their fortunes. The profits from the healing medicines in just 2 months rivaled the total income they typically accrued over an entire year. Moreover, the Xiao clan's influence in Wutan City has evidently surpassed that of both the Gale family and the Yuba family. Due to Xiao Yan's involvement, even the Mitre auction house has been making overtures of goodwill towards the Xiao clan. All these factors have positioned the Xiao family as the most formidable force in Wutan City. Despite the significant setback endured by the Jieli family, their foundations remain resilient. Even without the profits from healing remedies, their strength should not be underestimated. Their years of cultivating armed forces command considerable respect within Wutan City. Aware of the Xiao family's influence, the Jieli family, having recognized the futility of competition, has retreated like a venomous serpent, quietly nursing its wounds and biding its time for an opportunity to strike. However, this period of dormancy proved short-lived. The day after the Jieli family's supply of healing remedies was depleted, a delegation from a medicinal herb family in Tulan City, led by Tu De Dou Shi, aggressively confronted Jieli Bai, demanding the immediate repayment of 300,000 gold coins for previously purchased herbs. This action was a severe blow to the Jieli family. Despite Jieli Bai's fury, he dared not offend a power that rivaled his own. He was forced to swallow his pride and desperately scramble to gather funds. Yet, after exhausting all resources, he could only amass a mere 100,000 gold coins, significantly short of the required amount. In a state of desperation, Galabai reluctantly approached those with whom he had maintained amicable relations, seeking to borrow a modest sum. While there are certainly many who relish in adding embellishments to another's fortune, few are willing to provide genuine assistance in times of need. Witnessing the Galabai family's current state of decline, and with the formidable Xiao family lurking nearby, it is hardly surprising that former allies would hesitate to attach themselves to such a burdensome predicament. Assisting the Galabai family at this juncture would undoubtedly provoke the already ascendant Xiao family. Consequently, despite Galabai's efforts to reach out to a majority of influential factions, he found himself unable to gather the remaining funds. This revelation not only elicited a fervent response from within the Galabai family but also sent shockwaves throughout the entire city of Wutan. It is important to recognize that the income from the marketplace constitutes nearly half of the Galabai family's profits. The mere notion of selling the marketplace, an impractical solution, illustrates the extent to which the Galabai family had been cornered. Upon announcing the potential sale of the marketplace, Galabai, who expected a flurry of visitors, was instead met with an even more profound sense of embarrassment. He had underestimated the Xiao family's current influence, which had grown to such an extent. With the 2-day deadline for repayment looming and still unable to secure the necessary funds, Galabai found himself in a state of panic, drenched in sweat. Yet, just as he was on the brink of despair, an unfamiliar figure entered the scene. The two engaged in a fervent debate over pricing that lasted the entirety of the afternoon. Ultimately, the stranger, satisfied with a bargain price of 200,000, left Galabai's presence with 2 transfer agreements tucked away, all while Galabai's countenance darkened to a near murderous intensity. Having just seen off a debt collector, a clansman hurriedly approached to report that the 2 markets sold earlier in the morning had now been transferred to the Xiao family. Upon hearing this news, the agitated Jailebi, momentarily stunned, ultimately spewed forth a mouthful of blood and fainted. Watching Jailebi being clumsily carried into a room, all the members of the Jala family let out a despondent sigh. The future of Wutan City had rendered the Jala family a thoroughly diminished second-rate power. Chapter 97. The economic confrontation between the 2 major families in Wutan City culminated in the triumph of the Xiao family, while the Jala family, as the vanquished, rapidly contracted in influence, unable to restore their former glory. As the rivalry between the 2 families circulated fervently throughout Wutan City for over a week, the fickle populace gradually shifted their attention to another significant event, the enrollment of Canaan Academy. Renowned as one of the prestigious institutions in the Dou Qi Continent, Canaan Academy is regarded as a sacred place in the hearts of nearly all youths. Those fortunate enough to graduate from this esteemed academy are assured a bright future, not only returning home in triumph but also becoming coveted by various factions eager to recruit them. Canaan Academy is situated at the confluence of the Gamma Empire and 2 neighboring great empires, in a region often overlooked by authorities. In this almost autonomous enclave, Canaan Academy has effectively transformed into a microstate. Logically, one would expect the 3 empires to pay close attention to such a neutral entity, as there is always the looming possibility that this power could be swayed by adversaries, potentially jeopardizing the empire's borders. However, this concern is predicated on the assumption that the neutral force is relatively weak. When Canaan Academy's strength reached a level capable of rivaling the 3 great empires, the empires themselves ceased their ambitions, ultimately allowing the academy to perch like a dragon on the periphery of the realm, with none daring to provoke it lightly. After years of development, Canaan Academy has not only become a renowned institution of higher learning on the continent of Dou Qi, but has also garnered increasing prestige among the populace of the 3 empires due to some discreet collaborations with their royal families. The remarkable stability of nearly a century-long peace among the 3 often adversarial empires can be largely attributed to the subtle restraint and mediation provided by Canaan Academy. These myriad factors have only served to amplify the Academy's reputation within the 3 empires, and each year, Canaan Academy dispatches numerous mentors to recruit exceptionally talented students from within the empires. In just a few days, the enrollment mentors from Canaan Academy will arrive in Wutan City. Consequently, the attention within the city has shifted away from the 2 prominent families that dominated the spotlight a fortnight ago. This development has allowed the Xiao family, which has been under intense scrutiny, to exhale a sigh of relief. The selection process at Canaan Academy emphasizes cultivation talent over social status. Without sufficient talent, one will find it exceedingly difficult to cross the threshold into the realm of opportunity. However, there are exceptions. If one has a formidable force backing them, the Academy would not hesitate to accept an individual who can contribute significantly to their coffers in tuition fees. Given that Canaan Academy disregards social standing during admissions, even the young beggars and petty thieves in Wutan City are eagerly awaiting the arrival of the enrollment mentors. Should fortune favor them, they could escape the disdainful grip of their current lowly professions and ascend to the respected ranks of fighters. The rigorous practice of alchemy has left Xiao Yan quite fatigued, yet it has also sharpened his control over the fighting energy within him. His ability to manipulate the temperature of flames has become increasingly adept. Coupled with his extraordinary soul perception, which has garnered praise from the renowned medicinal elder, his success rate in concocting the blood coagulation powder has now reached an impressive 60%. Such a high success rate is typically achievable only by seasoned second-tier alchemists. In comparison to the advancement of his alchemical skills, Xiao Yan's own prowess gradually and steadily improved with the assistance of a few expertly concocted elixirs from the esteemed elder Yao. After completing his final alchemical endeavor, the energy within him coalesced effortlessly, surging forth with a force akin to a raging torrent, propelling him into the ranks of a 4-star Dou fighter. This unexpected gain filled Xiao Yan with immense joy. It appeared that the intensity of his alchemical practice indeed had a commendable augmenting effect on his strength. As he strolled through the family estate, Xiao Yan observed the suddenly bustling training grounds with a sense of helplessness. Young members of the clan were fervently sweating through their rigorous training, all hoping that the dwindling days would grant them the qualifications to enroll in the Jia Nan Academy. Standing at the periphery of the training field, Xiao Yan cast a few indifferent glances before turning away in boredom. He harbored little sympathy for those who only sought to make a last-minute effort, having experienced the same struggle himself when he had regained his talents, often exhausting himself to the brink of collapse. These individuals, lacking in innate ability yet relying on their family's influence, flitted about frivolously, a behavior that left Xiao Yan quite disenchanted. With his hands clasped behind his head, he dismissed the thoughts of these individuals from his mind. How many of them would truly succeed mattered little to him. Shaking his head, Xiao Yan veered into a narrow path leading to a garden in the rear courtyard, where a familiar silhouette of a young girl stood amidst a riot of blossoms, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Squinting slightly as he gazed at the perfectly curved silhouette before him, Xiao Yan's face softened, and a gentle smile graced his lips as he slowly approached the young maiden in green, who was lost in thought beneath the willow tree. Xiao Yan Gij, are you about to leave? Even before he reached her, the faintly sorrowful voice drifted into his ears. Pausing momentarily, Xiao Yan resignedly nodded and stepped forward, aligning himself beside Sooner. Turning his head, he caught sight of her delicately crafted face, tinged with melancholy. With a slight smile, he reached out, placing his palm gently atop her small head, his fingers gliding down her silky green tresses, the comforting sensation leaving him somewhat entranced. Are you not going to the Jia Nan Academy? Sooner inquired softly, permitting Xiao Yan to fondle the hair that no other man had touched. He nodded, replying with a light chuckle, I have my own matters to attend to. Is it because of Nalan Yenran? A strange chill flickered in her watery eyes as she bit her crimson lip and murmured. Xiao Yan's hand, which had been toying with her hair, hesitated slightly as he shrugged and replied with a faint smile. I made that promise in front of so many people back then. I couldn't possibly go back on my word. If I did, even you would look down upon me. Rest assured, once I complete my tasks, I will come to find you at Jia Nan Academy. At most a year and a half, no, just a year. Noticing Sooner's face suddenly transform into a pained expression, Xiao Yan hastily adjusted his statement. Xiao Yan Gij, actually. If you stay with me, I have ways to help you defeat Nalan Yenran within the agreed time. After a moment of contemplation, Sooner hesitated and spoke. With a wry smile, Xiao Yan shook his head, sighing with a hint of self-deprecation. Sometimes, your words truly make me feel a bit ashamed. I know Brother Xiao Yan would never consider it as charity, Sooner replied with a sweet smile. Chuckling softly, Xiao Yan shook his head slightly and, gazing skyward, exhaled deeply, declaring, Rest assured, I am confident that in a year, I shall ascend to the Yunlan sect and confront Nalan Yenran. Observing Xiao Yan's sudden surge of ambition, Sooner shook her head in resignation, about to offer another word of advice. However, Xiao Yan abruptly turned around, extending his arms and, in an instant, enveloped her slender waist, pulling her fiercely into his embrace. A gentle breeze swept through the garden, the green willows swaying gracefully, as the young man held the young woman tightly, their bodies fitting together as if they were one. Startled by Xiao Yan's unexpected action, Sooner momentarily stood in a daze. After a brief moment, her delicate earlobes flushed a rosy hue, and after a timid struggle, she shyly ceased her resistance, her cheeks tinted with a captivating blush. Sooner, a year from now, I will seek you out at the Jia Nan Academy. Wait for me. Burying his head in her silken hair, the young man's promise finally coaxed a compliant nod from the somewhat bewildered girl. Chapter 98. Xuanai. As Xiao Yan treaded along the path, he gazed at the family that had suddenly become considerably emptier, shaking his head in resignation. Today, The enrollment team from the Jianan Academy was set to arrive in Wutan City, and nearly half of his family members had rushed off to witness the event. At this moment, the city gates of Wutan were likely already besieged by throngs of people. Although the enrollment team would be stationed in Wutan City, their responsibilities extended to several nearby cities. Therefore, when Xiao Yan and his companions made their way to the designated square for enrollment the following day, they were astounded by the seemingly endless sea of humanity before them. The vast square was filled with a cacophony of voices, as countless young individuals pushed desperately toward the center. Were it not for the troops dispatched by the city lord maintaining order at the perimeter, the fervent crowd would have undoubtedly surged forward recklessly. Staring blankly at the throng, Xiao Yan sighed heavily after a considerable pause, shaking his head in dismay. Given the current situation, it seemed futile to hope for a smooth passage through the examination today. Well, what can be done? Observing Xiao Yan's dejected demeanor, Xiao Yu, who was conversing with Sun Er and Xiao Mei, let out a triumphant hum. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan chose to ignore her. Did his cousin Xiao Yu possess any solutions? Sensing the impending verbal sparring between the two, Xiao Mei quickly interjected with a smile to divert the topic. The person in charge of the enrollment here in Wutan City is my mentor. As her proud protégée, I surely have my ways, Xiao Yu declared with a playful lift of her nose, her expression brightening as she gestured for them to follow. Gazing at the alluring figure of Xiao Yu as she strode across the square with her captivating long legs, Xiao Yan helplessly shrugged at Sun Er, resigning himself to the decision to not engage in disputes with her. Hearing this, Sun Er smiled gently and nodded, following Xiao Yan as they trailed behind Xiao Yu. The group circled halfway around the expansive square before finally coming to a halt at its western edge. Here, they found themselves at the rear of the square, where a fully armed battalion formed a formidable wall, their gleaming weapons reflecting a blinding light under the sun. Casting a glance over the imposing defenses, Xiao Yu turned to Xiao Yan and the others, offering them a few words of caution before stepping forward alone. She retrieved a jade-green token from her bosom and engaged in a hushed conversation with a soldier resembling an officer. After a brief exchange, she gestured for Xiao Yan and the others to approach. The middle-aged officer, with a stern and piercing gaze, scrutinized them inch by inch. After a moment, he waved his hand and commanded, "Let them pass." Upon hearing the officer's command, the tightly formed wall of armored soldiers erupted into a synchronized clatter of clashing armor, revealing a narrow passageway just wide enough for passage. Grateful, Xiao Yu flashed a smile at the officer, stowed away the green token, and proudly nodded her chin at Xiao Yan and the others before leading the way through the opening. Following closely behind her, Xiao Yan and the others stepped into the corridor formed by the soldiers. As they entered, a chilling sensation enveloped their skin, and the emotionless soldiers surrounding them emitted a faint, metallic scent of blood, creating an almost suffocating pressure for Xiao Yan and his companions, who had never encountered such a formidable spectacle before. Is this truly a warrior who has survived the battlefield? Exhaling slowly, the remarkable composure of Xiao Yan allowed him to gradually dispel the sense of oppression that lingered within him. He licked his lips. His previously weakened feet regained their steadiness and strength. Regardless of the circumstances, with his current prowess as a 4-star Dou fighter, he was already superior to most soldiers present. Although he could not match their intimidating aura, he would at least not suffer humiliation. The short distance of less than 10 meters felt as arduous as 1,000. Upon finally taking the last step, the group realized that their palms were drenched in cold sweat. With a slightly pale complexion, Xiao Yu cast a playful yet reproachful smile at the middle-aged officer and said, "Senior Ku, are you deliberately putting us through this?" "Ah, this is a directive from Mentor Roland. To take a shortcut, one must endure a trial. You all performed admirably. Each of my subordinates has once slept with corpses." Those with even slightly weaker composure would have been paralyzed with fear before reaching halfway, the middle-aged officer replied, a hint of amusement breaking through his otherwise stoic demeanor. His gaze swept over Xiao Yu and her companions before resting on the calm-faced Suner and Xiao Yan, admiration flickering in his eyes. It seems Mentor Roland may have discovered some excellent students this time. With an exasperated wave towards the middle-aged officer, Xiao Yu hastily pulled along the now weak-footed Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning, quickly making their way into the depths of the plaza. As they approached the center of the square, An expansive green canopy came into view, revealing a sea of people outside. Within the various passageways, young men and women who had passed their tests occasionally emerged, their faces alight with excitement as they made their way toward the interior of the square. Yuer! As they neared the grand canopy, a woman's laughter reached Xiao Yan and his companions. A figure clad in red swiftly dashed over, playfully wrapping her arms around Xiao Yu. With a teasing grin, she remarked, "Let me see if you've gained any weight. Vixen, get away." With a light-hearted scold, Xiao Yu pushed the girl away and turned to introduce her companions. "This is my dear sister from the Canaan Academy. Her name is Xuanai, and she is a 4-star fighter." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan and his group turned their attention to the striking woman in red. Her slightly delicate face was illuminated by a radiant smile, and her chestnut hair was casually tied into a ponytail. She possessed a pair of generously proportioned curves that could only be described as luxurious, complemented by a slender waist and rounded hips. While her beauty might not quite rival Xiao Yu's, her voluptuous figure was undeniably alluring, capturing the attention of many young men who had recently passed their tests, their gazes subtly drifting toward her ample bosom. Xiao Yu affectionately held Xuanai close, and it was evident from her expression that their bond was quite strong. "They are all my kin. This is soon heir. Isn't she beautiful? However, do not entertain any thoughts about her. She will not be interested in you. This is Xiao Mei, who is quite remarkable in her own right, and this is my younger brother, Xiao Ning." When her gaze shifted to the languid Xiao Yan, Xiao Yu turned her head and whispered into the ear of the woman named Xuanai, "This is the Xiao Yan I once mentioned to you." Xuani's eyes sparkled as she scanned Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, exclaiming, "Wow, your family has an abundance of beauties. If they were to enter the Jianan Academy, it would be astonishing if they didn't captivate that horde of male suitors." Xiao Yu's lips twitched as she pinched the garrulous woman beside her. Glancing at Xiao Yan, whose expression had soured, she awkwardly clarified, "I haven't been spreading your affairs everywhere. It was merely a slip of the tongue during a dream that this sharp-eared woman overheard." Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Yan smirked, brushing his hand against his face, and teased, "You dream of me? When did our relationship become so intimate? It seems it was only a fleeting touch back then." "Shut your mouth." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Yu's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, and she kicked him sharply with her long, graceful leg. "What did you touch? Surely it wasn't Yuer?" Xuanai inquired with great curiosity, just as she was about to press further, only to be firmly pinched by Xiao Yu. "Yuer, how heartless of you to be so harsh towards an old flame." Xuanai, cradling her reddened wrist, gazed at Xiao Yu with watery eyes. "Enough of this play. I still need to take them for the assessment," Xiao Yu said, exasperated yet amused as she pushed the lively character away. "Come along with me. I shall lead you," Xuanai chimed cheerfully. With a swift motion, she concealed the moisture in her eyes. Snowy was about to turn away when her steps halted abruptly. With a sidelong glance and a smile, she remarked, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that Rob is part of the recruitment team this time, and on his way here, I heard he has been promoted to a 4-star fighter." Upon hearing this, the smile on Xiao Yu's face instantly darkened, and she expressed her impatience. "Why on earth is that annoying fellow here? Isn't it just to see our beautiful Xiao Yu? He has been thinking about it day and night on the way." Snowy teased. Xiao Yu bit her silver teeth, her expression fluctuating for a moment before she abruptly turned to glare at Xiao Yan. "What are you looking at? Don't think I'll pretend to have any connection with you in front of that person. I am not interested in you, nor do I wish to feign it." Seeing the look in Xiao Yu's eyes, Xiao Yan, with his astuteness, instantly understood her intentions. He let out a cold laugh and, disregarding her furious gaze, swaggered towards the tent. Yuer, it seems your charm has diminished. Such a fortunate occurrence, and who knows how many would fight over it in the academy, yet this little fellow completely ignores you." As she watched Xiao Yan's retreating figure, Snowy seemed incredulous. Upon hearing this, Snowy's mouth slightly agape. Her playful demeanor was finally overshadowed by shock. She never anticipated that this seemingly refined youth possessed such terrifying talent. Was this truly the family waste that Xiao Yu had spoken of? Chapter 99. The challenged Xiao Yan slowly approached the tent, while behind him, Xiao Yu glared at his detestable back with gritted teeth, never expecting that this fellow would display such blatant disregard. As they neared the verdant tent, they observed a group of over 10 men and women huddled together in small circles, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Their casual demeanor suggested that, like Shui and I, they were students of the Canaan Academy. Outside the shadow of the tent, more than 20 young men and women sat on the ground under the blazing sun. Despite the heat causing beads of sweat to roll down their faces, they appeared rather reserved, seemingly fresh recruits who had just passed the preliminary tests. Inside the tent, several chatting girls suddenly looked up at the approaching Xiao Yu and her companions, their faces lighting up with surprise. A gaggle of women rushed forward, surrounding Xiao Yu with laughter and chatter, creating a delightful commotion. The unexpected wave of sound caught Xiao Yan off guard, making his head spin. As his gaze swept over the youthful and beautiful faces of the female students, he noted their expressions of joy, realizing that Xiao Yu seemed to have quite a good rapport within the academy. "Oh dear, could you be a bit more discreet?" Xiao Yu helplessly pushed away the friends who were playfully crowding her. "Where? It's been 2 months, and you've filled out quite a bit. Now confess, is it?" A strikingly beautiful girl teasingly brushed her hand across Xiao Yu's chest before resting it on her fragrant shoulder, playfully inquiring. Beside them, Xiao Yan sighed in exasperation, casting a peculiar glance at Xiao Yu. "How is it that all your friends resemble predatory sirens?" he mused. "Begone, seductress. Do not cause a commotion in my presence." With a faint blush adorning her delicate face, she pushed away the woman in her arms. As another woman prepared to pounce, Xiao Yu quickly stepped back, pointing towards Xiao Yan and the others, hastily introducing them to dispel the women's intentions of flirtation. "What a stunning little beauty," one exclaimed, her gaze flitting over Suner and Xiao Mei, whose remarkable beauty elicited gasps of admiration from the group. The focus gradually shifted to Xiao Yan, while Xiao Ning, being Xiao Yu's sibling, was fortunate enough to be overlooked by these women. Although Xiao Yan was 2 or 3 years younger than Xiao Yu, after more than a year of rigorous training, he had grown to match her height. His slightly delicate features belied an unsettling maturity that seemed incongruous with his age, creating a striking visual contrast that compelled the women to cast lingering glances in his direction. What a handsome young man. Is this your cousin? Surely not your brother? Speak honestly, have you been stealing glances?" The audacity of these women, broaching such bold topics in front of the parties involved, caused Xiao Yan's composure to falter, his lips twitching involuntarily as he directed an increasingly peculiar look towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu listened to the teasing remarks of the women, her charming face displaying a mixture of embarrassment and helplessness. Just as she prepared to offer an explanation, her gaze caught sight of a man hurrying towards them. Her expression subtly shifted, and with a slight furrow of her delicate brows that soon relaxed, a hint of bashfulness colored her cheeks as she playfully chided, "Please, refrain from mocking him. He has always been rather sensitive." At her words, the women paused in surprise, staring at Xiao Yu's unprecedented display of shyness. They exchanged glances, taken aback by her earnest defense, which felt akin to that of a lover coming to the rescue. Suner and the others were equally astonished by Xiao Yu's affectionate tone, sharing puzzled looks as they wondered when her relationship with Xiao Yan had grown so intimate. Standing nearby, Xiao Yan observed the woman's performance with a cold gaze, a smirk tugging at his lips as he was about to expose the charade. However, Xiao Yu was quick, reaching out with her delicate hand to grasp his wrist, affectionately brushing the dust from his attire. Witnessing this unexpected gesture, the onlookers were rendered speechless. When had they ever seen Xiao Yu treat a man in such a manner? "Xiao Yu, it's been a while." A male voice suddenly broke the silence. Turning towards the sound, they saw a young man clad in gray and white garments, a broad smile adorning his face. He possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, yet the brilliance of his smile struck Xiao Yan and the others as somewhat insincere. With a smile and a nod, the youth known as Rob casually glanced at the hands intertwined between the two, and in his gaze directed at Xiao Yan, a subtle glimmer of coldness and fury flickered. Are these the individuals you brought?" Rob inquired with a smile, stepping forward. "Indeed," Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly, reiterating the introductions of Xiao Yan and the others with a smile. "I brought them here for the assessment. Let go." Xiao Yan shot her a sidelong glance, speaking in a flat tone. Oh, Xiao Yu responded with a cheerful nod, obediently releasing her grip. However, observing her compliant demeanor, Rob, gripping the crystal ball, tightened his hold considerably. Sooner, you all may begin the trial, Xiao Yan said with a smile as he rubbed his wrist, which had turned slightly red from Xiao Yu's grasp. After witnessing the success of the three, he casually approached and also achieved the same result. Rest assured, if they had not reached the passing threshold, I would not have taken the liberty of bringing them in, Xiao Yu remarked calmly as she observed the four's success. It's not a matter of trust. It's merely the rules, Rob replied with an apologetic smile directed at Xiao Yu. He then stored the crystal ball and pointed outside at the men and women seated on the ground under the scorching sun. Addressing Xiao Yan and the others, congratulations on passing the preliminary assessment. Now please spend half an hour outside. Rob, what do you mean by this? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's brows furrowed, and she coldly exclaimed with a frosty expression. Xiao Yu, you are an old student and should be aware of the rules during admission. The temperament of the new students has become increasingly impetuous, so it is beneficial to temper their enthusiasm during the admission process, for their future life in the academy. Rob chuckled. Humph, Rob. I can't be bothered to concern myself with your words directed at those ignorant newcomers, but do not impose these absurd rules upon those I bring. Xiao Yu retorted coldly. These are the rules. Rob's lips twitched, feeling a mix of anger and bitterness at Xiao Yu's public reprimand. Rob, it would be better if you refrained from causing trouble. You know very well that these rules are merely optional, so why escalate the situation? The surrounding women also frowned at Rob's authoritative demeanor, unable to tolerate his actions. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze slightly, casting a dispassionate look at the beaming youth before him. Step aside. I will not leave. I will personally seek out Tutor Roland, and there is no need for you to meddle. With a confident stride forward, Xiao Yu positioned herself in front of Xiao Yan, speaking in an icy tone. Oh Rob, it seems there is a bit of a problem on your end? Just as the group was entangled in their dispute, a bunch of young men emerged from the shadows of the tent, grinning mischievously. It's nothing, just that this newcomer is reluctant to step out into the sunlight, Rob casually remarked as he adjusted the crystal ball. Hey, it's been a while since I've encountered such an arrogant newcomer. Rob, do you need our assistance? A young man adorned with a golden star on his chest grinned at Rob, his smile tinged with a hint of flattery. With a smile and a nod, Rob gazed at the sullen countenance of Xiao Yu, hesitating momentarily before exclaiming, Very well, if you choose not to venture outside, then so be it. However, considering the multitude of newcomers observing us, it may not sit well with them if only a select few remain indoors. Upon hearing this, the women surrounding Xiao Yu immediately directed their ire towards Rob. It became evident to them that this individual harbored jealousy towards Xiao Yan and was intent on settling a personal score. In stark contrast to the women's furious rebukes, Xiao Yu fell into an enigmatic silence, tilting her head slightly to fix her gaze upon Xiao Yan. She was acutely aware that Xiao Yan's prowess was undoubtedly on par with her own, making it a trivial matter to confront a mere one-star Dou fighter. Ignoring Xiao Yu's penetrating stare, Xiao Yan maintained a calm demeanor, fixating instead on Rob, whose face was adorned with a radiant smile. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his obsidian eyes. He had no intention of meddling, yet this individual insisted on leveraging his influence to provoke him. Come on, kid. Allow me to enlighten you on the importance of respecting your seniors, lest you find yourself regretting it within the academy, remarked a youth named Jella, stepping forward with a malicious grin directed at Xiao Yan. With a slow exhale, Xiao Yan, under the scrutiny of the crowd, shrugged helplessly and took a couple of steps forward. As he approached Xiao Yu, he suddenly extended his arm, firmly encircling her delicate waist and drawing her into his embrace. Caught off guard by Xiao Yan's sudden ambush, Xiao Yu was initially taken aback, her delicate face quickly flushing with embarrassment. Considering Rob's presence nearby, she had no choice but to cease her struggles, gritting her silver teeth in frustration as she silently cursed the audacious individual who dared to take advantage of her in such a public setting. Xiao Yan's actions left the surrounding women in a state of stunned disbelief, while Rob's expression darkened instantly. He turned to Gula and spoke in a low voice, commanding, "Make it count." In response, Gula smirked and nodded. Meanwhile, Soon Er and her companions exchanged glances at the bizarre behavior of the two men, shaking their heads in resignation. "This is merely the interest," Xiao Yan murmured, his hand lingering on Xiao Yu's waist for a moment before he leaned closer, coldly chuckling in her ear. Having said that, he released her, ignoring her flushed cheeks as he stretched his neck and leisurely approached the ominous Gula, who was fixated on him. As he gazed at the slowly approaching Xiao Yan, Gula let out a sinister chuckle. He had encountered many such headstrong newcomers, yet most of them ultimately met with unfortunate fates. It was almost an unspoken rule at Canaan Academy to temper the zeal of new students during the enrollment period. After all, those who managed to meet the admission criteria were generally considered to possess considerable talent. In their small hometowns, such individuals often enjoyed a life of comfort, seldom subjected to ridicule or scorn. Entering a prestigious institution like Canaan Academy, where excellence abounds, with such a mindset could easily lead to conflicts, resulting in unnecessary troubles. Thus, it was crucial for new students to clearly understand their standing and have their initial bravado subdued during the admission process. Even some instructors at Canaan Academy did not oppose this unwritten rule, allowing it to persist through the years. Clenching his fists, a faint aura of fighting spirit enveloped him as Gula smiled knowingly. When he first entered Canaan Academy, he too had relied on his talent to resist authority. However, a senior with the strength of a two-star fighter had swiftly taught him a lesson. One punch was all it took to compel him to spend half an hour basking under the scorching sun, a humiliation that left a lasting impression. With this personal experience of alternative disgrace, Gula felt an exhilarating desire to tear apart the arrogance of newcomers whenever he saw them. The youth, now standing before him under the watchful eyes of those around, finally halted in front of Gula. "Why don't you stop him? It's better to face the sun than to suffer a beating, isn't it?" Gazing at the sinister smile of Jela, the women beside Xiao Yu could not help but voice their reproach. With a slight pursing of her enticing lips, Shui and I clasped her hands across her chest, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes. The blush on her charming face had yet to fade completely, rendering her exceedingly alluring. Xiao Yu languidly stretched her arms, her delicate hand brushing aside the strands of hair that fell across her forehead. She glanced at the boy's silhouette and casually remarked, "Who knows who will suffer? Young lad, are you prepared?" Jela's delight in this moment of attention grew ever more pronounced, his grin widening as his squinting eyes roamed over Xiao Yan. "Let us begin." Xiao Yan raised his chin, his calm voice momentarily catching everyone off guard. This kid possesses quite the mindset, Jela mused, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before anger surged within him. Was this a form of contempt directed at him? Exhaling softly, Xiao Yan dismissed any further dialogue, his lazy gaze fixed on Jela's face, which was tinged with irritation. Excellent. Jela's calm demeanor undoubtedly wounded his pride. With a cold snicker, he leaned forward abruptly, his right fist clenched tightly, energy coalescing upon it, generating a powerful force aimed straight at Xiao Yan's head. The onlookers were taken aback by Jela's overwhelming display of strength against a mere newcomer, their brows knitting in concern. Lifting his eyelids slightly, Xiao Yan observed the rapidly enlarging fist within his vision, shaking his head in mild disapproval. Just before the fist could make contact, he thrust his palm forward, intercepting Jela's punch effortlessly. Slow, he noted, and lacking in strength. "Are you truly a student of Canaan Academy?" With a slight shake of his head, Xiao Yan spoke softly. The boy's voice, laced with a hint of mockery, rendered those around him speechless, their astonished gazes fixated on the point of contact between his fist and the opponent's palm. It was hard to fathom how a newcomer could so effortlessly withstand the assault of a one-star Dou fighter. The once jovial Rob, witnessing this spectacle, gradually wore a sullen expression, his eyes glinting with coldness as they bore into the smiling youth. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. Had he foreseen this, he would have sent a stronger contender to the fray. "You bastard! Seeking death!" Gera's face flushed with rage as he bellowed, aiming a fierce kick at Xiao Yan's abdomen. With an expression of indifference, Xiao Yan casually swatted with his idle left hand, as if swatting away a fly. With a sharp crack, he struck Gera's ankle, leaving a bruise in its wake. A sharp pain emanating from his ankle caused Gera to inhale sharply, his fury intensifying. He quickly stepped back, breaking free from Xiao Yan's grasp, and with a powerful push from his right foot against the ground, he propelled himself into the air. Spinning fiercely, a faint azure Dou Qi surged forth from his right leg, forming an ethereal blade-like glow that descended menacingly towards Xiao Yan's head. How shameless, employing a wind blade. This is a high-level yellow-tier Dou technique. This fellow is utterly disgraceful. The girls watching, their faces contorted with anger, exclaimed in outrage at the sight of Gera's leg adorned with the indistinct glow of the blade. Observing Gera's actions, Xiao Yu's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. She recalled how even when Galio unleashed a Shen-level Dou technique, Xiao Yan had still managed to shatter his arm. She doubted that Gora, with his meager one-star strength, could inflict significant harm upon Xiao Yan. As the sharp wind buffeted his face, Xiao Yan slowly raised his palm towards the rapidly descending Gora. "Begone," he uttered softly, his lips barely moving. In tandem with his hushed command, a surge of fierce, invisible force erupted from Xiao Yan's palm, striking Gora squarely in the chest. The unexpected impact caused Gora's face to pale, and he was violently propelled backward, spewing a mouthful of blood. Bang! After flying more than 10 meters, he landed heavily on the scorching stone ground. Gora's body twitched slightly as he stared in terror at the youth in the distance, who still held his palm outstretched. A suffocating sensation overwhelmed him, and darkness enveloped his vision as he finally lost consciousness. From Gora's aggressive assault to his sudden, inexplicable collapse, only a few seconds had elapsed. The swift and decisive outcome left the onlookers inside and outside the tent in stunned silence. Beneath the scorching sun, the new students gazed in bewilderment at the fallen Gera nearby. Moments later, their fervent gazes shifted to the young boy standing in the shadows. This was their first encounter witnessing a newcomer triumph over a senior, and intriguingly, this freshman appeared to be slightly younger than themselves. Among the new girls, a few strikingly beautiful ones fixed their intense stares on the boy clad in black, whose face bore an expression of calm indifference. In their eyes sparkled nearly worshipful glimmers, and had the moment allowed, they might have been unable to suppress their cries of adoration. Indeed, such terrifying talent. With her eyes fixed on Xiao Yan, Shui and I shook her head in astonishment, as he had just substantiated the veracity of Xiao Yu's earlier claims. "Xiao, you, just how formidable is this person from your family? By the looks of it, he seems to have already become a fighter, hasn't he?" Staring blankly at the boy in black, a girl beside Xiao Yu stammered her inquiry.
What ist?
To effortlessly render a one-star fighter in such a state, his prowess must surely exceed that of most individuals present here. Xiao Yu smiled sweetly, her gaze intently fixed on the boy in the arena, her eyes momentarily shimmering with an inexplicable brilliance. After a brief pause, she mimicked Xiao Yan's gesture of raising her hands, cheerfully stating, "If I can't defeat him, how can you say he isn't a fighter? TSK, a fighter so young, he must indeed be considered a top talent at the Jianan Academy. You certainly have a keen eye, but isn't he your cousin? Perhaps you could let him join us?" The exquisite girl chuckled playfully. "Get lost, you harlot." Blushing, she pushed her away, while Xiao Yu suddenly found herself murmuring inexplicably, "I've already said, there's little blood relation between us." The sudden thought caused her delicate ears to flush with warmth. Hastily, she scolded herself a few times inwardly, then quickly composed her emotions, daring not to dwell on wild thoughts any further. In stark contrast to the playful laughter from Xiao Yu's side, Luo Bu's expression grew increasingly dark. His gaze icy as he shot a glance at Xiao Yan, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "You don't have to leave now, do you?" Casually rolling up his sleeves, Xiao Yan glanced at Luo Bu and remarked with a faint smile, "Ha! Little brother, you truly are a hidden gem." Luo Bu's gloomy demeanor gradually faded as he forced a radiant smile, stepping closer to pat Xiao Yan's shoulder in a feigned friendly manner, his voice dropping to a low, mocking tone. "Kid, don't get too arrogant. Though you possess some talent, there are countless who surpass you in the Jianan Academy. With your temperament, you're bound to suffer there." "Thank you for the reminder," Xiao Yan replied with a smile, nodding slightly. "However, I believe you're not quite qualified to say so." Xiao Yan was no fool. He was acutely aware of Luo Bu's animosity towards him. Therefore, there was no need for him to feign ignorance in front of him. After all, should matters escalate, Xiao Yan wouldn't fear confronting him, and if further provoked, well, killing and disposing of bodies was not an unprecedented act for him. Although Rob's animosity stemmed from a misunderstanding, Xiao Yan lacked the inclination to rectify it. Frankly speaking, Rob had not earned such a privilege. Furthermore, despite the occasional bickering with Xiao Yan genuinely wished to shield her from the harm of this duplicitous individual. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's candid remarks, Rob's radiant smile swiftly morphed into a sullen expression. His icy gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yan, his face twitching slightly, as if he were envisioning inflicting 1,000 tortures upon him. Unfazed by such futile intimidation, Xiao Yan maintained a serene smile, which was far more endearing than Rob's forced, hypocritical grin. Arrogant lad, once you arrive at Jianan Academy, I shall take good care of you. Rob snarled through clenched teeth, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Gently touching his own cheek, Xiao Yan replied softly, I cannot speak for other places, but should you continue to flaunt your bravado, do you believe I cannot ensure you do not leave Wutan City? Rob's pupils constricted slightly as he glared at the youth before him, yet within his pitch-black eyes, he discerned a hint of chilling indifference. His body trembled imperceptibly. Locking eyes with those devoid of warmth, Rob experienced an unsettling chill, reminiscent of a ferocious demon wolf he had encountered during a prior mission. Silently swallowing hard, the menacing words he had prepared were forcefully suppressed. Very well. Taking a deep breath, Rob seemed to wish to dispel the chilling sensation of embarrassment that lingered within him. Gritting his teeth, he nodded towards Xiao Yan, resolutely deciding that, in the future, he would certainly seek to nurture a deeper bond with this young brother. With a faint gaze fixed upon Rob, Xiao Yan contemplated whether he should indeed seize an opportunity to ensure this fellow remained in Wutan City, thereby averting any unnecessary troubles that might arise later. At that moment, a gentle voice belonging to a woman, which unexpectedly softened Xiao Yan's heart, echoed playfully within the tent. Hee, this little fellow possesses quite remarkable talent. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure this time. Chapter 101. The classification of potential values. The sudden arrival of the woman's voice was so tender that it evoked a nearly intoxicating sensation. Even with Xiao Yan's composure, he found himself momentarily entranced. After a brief pause, he followed the sound with his gaze, directing it into the tent. In the shadows of the tent stood a woman clad in green, smiling charmingly. Her beautiful face was adorned with a gentle smile, and her soft, flowing eyes surveyed the crowd, akin to a serene stream that quietly meanders through one's heart, irresistibly captivating with her unique grace and vitality. The woman appeared slightly older than Xiao Yu and her peers, her voluptuous and exquisite figure exuding a mature allure that had been sculpted by the passage of time. This natural charm was far beyond what the youthful Xiao Yu and her companions could ever hope to compare. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the woman before him, although, in terms of mere appearance, she was slightly inferior to Sun Er or Xiao Yu. The genuine aura of tenderness that enveloped her left Xiao Yan utterly mesmerized. The woman before him epitomized the concept of femininity with an elegance reminiscent of flowing water. Upon her arrival, Xiao Yan noticed that some young scholars within the tent had subtly begun to gaze at her with an intensity that spoke of unspoken affections. Observing this, Xiao Yan could only shake his head in bemusement. It seemed these fellows harbored a crush on this woman. Yet this was hardly surprising, as younger individuals often find themselves drawn to more mature women, a phenomenon commonly referred to as a mature woman fetish. Ruolin, you or misses you dearly, exclaimed Xiao Yu, her voice laced with delight as she dashed toward the gentle woman in the tent. She embraced the woman, whose figure appeared voluptuous yet not overweight. Ah, Yuer, did you enjoy your holiday? The gentle woman, affectionately known as Mentor Ruolin, replied with a radiant smile as she held Xiao Yu close. Quite well, Xiao Yu replied playfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she teasingly nibbled on Mentor Ruolin's delicate earlobe. Mentor, you are becoming increasingly gentle. At this rate, the man who catches your eye in the future may find himself ensnared in a web of your tender embrace. A delicate flush adorned Xiao Yan's cheeks as Mentor Ruolin shook her head in exasperation, affectionately patting Xiao Yu's head. She then gestured towards Xiao Yan and the others beside her, softly inquiring, Are these the individuals you brought along? They seem rather impressive. Indeed, Xiao Yu replied proudly, puffing out her chest. She then cast a fierce glance at Rob, whispering her grievance. That fellow is becoming increasingly arrogant. Who instructed you to provoke him deliberately? You are well aware of his affections for you. Given your affectionate demeanor towards other men in his presence, it's only natural for him to seek excuses to trouble you, Mentor Ruolin replied with a hint of resignation. This will only serve to heighten my disdain for him, Xiao Yu pouted. Shaking her head, Ruolin released Xiao Yu and stepped forward, smiling at the dozens of new students basking under the scorching sun. Dear students, please come inside. Upon hearing her voice, the newcomers, drenched in sweat from the heat, instantly brightened with joy and hurriedly scrambled into the welcoming shade of the tent. It must be said that while this method of tempering their youthful exuberance may seem somewhat harsh, it proved somewhat effective. At least now, those entering the tent exhibited a marked reduction in bravado compared to their earlier demeanor, each retreating into the corners of the shadows, their eyes darting curiously around the interior. With a gentle smile, Mentor Ruolin's gaze swept across the group, eventually landing on Xiao Yan. She smiled softly and said, Rob does not harbor ill intentions. He was merely a bit irate earlier, which led to his brash behavior. Please do not hold it against him. The mentor jested. I am the most amiable person. How could I possibly blame Senior Rob? Xiao Yan brushed his hair back and smiled shyly. Upon hearing this, most individuals within the tent rolled their eyes in silent derision. Did this fellow not find it somewhat ironic to utter such words after having unceremoniously knocked out a senior? With a keen gaze fixed upon the smiling youth before her, Mentor Ruolin blinked her long eyelashes, sensing an uncanny premonition that after all these years of teaching, she had finally encountered her most audacious student. After indulging in her thoughts, Mentor Ruolin shook her head and instructed 2 male students to bring the unconscious Jella inside. She then lowered her gaze to examine Jella's injuries closely, her delicate brows knitting together in concern, casting a mildly reproachful glance at the wholly innocent-looking Xiao Yan. Struck by the intensity of her piercing gaze, Xiao Yan felt a tremor in his heart and forced a smile, avoiding her gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Mentor Ruolin extended her pristine hand, and amid the envious stares of several male students, she gently touched Jella's arm. A soft, aquamarine energy flowed from her hand into Jella's body, soothing the turbulent energy within and mending some of the injuries inflicted by Xiao Yan. The water attribute fighting energy is regarded as the gentlest among various classifications of fighting energy. In the absence of medicinal pills for healing, water attribute fighting energy emerges as the most suitable choice for treating injuries. Consequently, it is often referred to as a mobile healing elixir. Within numerous mercenary teams, members proficient in water attribute techniques are indispensable, for when a comrade suffers severe wounds, only the water and wood attribute fighting energies can secure sufficient time for healing. Under the nurturing warmth of Mentor Ruolin's fighting energy, the unconscious Jella soon stirred, awakening with a soft groan. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the smiling figure of Mentor Ruolin beside him. A fleeting glimmer of enchantment and admiration passed through his gaze, though he swiftly composed himself, awkwardly rising and casting a timid glance at Xiao Yan, quickly averting his eyes. Is everything all right now? Mentor Ruolin inquired gently, releasing her hold. Thank you, Mentor, Jella replied, nodding gratefully. Glad to hear it, she responded with a slight smile, gracefully taking her seat in the foremost chair of the tent. With a radiant smile, she surveyed the new students within the tent. With a delicate gesture, she summoned a glimmering spatial ring, from which emerged a roll of green parchment and an ink brush. Raising her gaze, Mentor Ruolin, with an air of languid elegance, remarked, Congratulations to you all for passing the assessment. You have now officially entered the gates of Canaan Academy. However, in order to assess the potential of each student, I require knowledge of your current abilities. 1-star fighters are classified as D-grade, 2-star fighters as C-grade, and so forth, with the pinnacle being the S-grade 5-star fighters. Of course, this classification has an age limit of 20 and under. In the past decade at Canaan Academy, there has been only one individual with S-grade potential, and that remarkable little enchantress is currently stirring quite a sensation within the academy. With a gentle chuckle, Ruolin's long lashes fluttered softly as she remarked, While I do not harbor extravagant hopes of encountering someone of that enchanting caliber, receiving a B grade or C grade would still bring me a sense of fulfillment. At this juncture, her gaze subtly drifted towards Xiao Yan and Sun Er. Within her perception, they were the only two in the tent who presented an enigmatic aura, suggesting that their potential might not fall below C grade. In truth, it was not just her. Anyone in the tent who had witnessed Xiao Yan's prior display of prowess was also silently speculating on the potential grade of this seemingly extraordinary individual. Very well, let us commence. Starting from the left, please state your name, grade, and age. With a slight smile, Roland gracefully held a brush and spoke softly. As the registration was about to begin, Xiao Yu and others in the tent also settled down with keen interest.
You er.
What grade do you think your Xiao Yan might be? A group of curious young ladies, nestled around Xiao Yu, inquired eagerly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu furrowed her delicate brows in contemplation. She had never witnessed Xiao Yan undergo a level assessment, thus she refrained from making overly confident statements, wary of potentially embarrassing him should any errors arise. Curiously, she found herself inexplicably contemplating Xiao Yan's situation. In the past, she would have relished in his misfortunes. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yu offered a somewhat conservative response. I believe he should be able to reach level C or perhaps even level B. Wow, that's quite impressive. That would place him among the elite talents of the Canaan Academy. In our previous evaluations, the best we managed was merely level D. Several girls remarked enviously upon hearing her words. Xiao Yu smiled lightly, then turned her gaze towards the center of the tent where the assessments had commenced. A young man with dark skin, his face slightly flushed, was the first to announce his results from the front of the leftmost line. Nodding with a smile, Mentor Ruolin swiftly recorded the details of this student, her red lips parting as she noted, E level, F level, E level. As each participant reported their results, a few new students occasionally entered from the outer square, having just undergone predictions. After receiving stern warnings from some upperclassmen, they promptly lined up behind the others, awaiting their turn to declare their own data. As the moment approached for Xiao Yan, among all those present, the most remarkable achievement was merely that of a 17-year-old one-star fighter, whose potential was calculated to be merely of D grade. Nevertheless, this still brought a hint of joy to Roland, for becoming a one-star fighter at the tender age of 17 is quite commendable. When the newcomer standing before Xiao Yan reported his data, all gazes within the tent converged upon the youthful figure, who was on the verge of dozing off due to the prolonged wait. Xiao Yan, with a tinge of regret, had just uttered a remark when an abrupt silence enveloped the tent. In the corner, Rob's face twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated that this seemingly 16 or 17-year-old youth would already be his equal in rank. Beside Rob, Jella's countenance paled slightly, followed by a bitter expression. No wonder his defeat had been so dismal. This fellow had been playing the part of a fool all along. You err. Did you not say he would at most be of C or B grade? How has he suddenly soared to a grade? Murmured a few girls, their mouths agape as they gazed at Xiao Yan. With a heavy sigh, Xiao Yu, fixated on the young man's handsome visage, muttered, How was I to know this guy was becoming increasingly extraordinary? A grade? Roland blinked in astonishment, her long eyelashes fluttering. Moments later, she beamed a smile, her laughter as gentle as flowing water, stirring the hearts of those present. I told you this time we had struck gold. It seems. Indeed, I was right. Like a playful maiden, Mentor Roland winked mischievously, her charm causing several men within the tent to gaze in awe. Xiao Yan touched his nose, when suddenly, a soft laugh from Sooner broke the moment. Xiao Yan Gij, you're stealing the spotlight again. Humph, I know you are stronger than I am. That S rank. It must belong to you, he retorted, rolling his eyes in mild annoyance. Let us just stick to the truth. Do you think I would be jealous of you, little girl? Letting the academy know about some potential values would benefit your future development, although you probably wouldn't care about such things. Xiao Yan shrugged and smiled. Xiao Sooner, 6-star fighter, age 16, I believe. As he poised to record Roland's details, his wrist stiffened, and a gentle, lovely face finally revealed a look of shock. Chapter 102. The most terrifying one. The ethereal voice of the maiden rendered the tent utterly silent, all eyes fixated in bewilderment on the calm, smiling girl in green standing beside Xiao Yan. They had yet to recover from the shock brought on by Xiao Yan when they were struck again by an even greater blow to their senses. A 6-star fighter. At the age of 16. Such potential seems to surpass the boundaries of S-rank. This talent is simply more formidable than that of the enchanting girl within the academy. Glancing at the eerily silent tent, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile wryly as he shook his head. The data reported by Sooner was equally astonishing, defying his expectations. He had anticipated that Sooner would possess a level around 5 stars. Yet to his astonishment, this young lady exhibited an extraordinary potential that surpassed even the S rank. Such an astonishing rate of cultivation left even him momentarily speechless. Inside the tent, upon hearing Sooner's words, Xiao Yu was likewise struck dumb. She had never witnessed Sooner in action within their family and thus remained oblivious to her true strength. Furthermore, no one had ever shared the details of Sooner's enigmatic identity with her. To Xiao Yu, Sooner was merely one of the younger generation of the Xiao family, possessing exceptional talent, yet she had never fathomed the extent of that talent. Now, it seemed that the enchanting woman from the academy had finally encountered a worthy adversary. Shaking her head with a bitter smile, Xiao Yu suddenly murmured. In a corner of the tent, Luo Bu and Gula stared at the young girl in green with faces full of fear. Remembering their earlier attempts to provoke her, they couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, silently relieved that they had not truly offended this beautiful maiden. However, unbeknownst to them, their antagonistic actions had irrevocably diminished their standing in Sooner's eyes. Who would have thought I would encounter a freshman with potential exceeding S rank? She mused, a smile creeping onto her face as the shock gradually faded. Mentor Ruolin's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she regarded Sooner, and after a moment, she remarked with a charming smile, it seems that among the new students at Canaan Academy, the most outstanding individual is undoubtedly Sooner. Upon hearing Mentor Ruolin's evaluation, Sooner offered a faint smile, yet surprisingly shook her head. Taken aback by Sooner's gesture, Ruolin blinked in confusion, hesitatingly expressing disbelief. Could there truly be someone more outstanding than you? Indeed, Mentor Ruolin, Sooner replied, her voice melodious as she nodded. Her autumn-like eyes curved into delicate crescents, exuding an undeniable charm. In comparison to him, I am but a mere trifle. Oh, Ruolin raised an eyebrow, intrigued yet skeptical. Becoming a 6-star fighter at the age of 16 is considered insignificant in his eyes? Shaking her head, Ruolin couldn't suppress her curiosity and inquired, who is he? Upon hearing Sooner's words, Xiao Yan felt an impending sense of unease. As anticipated, following Mentor Ruolin's question, Sooner playfully tilted her beautiful face, her eyes sparkling with mirth, mischievously gazing at Xiao Yan. The eyes within the tent shifted in unison with Sooner's gaze, ultimately resting on the hapless Xiao Yan, who was helplessly shrugging his shoulders. Upon noticing the direction of Sooner's gaze, Ruolin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed herself, smiling as she remarked, Sooner, Xiao Yan's talent is indeed remarkable. With an A-grade potential, he ranks among the top 100 new students in the Canaan Academy. However, it seems he does not quite measure up to you. Indeed, Sooner, while his talent is commendable, it pales in comparison to yours, chimed in Luo Bu from the corner, his smile radiant. With a fleeting glance at the beaming Rob, Sooner chose to disregard him, her indifference rendering Rob, who sought to cultivate a connection, rather uncomfortable. Observing Sooner's fixation on Xiao Yan, Mentor Ruolin furrowed her brows slightly, her contemplative gaze shifting to the helpless Xiao Yan, as she gently inquired, could it be that Xiao Yan is concealing something? Hey Yuer, what exactly are they up to? Is it truly as the mentor suggested, that Xiao Yan is hiding something? A few girls besides Suyu, intrigued by the scene within the tent, began to question. Recalling the aspects nearly overshadowed by Xiao Yan's current prowess, Suyu inhaled deeply, realizing only now the terrifying nature of that boy, who often drove her to the brink of exasperation. I senti quite a concealment. Nearly everyone in Wu Tan City knows a bit about my affairs, Xiao Yan replied after a moment of silence, shrugging nonchalantly. Could you share it with the mentor? It would be beneficial for the academy to understand every student's potential, aiding in future development. Thus, it would not be a disadvantage to you. Gently placing her brush down, Mentor Ruolin, her jade hand cradling her cheek, gazed affectionately at the tall and handsome youth below, her soft voice almost irresistible to any man. "Allow me to speak. Brother Xiao Yan is rather reluctant to discuss the past," Sooner remarked with a knowing smile, observing Xiao Yan's hesitant expression. "Ah, that works too." With a smile, Mentor Roland nodded, her gaze towards Sooner imbued with a hint of intrigue. Sooner's unwavering support for Xiao Yan did not escape Roland's discerning eye. It was evident that there was more beneath the surface. At this moment, Sooner's actions seemed to be a proud display of her most cherished possession, something she meticulously shielded from any form of tarnish. This little one truly possessed considerable fortune in her affections. Casting a languid glance at Xiao Yan, Roland chuckled softly to herself. Having reached this juncture, Xiao Yan could only helplessly nod in acknowledgement. Upon seeing his assent, Sooner beamed sweetly, her brow slightly furrowing as she organized her thoughts before finally speaking. Brother Xiao Yan began cultivating at the age of 4. Upon hearing this initial statement, Mentor Roland nodded slightly. The foundational stage of Dou Qi is notoriously challenging to cultivate, and beginning at 4 years old is neither too early nor too late. By the age of 11, he ascended to the rank of a Dou Shi. At this revelation, the gazes of the crowd towards Xiao Yan shifted, taking on an air of peculiarity. An 11-year-old Dou Shi. Such a feat was unparalleled even within the Canaan Academy. As Sooner continued, Roland's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, her beautiful gaze shimmering with extraordinary light. The moment her words fell, a hushed murmur swept through the tent, abruptly halting as the expressions on many faces froze in disbelief. Hiss! As Sooner's voice faded, the sound of gasps filled the tent, each glance directed at Xiao Yan brimming with astonishment at his formidable talent. In the corner, Rob and Gol looked at each other, swallowing hard, each finding a hint of terror and astonishment in the other's eyes. With her eyes narrowed slightly, Mentor Roland exhaled slowly, then gently opened her eyes, fixing her beautiful gaze upon the boy below. She spoke softly, "I never anticipated that you, this quiet little fellow, would be the most fearsome of all. If it weren't for Sooner speaking up, you would have truly escaped this time." Chapter 103. The holiday gazing at Mentor Roland, who wore a half-smile as she regarded him. Xiao Yan could only helplessly raise his hands in surrender, before pretending to glare menacingly at Sooner, who was stifling her laughter behind her hand.